Chapter 1. Sixth month. The Chun Nation, fallen dragon mound. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a sinister wind blew. Tens of thousands of injured soldiers were stationed at fallen dragon mound, looking like a defeated army. The soldiers guarded a large yellow tent in the center. Many officials stood in the large tent, looking worriedly at the dragon couch in the north. An old man in dragon robes sat on the dragon couch. He looked to be in his 60s and had a pale complexion. He coughed continuously. Attendants served him carefully, occasionally wiping away the blood he coughed out. A white-clad man in his 40s sat on the dragon couch. At this moment, he placed his hands on the back of the old man in dragon robes, as though he was sending veritable energy to the old man to treat his injuries. Blarg! The old man in dragon robes vomited a mouthful of blood. The treatment came to an end. However, the old man's injuries did not improve. Instead, his complexion turned even paler. Imperial Father, the leader of the officials, a middle-aged man wearing embroidered robes, immediately exclaimed, "Your Majesty!" The officials immediately exclaimed. The old man in dragon robes ignored the officials. Instead, he looked at the white-clad man, sending veritable energy to him. "Third grandfather, there's no need to save me anymore. I know my situation. My heart meridians are broken. I got careless." The old man in dragon robes said bitterly with a sigh. The white-clad man sighed softly. "Your heart meridians are broken. Chun Taiji, you were too greedy this time. Why did you not wait for me? I wanted to do my best to obtain victory for my sect. However, I underestimated the Song Nation's war god, Gao Xianji. What a formidable Gao Xianji! When he was guarding the southern border, I didn't know how formidable he was. In fact, our army was winning one battle after another, triumphant on the way. I didn't think that King Song would hand over all military authority to Gao Xianji. With the army in his hands, it was like a divine intervention, mysterious and unfathomable. Our advantageous situation was completely dismantled by him, and his vast army forced us to retreat in defeat. King Song, he was truly generous. Cough, cough. Chun Taiji said bitterly as he coughed. I told you before, the scale of this battle between the Chun Nation and the Song Nation is not something you can imagine. The sect behind the Song Nation is the same as us. They gave the order that they must win. The sect behind the Song Nation will be able to obtain the newly discovered Spirit Stone Mine. The white-clad man sighed, slightly. Third grandfather, please kill Gao Xianji with your own hands. Otherwise, my Chun Nation will suffer a crushing defeat or even be destroyed. Chun Taiji pleaded. The white-robed man furrowed his brows and shook his head. I've already said that this matter involves too many people. Originally, it was just for a spirit stone mine. However, this time, it has attracted the interest of a big shot. That big shot wants to see the battles of the secular world and has ordered us not to interfere. Not to mention me, even the sect leader would not offend that big shot for a secular country like yours. What? You can't interfere? Chun Taiji coughed out another mouthful of blood. The white-robed man nodded firmly. The sect behind the Song Nation is not allowed to interfere either. So, don't think that the sect behind the Song Nation is responsible for your injuries. It was all Gao Xianji's orders. Cough, 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 cough. Chun Taiji coughed again. Report. A soldier rushed into the large tent and knelt on one knee. When he saw the pale emperor vomiting blood, his expression immediately froze. Speak. Chun Taiji stared at that soldier. Reporting to your Majesty, Tong Pass has fallen. The soldier said in a fluster. What? Cough, cough, cough. Chen Taiji coughed out more blood. Report. Another soldier rushed into the large tent, reporting to your majesty, accomplished mountain pass has fallen. Report. Reporting to your majesty, Jiayu Pass has fallen. Cough, 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 cough. Silence reigned in the large tent, leaving only the panting of the officials and Chen Taiji's coughing. Chen Taiji actually coughed out some blood on his pale face. The white-clad man frowned heavily. It was like he could see that Chen Taiji was on the brink of death. All the civil and military officials in the large tent showed flustered expressions. Imperial Father, once we lose Tong Pass, accomplished Mountain Pass, and Jiayu Pass, we will leave the Song Nation with nothing but flat land. 3/4 of my Chen Nation's territory will be finished. The man in official robes showed a horrified expression. The white-clad man sighed slightly and said, "We lost. We still lost. This Gao Xianji is really capable. The Chen Nation is powerless to reverse the situation." Chen Taiji's complexion already flushed red. Using troops like a god, creating a diversion to the east and attacking the west, breaking through 3 passes together and scattering the army's morale. What a Gao Xianji! What an incredible Gao Xianji! Cough, cough, cough. Chen Taiji, let the crown prince succeed the throne. The Chen Nation still has Hulao Pass. Hopefully, we can hold it for a while longer. What is the point of holding on for so long? They had lost this battle. However, it is unfortunate for your son. I hope the sect master will not vent his anger on your son, the white-clad man said with an unsightly expression. What? The sect master will vent his anger? Chen Taiji resisted coughing as he looked at the white-clad man. The white-clad man remained silent for a while before nodding. Perhaps I will be implicated as well. A major character is watching this battle. Once the Chen Nation loses, that major character will definitely be disappointed in the sect. The sect master cares a lot about that major character's opinion. Perhaps I hope the sect master will not vent his anger on you. After all, the other side's military god is too incredible. However, Chen Taiji's entire body trembled. His eyes flickered as though he was making an extremely difficult decision. No, we have not lost yet. We still have Hulao Pass. Chen Taiji said while trembling. Hulao Pass has the fewest soldiers. Furthermore, they are all Imperial Guards. They are different from the soldiers of the other 3 passes. They are like sheep that have never seen blood. Furthermore, there are not many of them. How can we block the Song Nation's ferocious army? Furthermore, you are on the verge of collapsing. Your son is much weaker than you. If you cannot block him, what more the Crown Prince? Furthermore, you will lose 3/4 of your territory. If you lose most of your territory and the citizens, how are you going to fight the Song Nation? Furthermore, the other side is the military god, Gao Xianji. The mountains and rivers are crumbling, and the rivers are deteriorating by the day. This is irresistible. We cannot stop it. The white-clad man sighed. No, we have not lost yet, Chen Taiji said with a ferocious expression as he trembled. With this group of battered soldiers, no one can stop the nation from being destroyed. Taiji, you should think about how to ask for punishment from the sect. The white-clad man said bitterly. Imperial Father, do we have any other ideas? The Immortal sect is not willing to interfere. The Crown Prince said with a bitter expression. Chen Taiji closed his eyes, his entire body trembling. After a while, he said, "No, there is one person. He can turn the tide. He definitely can." Oh, the white-clad man felt slightly stunned. The Crown Prince asked out of curiosity. Crown Prince, go and beg him. As long as he is willing to help, we can win it back. We definitely can. Cough. Cough. Chen Taiji coughed. Chen Taiji, this is not the time for jokes. Right now, the Chun nation has fallen. Who can turn the tide? The Song nation is now united. Furthermore, the military god, Gao Xianji, is leading the way. Their morale soars. Without the intervention of our sect, it is impossible to turn the situation around. The white-clad man said in disbelief. Yes, he can. He definitely can. Chen Taiji's face flushed red. Who? Imperial Father, who is it? The Crown Prince asked in surprise. Gu Hai. Chen Taiji spat out this name with great difficulty. It was like he strongly rejected this person. The richest man of the 6 nations. Mr. Gu, the Crown Prince said in shock. The richest man of the 6 nations? Cough, cough, cough. Gu Hai? Unexpectedly, before I die, I am begging you again. Chen Taiji said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai? You mean that old man who started cultivating after the age of 30? That old man with an abnormal bone structure who wanted to join our sect? Third grandfather, you know him? Chen Taiji looked at the white-clad man in shock. I have. Most of the Golden Core Realm cultivators in my sect have seen him before. As long as he is in the mundane world, that old man can quickly find us and bribe us to join his sect. However, his constitution is too weak. Furthermore, he started cultivating very late, making it difficult for him to achieve anything. If we accept him, we will only be mocked by the other sects. The white-clad man nodded. Gu Hai? Huh. I thought that I suppressed his chances of coming into contact with the sect. Unexpectedly, he managed to get around my defenses long ago. A hidden dragon. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Taiji said bitterly as he coughed blood. Chen Taiji, you said that Gu Hai can turn the tide? How can you be so sure? He is just an ordinary person, just an acquired realm cultivator, the white-clad man said with a frown. That's right. Imperial Father, he is just a merchant. Can he lead an army to war? The Crown Prince said anxiously. He definitely can. If Gao Xianji is a military god, then Gu Hai is the military god king. Your Highness, you will lead the civil and military officials to beg him. You must beg him. Even if you have to kneel, you must beg him. Chen Taiji said with determination in his eyes. A merchant? A military god king? Third grandfather, do your best to satisfy his requests. Yes, he is a merchant, but it is also good that he is an ordinary person. Only he can turn the tide. If we want to win, we can only ask him. I guarantee it on the Crown Prince's life. Chen Taiji's complexion had already turned scarlet. The white-clad man looked at Chen Taiji, frowning in thought. Originally, there was already no way to turn the situation around. However, Chen Taiji insisted that Gu Hai could turn the tide. Furthermore, Chen Taiji's expression did not seem fake. The white-clad man slowly turned serious. After all, this war between the 2 nations involved too many things. He could not ignore any of the details. I will. The sect master gave me authority this time. As long as it is not overboard, I will do my best to satisfy him, the white-clad man said solemnly. NNLY. Crown Prince, after you ask Gu Hai to come out of seclusion, if you want to turn the tide, you have to listen to everything he says. Remember, no matter what he says. Also call him Uncle Gu. He was once your father's sworn elder brother. Cough, cough. Chen Taiji said weakly and bitterly, Uncle Gu. The Crown Prince revealed a shocked expression. Finally, help me apologize to him. Back then, I let him down. Chun Taiji showed a mournful and bitter expression. After saying those final words, Chun Taiji closed his eyes. His flushed face instantly paled, losing all signs of life. Imperial Father, His Majesty, His Majesty has passed away. Everyone inside and outside the large tent immediately fell to their knees. Everyone cried out in grief. Chapter 2, June 14th, Ancient Wind Town, inside the Chun Nation's Hulao Pass. There was a residence in the town known as the Gu Residence. Banquets were set up in the Gu Residence and the surrounding streets. An endless stream of guests came and went. It was very lively. However, a group of people in mourning clothes arrived earlier, and the bustle came to a stop. Large numbers of soldiers stood guard in the surroundings, filling the originally festive scene with a somber aura. Isn't today Mr. Gu's 70th birthday? The surrounding military camps should have been set up long ago. Why are there so many soldiers? That's not right. That's not right. Although Mr. Gu does not involve himself in politics, no one in the government would dare to go against Mr. Gu. That was the Crown Prince earlier. The one in mourning clothes is the Crown Prince. Behind him are the civil and military officials. How can this be? It's true. It's really the Crown Prince. Why is the Crown Prince in mourning clothes? It can't be. The guests on the streets immediately showed horrified expressions. The only time the Crown Prince wore mourning clothes was when the current emperor passed away. Wasn't the current emperor personally leading the troops at the front lines? Furthermore, they heard that the current emperor had won many battles. Everyone showed horrified expressions. Clearly, the news was too late. Gu residence. The guests attended the banquet in the front yard and streets. However, it was rather quiet in the Gu residence's backyard. There was a 7-story pagoda in the backyard, the tallest building in the Gu residence, or even the entire town. One could see the entire town from the top of the pagoda. The pagoda was called the Soaring Pagoda. A large number of solemn Gu residents, people stood under the Soaring Pagoda. They watched as the civil and military officials in mourning clothes followed Crown Prince Chun and knelt before the Soaring Pagoda. All of them showed sorrowful expressions. Only one person did not kneel. That was Chun Taiji's third grandfather, the white-clad man from the sect. Nephew Chun, Liangyi requests an audience with Uncle Gu. I beg Uncle Gu to take revenge for Imperial Father. Crown Prince Chun, Liangyi said with a sorrowful expression. The Chun nation was about to be destroyed. How long could he remain the Crown Prince? Once the Chun nation was destroyed, the Immortal sect would vent their anger on him. His fate was unknown. His father said that this person could turn the tide. Furthermore, this person was his father's sworn brother. As long as Chun Liangyi could save the Chun nation, not to mention kneeling, even if he had to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights, he would not frown. Many of the Gu residence's people and servants opened their eyes wide. This was the current Crown Prince. Also, are these the civil and military officials? How was that possible? Just to see Master? Guhai, I am Clear River Sect's Chun Tianshan. Do you still remember me? Crown Prince Chun has already led all the civil and military officials to kneel in front of you. What else do you want? The man in white standing shouted. The Gu residence's people watched with frowns. The leader was an azure-clad, middle-aged man in his 30s. He had a broad face and an ordinary appearance. However, as he stood outside the Soaring Pagoda, everyone in the Gu residence looked to him as their leader. First, young master, why don't we? A servant seemed to have something to say. The green-robed, middle-aged man coldly glanced over. His glare scared the servant into silence. The Gu residence's prestige could not be challenged. The green-robed, eldest, young master ignored everyone's request for an audience. Instead, he patiently waited outside the Soaring Pagoda. Uncle Gu, it was Imperial Father who told me to come and beg Uncle Gu before he died. He also wanted me to apologize to you on Imperial Father's behalf. Back then, it was Imperial Father who let you down. Chen Liangyi's entire body trembled as he cried. Sigh. Within the soaring tower, a distant sigh could be heard. Everyone's expression changed. Then, they heard an old voice coming from the soaring pagoda. Immortal Master Chen, this old man neglected you. Guqin invites Immortal Master Chen to the soaring pagoda. Also, let Chen Liangyi come up. The first young master, Guqin, immediately showed a solemn expression and said, Yes, adoptive father. Creak. Guqin pushed open the soaring pagoda's doors and said to Chen Tianshan, Immortal Master Chen, I neglected you. My father has not received guests in a long time. Please come in. Chen Tianshan nodded. Crown Prince Chen, please come in. Guqin said solemnly. However, Chen Liangyi immediately climbed to his feet with some excitement. Guqin led Chen Tianshan and Chen Liangyi into the soaring pagoda. Creak. The soaring pagoda's doors closed again. Outside, the civil and military officials looked at the soaring pagoda curiously. The soaring pagoda had 7 floors. The two discovered that every floor was filled with bookshelves filled with countless books, all the way to the 6th floor. Chen Tianshan and Chen Liangyi finally saw Gu Hai. It was the window of the soaring pagoda. A giant go board was placed there, but this go board was different. Normally, a go board would have 19 vertical and horizontal lines. However, this go board had 29 vertical and horizontal lines. The go board was filled with go pieces. The layout of the go board could not be seen clearly. An old man in a black outfit stood beside the go board. He looked to be in his 70s. His hair was white and his face was solemn. Although there were some wrinkles on his face, his eyes were extremely bright. They seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Chen Liangyi's heart skipped a beat. This is the richest man in the 6 nations. Gu Hai? You're Gu Hai? No, you are not Gu Hai. Your eyebrows. Chen Tianshan's eyes widened. The old man smiled and said, Immortal Master Chen, do you still remember the request under the waterfall? This old man is indeed Gu Hai. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I grew my beard and drew my eyebrows. Chen Tianshan took a closer look. Indeed, this person was Gu Hai. However, the part that left a deep impression on him was fake. This person was still the same person. His appearance had not changed much. However, if Gu Hai did not decipher this, Chen Tianshan would never think that this person was the Gu Hai that he met before. Uncle Gu, my father is already dead. He said that you are his sworn elder brother. Uncle Gu, on account of your brotherhood, please take revenge for my father. Chen Liangyi knelt again. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Chen Liangyi. After a moment of silence, he said, Back then, I did indeed become sworn brothers with him. However, back then, he also wanted to kill me. Our brotherhood no longer counts. Ah. Chen Liangyi's expression froze. Chen Tianshan frowned slightly. However, Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan and said, I know why you are here. Furthermore, Gao Xianji even killed 600,000 soldiers from the 3 passes. The Song Nation is united, and the Chen Nation is on the brink of collapse. At this moment, only 100,000 soldiers remain. Do you think it is possible to block the Song Nation's 800,000 ferocious soldiers? What? Gao Xianji killed 600,000 soldiers? Those are captives. Chen Liangyi exclaimed. 4 days ago, at noon, Gu Hai said indifferently. You, how do you know? Chen Liangyi exclaimed. However, Gu Hai did not say anything. At the side, the first young Master Guqin served him. He respectfully poured a cup of tea for Gu Hai. Then he poured another cup for Chen Tianshan. Gu Hai gestured slightly to Chen Tianshan before taking a seat. Chen Tianshan looked at Gu Hai with a strange expression. Ordinary people would treat people from the Immortal sect as immortals when they saw them. However, Gu Hai appeared so calm. Chen Taiji said that you can do it. Chen Tianshan said sullenly as he sat down. Gu Hai picked up his tea and took a sip. After the mountains and rivers shatter, Gao Xianji's army will arrive at Hulao Pass in half a month. You know better than me what kind of people the 100,000 soldiers at Hulao Pass are. You want this group of people to resist Gao Xianji's 800,000 ferocious soldiers. At that time, not to mention resisting, some of these people will defect to the enemy. Perhaps Gao Xianji will not even need to make a move. Hulao Pass will fall on its own. Chen Tianshan's and Chen Liangyi's expressions changed. This was not Gu Hai trying to scare them. Instead, it was very likely, Uncle Gu, please come out and save the Chen nation. As long as you save the Chen nation, you can have anything you want. Chen Liangyi immediately cried out. Chen Tianshan, who was at the side, also said with certainty, "That's right. Do you have a solution?" However, Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, since the Immortal sect cares so much about the Chen nation, why does Immortal Master Chen not go personally? I believe that with your strength, it would not be difficult to take the head of a general from an army of 10,000. Furthermore, the Chen nation is not the only mundane nation that your Immortal sect controls. Why don't you ask the other nations to help? Why are you looking for me, an old man reeking of money?" Chen Tianshan frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, "This time, it can only be a war between two nations. We are not allowed to ask for reinforcements from other nations. Furthermore, the sex people are not allowed to interfere." Not allowed. Gu Hai's expression immediately changed, and a light flashed in his eyes. Although it was only 3 words, Gu Hai instantly heard a lot of information. Moreover, it was as if he had seen a great opportunity, to the extent that a ripple suddenly appeared in his heart that was as calm as an ancient well. Suppressing those ripples, Gu Hai took a sip of tea. "The Chun nation is already hopeless. I just came to ask. If you can't, then forget it," Chen Tianshan said seriously. Gu Hai did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Chen Tianshan and Chen Liangyi. After a while, Gu Hai said solemnly, "I can save the Chen nation, but you can save the Chen nation? How?" Chen Tianshan revealed some shock. "I have a condition." Gu Hai did not explain. Solemnly, he said, not bothering to explain. "Oh." Chen Tianshan looked at Gu Hai. "Uncle Gu, what do you want?" "As long as I have it, I can give it to you," Chen Liangyi said in pleasant surprise as he climbed to his feet. Gu Hai ignored Chen Liangyi. Instead, he stared at Chen Tianshan and said, "I need the Clear River sect master to help me with my breakthrough to the acquired realm. I need to break through to the innate realm. Furthermore, I need to learn an innate realm cultivation technique in the Clear River sect." "What? You are already at the consummation of the acquired realm?" Chen Tianshan immediately stood up in shock. Solemnly, Gu Hai nodded. "That's impossible. Back then, I took a look at your constitution. You cannot cultivate internal energy. You only started cultivating after you turned 30. With such a poor constitution, you can only rely on external cultivation. Furthermore, you will never be able to surpass the 5th layer of the acquired realm. However, you said that you are already at the 10th layer of the acquired realm. That is impossible." Chen Tianshan immediately cried out. "External cultivation? If I still do not break through to the innate realm, my external cultivation will scatter. Fortunately, I have already reached the consummation of the acquired realm. Even if you are a golden core realm cultivator, you will not be able to help me. Only your sect master can. Go and tell him that as long as he agrees to my condition, I will save the Chun nation. Gu Hai said seriously. Chun Tianshan stared at Gu Hai, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. External cultivation? How laughable! How could one cultivate external cultivation to the consummation of the acquired realm? That crude cultivation method completely relied on self-abuse. Even if one exhausted all one's potential, one could not surpass the 5th layer of the acquired realm. That had never happened before. Gu Hai actually reached the consummation of the acquired realm. I only have this one request. What do you think? Gu Hai stared at Chun Tianshan with anticipation in his eyes. Save Chun nation first. I will tell the sect master, Chun Tianshan said seriously. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and shook his head. He did not say anything, only looking at Chun Tianshan. The sect master is not here. How can I help him agree? Save Chun nation first. I will report to the sect master, Chun Tianshan said seriously. Gao Xianji's army will arrive at Hulao Pass in at least half a month. Half a month is enough for you to return to the sect and make a round trip. As long as the Clear River Sect Master gives me a decree, I will immediately save Chun Nation. After saving Chun Nation, it will not be too late to fulfill my promise. However, I want your sect master's decree, Gu Hai said firmly as he stared at Chun Tianshan. Half a month? Many things can happen in half a month. After half a month, Hulao Pass might fall apart. At that time, what are you going to use to save Chun Nation? Furthermore, the Song Nation's 800,000-strong ferocious army will arrive in half a month. How are you going to block them with just 100,000 inferior soldiers? Chun Tianshan said, unhappily with a frown. Half a month? Don't worry. Hulao Pass will not fall apart. How to block them is my problem. The earlier you return, the earlier Chun Nation will be out of danger, Gu Hai said with determination in his eyes. Without a promise, Gu Hai would not take this risk. However, Chun Tianshan stared at Gu Hai. His eyes turned cold as he said, Gu Hai, you are the one who said this. If you cannot save Chun Nation, you know the consequences of lying to us. Gu Hai did not care. Instead, he turned his head to look at Chun Liangyi and said, since Chun Taiji is dead, let's forget about our past grudges. Although I live in the Chun Nation, I pay a lot of taxes to the Chun Nation every year. It is not that I am under your Chun Nation's protection. Right now, among the 6 nations, as long as I want to move, any nation will welcome me. I stayed in the Chun Nation all these years because I missed you. If you want me to save Chun Kai, wait for news from Immortal Master Chun. Yes, many thanks, Uncle Gu. Chun Liangyi immediately said respectfully. Go back first. My residence has many guests today, so I will not entertain you any further. Gu Hai sent Chun Liangyi off. Yes. Chun Liangyi nodded. Chun Tianshan stared at Gu Hai for a while. I'll return to the sect immediately and ask the sect master for a decree. I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, humph. Chun Tianshan turned around and quickly left with Chun Liangyi. At the side, Guqin looked at Gu Hai and frowned slightly. Adoptive father, there is no solution for Chun Nation this time. How can we save Chun Nation? Could it be? However, Gu Hai looked at the go board on the table again. Then he took a deep breath and said, I know that there is no solution. Furthermore, from what they said, the sect is not allowed to interfere. Only the secular forces are allowed to fight. It is no different from a remnant, nascent soul fighting a murderer. However, this is Father's last chance. The difference between the acquired realm and the innate realm is just one realm, but the difference is huge. If I enter the innate realm, I can become younger and return to my prime. I only lack this chance. I need to become younger. Hence, no matter how difficult it is, I have to resolve it. Yes, Gucci nodded worriedly. I need to think of a solution. Don't disturb me. You may leave, Guhai said seriously. Adoptive father, today is your birthday. Do you want to? There's no need. I already received the best birthday gift. Go on. Guhai waved his hand. Gucci nodded and left. Guhai leaned against the window and watched the army retreat below. He played with a black ghost stone in his hand as he frowned deeply. On my 30th birthday, I collected 100,000 Go puzzles and found this black ghost stone in the library cellar. Unexpectedly, you brought me from Earth to this world. In the blink of an eye, it has been 40 years. What secrets are you hiding? Is it just for those 100,000 Go puzzles? After studying them for several decades, I am almost done. However, you have not done anything in the past few years. How do you want me to figure you out? Guhai sighed softly and placed the black ghost stone on his forehead. Buzz. The black ghost stone strangely penetrated Guhai's skin and entered his forehead. Guhai sank his consciousness into his forehead. It was a space in his forehead. Below the space were 100,000 Go boards with many Go puzzles on them. The 100,000 Go puzzles seemed to be in constant motion. As the ghost stones changed, the black ghost stone floated above the 100,000 Go puzzles, looking down on them like a monarch. Chapter 3. In a large hall in the Clear River sect, a mountain range outside the Chen Nation, there were 20-odd people in the hall, clearly divided into 3 factions. The group on the left frowned as they looked at a large map in the center of the hall. The leader was a middle-aged man in azure robes. Frustration flashed in his eyes. The group on the right wore white robes. At this moment, they appeared extremely happy. The middle-aged man leading the group suddenly laughed and said, "Clear River Sect Master, it looks like you have lost this battle. The Chun Nation has lost 3 passes and cannot even withstand a single strike." Ha 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 ha. The group of people in white robes laughed along with him. However, the group of azure-clad people glared at each other. The leader, the Clear River Sect Master, clenched his fist and said, "First Song Sect Master, this is not the end yet. Are you so sure that the Chun Nation will lose?" The white-clad First Song Sect Master smiled coldly and said, "What's wrong? The Song Nation's military strength was already marked on this map. Right now, the Song Nation was united and unstoppable. Gao Xianji had even killed 600,000 Chun Nation soldiers, leaving only 100,000 soldiers at Hulao Pass. Even if an ordinary general led an army, there would be no suspense. Furthermore, Gao Xianji's leadership was so exquisite. You should stop resisting and surrender as soon as possible." You, the Clear River Sect Master, glared. No matter how stupid the others were, they could tell that the Chun Nation would be destroyed in this battle. However, the Clear River Sect Master was unwilling to accept this. It was not that the Clear River Sect Master lost a nation. Instead, there was an extremely important character standing beside him. The Clear River Sect Master had been paying attention to the battlefield. He lost so miserably before this person, leaving an impression of incompetence in this major character's heart. How could the Clear River Sect Master not feel frustrated? As the 2 sect masters bickered, they were actually paying attention to the other 5 people. Although this place was the Clear River Sect, these 5 people stood at the north of the main seat. The leader was a black-clad young woman dressed in men's clothes. This young woman's legs were extremely slender and looked firm and strong, looking very pretty. Her figure was well proportioned, revealing her slender, snow-white neck. Her black clothes made her look even more dazzling and eye-catching. She combed her hair into a man's bun. However, when a strand of hair fell to the side of her face, it added to her charm. Although she was dressed like a man, it was difficult to conceal her peerless beauty. In fact, because she was dressed like a man, it made her even more alluring. The disciples of the two sects looked at the young girl with envy in their eyes. However, they knew the young girl's identity and immediately suppressed the throbbing in their hearts. The girl held a folding fan in her hand and looked at the huge map in front of her. There were various markings on the map, describing the battlefields of the Song Nation and the Chen Nation in detail. Behind the girl stood 4 people. 3 of them were expressionless, like guards. They didn't say a word. Only one of them was special. He was a bald monk. He wore a moon-white monk robe. He stood there, exuding an otherworldly aura. His face was very elegant and handsome. He held a string of 18 small prayer beads in one hand. He looked at the map with the girl. "Venerable Lu Nian, what do you think of this battle?" The young woman asked with a smile as she looked at the map and patted her folding fan against her other palm. "Hall Master, just because you wanted to see a battle of the mundane world, you ended up causing such a massacre. 600,000 soldiers were all killed. May the Buddha live forever." The bald monk chanted a Buddhist mantra as though he was sighing for the soldiers that died. "Venerable, I heard that before you became a monk, you killed many more people than this. Furthermore, I did not cause this massacre. They killed each other on their own accord. I have the cause, but it is not the effect," the young woman said while shaking her head. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly and said, "The past is like smoke. My grandfather once told me that I should watch a battle of the mundane world if I have the chance. Although they do not have much strength, they sometimes contain boundless wisdom. This battle is very interesting. Venerable, what do you think?" The young woman asked with a smile. Venerable Lu Nian looked at the map and nodded. "That Chintaiji is indeed pretty good. To think that he could control such a huge battle so freely. Even in our world, he would be considered a pretty good general. He fought steadily and stably. Originally, the Chun Nation should have defeated the Song Nation one-sidedly. Unexpectedly, the Song Nation produced a Gao Xianji. The young woman nodded and said, "That's right. This Gao Xianji is indeed incredible." Gao Xianji is known as the Song Nation's war god. He lives up to his name. He is even better at leading troops than Chen Taiji. He uses proper coordination and surprise to win. In just a few short months, he came up with many schemes, using troops like a god helping him. His ability to predict is extraordinary. Furthermore, he took a few risks and obtained startling results, defeating Chen Taiji. Unexpectedly, it was a psychological battle. In the end, he even created a diversion, breaking through 3 obstacles in a row. How incredible! This Gao Xianji is indeed somewhat interesting. What do you think of this Gao Xianji's level? The young woman asked as she looked at Venerable Lu Nian. "Hall Master is very intelligent. I believe you already have an idea. Why ask me?" Venerable Lu Nian smiled. Although he does not have many magic techniques, every time he uses troops, it is like an expert exchanging moves. He is incredibly exquisite, worthy of a general. The young woman said with a solemn expression, "I agree with Hall Master." Venerable Lu Nian nodded. "It looks like this trip is not without harvest. At the very least, we met a talent," the young woman said with a satisfied smile. However, the young woman's praise made the first Song sect master raise his eyebrows. "Hall Master, That Gao Xianji is just an ordinary person. He is only in the acquired realm. The first song sect master said, anxiously. The young woman glanced at the first song sect master indifferently and said, there is no need to worry. He is not on your list. Upon hearing the young woman's words, the first song sect master immediately showed joy on his face. Hall Master is wise. What the young woman valued was talent, not cultivation. Cultivation could be slowly improved, but there was a limit to how much one could improve one's intelligence. How could the young woman let such a talent be covered in dust? Venerable Lu Nian, do you think that the Chun nation can still retaliate? The young woman asked as she looked at the map. Venerable Lu Nian remained silent for a while before shaking his head slightly. Without the participation of the sects or other nations, the Chun nation is already at the end of its road. After 3 passes are lost, it will be a smooth journey. The Song nation is of one mind, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers will gather outside Hulao Pass. Although Hulao Pass has 100,000 soldiers, it has never seen blood. This time, not to mention resisting, it would already be good if they did not surrender. Furthermore, the news that came earlier said that Chen Taiji was severely injured, and his heart was injured. Even though he has the will, he does not have the strength. In another half a month, Gao Xianji will arrive at the city, and the Chun nation will become history. Venerable Lu Nian's theory made the first Song sect master rejoice. However, the Clear River sect master showed a sullen expression. The young woman nodded as well. The Chun nation could no longer turn the situation around. Sect master. Suddenly, an anxious cry came from outside the hall. Whoosh! It was Chun Tianshan, who rushed back from the Gu residence. Tianshan! The Clear River sect master's face sank. This time, the Clear River sect master sent Chen Tianshan to the Chun nation so that he could help the Chun nation in secret. Unexpectedly, the Chun nation still lost. When the Clear River sect master saw Chen Tianshan, he showed some frustration. The moment Chen Tianshan entered the hall, he felt slightly stunned. Clearly, he had not expected so many people, including the first Song sect people and that major character. The Clear River sect's Chun Tianshan greets the hall master. Chun Tianshan said respectfully. The young woman nodded, ignoring Chun Tianshan. Tianshan, why are you back at this time? Is Chun Taiji injured? How are his injuries? The Clear River sect master asked. Chun Tianshan replied bitterly that grandnephew of mine died half a month ago. His heart and meridians were shattered. The Clear River sect master's face sank. Ha 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 ha. With Chun Taiji dead, the Chun nation is hopeless. Clear River sect master, you should get them to admit defeat. The first Song sect master guffawed. The Clear River sect master showed an extremely unsightly expression. The black-clad young woman frowned slightly as well. Earlier, she had been thinking that Chun Taiji could not turn the situation around. Now that Chun Taiji was dead, the war between the two nations was over. Hall Master, my Clear River sect has lost face this time. The Clear River sect master bowed bitterly to the young woman. His final hope was gone. Before the young woman could say anything, Chen Tianshan immediately said anxiously, Sect Master, we have not lost yet. There is still a chance to win it back. Ha 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 ha. Chen Tianshan, what did you say earlier? Things are already like this. How can we win it back? The first Song sect master guffawed in disbelief. Tianshan, shut up. Are you not ashamed enough? The Clear River sect master shouted. This disciple is here for this matter. We can still win. Chen Tianshan said firmly, bracing himself. Oh, the black-clad young woman revealed some curiosity. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Chun nation was finished with this battle. However, was this person trying to play up the crowd? Humph. Good. Chen Tianshan, tell me, how can we win? The Clear River sect master demanded coldly. Losing to the first song sect was already embarrassing enough. However, Chun Tianshan did not reflect on himself. Instead, he came over and boasted shamelessly that he could turn the situation around. Chun Tianshan could only brace himself and say, Sect master, before my grandnephew Chen Taiji died, he recommended someone. He said that this person would definitely be able to turn the situation around, just like how the Song Nation promoted Gao Xianji back then. Oh, just like Gao Xianji? The young woman's interest was piqued. How can that be the same? Back then, the Song Nation only showed signs of defeat and had not suffered any losses yet. At that time, the Song Nation promoted Gao Xianji. However, the Chun Nation is already on the brink of destruction, suffering significant losses. Do you think they can turn the situation around? How is it possible to cook without rice? Do you believe that? The Clear River sect master asked in disbelief. However, the young woman smiled faintly and said, Tell me, who is it? Since the young woman spoke, the Clear River sect master naturally did not stop her. He only glared at Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan also felt tormented. However, he could only brace himself and say, before Chen Taiji died, he recommended this person, saying that this person would definitely be able to turn the situation around. He seemed to be telling the truth, so I went with Crown Prince Chun to look for that person. That person is called Gu Hai. I believe that all of you senior brothers have seen him before. Gu Hai? That old fellow reeking of money. It's him, that person with a poor bone structure, who wants to join my sect. He started cultivating at the age of 30. To think that he dares to dream about it, maybe in his next life. Everyone immediately reacted. To Chun Tianshan's shock, he discovered that it was not just the Clear River sect disciples. Even the people behind the first Song sect master seemed to know Gu Hai. Oh, he is willing to help the Chun nation? The young woman asked out of curiosity. When the young woman spoke, everyone immediately fell silent. Chen Tianshan smiled bitterly and said, No, he said that he wants to help the Chun nation win it back. However, he needs sect master's agreement. After he helps the Chun nation turn the situation around, sect master will help him break through to the innate realm from the consummation acquired realm. Furthermore, he will be allowed to learn innate realm cultivation techniques in the Clear River sect. What? He is already at the consummation acquired realm? Everyone in the hall exclaimed in shock. However, the young woman felt somewhat confused. She gave Chen Tianshan a strange look. Hall master, that person's name is Gu Hai, Chen Tianshan explained. There was no news of him in the past until 40 years ago, when he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At that time, he had yet to cultivate, and his foundation was extremely poor. He only started cultivating when he was 30 years old, and he couldn't cultivate internal energy, so he chose to cultivate external energy. He bitterly tempered his physical body and wanted to join our sects. At that time, we naturally didn't think much of him. Who would have thought that in just 40 years he would establish a huge business in the secular world and become the richest man in the 6 nations? Furthermore, he had reached the peak of the acquired realm. Cultivating external energy to the consummation acquired realm, what strong perseverance! Venerable Lu Nian revealed some shock. Cultivating external energy allows one to reach the consummation acquired realm. The young woman looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian nodded and said, "It is extremely rare. At the very least, this is my second time hearing of it." "Second time? In that case, who did you hear of the first time?" the young woman asked, feeling confused. "Your maternal grandfather," Venerable Lu Nian said. "Buzz." The young woman's pupils constricted. Her expression turned grave. "Sect Master, Gu Hai said that as long as you agree, he will help the Chen nation turn the situation around. He needs your promise," Chen Tianshan said. "What wishful thinking. An old man in the acquired realm wants to turn the situation around. He must be dreaming," the first song sect master said in disbelief. However, the Clear River sect master looked at the young woman and saw some curiosity in her eyes. His heart, which had already sunk earlier, became lively again. He had already embarrassed himself. At most, he would do it again. Perhaps. "All right, promise him," the Clear River sect master said solemnly. "Yes, many thanks, sect master," Chen Tianshan said excitedly. However, the young woman at the side patted the folding fan in her hand and said, "Since that is the case, let's watch a little longer." "Hall Master, there might not be enough time," Venerable Lu Nian said somewhat worriedly. "It's fine. I also want to see what this Gu Hai is relying on to dare make such a boast," the young woman said with a smile. However, Venerable Lu Nian frowned slightly. "I know that this is already a foregone conclusion. However, haven't you noticed that everything has become interesting?" The young woman smiled. "All right." Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. Chapter 4. The Song Nation's capital, Song City, in a remote residence in Song City. This residence was called the Tian Residence. It was already late at night, but the main meeting hall of the Tian residence was brightly lit. Only 2 people were in the hall. One of them was Gu Hai, who had been at the Gu residence not long ago. Gu Hai looked travel-worn, as if he had traveled a long distance. The only difference was that his snow-white hair was now pitch black. Not a single strand of white hair remained. The other person was a yellow-robed man in his 30s. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes. "Adoptive father, you came really quickly." The yellow-robed man smiled as he handed over a hot towel. Gu Hai received the towel and gently wiped his face and hands before returning it to the yellow-robed man. "I'm already old. In a few more years, I won't be able to run anymore. We cannot fail this time," Gu Hai said seriously. The yellow-robed man, Gu Han, immediately poured a cup of tea for Gu Hai. Then, he handed it to Gu Hai respectfully. "Adoptive father, did the Clear River sect master agree?" Gu Han asked with some anticipation. Gu Hai nodded. "That's right. Otherwise, I would not have come." "That's great. If adoptive father can break through to the innate realm, my Gu clan can prosper for another 100 years. No, adoptive father only lacks this opportunity. Once you break through, no one will be able to stop adoptive father," Gu Han said with some excitement. "I watched you brothers grow up. Your foundations are all extremely outstanding. Even without me, you would have entered the Immortal sect sooner or later." Gu Hai smiled. "No, big brother, and I believe in adoptive father," Gu Han said seriously. "All right. Gu Qin is currently overseeing the Chen nation's Hulao Pass in my name. Gao Xianji's army can attack at any time. Time is of the essence. Tell me about the Song Nation first. Your father has not been to the Song Nation for 10 years already. What's so special about this war between the 2 nations?" Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Gu Han's expression turned solemn as he nodded. "Yes, this time, Gao Xianji has received King Song's orders to be the commander-in-chief of the expedition against Chen Daewon. She will be in charge of the deployment of the military forces. However, King Song is also worried. Thus, he allowed the crown prince to be the vice commander and follow the army. This can be considered as monitoring Gao Xianji. However, the crown prince doesn't have military authority. I have been in the Song Nation for 8 years and am in charge of all the shops in the Song Nation. According to adoptive father's request, I changed my name to Tian Han. Over the years, I have been supporting the crown prince with all my financial resources. We even helped the crown prince become the heir apparent. Hence, I have gained the crown prince's trust. Crown prince. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. Yes, over the years, you have collected a lot of information on the Song Nation's officials, right? Gu Hai asked. Yes, it has been organized into a book. Gu Hai nodded and said, "Send all the information on the Song Nation's officials to me immediately. I want to study it and figure out how to rebel against the nation." Father, you rushed all the way here. Are you not going to rest? Gu Han asked worriedly. There's no need. Time does not wait for me. Hurry, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, Gu Han answered. Clear River Sect Master's Hall. The Clear River Sect Master and the first Song Sect Master continued, accompanying Venerable Lu Nian and that young woman. Everyone looked at the map. Venerable Lu Nian, why don't you deduce how the two nations' armies will operate? The young woman asked with a smile. Gao Xianji's army has high morale. At this moment, they should be charging straight for Hulao Pass. The Chun nation's king of Chun has fallen, and their morale has declined. This is the best time to do so. Furthermore, this Gu Hai is just a merchant. Changing his commander at the last minute is a taboo for military strategists. Gao Xianji is an extremely smart person. Oh, you don't think highly of this Gu Hai? The young woman asked out of curiosity. It is useless. There is no time. That Gao Xianji is not a stupid person. How could he allow others to retaliate? Venerable Lu Nian smiled. Report. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the hall. The messenger is here. Let's see if Venerable Lu Nian's deduction is correct or not, the young woman said with a smile. Soon, a white-clad man entered the hall. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Hall Master. Greetings, Clear River Sect Master. That white-clad man said. How is it? Did Gao Xianji's army head straight for Hulao Pass? The first Song Sect Master asked. However, that white-clad man shook his head and said they did not head straight for Hulao Pass. Instead, they stopped and slowly collected the surrounding cities. Oh, Venerable Lu Nian felt slightly stunned. What's going on? The first Song Sect Master asked with a glare. This disciple has been following Gao Xianji, obtaining first-hand information at all times. I immediately reported back. Originally, after breaking through the 3 passes and reorganizing the 800,000-strong army, we planned to leave 500,000 behind to slowly collect the surrounding cities. The remaining 300,000 were to follow Gao Xianji and head straight for Hulao Pass. However, we suddenly received news that the Chun nation activated Gu Hai. So Gao Xianji immediately stopped, the white-clad man said. Oh, because of Gu Hai? The Clear River Sect Master's eyes lit up. The white-clad man nodded reluctantly. How can that be? That Gu Hai is just an old man waiting for death. Why would Gao Xianji fear him? The first Song Sect Master asked with a glare. The white-clad man said bitterly. Gao Xianji reacted extremely intensely and immediately sent a letter back to the Song Emperor. We need to immediately monitor all the merchants in the country to prevent them from causing chaos. At the same time, We need to immediately control the grain stores and herb stores to prevent Gu Hai from using commercial means to cut off the army's needs. Gao Xianji is too sensitive. How can an insignificant merchant affect the war situation? Grain stores? Herb stores? Can Gu Hai affect the entire Song nation? The first Song sect master immediately asked in rage. The white-clad man smiled bitterly and said, "This disciple asked him that as well." Gao Xinji said, "Yes." The first Song sect master. Ha 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 ha. The Clear River sect master felt very carefree. Venerable Lu Nian and the young woman exchanged looks, showing some surprise. "What's the situation now?" the first Song sect master asked. "I heard that the Song nation has already taken control of the situation. The Song nation sent a large number of soldiers to guard the front lines and provide sufficient grain and herbs to ensure that nothing goes wrong," the white-clad man said. "Since there are no problems with the grain and herbs, why have they not attacked yet?" the first Song sect master asked. Gao Xianji said that it is more important to take over the surrounding cities first, cutting off any possibility of the Chun nation resisting. Hence, the trip to Hulao Pass has been put on hold for now. Gao Xianji said that when 3/4 of the Chun nation's territory is taken over, the people at Hulao Pass will definitely panic. With each day that passes, this panic will fester. When we reach Hulao Pass in the future, we will be able to take it without attacking, the white-clad man said. "Oh, psychological warfare. However, this will take a long time," Venerable Lu Nian said with a frown. The first Song sect master said, "Seriously, psychological warfare? How long is this going to take? Isn't Gao Xianji a divine strategist? Is he afraid of an old man who appeared out of nowhere?" This disciple asked the same question before. The white-clad man said with a bitter smile, "Oh, what did Gao Xianji say?" Venerable Lu Nian asked out of curiosity. Gao Xianji said that although Gu Hai is a merchant, he is the best at using soldiers. The white-clad man said bitterly. The Clear River sect master's eyes suddenly lit up. This was Gao Xianji's evaluation. Best in the world. How could that be? However, the Clear River sect master felt happy when he heard Gao Xianji's evaluation. Perhaps the Chun nation can really turn the tide. Best at using soldiers. The young woman's interest was piqued. Hall Master, the horizons of these mortals are limited to this mundane region and the 6 mundane nations. They cannot be taken seriously, the white-clad man immediately said with a smile. "Cut the crap. Why did that Gao Xianji say that Gu Hai is the best at using soldiers? Furthermore, based on how he uses soldiers, Gao Xianji is incredibly confident and proud. Why is he so cautious?" the young woman asked. Yes, this humble one asked Gao Xianji as well. Gao Xianji told me the truth. This Gu Hai did indeed command soldiers in the past. Furthermore, he achieved startling results, the white-clad man said. "Oh, why did you not report this earlier? Didn't you say that Gu Hai has always been a merchant?" the young woman asked with a frown. At that time, Gu Hai was 30 years old. Somehow, he got acquainted with the Chun nation monarch, Chun Taiji. At that time, there were 8 mundane nations in this region. The Chun nation was the smallest, and it was in danger of being destroyed. Gu Hai secretly became Chun Taiji's military advisor, helping Chun Taiji with military operations. In a short time, he resolved all the dangers. Furthermore, under Gu Hai's command, the Chun nation's army marched forward proudly, becoming unrivaled. "Oh, invincible?" the young girl asked in surprise. Back then, the Chun nation destroyed one of the 8 nations, startling everyone. They worked together with the 6 nations to attack the Chun nation together, the white-clad man recalled. The Chun nation, which was on the verge of being destroyed, suddenly turned into a song in the wind, destroying a large nation at that time. Then, they went on to conquer the world. At that time, the Chun nation destroyed one of the 8 nations, startling everyone. They worked together with the other 6 nations to attack the Chun nation together, the white-clad man said, as he recalled. Yes, the Chun nation, which was on the verge of destruction, suddenly turned into a song in the wind, destroying a large nation at that time. Then, they went on to conquer the world. Back then, the Chun nation destroyed one of the 8 nations, startling everyone. They worked together with the 6 nations to attack the Chun nation together, the white-clad man said. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed slightly, using the calamity of the Chun state to turn defeat into victory, even defeating a large country and fighting against the allied armies of the 6 countries? Yes, that is what Gao Xianji said. Gu Hai's command of the army was simply too legendary. When the allied armies of the 6 countries arrived, Gu Hai still toyed with them in the palm of his hand. The 2 million-strong army of the 6 countries fell short of success. Then, the Chun state took advantage of the situation and destroyed another country, the white-clad man said. Destroyed another country? The young girl exclaimed in shock. Yes, the army that Gu Hai commanded was like the rivers that flowed into the sea. They did not reject anyone who came, even daring to take in enemy troops. Hence, the Chun nation grew stronger and stronger. Gao Xianji's father was also an incredible general back then. He was a member of the allied armies. After the battle with Gu Hai, he submitted wholeheartedly and no longer had the confidence to fight. Hence, he retired and returned to his hometown. Back then, Gu Hai's army was like an unsheathed divine sword. Everywhere the divine sword went, everything turned to dust. At that time, Gu Hai prepared to settle the 5 nations in one go. However, the various large sects interfered, preventing the Chun nation from going to war. Even so, the remaining 5 nations still felt some lingering fear in their hearts. For decades, they did not dare to attack the Chun nation, the white-clad man explained. The Clear River sect master frowned slightly and said, "Back then, a few sects came to me. For the sake of the sect's interests, I was the one who gave the order for Chun Taiji to stop fighting. It turned out that Chun Taiji was not the one leading the army, but Gu Hai. To think that Gu Hai is so incredible at commanding the army." A bright light flashed in the young girl's eyes. Gao Xianji said that his father found out about Gu Hai's manipulation of the situation by chance. After he retired and returned to his hometown, he continuously collected information about Gu Hai's previous battles and organized them into books. Since young, he had Gao Xianji familiarize himself with military books. Gao Xianji said that his father had researched for many years and knew how terrifying Gu Hai was. Hence, he prepared to use the most reliable method to take down Hulao Pass, the white-clad man said. Earlier, you said that Gu Hai fought 100 battles for 5 years without losing a single battle. Venerable Lu Nian asked out of curiosity. He fought so many battles in just 5 years. Yes, that is what Gao Xianji said. He said that Gu Hai could fight several battles at the same time. In just 5 years, he made the Chun nation, which was on the verge of destruction, the strongest of the 6 nations. However, for some reason, he got into a conflict with Chun Taiji. Hence, he stopped participating in the military and politics, becoming just a rich man. However, even as a rich man, he became the richest man of the 6 nations, the white-clad man said with a bitter smile. In the main hall, everyone was silent for a long time because all of this sounded a little too strange. Chapter 5. Song Nation, Song City. Gu Hai and Gu Han walked on a street in Song City, looking at the people coming and going. Adoptive father, Our next shop is in front. We are all on the same side. Guhan introduced, with a smile. Guhai nodded. Then, he sighed as he looked around. Song City? It has not changed much in the past few years. Adoptive father, I heard that you led an army in the past. Furthermore, it was hard to find a match for you in the world. Even a group of defeated soldiers could quickly expand and become undefeatable. Why did you let first brother oversee Hulao Pass while adoptive father is here? Guhan asked, feeling suspicious. Guhai shook his head and said, that Gao Xianji is not simple. If I want to defeat him with the 100,000-strong army in Hulao Pass, I will need a long time. However, what I lack the most now is time. Time? Adoptive father, if you lead the entire army in Hulao Pass and defeat the Song Nation army, how long would it take? 1 year. 1 year? Is that long? Gu Hai shook his head and said, if I lead an army, I have never feared anyone. I will win sooner or later. This time, the Clear River sect agreed to my request so readily. There must be a major character keeping an eye on this battlefield. Hence, they treated the mundane world as a joke and let the mundane world fight on its own. What I am worried about is that if too much time passes, that major character will grow impatient and leave. At that time, I do not know if the Clear River sect will fulfill their promise. Ah, adoptive father, didn't the Clear River sect master already write a decree to fulfill his promise? Guhan asked in shock. However, Guhai scoffed and said, did you forget what I told you? I understand now. Such a promise will only be honored when both parties are of equal strength or status. When there is a huge difference in strength and status, such a promise is just a joke. Perhaps the Clear River sect master will fulfill his promise. Perhaps he will not care at all. Guhan said gravely. Guhai nodded and said, right now, I am borrowing the influence of that major character. Hence, I need to settle everything before that major character leaves. Only then can I fulfill my promise. Yes, Guhan felt heavy in his heart. However, adoptive father, the morale of the Song Nation is very good now. The monarch and his subjects are united, the subjects and the people are united, and the people and the army are united. They are like a piece of iron. Their morale is soaring. This is an irreversible force. Foster father has been looking at that information for the past 2 days. Have you thought of a way? Guhan asked worriedly. If the monarch and the subject are united, then let's drive a wedge between the monarch and the subject. If the subject and the people were to work together, then it was to drive a wedge between the subjects and the people. Guhai said, solemnly, if the people and the army are working together, then we will drive a wedge between the people and the army. Oh, what does adoptive father want to do? Guhan's eyes lit up. As for the plan, I am almost done with it. Let's call it the Song Annihilation Plan. Since the monarch, subjects, people, and army of the Song Kingdom are united, then we will dismantle them and annihilate them one by one. The hearts of the army, the people, the subjects, and the monarch, I want them to be messed up and annihilated one by one. The Song Nation will naturally crumble. Guhai said, solemnly, the Song Extermination Plan, adoptive father, what are we going to do? Guhan asked somewhat excitedly. Guhan had seen Guhai's prowess since he was young. Whenever the word plan was mentioned, it would be a series of inconceivable schemes. Every plan was like a large-scale battle, all-encompassing and impossible to guard against. Actually, I have already thought about it on the way to the Song Nation. I looked at all the information you collected on the Song Nation's nobles over the past 2 days. It was just to pick the most crucial part. Now, we are still lacking an opportunity and a candidate. Tomorrow, hold a gathering and invite some of the people I selected to the Tian residence for a banquet. I will carefully observe them. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Han nodded. The two chatted as they walked on the street. Suddenly, startled cries came from the distance. Ah! Scram! Don't block the way! Giddy up! Rumble! The front of the street was in chaos. A large number of pedestrians fell and fled in panic. About 20 horses galloped quickly. A person in embroidered robes rode on each horse. Kacha! Ah! A crisp sound rang out, followed by a blood-curdling scream. One of the slower men had his leg broken, and he screamed in pain. Rumble! The 20 horses did not slow down, continuing on. The youth in the lead had a sinister expression on his face. At this moment, his eyes turned cold, as if he had run into something unhappy. This is the crown heir, Song Zhengxi. He is the crown prince's son. The information I gave adoptive father stated that he is domineering and arrogant. He can be considered a scourge of Song City. Despite his young age, he has a violent personality and ruined many of Song City's women. Gu Han explained. He is the crown heir. Song Zhengxi? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Giddy up! Scram! Scram! Song Zhengxi whipped his horse and galloped. Boom! Song Zhengxi's black horse knocked another man into the air. Bang! Gu Han caught the person who was sent flying. Humph! Song Zhengxi snorted coldly when he saw this from the corner of his eye. However, Song Zhengxi did not stop. Instead, he continued galloping. The 20 guards followed behind him. Along the way, the entire street turned into a mess. After Song Zhengxi left, cries rang out in the street. Everywhere they passed. At least 8 people were injured by the horses of Song Zhengxi's group. Many thanks. The person who got knocked over said gratefully, Go to the medicine shop and get a doctor to check if your bones are injured. Gu Han said, Yes, many thanks. Io, it really seems like I am injured. Many thanks to the 2 of you. I'll be leaving first. After that person left, Gu Han looked at Gu Hai. At this moment, Gu Hai was looking at Song Zhengxi's departing figure. He frowned slightly and said, What a heavy stench of blood. Oh, Song Zhengxi's clothes are stained with some blood. No, his 20 bodyguards are more or less stained with blood as well. Furthermore, there are burn marks on their bodies. Immediately send someone to investigate where they went earlier, Gu Hai said sullenly. Yes, Gu Han answered. 4 hours later, Gu Han and Gu Hai arrived at a small, remote village outside Song City. As they stood at the entrance of the village, Gu Hai and Gu Han's expressions sank. They saw 10-odd households in the village. One of them was rather large. However, it had already turned into rubble. A fire had burned the 10-odd households to the ground. That large household had a burnt signboard. They could barely make out the words Lin Residence on it. Go and see if there are any survivors. Gu Han said to the 7 or 8 guards behind him. Yes. Boom. The group of guards quickly rushed forward and started searching the houses. Soon, they carried out many charred corpses. There is no ash in their mouths. They were killed first before being burned. The group of guards said, Clan head, there is a survivor here. A guard called out. Oh, the group immediately crowded over. In the ruins of the Lin mansion, a man covered in pitch-black clothes moved weakly. A sword pierced his heart, and he did not die? Gu Han exclaimed in shock. No, this person's heart is on the right side. That's why he survived, Gu Hai said seriously. The group of guards quickly cleaned the ash from the man's mouth and nose. Then they took out some water and poured it into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The man coughed weakly and opened his eyes. Then he looked around in confusion. The first thing he saw was rubble. Elder sister, elder sister. The man seemed to have gone crazy as he searched the surroundings. All the corpses are outside. Guhan sighed softly. That man quickly crawled outside and searched carefully. Finally, he found the body of a black-skinned woman. The woman's head seemed to be broken, and there was a bloody hole in her body. Her clothes were in a mess. Too much blood had seeped out, so she died. Elder sister, you can't die. Elder sister. The man shook the woman's corpse continuously. However, the woman had already stopped breathing. Ah, ah, ah. Songjungshi, ah. The man cried out in pain as he hugged the woman's corpse. Adoptive father, I already investigated earlier. This is the home of Lin Chong, the top vanguard under Gao Xianji. This woman is called Xiao Dai, Lin Chong's wife. The two of them were very loving. Later, for some reason, Song Jingxi saw Xiao Dai and coveted her for a long time. This time, perhaps he took advantage of the fact that Lin Chong was not home to, Guhan explained. Lin Chong, the top vanguard under Gao Xianji? Gu Hai asked gravely as he looked at the man in pain. Most of the nobles are like this. This kind of tragedy is not limited to this place. This is not the first time that the crown heir is involved. However, due to their noble status, they were suppressed by the authorities. This time, it will not be long before the authorities come and suppress this matter. Gu Han said as he shook his head. Gu Hai frowned heavily and said, "Cancel tomorrow's gathering. There is no need to look for someone else. Since we ran into each other, let's just use Song Zhengxi. He will have to pay for his sins in the end." Adoptive father, you want to use Song Zhengxi as a bait? You want him to die? Gu Han's expression changed. No, I want him to live, Gu Hai said with a cold look in his eyes. One day later, in a small manor outside Song City, Gu Hai directed a group of servants to attach letters to a large group of carrier pigeons. Gu Han stood before Gu Hai, holding a stack of papers in his hand. The first one had the words Song Extermination Plan. Adoptive father, that Xiao Dai's younger brother has already followed our merchant caravan to the front lines. He should reach Lin Chong's location soon, Gu Han said. Naturally, one Xiao Dai is far from enough. Next, we need to collect all the evidence of Song Zhengxi's crimes. Also, we need to collect all the tragic situations of the families of the various soldiers. Even if there is none, we need to create some. Do not harm anyone. Just disappear for a while. Wait until the war is over before letting them out, Gu Hai said seriously. Adoptive father, don't worry. However, there is news from the front lines. It seems that Gao Xianji heard that adoptive father is overseeing Hulao Pass. So, he has already stopped his army, Gu Han said with some pride. No, Gao Xianji uses troops in mysterious ways. He is not someone who does not want to take risks. That is just a cover-up. If my guess is right, he should not have stopped his army. Instead, he should have quietly arrived at Hulao Pass with a group of elite soldiers, Gu Hai said seriously. Oh, Gu Han said with some shock. Gu Qin should be able to hold on for a while. Hence, we need to cripple his 800,000-strong army as soon as possible during this time, Gu Hai said seriously. I saw adoptive father's Song Extermination Plan. The first step is to destroy the army's morale. Admiration flashed in Gu Han's eyes. Release these carrier pigeons. Extermination of the Song Extermination Plan. Begin. Gu Hai said. Boom. The pigeon cages opened, and a large group of pigeons soared into the air, heading north. Chapter 6. Hulao Pass. Dang. 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 The sound of retreating rang out outside Hulao Pass. Hulao Pass was a large city gate tower sandwiched between two steep cliffs. At this moment, be it on the city gate tower or outside Hulao Pass, the ground was littered with corpses and countless rockets. Smoke rose everywhere. A large number of scaling ladders burned at the city gate tower. Guqin, whose hair was dyed white, stood at the entrance of the city gate tower, looking down at the large number of Song dynasty soldiers retreating. Chen Tianshan and Chen Liangyi stood behind Guqin. Unexpectedly, it was a lie. He arrived faster than we expected. Furthermore, they are all elite soldiers. If you had not been prepared, Hulao Pass would have fallen, Chen Tianshan said with lingering fear on his face. Chen Tianshan's expression was filled with lingering fear. Chen Liangyi nodded affirmatively and said, "Fortunately, you prepared kerosene and burned their scaling ladders the moment they climbed up. Otherwise, it would have been unthinkable. Indeed, they are ferocious soldiers. As long as one of them climbed up, they could match 5 of our soldiers." This, Chen Liangyi said with lingering fear. Guqin did not look at the two. Instead, he looked into the distance and said softly, "The 2 of you, no matter what, don't let it slip. Remember, I am now Gu Hai." At this moment, Guqin's hair was dyed white, and many wrinkles appeared on his face. Although he did not look like Gu Hai, very few people had seen Gu Hai before. In fact, not many people had seen Guqin in recent years. Furthermore, Guqin's appearance had changed significantly. Ordinary people would find it hard to recognize him. Furthermore, it was impossible for the Gu residence's trusted subordinates to expose him. Chen Tianshan and Chen Liangyi looked at Guqin. Solemnly, they nodded. Back then, when Gu Hai made the arrangements, Chen Tianshan had been very reluctant. He had been worried that something unexpected would happen. However, he no longer felt resentful. At the very least, Gu Hai had predicted the enemy's actions. Unexpectedly, he managed to block the attacks that lasted for 10 hours. Gao Xianji had to return empty-handed. "I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you want, as long as you can stop Gao Xianji," Chen Liangyi said firmly. "Immortal Master Chen, adoptive father, wants to defeat the Song nation in the shortest time possible. Hence, you should not reveal adoptive father's whereabouts to prevent accidents," Guqin said solemnly. Chen Tianshan nodded and said, "I will keep this a secret for you." However, in the earlier siege, 3,000 people died. Gao Xianji only lost 3,000. This is just a small portion of Gao Xianji's army. When his army continuously gathers at Hulao Pass, how are you going to block them? Don't worry, I believe in Foster Father. Foster Father will tie them up quickly, Guqin said after a moment of silence. Oh, the one who barged in earlier was Gao Xianji's vanguard general, that general called Lin Chong. This person is very ferocious and needs to be paid close attention to. Later, get the artist to draw his appearance and show it to all the soldiers on the city walls. As long as they see him, immediately fire with all your might, Guqin said seriously. All right, Chen Liangyi answered. Outside Hulao Pass, in a large tent in a large camp, an elegant man in his 40s, dressed in red, was holding a cup of hot tea in his hand and carefully looking at a huge sand table. The sand table described the terrain outside Hulao Pass in detail. A group of guards stood at the side, quietly. No one dared to disturb this refined man holding a cup of tea. This man looked handsome and had an indescribable, heroic air between his eyebrows. When one looked at him, one would feel energized. After drinking a mouthful of tea, this man gestured with his hand on the sand table. Report. Immediately, a majestic man covered in blood rushed into the tent. Plop! The muscular man fell to his knees with a thud, showing a guilty expression. However, the refined man holding the cup of tea had his back to the muscular man as he continued looking at the sand table. Grand Marshal, this Lin Chong is incompetent and could not conquer Hulao Pass. That commander of Hulao Pass seemed to have known that we were going there in advance and prepared the kerosene long ago. We suffered heavy casualties. 3,000 soldiers unfortunately died, and 2,000 suffered varying degrees of injuries. This subordinate is incompetent, resulting in such a large loss. Please punish me, Grand Marshal. The Grand Marshal, holding the cup of tea, did not turn around. Instead, he continued looking at the sand table. Grand Marshal, please punish me. This subordinate is incompetent and could not conquer the city walls. The muscular Lin Chong said, as he kowtowed again. It is normal that you did not conquer the city walls. If you could, then it would be abnormal, the Grand Marshal said indifferently as he held the cup of tea. Ah. Lin Chong looked at the Grand Marshal in confusion. It was Gao Xianji, the Grand Marshal, who defeated Day One. Gao Xianji held the cup of tea and slowly turned around. Then he looked at Lin Chong and smiled, faintly. I did not expect you to conquer Hulao Pass in one go. I just wanted the vanguard to test the strength of Hulao Pass. You don't have to blame yourself. The people guarding the city are not people you can deal with. Grand Marshal, you don't blame me? Lin Chong asked in shock. Gao Xianji took a sip of the tea in his hand and nodded. I already got people to investigate the terrain around Hulao Pass. As expected of Gu Hai, to think that his defenses are so impenetrable. He even managed to safely collapse the cliffs of that dangerous mountain pass, cutting off one of our dangerous paths. Gao Xianji nodded and said, I already got people to scout the terrain around Hulao Pass. But our 3,000 brothers, Lin Chong said with an unsightly expression. All right, when there is war, there will naturally be casualties. This Gu Hai is different from all the people we have seen in the past. Do not underestimate him. You have to treat him as an extremely strong opponent. Remember, he is even stronger than me. Gao Xianji said, seriously. How can that be? Grand Marshal, in the current Song Nation, I only submit to you. Lin Chong said in disbelief. However, in the current world, I only submit to him. Gao Xianji said, seriously. What? Lin Chong exclaimed in shock. Although I submit to him, I still want to defeat him. Hence, you all have to be careful. NNLY, Gao Xianji said to Lin Chong. Yes. When this Gu Hai uses troops, it is hard to guard against. Furthermore, he has many tricks up his sleeve that you cannot discover. In the future, even if you are not on the battlefield, inform me immediately if anything strange happens. Gao Xianji said seriously. Yes. Attack for another 3 days. Even if a group of people dies, it does not matter. If they die, a group of people in Hulao Pass will die as well. When that group of inferior soldiers in Hulao Pass see their companions die, they will definitely feel suspicious. After 3 days, we will withdraw. When we attack with a large army, they will definitely panic and destroy themselves. Gao Xianji said coldly as he drank the last mouthful of tea. Yes. 3 days later, on the city gate tower of Hulao Pass, they withdrew. They finally withdrew. Chun Liang's eyes brimmed with hot tears. However, 10,000 of our men died in the past 3 days. Chun Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. They had only 100,000 inferior soldiers. 10,000 died. This was a horrifying blow to their morale. Furthermore, the other side still had 700,000 to 800,000 soldiers. Are you worried that there will be a commotion in the camp? Guqin smiled faintly. Will there be? Chun Liang asked worriedly. Yes, Guqin said with certainty. Gao Xianji learned psychological warfare from my father. If he knows it, how can my father not know it? Don't worry. Leave this to me. I'll use a different method to advertise. These 10,000 deaths will not scare them into submission. Instead, it will arouse their ferocious nature, making them view death with equanimity, Guqin said with a smile. Ah. Gao Xinji rode on a large black horse, leading 10,000 injured and wounded soldiers as he slowly headed for a large city not far away. Although Gao Xinji had not taken down Hulao Pass, he was already satisfied. Gao Xinji had already planted a seed of fear in the hearts of the remaining Chun Guojun at Hulao Pass. 10,000 deaths in the Chun Guojun's army at Hulao Pass might arouse their ferocious nature. However, so what? In the future, when the 800,000-strong army arrived at the city, the seed of fear in the depths of the Chun Guojun's heart would take root and sprout. Furthermore, it would shatter the ferocious nature that the Chun Guojun had just built up. Before Shaochun was the largest stronghold of the 800,000-strong army. It was also the largest city in the Chun nation aside from the capital. It was called Merchant City, the place where the richest man of the 6 nations made his fortune. At this moment, Shaochun had already taken over Merchant City and used it as a stronghold to spread his troops to the surrounding cities. The Grand Marshal is back. Soldiers came to welcome Shaochun from afar. Are there any merchants in Merchant City who are behaving improperly? Gao Xinji asked. No. Grand Marshal, don't worry. You already got us to keep watch. It is not just Merchant City, but the other cities as well. No merchant dares to mess around, the young general said. Right. Gao Xinji nodded. The large army slowly entered the city. They headed for a large drill ground in the center of the city. The drill ground was also where the army gathered. Not including the soldiers who were out on expeditions, there were at least 300,000 soldiers stationed here. There was still some distance to the drill ground camp. Gao Xinji suddenly frowned. The sound of firecrackers came from the drill ground in the distance. Crackle! Crackle! The firecrackers did not stop for a moment, making the place incredibly noisy. What's going on? Gao Xinji frowned slightly. Grand Marshal, these are some wealthy merchants from my Song Nation. They are here to congratulate our army, that young general said with a smile. What? Wealthy merchants? Gao Xinji's expression changed. Shaochun immediately thought of the richest man of the 6 nations. Gu Hai, giddy up. Gao Xinji whipped the horses, and the black horse immediately galloped away. Soon, Shaochun arrived at the drill ground camp. At this moment, a group of people in embroidered robes bowed respectfully to a middle-aged man in embroidered robes. We merchants are incompetent and can only express our sincerity. It is really nothing much. It is just our sincerity. We feel very happy to see my Song Nation grow stronger. Hence, our city's merchant association decided to send supplies for the armies used to prevent the Chun Nation's Gu Hai from taking advantage of any loopholes. The leader, a rich-looking man in brocade robes, said extremely respectfully. The middle-aged man in embroidered robes was the Song Nation's crown prince. At this moment, satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he stood before the group of wealthy merchants. The great commander has returned to the camp. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, Walala! Be it the soldiers, crown prince, wealthy merchants, or miscellaneous workers, they all turned their heads. However, they saw Gao Xinji riding over on a large horse. Firecrackers rang out nearby. However, a cold light flashed in Gao Xinji's eyes. Greetings, Grand Marshal, Crown Prince Song said with a smile. Greetings, Grand Marshal. The group of wealthy merchants greeted excitedly. What's going on? Gao Xinji asked coldly. Oh, this is the Merchant Association of my Song Nation's Peng City. They heard that you ordered the monitoring of all the granaries and medicinal herb warehouses in the world to prevent Guhai from using commerce to cause trouble and cut off our needs. Hence, Peng City's Merchant Association organized themselves and sent large amounts of grain and medicinal herbs over to do their best for the nation and cooperate with our army, Crown Prince Song said with a smile. Oh, Gao Xianji felt slightly surprised. When Gao Xianji heard that Guhai was leading the army, her first reaction was to prevent Guhai from using commerce to cut off their resources. She had not expected the Song Nation's Peng City's Merchant Association to be so self-aware. The leader of the wealthy merchants smiled and said, "Congratulations, Grand Marshal. You have been leading the way and even destroyed the Qin King. When we received the news, we were all moved and sincerely convinced. Hence, we brought some military supplies. On one hand, we wanted to express our sincerity. On the other hand, we wanted to bring our most sincere congratulations. Grand Marshal, please allow us to do so." However, Gao Xianji frowned as she stared at this group of wealthy merchants. Given Gao Xianji's vigilance, she immediately guessed that these people were spies sent by Guhai and that they were up to no good. However, when she saw the mountainous piles of grain and medicinal herbs, Gao Xianji appeared confused. That does not seem to be the case. However, if they are really here to offer congratulations and resources, there is no need to attack them. Then, I thank all of you on behalf of the army. I am a little tired after such a long journey. I will not entertain all of you. Gao Xianji said, Of course, of course." The group of wealthy merchants laughed. "Grand Marshal, go and rest. I will take care of this." The Crown Prince smiled. Gao Xianji nodded. In the evening, Lin Chong walked into Gao Xianji's tent. "Grand Marshal, I have already checked. There are no problems with the grain and medicinal herbs. They are all of the best quality. It seems that this group of wealthy merchants has nothing to do with Guhai." All of the best quality. Gao Xianji frowned slightly. Yes, these merchants are too enthusiastic. There will be a fireworks display later to congratulate us on our great victory. Lin Chong laughed. "Send someone to keep an eye on these merchants," Gao Xianji said in a low voice. "Grand Marshal, I heard that they will leave early tomorrow morning." "Why? I have a bad feeling about this. Keep an eye on them in case of any accidents," Gao Xianji said in a low voice. Yes. The next day, Gao Xianji got up and washed up. Crackle! Outside the camp, the sound of firecrackers could be heard again. "Huh! Lin Chong!" Gao Xianji shouted coldly. "Here." Lin Chong quickly entered the tent. "Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on the wealthy merchants of Peng City? Did something happen?" Gao Xianji said in a low voice. "No, they left early this morning." "Oh, but today, the wealthy merchants of Yun City came to reward the army. The firecrackers exploded from outside the city to the camp. They also brought a large amount of medicinal herbs and grain. It seems that they are not lying." Lin Chong laughed. "Wealthy merchants of Yun City?" Gao Xianji showed a trace of confusion. "Yes, they are all grain and medicinal herbs of the best quality. We have sent people to check." "Ha! Now we don't have to worry about Guhai interfering." Lin Chong laughed. Gao Xianji showed a trace of confusion. Song Nation's capital, Song City Tian Mansion in front of Guhai was a go game. Guhai played with himself while his foster son, Guhan, stood beside him. Foster father, Peng City's Chamber of Commerce, Yun City's Chamber of Commerce, and Hui City's Chamber of Commerce are continuously sending large amounts of grain and medicinal herbs to Merchant City. Under our instigation, the various chambers of commerce are also on their way. However, what is the use of sending so much grain and medicinal herbs? Guhan asked in confusion. Guhai placed a white ghost stone on the go board. Then he revealed a faint smile and said, "Indeed. So what? Gu Han, can't you think of it?" Gu Han's expression changed. "Oh, I know. Foster father. Because Gao Xianji is guarding against us, they have already prepared sufficient grain and medicinal herbs. Hence, the grain and medicinal herbs we send are useless. If there is a lack of grain and medicinal herbs, they will be extremely precious. However, when there is enough, it will be useless no matter how much there is. They can only be stored and collected, and they need people to watch over and transport them. In fact, they are not as practical as money. Money can be rewarded to the three armies to boost morale. However, grain is not easy to reward. At the very least, it cannot be rewarded during war. Even if it is rewarded, the soldiers will not be able to take it away. Grain and medicinal herbs are like trash, but they can fool others. This is called the moon is full and the moon is full. If it is too much, not only will it be useless, but it will also cause harm," Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes, when those soldiers see large amounts of grain and medicinal herbs arriving at the camp without any benefits for themselves, they will definitely feel somewhat unbalanced," Gu Han said with a smile. "What else?" Gu Hai asked as he placed another black ghost stone. Gu Han knew that Gu Hai was guiding him, so he did his best to analyze the situation. After a moment of silence, Gu Han's eyes suddenly lit up and horror flashed in them. "Firecrackers and fireworks!" Gu Han exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai smiled faintly and asked, "What do you mean?" "There are 300,000 soldiers stationed in Merchant City, while the other 500,000 are split up into many groups, continuously conquering various cities. Merchant City is the headquarters, but it is also a place to recuperate. Elite soldiers are constantly sent out, while injured soldiers are constantly brought back to Merchant City to recuperate and heal. Some people have broken arms or legs, and their bodies are covered in wounds. Naturally, they feel very sad. With their bodies disabled, they even feel despair about their future. However, at this moment, others are singing and dancing, setting off firecrackers in celebration. This is a huge difference in the hearts of the injured soldiers. This is like sprinkling salt on the wounds of the injured soldiers," Gu Han said. "Continue. The fireworks at night look dazzling, but it is like a mockery to the injured soldiers. It is a mockery to the future of the disabled. Furthermore, large amounts of rations and herbs are shipped over, but they are not distributed to everyone. This makes the injured soldiers feel even more unbalanced. Why should others enjoy prosperity and victory, while they can only have a future of despair?" Gu Han said. Gu Hai nodded and asked, "Is there anything else?" Gu Han thought for a while before his expression changed. "Adoptive father. Are you talking about the citizens of Merchant City?" Gu Han asked in shock. Gu Hai put down the gold pieces in his hand and nodded. "Indeed, Gao Xianji killed 600,000 Chen Nation soldiers. These 600,000 people were the pillars of support for countless ordinary people. They were sons, husbands, and fathers. They were the spiritual pillars of their families. Now that they are dead, the ordinary people are in mourning. They are in so much despair that they have no future. However, they could not resist this group of invaders. At this moment, this group of invaders is celebrating every day, laughing loudly. They are like demons trying to assimilate the citizens. Although they are forced into a corner, this will only breed more and more hatred in their hearts. When this hatred gathers to the peak one day, it will become an extremely horrifying force," Gu Han said after a deep breath. "Remember, no matter who it is, they will not be able to withstand the rage of the sea of citizens. When the wave of rage surges, it will be like the sky collapsing. Unstoppable," Gu Hai said sullenly. Gasp! Gu Han sucked in a deep breath of cold air. "Adoptive father, This child did not expect these insignificant firecrackers and fireworks to have such a dangerous effect. To think that they can affect the hearts of the people. The heart of the people is the strongest. Similarly, the heart of the people is the weakest. Punishing the heart is just the beginning. After speaking, Gu Hai placed another ghost stone on the go board. Chapter 7. Merchant City. Gao Xianji's camp. A large number of soldiers gathered in a large plaza. At this moment, dozens of bound Song Nation soldiers knelt in the plaza. All the soldiers stared at the Grand Marshal, Gao Xianji, in the south, and Crown Prince Song, who was assisting at the side. "Let me go. I want to go back. Let me go back. I fought at the front lines, not caring about my life. However, that corrupt official killed my entire family in the back. Let me go. Let me take revenge. My entire family is gone. I burned them all. I want to find my father and mother. Let me go." The bound Song Nation soldiers roared at Gao Xianji and Crown Prince Song with bloodshot eyes. Gao Xianji stared at the group of berserk soldiers with a sullen expression. Crown Prince Song also looked at Gao Xianji. "Lin Chong, did you get the answer?" Gao Xianji asked seriously. At the side, Lin Chong nodded and said, "Great Commander, all the deserters have been captured." This subordinate also questioned them, but did not manage to prevent them from escaping. They came with the merchants from the various cities, bringing back a lot of bad news. Some of the local nobles harmed the families of the soldiers. Their relatives fled and came to report. After their families were harmed, the soldiers became deserters. "How many people?" Gao Xianji asked seriously. 30 families already met with mishaps. Lin Chong said with an unsightly expression. "Has Gu Hai's scheme started? He wants to disrupt the morale of my army? Humph." Gao Xianji snorted coldly. "Gu Hai's scheme?" Crown Prince Song's face sank. "What's going on? Who came to my camp to spread rumors?" Gao Xianji asked coldly. "It's that group of rich merchants. Among the servants of those merchants, there are messengers from various cities or relatives of the soldiers. These days, they secretly contacted them and brought bad news. That's why they chose to desert." Lin Chong explained. "That group of merchants? Humph. The rich are heartless, disturbing the morale of my army. You deserve to die." Crown Prince Song glared. "Your Highness, please calm down." Gao Xianji shook her head. "What? Grand Marshal, are you still going to protect those wealthy merchants?" Crown Prince Song asked sullenly. Gao Xianji smiled bitterly and said, "No, Crown Prince, look at the soldiers' expressions. Gu Hai's scheme has already begun, and it can't be stopped." "Huh." Crown Prince Song appeared confused as he looked at the soldiers. The eyes of the tied-up deserters were naturally crimson red. However, the other surrounding soldiers were also looking at the square with incomparably serious expressions. Looking at this group of deserters, the other soldiers actually did not have an expression of disgust. Instead, there were more expressions of sympathy. If he ran away cowardly, the soldiers would naturally disdain him. But were they scared? Just like us, they are risking their lives on the front lines. Why? Isn't it so that their parents, wives, and children can have a good life? Now, we are going through fire and water for the Song Nation, fighting on the battlefield. Not only are those corrupt officials enjoying life in the rear, but they even harmed our parents, humiliating and killing our wives and children, who would not feel angry in their hearts. Deserters? Screw those deserters. These deserters fled openly. If it were me, I would have fled as well. Furthermore, the tied-up deserters were basically brothers who had gone through life and death on the battlefield. Bleeding and being crippled did not make them cry. However, the corrupt officials behind them made them feel bitterly disappointed. Before they could fulfill their filial duties and give their wives and children a good life, They were already harmed by them. Now, what would the Grand Marshal's verdict be? Will our wives, children, and parents also suffer in the abyss of suffering? If we can't even protect our parents, wives, and children, how can we fight for the nation? Are those wealthy merchants not good? At the very least, they brought us news from the rear. All the soldiers goggled as they stared at Gao Xianji and Crown Prince Song, waiting for the two to make a fair decision. It is not because of these deserters, but because of the worries in our hearts. Crown Prince Song's expression turned increasingly sullen as he looked at the soldiers. Your Highness, you see this, right? This is just the beginning. If you kill the wealthy merchants and this group of informers, won't you be cutting off their channels of information? Won't you be colluding with those corrupt officials? They are risking their lives for you, but you are ordering those corrupt officials to harm their parents, wives, and children? Gao Xianji smiled coldly. Crown Prince Song was startled. This is Gu Hai's plan? Is he trying to cause our camp to explode and cause a mutiny in our army? Crown Prince Song said with an unsightly expression. It must be him. There was no news in the past. Why did so many suddenly appear? 30 families? I believe that the local officials would not be so foolish as to harm the families of the soldiers at this time. They might, but there can't be so many. Furthermore, they all appeared at the same time and spread throughout the entire camp. Gao Xianji said seriously, TSK, this Gu Hai's reach is really long. To think that he actually reached into my camp. Grand Marshal, fortunately, you discovered it in time. Otherwise, if I killed those wealthy merchants in a rage and cut off the news, that Gu Hai might have other tricks up his sleeve, Crown Prince Song said with an unsightly expression. Gao Xianji nodded and said, Indeed. What should we do now? Crown Prince Song asked. Gu Hai has already pried a small hole in the soldiers' morale. Naturally, we cannot ignore it. It is impossible to seal it completely. It is better to open it up than to block it. Let me slowly dismantle it. Gao Xianji said, seriously. The Crown Prince nodded. Everyone, Gao Xianji, guarantee you the sanctity of the soldiers. During this period, if anyone dares to insult or harm the families of the soldiers, I will make them pay 10 times or even 100 times the price. This is my Gao Xianji's promise. Please believe in this commander. Gao Xianji shouted. All the soldiers looked at Gao Xianji. In the end, Gao Xianji's promise had some effect. However, suspicion entered the hearts of all the soldiers like a demon. They just wanted to see how Gao Xianji would deal with this matter. You promise? What can you promise? Before the expedition, my daughter was only 2 years old. She had just learned how to walk and hugged my leg, calling me daddy. However, that corrupt official stomped her to death. My daughter. My father died early and my mother raised me and my younger brother. Every day, she helped people sew and mend to support me. She sewed and mended so much that she could not see. When I was drafted, I never feared death. I just wanted to earn more military merits and get more rewards so that I could be filial to my mother when I returned. That damn county magistrate's son burned my blind mother to death in the house for the sake of my family's land. Mother, your child is unfilial. Before the expedition, I had just gotten married. I married my childhood sweetheart, Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan did not let me fight, but I still did. I fought to the death at the front lines. That county magistrate coveted Xiao Huan's beauty and abducted her. My younger brother searched everywhere for her, but ended up getting beaten up. He only came to me today to tell me, how am I supposed to fight a war? Who am I fighting for? I risked my life, but you want my family to be destroyed. Corrupt official! Corrupt official! The group of deserters cried out in pain. The surrounding soldiers felt the same way as they clenched their fists tightly. Their hearts felt extremely heavy. Crown Prince Song wanted to chase away the surrounding soldiers to prevent the impact from spreading. However, Gao Xianji stopped him. The more she stopped him, the more anxious the soldiers felt. The 30 deserters kept describing what happened. However, Gao Xianji listened carefully. Only after 4 hours had passed did he manage to straighten out everything. Then she frowned heavily. The entire plaza fell silent. Everyone looked at Gao Xianji. After a moment of silence, Gao Xianji extended her hand and pointed. Then she divided the 30 people into 2 groups, 4 on one side and 26 on the other. I have listened carefully to your descriptions and have roughly guessed some things. Everyone, please listen to me carefully. What did the 26 of you obtain? His family had been abducted or taken to some place to be killed. They died without a corpse. Furthermore, the people who came to report were your family members. However, they did not personally witness their family members being abducted or killed. They only heard about it. No matter how likely it is just guessing, right? Gao Xianji said seriously as she stared at the 26 people. However, my younger brother would not lie to me. My older cousin would not lie to me either. Everyone was talking at once. That's right. They would not lie to you. However, what if they were deceived as well? Gao Xianji asked seriously. Everyone, don't you find it strange? There have never been so many bad news before. Now, so many of them suddenly appeared. I can tell you that all this was done by the richest man of the 6 nations, Gu Hai. His goal is to make our army rebel. Gao Xianji said solemnly. But why should I believe you? The 26 people's expressions turned unsightly. There is no need to believe me. All you need to know is that if they are alive, we need to see their corpses. Before you see their corpses, don't give up hope. I will immediately ask His Majesty to send the local authorities to search for your family members. If they are alive, we need to see their corpses. It is better than you running back in confusion. It is better to have an entire city of people search than to have you search alone, right? Gao Xianji consoled. However, can we still find them? One of the deserters asked hopefully. Search house by house. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will find them. I will give you an explanation. How about it? If it is really a local official who committed crimes, I will ask for His Majesty's order to kill without mercy. Gao Xianji said resolutely. Many thanks, Grand Marshal. Many thanks, Grand Marshal. The deserters cried as they knelt. Gao Xianji turned to look at the other 4 deserters, whose eyes were still red. Grand Marshal, what should we do? We can't be fake, right? My younger brother saw with his own eyes that my blind mother was burned to death in the house. He is the son of the county magistrate. My blind mother. One of them stared at Gao Xianji with red eyes. Gao Xianji said solemnly, the 4 of you have obtained irrefutable evidence. Don't worry. No one can make you bleed and cry. No matter who it is, the son of the county magistrate, no, as long as they are involved in harming your family, they will all be executed immediately. Grand Marshal, the 4 of them stared at Gao Xianji. You will personally supervise the execution, Gao Xianji said with a ruthless expression. Grand Marshal, thank you, Grand Marshal. Thank you, Grand Marshal. The 4 kept kowtowing in gratitude. Perhaps they would not be able to take revenge in their lifetime. Now that the Grand Marshal was making the decision for them, how could they not be grateful? Gao Xianji turned her head and took a deep breath. Then she said, Your Highness, I will immediately submit a memorial to the Emperor and ask for his full cooperation. This time, Gu Hai came with a strong momentum. I hope that your highness will support me and submit a memorial to the emperor together with me. Crown Prince Song looked at the group of deserters and nodded. All right. Gao Xianji turned her head and looked at the soldiers again. Then she said, Soldiers, I know that you are worried. Don't worry. I, Gao Xianji, promise you that from today onwards, I will allow you to write letters to your families and send letters to your families. However, do not involve military secrets. You will be able to do it. Many thanks, Grand Marshal. The countless soldiers immediately promised. Their earlier worries were completely gone. With the Grand Marshal allowing them to write letters to their families, they would know that their families were safe. They could also let their families know about their situation. This was great. The Grand Marshal was still the best. The initial restlessness in their hearts immediately vanished. However, as everyone can see of these deserters, for did so out of helplessness. However, the remaining 26 might all be part of Gu Hai's schemes. Hence, if everyone runs into something that you cannot resolve, something that makes you sad, you can report it to me. This marshal will make the decision for you. Gao Xinji shouted, Gu Hai is really hateful. Grand Marshal, don't worry. If anything happens, we will definitely report it to you. That damnable Gu Hai. Grand Marshal, what should we do about that group of wealthy merchants? Lin Chong asked from the side. Gao Xianji frowned slightly and said, Gu Hai has already made a move. I was careless. Firecrackers? Fireworks? Huh. After sitting firmly in Hulao Pass, he started to control our camp 500 kilometers away. Let that group of wealthy merchants continue. However, keep a constant watch on them. Also, from today onward, if they come to support the army, they have to be low profile. Stop all firecrackers and fireworks. Otherwise, we will treat them as rebels. Yes, the soldiers nodded. Gao Xianji suppressed the crisis of deserters. The army slowly dispersed, and everything continued as per normal. Gao Xianji and Crown Prince Song returned to the camp. Gao Xianji personally wrote a letter and stamped it. Crown Prince Song also stamped it with his personal seal. Grand Marshal, now that you have been honest with the soldiers and directed their hatred to Gu Hai, the soldiers no longer have to worry. However, isn't it too harsh to ask Imperial Father to punish these nobles severely? Crown Prince Song asked somewhat worriedly. No, Your Highness Crown Prince, you still do not realize how horrifying this Gu Hai is. Do you see it? Gu Hai is just sitting at home, and he is already disrupting the morale of our soldiers. It is not that Gu Hai is not fighting. Instead, he is already attacking with his saber and spear. This is a battle of the soldiers' morale. Earlier, he was only guiding them. However, once Gu Hai breaks through, do you know how terrifying it is? Gao Xianji said with an unsightly expression. Ah, is it that bad? Crown Prince Song frowned. Bad. Ha ha, Your Highness, you are underestimating him too much. Once Gu Hai disrupts the morale of the soldiers, that 800,000 strong army will immediately be destroyed. The Song nation will be in danger, ready to be destroyed at any moment. Gao Xianji said seriously. Hence, Your Highness, you should consider it yourself. Between your Song clan's empire and this group of courting death nobles, which will you choose? This humble one is not exaggerating to scare you. Gao Xianji said solemnly. Crown Prince Song's eyelids twitched. Then he nodded and said, Don't worry. I'll write another letter to Imperial Father and fully cooperate with you. Chapter 8. Merchant City, Gao Xianji's camp. In the central tent, Crown Prince Song and Gao Xianji sat at the side and sipped tea. Lin Chong stood respectfully before them. How is it? How's the soldiers' morale? Crown Prince Song asked with a smile. Lin Chong nodded and said, "The Grand Marshal's arrangements have indeed made the soldiers more proactive. At the same time, they hate Gu Hai even more. Now that they can communicate with their families through letters, they are even more ambitious. They are even more ferocious when taking over the surrounding cities. We are taking over the cities within the 3 gates at an increasingly faster pace." "What about the group of wealthy merchants?" Gao Xianji asked after taking a sip of tea. "The wealthy merchants no longer dare to be presumptuous. No one dares to set off firecrackers or fireworks. They keep a low profile. At most, they bring letters from their families or sneak in some of the victims' families." However, after the Grand Marshal's description, the soldiers pinned the blame on Gu Hai for the missing family members of the victims. Hence, the soldiers no longer have much of a temper. Lin Chong said in admiration, "Gu Hai's schemes are hard to guard against. Keep a close eye on those wealthy merchants. Don't let them come into contact with the soldiers for too long. Take down anyone who disobeys immediately." Gao Xianji said as she took a sip of tea, "Yes, Grand Marshal, don't worry." However, Lin Chong suddenly frowned. "Oh," Gao Xianji's expression suddenly tensed. "What is going on now?" Ever since Gao Xianji found out that Gu Hai was her opponent, she did not dare to relax at all. She had to be careful even in the slightest detail. After all, the recent mutiny nearly happened silently. Lin Chong looked at Crown Prince Song. "What's going on? Do you still want me to leave?" Crown Prince Song asked with a sullen expression. "No, Grand Marshal, Crown Prince, you should know that Gu Hai might have abducted the families of some of the soldiers and framed the local officials. Although it is not right, it caused panic among the soldiers. Even though the Grand Marshal has already requested the Emperor to issue a heavy punishment in order to calm the morale of the army, these exterminations still keep happening." Lin Chong explained. "That's right. Now we can only search everywhere. We all know about this. What's different this time?" Gao Xianji asked doubtfully. "Our target this time is the current Crown Prince's grandson, Song Zhengxi," Lin Chong said. "What?" Crown Prince Song's expression changed as he suddenly stood up. "Crown Prince? That was his son. His son was far away in the capital, Song City. How did he get framed?" Gao Xianji's pupils also shrank. In the past, he was just an ordinary official and noble, but now he's the Crown Prince. Is Gu Hai about to bare his fangs? Gao Xianji said with an ugly expression. "What's going on?" Crown Prince Song asked, his expression changing. According to the news from Song City, there are 15 cases of family exterminations. All of them point to Song Zhengxi. Furthermore, the reason is that Song Zhengxi lusted after beauties and brought calamity to Song City. At this moment, 15 soldiers are kneeling before my tent, begging me to ask the Grand Marshal to take action. Lin Chong said with a frown. "That bastard Gu Hai! How dare he frame my son?" "Lin Chong, have you explained clearly to them? This is all slander." Crown Prince Song said anxiously. Lin Chong frowned and said, "This subordinate has checked. The ones who came to report were all the relatives or close relatives of the 15 soldiers. However, 13 of them are missing. That Gu Hai hasn't gone crazy enough to kill the soldiers' families." "Hey, if Gu Hai directly killed those families and framed my son, wouldn't that be more beneficial to him?" Crown Prince Song said with a frown. "Oh no, oh no." Gao Xianji's expression changed. "What's wrong? I just thought of how vicious that Gu Hai is. How terrifying. I nearly got fooled by his appearance. To think that there is a vicious scheme hidden within his vicious scheme. Gu Hai abducted the families of those soldiers. Although the soldiers hated Gu Hai, they still had some hope in their hearts, believing that their families were still alive. At the very least, they only hated Gu Hai. it had not reached the level of a death grudge. At the very least, Gu Hai did not kill their families. In the hearts of these soldiers, being abducted by Gu Hai was the best outcome. If the person who reported this really said so, that would be truly bad news. I suppressed their anger and beliefs. It wasn't that they had calmed down, but that they had restrained themselves. If this suppressed anger were to erupt again, they wouldn't even listen to me anymore. Furthermore, if their families were really in Gu Hai's hands, this group of soldiers would hold back in battle. Although this is only a small group of people, their emotions would spread. I wonder what other schemes Gu Hai has against them. If he instigated a rebellion, wouldn't he? Gao Xianji's expression kept changing. Instigated a rebellion? Hiss. Crown Prince Song sucked in a cold breath. Lin Chong, you said that of those 15 soldiers, 13 of them had family members missing. However, what about the other 2? Gao Xianji stared at Lin Chong. Lin Chong showed an unsightly expression as he looked at the Crown Prince. Then he lowered his head and said, "It is indeed the work of the Crown Heir, Song Shengshi." Huh. Crown Prince Song's expression sank. Your Highness, this subordinate will speak bluntly. The Crown Heir, Song Shengshi, has used his status to harm many innocent women in Song City over the years. It is not like you do not know this. Before the 2 nations went to war, you even helped him take care of the Song City officials, helping to suppress the Crown Heir's scandal. Lin Chong said softly. Bang! Crown Prince Song slammed the table. Lin Chong, are you sure that it was the Crown Prince's doing? Gao Xianji asked with an unsightly expression. Yes, those 2 are followers of this subordinate. This disciple knows that their younger sisters are extremely beautiful. Back then, they both wanted to betroth themselves to me. However, I already had Little Butterfly and didn't want to take a concubine. That's why it didn't happen. The one who sent the letter is their life and death brother. However, he was injured in the war and is recuperating at home. He even brought some keepsakes from their family, Lin Chong whispered. Bang! Crown Prince Song plopped down on the chair. That brat! Before we left, I told him not to cause trouble. Along the way, I kept writing letters to his mother to restrain him. Unexpectedly, Crown Prince Song said in agony. Earlier, you said that the news came from their life and death brother? Is the person who sent the news reliable? Could he have been bribed by Gu Hai? You should know that the thickness of some friendships is not determined by what you have experienced, but by how much you have sold, Gao Xianji said seriously. Crown Prince Song's eyes lit up. That's right. That person who sent the letter might have been bribed as well. This subordinate does not dare to guarantee it. However, they have been kneeling outside my camp, begging the Grand Marshal to give them an explanation. According to the severe punishment, those who bullied the family members of the soldiers should be sentenced immediately. As for the Crown Prince's crime, he should be executed immediately. They earnestly asked the Grand Marshal to deal with this impartially. They should take revenge for their family members. Lin Chong said seriously, This result is not out yet. How should we sentence them? Crown Prince Song asked anxiously. Lin Chong looked at Crown Prince Song and said, Your Highness, although this subordinate does not dare to guarantee anything, the Crown Prince is truly capable of doing such a thing. Furthermore, you were able to suppress the Crown Prince in Song City in the past. Now that you have been gone for so long, not many people can restrain the Crown Prince. If it was really Gu Hai who bribed the Crown Prince, then Gu Hai is too ruthless this time. Before these 15 soldiers set off for battle, the Crown Prince had already displayed an attitude that they loathed. Furthermore, although I cannot guarantee that there is a problem with the person who sent the letter, I believe that there is a 90% chance that there is no problem. I have seen that person before. He would rather die than submit. He is very loyal. Furthermore, this time there is a corpse as evidence. There is a 90% chance that it is my son. Crown Prince Song showed an unsightly expression. They want the Crown Prince to die according to military law. Lin Chong nodded. Song Zhengxi cannot die, Gao Xianji said with a sullen expression. Huh. Crown Prince Song's eyes lit up as he looked at Gao Xianji. However, Gao Xianji showed a sullen expression. I finally understand. The Crown Prince is just a banner. If we kill the Crown Prince today, tomorrow we will have evidence of the Grand Tutor's crimes. The day after that, we will have evidence of the crimes of the Prime Minister and the princes. At that time, we will have evidence of the crimes of the princes and the nobles every day. We will have already shaken the morale of the entire army by killing the princes and nobles every day. We can forget about fighting a war. The royal court will become jittery at the slightest sound, shaking the foundation of the nation, Gao Xianji said with an unsightly expression. Song Zhengxi cannot die. Lin Chong looked at Gao Xianji in shock. Gu Hai's scheme is too concentrated. We cannot remain here any longer. We need to gather all the soldiers immediately and enter the final battle as soon as possible. Then we will immediately send troops to Hulao Pass, fighting with injuries to end this quickly. Otherwise, no one will be able to defend against it, Gao Xianji said with an unsightly expression. Then what should we do now? They are still kneeling outside my tent, Lin Chong said worriedly. Crown Prince Song also stared at Gao Xianji. At this moment, the battle between Song and Chun concerned everything. If Gao Xianji was determined to kill Song Zhengxi, even Crown Prince Song would not be able to stop her. If he really could not stop her, there was the Emperor and even the Immortal sex watching. Crown Prince Song Zhengxi could not save Song Zhengxi. However, now, Gao Xianji wanted to save Song Zhengxi. Grand Marshal, are you abusing your authority for personal gain by doing this? Condemning the good for the evil? Lin Chong asked with a frown. No, the situation is even more problematic than I thought. We need to suppress this immediately. Your Highness, give the order. Immediately gather the soldiers who attacked the surrounding cities and gather 800,000 soldiers to attack Hulao Pass. As long as we break Hulao Pass, no matter how many schemes Gu Hai has, they will be useless, Gao Xianji said seriously. All right. Crown Prince Song nodded gratefully. What about Song Zhengxi? Lin Chong looked at Gao Xianji. Earlier, you said that there are 15 people kneeling outside your tent. They should be able to restrain 13 of them easily. Pour all the dirty water on Gu Hai. As for the soldiers whose family members disappeared in the camp, immediately pick them out and allow them to return to their homes. Then, they will search for their family members with the entire city. They should be willing, Gao Xianji said, seriously. This subordinate understands. Get rid of these unstable factors. However, what about the 2 soldiers that Song Zhengxi most likely killed? Gao Xianji asked seriously. Stabilize them and seal off the news. Even have them return to the capital to investigate. We have to restrict the news to a minimum. Gao Xianji said seriously. What if they insist on the Grand Marshal upholding justice for them? Lin Chong asked with a frown. At this moment, the big picture is more important. Lin Chong, you have been with me for many years. You should understand that the merciful cannot command an army. Gao Xianji showed a cold light in his eyes. Yes. Lin Chong frowned as he walked out of the camp. Crown Prince Song quickly issued many orders. Lin Chong saw the 15 kneeling people again. After placating 13 of them and pouring dirty water on Gu Hai, he got them to pack their bags and return to the capital to search for their family members. However, two of them stared at Lin Chong. The two's eyes were already red from crying as they knelt on the ground, unwilling to get up. Rip! One of them tore open his shirt. "My lord, look, I have scars all over my body from fighting alongside you. I have never complained after following you for so many years. However, now my younger sister was humiliated and my mother was massacred. My entire family was silenced. I only beg my lord to uphold justice for me. My lord, this subordinate has followed you for so many years. Can't you do one thing for me? My lord, don't try to persuade him. You have seen what kind of person fifth brother is. I saved his life. He has no children and cannot move freely. Would he be moved by money? Even if I gave him more money, he would not be able to use it. Would he lie to me? What keepsake did he bring? My younger sister, that small stone, always hung around his neck, never leaving his side. It was hidden in his clothes. No one knew. If fifth brother did not collect my younger sister's corpse, would he have gotten it? My lord." The two kowtowed continuously. Lin Chong felt very upset at this moment. Although he trusted the two, the Grand Marshal's instructions, "Don't worry. Immediately return to the capital and investigate. If it's true, then," Lin Chong advised. "No. Once we return, who will admit it? At that time, we will ask the Grand Marshal to uphold justice. We are just two insignificant characters. We cannot even return to the camp. Although I am a bore, I understand that if we do not get the Grand Marshal's orders now, we will never get the chance in the future." "My lord, I know. In the past, the ones who bullied others were insignificant officials. It was fine to kill them however you wanted. This time, it is the crown heir, a true major character. We are just ants. We might not even know how we died along the way. My lord, I already spread the news. Now, many people in the camp know that the crown heir wiped out my entire family. During the chaos of war, according to the law, one should be executed. However, who dares to cause trouble for such a high and mighty figure? In the future, he will be the crown prince, and after that, the emperor. We will never be able to avenge our family. Didn't the Grand Marshal say that he would uphold justice for us? Now, he is the one making the decision. If he doesn't, then he is bullsh asterisk ting. The Grand Marshal's orders are bullsh asterisk ting." Impudent! Lin Chong glared. The two kowtowed desperately. "My lord, we want revenge. Even if we die, we want revenge. During the conscription, we listened to you and joined the war. However, because we listened to you, our entire family died. My lord, woo-woo-woo." Lin Chong was also extremely upset. However, there was nothing he could do. "My lord, why did we fight so hard? Song Zhengxi is the future emperor. We fought so hard for him, but he killed our entire family in the back." "Woo-woo," the other person cried. "The Grand Marshal will definitely give us an explanation. However, the situation is critical now. Once the war is over, even if I have to risk my life, I will plead for justice from the Grand Marshal." Lin Chong persuaded. "My lord, you know better than us that once the war is over, no one will listen to the Grand Marshal. What's the use?" "Woo-woo," the other person cried. Lin Chong gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to harden his heart. He looked at the two with a cold glint in his eyes. His hand even reached for the hilt of his saber. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Suddenly, an anxious voice came from outside the tent. An extremely thin and weak man with a pale face and tattered clothes barged into the tent. Two guards followed behind him. "My lord, I saw that he was your family, so I didn't stop him," the two guards explained. You may leave." Lin Chong nodded. The two guards immediately left. "Xiaoyu, why are you here?" What happened to you? Lin Chong asked in surprise. Xiao Yu cried when she saw Lin Chong. Brother-in-law, you have to avenge my sister. She died with a grievance. Woo woo. Xiao Yu knelt on the ground and hugged Lin Chong's leg as she cried. Xiao Dai, Xiao Dai. What happened to Xiao Dai? Lin Chong's expression changed drastically. His hand trembled on the hilt of his saber. He looked at the weak man in horror. Elder sister was killed by the crown prince's grandson, Song Zhengxi. Everyone in our village was killed by Song Zhengxi's minions. They burned us all dead, all dead. Woo woo woo. Xiao Yu cried bitterly. Wang. Lin Chong suddenly felt the world spin. The scenes before the battle immediately filled his mind. Husband, please don't go to war. Isn't it good to be a rich man? I'm scared if you go to war. Xiao Dai, trust me, it'll be fine. I'm following the Grand Marshal. As long as the Grand Marshal is around, there won't be any danger. Trust me. But sob, if you go, what if something happens? I can't live without you. Nothing will happen. It is my lifelong dream to follow the Grand Marshal and build a career. Trust me. But people die in war. If you woo-woo, I've made up my mind. Don't say any more. If I die, I'll love you again in the next life. In the next life, I'll love you again. Lin Chong staggered. At that time, he wanted to follow Gao Xianji so badly that he said it out of anger. Moreover, it was built on the premise that he would die. It wasn't Xiao Dai. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Dai was so sad. Why didn't he think from Xiaojia's perspective? Why was he so selfish? Xiao Dai, I don't want to love you again in the next life. I want this life. Lin Chong trembled. Xiao Yu spoke again. Brother-in-law, it was Song Zhengxi. It was him. He took a fancy to sister. During the Lantern Festival. After you left, Song Zhengxi came to harass sister several times, but she refused. Until that day, Song Zhengxi wanted to molest sister and was slapped by sister. He went back and found a group of people to rape sister. Xiao Yu cried. Song Zhengxi? Lin Chong was trembling all over. Sister swore that she would die, so she hit her head on a pillar and died. Song Zhengxi flew into a rage out of humiliation. He ordered one of his subordinates to defile his sister's corpse and even killed everyone in the village. He didn't even spare my sister's corpse, including me. He stabbed everyone and burned the entire village. Everyone died. All died. Woo-woo. Xiao Yu cried. Putong. Lin Chong suddenly knelt on the ground and held his head in agony. This time, on the one hand, he wanted to make a name for himself. More importantly, he wanted to become a high-ranking official when he returned. He wanted Xiao Dai to be an official's wife and be happy forever. But, Xiao Dai, I shouldn't have left. When you needed me the most, I was helping Song Zhengxi fight the war. Lin Chong held his head and cried. Brother-in-law, before sister hit the wall and died, she looked to the north. I think she looked in your direction and said something. It was very sad. Xiao Yu cried. Sister said, Lin Chong, don't say you love me in your next life. Xiao Yu painfully recalled. Don't say you love me in your next life. Don't say you love me in your next life. Don't say you love me. Lin Chong's mind kept replaying Xiaojia's despair and helplessness before she died. He even had a dead heart. Lin Chong held his head and screamed. Lin Chong's scream was very loud. It was a scream of pain that could be heard by the entire camp. Sir, do you still want to silence us? Do you still want to let Song Zhengxi get away with it? What bullsh *T situation? What bullsh *T war? I just want my family to come back to life. Sir, I beg you, let the Grand Marshal take revenge for us. Sir, woo 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 woo. Cries could be heard in the tent. Lin Chong's painful screams had already attracted the attention of everyone in the camp. After a long while, Lin Chong walked out of the tent like a zombie, followed by Xiaoyu and two pain soldiers. He slowly walked to the entrance of the main tent. He walked to the entrance of the Gao Xianji's tent. Lin Chong slowly took off his battle robe and official's robe. He knelt outside the Gao Xianji's tent with his upper body naked. The countless scars on his body were extremely hideous, making people feel a chill when they looked at him. The two soldiers behind him did the same. They took off their clothes, revealing their hideous scars. They knelt outside the Gao Xianji's tent together. Grand Marshal, Lin Chong has followed the Grand Marshal for 15 years. I have killed 500 people, been severely injured 10 times, and lightly injured 50 times. I have braved fire and water, and I have never complained. Now, Lin Chong's family has been destroyed. I beg the Grand Marshal to uphold the military law and the law of the land and kill the crown grandson, Song Zhengxi. I beg the Grand Marshal to fulfill your promise, uphold the military law, and kill Song Zhengxi. The two soldiers shouted in pain. The other 13 people, who were persuaded to leave quickly, ran over when they heard the news. I beg the Grand Marshal to uphold the military law and kill Song Zhengxi. The 13 people shouted. The soldiers who had followed Lin Chong through life and death also knelt when they heard the news and saw Lin Chong kneel. Lin Chong was the vanguard general of the Gao Xianji. He fought on the front lines, and his teammates, who had brushed shoulders with death, were the true brothers of life and death. When Lin Chong shouted, the hundreds of people knelt as well. Soon, more than 500 people knelt outside the Gao Xianji's tent. All of them took off their clothes, revealing the countless military scars on their bodies. Lin Chong knew very well that it would be useless to seek out the Gao Xianji in secret. If he wanted to take revenge, he had to announce it to the entire army. Indeed, the hundreds of thousands of people in the camp heard Lin Chong's shout. Xing Shang's crown grandson? This was someone who might become the emperor in the future. Was this possible? Lin Chong's bitterness was one thing, but the Grand Marshal's attitude was another. Would the Grand Marshal offend the crown grandson? For Lin Chong, would the promise he made not long ago be fulfilled? Would the Grand Marshal take back his earlier words because of the other party's identity? Military orders were like mountains, or were military orders child's play? Countless people paid attention to this. Crown Prince Song was giving orders when he suddenly heard Lin Chong shout to kill Song Zhengxi. His heart trembled. As for Gao Xianji at this moment, he was sitting in his own large tent, sitting on his own chair. Through the curtain, he was looking outside the tent. Although he couldn't see, Gao Xianji could guess the situation outside. His brows furrowed deeply. Pa! The teacup in Gao Xianji's hand shattered. Gu Hai, I still underestimated your speed. Are you not even going to give me time to catch my breath? Gao Xianji said with an unsightly expression. Song City, the Song Nation's capital. Gu Han looked at a crippled man before him. That cripple stared at Gu Han with a sullen expression. I already wrote the letter. I hope that you can fulfill your promise and not harm the families of my two brothers. The cripple said, seriously, fifth brother, don't worry. They are absolutely safe. We had no choice this time. Please forgive us. When two armies fight, there will definitely be casualties. By doing this, we have already minimized the casualties. Once the war ends, all of them will be safe, Gu Han said solemnly. The cripple clenched his fists, feeling helpless. It turned out that the tragedy of Lin Chong's two subordinates' families was fake. After Gu Han made arrangements for cripple fifth brother, he went to meet Gu Hai. At this moment, Gu Hai was looking at a go board, deep in thought. Adoptive father, did you not see the new news? Gu Han asked. Even if it is a messenger pigeon, the news is too late. There is no point in reading it. Perhaps Lin Chong has already started causing trouble in the camp, Gu Hai said with a smile as he placed down a black ghost stone. Adoptive father, did you prepare so much news, real news, and fake news, just for this Lin Chong? Gu Han asked out of curiosity. That's right. It does not matter whether the news is real or fake. As long as the most crucial piece of news is real, it will be fine. Song Zhongxi brought this upon himself and should be punished. Furthermore, he is the crown heir. It is a coincidence that he ran into me, Gu Hai said as he placed down another white ghost stone. However, what if there was no Song Zhongxi? What would we have done? Gu Han asked out of curiosity. There was no such matter. Gu Hai stopped and looked at Gu Han. Indeed, what if Song Zhongxi did not kill Xiao Dai? Ha ha, it does not matter. This plan is called creating something out of nothing. Even without Xiao Dai, there is still Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Wen. Furthermore, speaking of which, I did not intend to use Song Zhongxi at the start. After all, his status as the crown heir is not noble enough. There is still the Grand Preceptor and the Prime Minister in Song City. It does not matter if I use them as bait. This crucial piece only requires one black ghost stone. I have more than one black ghost stone in this cup, Gu Hai said with a smile. As Xiao Chen spoke, he took out a black ghost stone from the small cup with a large number of black ghost stones and placed it on a spot on the go board. Gu Han's expression changed. He nodded and said, "It looks like Song Zhongxi made it in time. It is also his bad luck. As long as the position is right, anyone can replace him." That's right. Gu Hai smiled faintly. However, you paid such a huge price for this Lin Chong. Is one Song Zhongxi enough? Gu Han asked worriedly. It is enough. As he is the crown heir, the 800,000-strong army is definitely watching. Let's see what kind of explanation Gao Xianji gives to the army, Gu Hai said with a confident smile. If I were Gao Xianji, I would kill him even if he was the crown heir. Gu Han thought for a while. Indeed, kill. However, this is just the beginning. Hence, I want this crown heir to live, Gu Hai said as he slowly placed a white ghost stone on the go board. Pa. Chapter 9. Merchant City, Song Nation's camp. Outside Gao Xianji's tent, as Lin Chong knelt on the ground with his bare upper body, revealing many sinister scars, more and more people followed suit. In the blink of an eye, 500 people familiar with Lin Chong knelt as well. Once the news was leaked, the surrounding officers and soldiers all knew that the crown prince had committed a heinous crime and had killed the families of the soldiers in the rear. Those who had received the bad news but had been suppressed by Gao Xianji also followed Lin Chong and knelt down. Lin Chong was the crown heir's banner. Would the commander-in-chief treat a person who held weight in everyone's hearts equally in order to appease the soldiers? If something happens to my family in the future, will the Grand Marshal choose to sacrifice me because of the other party's identity? Soldiers often had life and death relationships. When one person knelt, the other followed suit. It was like a domino effect, causing a chain reaction. 500, 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, 10,000, 20,000. I implore the Grand Marshal to uphold the law and execute the people who killed my family. I implore the Grand Marshal to uphold the law and execute the people who killed my family. I implore the Grand Marshal to uphold the law and execute the people who killed my family. First, it was hundreds. Then it was thousands. Then it was tens of thousands. Immediately, the soldiers' voices soared to the heavens. Their roars contained anger and dissatisfaction. Finally, they gathered into this loud roar. Nearly all the soldiers roared, their voices covering the entire merchant city. Not far away, when Crown Prince Song heard the deafening roar and saw more and more soldiers kneeling, his heart instantly turned cold. This was not a bombing of the camp, but a mutiny. This was much stronger than the bombing of the camp not long ago. This time, the eyes of countless soldiers turned bloodshot. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? Crown Prince Song watched this scene in horror. Inside Gao Xianji's tent, Gao Xianji released the shattered teacup in her hand. Her expression turned unsightly as she said, "Gu Hai, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. So the reason you've been kidnapping the families of the soldiers was to cause panic in my camp. You've been preparing for so many days just for today to force me with your entire army?" For a long time, Gao Xianji was unable to calm down. After a while, she slowly calmed down. In the outside world, voices shook the entire Shang city, asking him to give them justice. More and more soldiers were kneeling on the ground. Gao Xianji stood up and slowly walked out of the tent. Not far away, Crown Prince Song ran over in a fluster. Then he looked at Gao Xianji, who had just walked out of the large tent. "Grand Marshal!" Everyone shouted. "Grand Marshal! Grand Marshal, please uphold the law and avenge Xiao Dai. This subordinate is willing to exchange his life for hers." Lin Chong cried. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Chong's head was covered in blood as he continued to kowtow. Blood, tears, and mud mixed on his face, making him look incredibly miserable. As Gao Xianji looked at Lin Chong, he took a deep breath. Although Lin Chong was the cause of this mutiny, Gao Xianji did not blame him. On the contrary, some guilt flashed in her eyes. Gao Xianji understood that even without Lin Chong, Gu Hai would have caused this matter as well. Furthermore, this Lin Chong had followed Xiao Chun for many years. He had never doubted Xiao Chen's orders, always charging at the very front. The saber scars on his body were all from Lin Chong carrying out Xiao Chen's orders. After so many years, Lin Chong had never cried, no matter how severe his injuries were. Now, as he knelt before Xiao Chen, he looked like he was about to collapse. "I implore the great commander to uphold the law and behead those who killed my loved ones." The hundreds of thousands of kneeling soldiers shouted at nearly the same time. This was morale, a kind of unstoppable morale. At this moment, everyone looked at Gao Xianji, waiting for the Grand Marshal to match the morale of the entire army. The Crown Prince was to be beheaded. As Gao Xianji looked at the hundreds of thousands of kneeling soldiers, she felt dazed. It was like she saw Gu Hai standing before her in armor. At this moment, Gu Hai was the Grand Marshal, leading her hundreds of thousands of soldiers to deal with her. The one leading the 800,000 soldiers was no longer her, but the dazed Gu Hai. At this moment, the dazed Gu Hai raised his sword and pointed it at her. He only needed to give the order for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers to charge at her and tear her to pieces. For a moment, Gao Xianji felt a chill run down his spine. "Grand Marshal!" Crown Prince Song, who had rushed over from not far away, showed an extremely unsightly expression. Crown Prince Song was not a fool. Could he not see the situation when the three armies were in a mutiny? The army's morale could not fall. Once it did, the Song nation would be in danger. The Song clan's empire would crumble. Army's morale, the foundation of the nation. This was the highest and most supreme of all. However, the one on the other side was her son. Song Jingxi, that bastard, why did you humiliate and kill the soldiers' families? We implore the Grand Marshal to uphold the law and execute the person who killed our families, the three armies shouted again. Gao Xianji shivered in her daze. Then she looked at the three armies and said solemnly, "Soldiers!" The three armies immediately stopped and looked at Gao Xianji. This marshal said before, I will execute anyone who humiliates and kills the soldiers' families, no matter who it is. Gao Xinji shouted. With this shout, the three armies fell even more silent. No matter who it is, even if it is the crown heir, it will work. I, Gao Xinji, promise you that as long as the crown heir really humiliates and kills the soldiers' families, even if I am stripped of all my military positions, I will report this to the emperor and uphold the law. I will do so immediately. Gao Xinji shouted. Crown Prince Song staggered. It was like all his strength had been drained. The originally worried soldiers immediately felt their hearts tremble. They trusted Gao Xinji even more. The Grand Marshal would do what he said. He would definitely do it. Grand Marshal, are your words true? How can I trust you? Lin Chong asked with bloodshot eyes. Others might not know, but Lin Chong was very clear. Not long ago, Gao Xinji was covering up for the crown heir. Could Gao Xinji be lying to me now? After experiencing the earlier scheme, Lin Chong no longer trusted Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji looked at Lin Chong and sighed in her heart. I will do what I say. Since you are worried, then come with me immediately to the capital, Song City. As long as this matter is true, I will immediately report this to the emperor and execute the crown heir. How about that? Gao Xinji said solemnly. The Grand Marshal is going to the capital personally. The soldiers immediately revealed shocked expressions. At this moment, Gao Xinji had no choice. She had to do this solemnly. Otherwise, the suspicion in the soldiers' hearts would grow scarier. As it brewed, Gu Hai would slowly take advantage of it. Thank you, Grand Marshal. Thank you, Grand Marshal. Lin Chong kowtowed continuously. Soldiers. Gao Xinji looked at the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Why did our military camp end up like this today? I still want to say that this was all Gu Hai's scheme. However, I believe that some people will not believe me. However, I, Gao Xinji, have never gone back on my promises. I hope that you will all believe me, Gao Xinji. I said before that anyone who insults or kills a soldier's family will be executed immediately. This is an absolute military order. Lin Chong and the soldiers of the imperial city followed me into the capital to be everyone's witness. I hope that all of you will not be blinded by false news, because this was all Gu Hai's scheme. Gao Xinji shouted. The soldiers of the three armies looked at each other and frowned. That's right, this had never happened before. Now, the entire army was in a mutiny. Was it really caused by Gu Hai? Some people believed it, but some people still did not believe it. That Gu Hai was not a god. How could he have such great ability? My request is not high. I only want everyone to not believe any rumors when I am away from the camp. No matter how big the grievance is, wait for me to return, and I will make a decision for everyone. During this time, listen to military orders. What do you think? Gao Xinji shouted. The soldiers of the three armies looked at Gao Xinji. In addition to Gao Xinji's upright and plain-spoken character, countless people responded. Yes, we obey the Grand Marshal's orders. We obey. The soldiers of the three armies shouted, promising not to spread any rumors while Gao Xinji was away from the camp. They would wait for Gao Xinji's return. Lin Chong, all of you, follow me back to the capital. Immediately make preparations. We will depart in 2 hours. Gao Xinji shouted. Yes. Lin Chong and the others shouted. Gao Xinji pacified the entire army once again and returned to the large tent. Inside the large tent, Crown Prince Song appeared dispirited. As he looked at Gao Xinji, he showed an incredibly complicated expression. Gao Xinji wanted to go back and kill his son. However, he could not do anything about it, truly helpless. Crown Prince Song felt dissatisfied and angry in his heart. However, He could not do anything about it. Your Highness, do as we agreed. Immediately reorganize the 800,000-strong army and head for Hulao Pass. Quickly, 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 Gao Xianji said with an unsightly expression. I will. However, when will you return? Crown Prince Song asked bitterly. At this moment, Gao Xianji was not in the mood to console Crown Prince Song. He could not afford to make any mistakes when it came to matters of the nation. Given Crown Prince Song's intelligence, he should be able to tell. I will rush to the capital at full speed. It will take me 8 days. It will take me about 14 days to travel from the capital to Hulao Pass. There might be some delay in the capital, and I will return in 20-odd days. Furthermore, you will lead the entire army to Hulao Pass. If a large army rushes, it will definitely be slow. You will need 20-odd days to reach Hulao Pass. By the time you reach Hulao Pass, we will be back, Gao Xianji said. Seriously? Are we going to start the decisive battle now? Yes. I once studied Gu Hai's art of war. He once said, encircle by 10, attack by 5, divide by 10. Originally, encircling is the best. However, our opponent is Gu Hai. If we drag this out, it will become increasingly disadvantageous for us. We can only force our way in. I understand that if we force our way in now, it will incite the enemy to fight to the death. At that time, our army will definitely suffer heavy losses. However, we can only choose the lesser of two evils. We can only do this. Immediately gather our troops and head for Hulao Pass. After we break through, the Chun nation will be destroyed, and everything will be over, Gao Xianji said, seriously. I got it. However, if you go, will this be Gu Hai's trap? Will he ambush you? Crown Prince Song asked with a frown. If we follow the normal strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain, he will definitely do so. This is the best opportunity. However, he is Gu Hai. I cannot figure him out. However, don't worry. I have my guard up. I will bring a group of elites with me. At the same time, don't the first Song sect have innate realm experts, and above, they need to obtain first-hand information about me at all times. Hence, they will follow me and protect me to a certain extent, Gao Xianji said solemnly. I will transfer my royal clan's secret guards to you as well, Crown Prince Song said through clenched teeth, sending countless experts to protect Gao Xianji while he kills his own son? Crown Prince Song felt incredibly pained. However, Gao Xianji did not refuse, nodding. We have spies in Hulao Pass. When the Crown Prince goes, coordinate with the spies. Be careful. After Xiao Chun gave some instructions, he quickly left the camp and headed for the capital, Song City. Chapter 10. Several days later, in Song City, in the royal court, seated on the dragon throne, was the emperor of the Song dynasty. He wore a flat imperial crown on his head, and his complexion was old. There were even some age spots on his face. However, his eyes were exceptionally spirited as he stared at the royal court. The civil and military officials stood at the two sides of the royal court. The two old officials at the front were also looking at the two people in the center. One was Gao Xianji. She had a cold expression as she respectfully waited for the emperor's decree. The other was the crown heir, Song Zhengxi, who had been riding his horse in the busy market not long ago. However, at this moment, Song Zhengxi seemed to have goosebumps all over his body as he glared at Gao Xianji. Your Majesty, this subordinate has already investigated and reported to Your Majesty and all the officials. 15 soldiers have disappeared. For now, there is no evidence pointing to the crown heir. However, Lin Chong's relatives and the entire village were all killed by the crown heir and his lackeys. The evidence is conclusive. To calm the hearts of the soldiers, I implore your majesty to issue a decree to punish the crown heir. Gao Xianji shouted once more. For a moment, the royal court fell silent. Everyone looked at Gao Xianji. Some praised her, some hated her, and others had different expressions. Song Zhengxi was so angry that he jumped up. Gao Xianji, how dare you? You dare to kill me? Why? Those were just a bunch of unruly commoners who wanted to attack me. I acted in self-defense. Gao Xianji looked at him coldly. Crown heir, is there any meaning in quibbling now? You now have the hearts of 800,000 soldiers in great song. You should take responsibility for what you did wrong. You are courting death. Song Zhengxi was about to attack. Impudent! King Song shouted coldly. Song Zhengxi paused and turned to look at the emperor. Imperial grandfather, Gao Xianji wanted to kill me. I know that imperial grandfather set a heavy punishment for her. However, that was only after I got into trouble. After imperial grandfather issued the decree, I stayed in the residence and did not leave. Imperial grandfather, Song Zhengxi cried out anxiously. At this time, one of the ministers opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, the crown prince is young and ignorant. He was bewitched by his subordinates and is only an accessory to the crime. We should punish the leader of the evil, and all of his subordinates should be beheaded in public. As for the crown grandson, he should be stripped of his title and sent to prison as a warning to others. Song Zhengxi looked over and frowned slightly. However, he knew that this was to protect himself. He did not refuse. This subject agrees. We concur. For a time, a large number of ministers pleaded for mercy for the crown grandson. It was as if this was already the best outcome. On the dragon throne, King Song looked at Song Zhengxi with a hint of affection in his eyes. He couldn't bear it. King Song nodded his head lightly, seemingly agreeing with the actions of the ministers. He would protect his grandson first, and he could accept any other punishment. Gao Xianji's face darkened, and she spoke once more. Your Majesty, this subject will say one last thing. Our current opponent is Gu Hai. Back then, Gu Hai swept through the 7 kingdoms and destroyed 2 of them. It wasn't Qin Taiji's ability, but Gu Hai's secret mobilization of troops. This subject will do my best for great song, but the outcome will be decided by the heavens. Gao Xianji's words caused King Song's eyes to narrow. The expressions of the 2 rows of old officials also changed abruptly. One of the ministers suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, a country has its own laws, and an army has its own rules. Today, you are absolving the crown prince, but tomorrow, who will do the same for our great song? This subject suggests that the crown prince should be beheaded. Behead him immediately. This will pacify the hearts of the soldiers and uphold the country's laws. Imperial tutor Pang, you... The crown prince glared at him furiously. Another minister's expression changed as well. Your Majesty, the crown prince brought this upon himself. If we don't kill him, we can pacify our hearts. However, if we don't kill him, we will shake the foundation of the country. The calamity of the Song Kingdom should not happen again. For the sake of our great song, we implore your Majesty to uphold the law and uphold the dignity of the country. Prime Minister Lu, the Crown Prince exclaimed. Once Imperial tutor Pang and Prime Minister Lu spoke, the ministers who wanted to protect the Crown Prince immediately fell silent. Putong. The Crown Prince immediately knelt down. Imperial grandfather, save me. I don't deserve to die. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Gao Xianji isn't leading troops in the barracks. Instead, he is here to participate in politics. Imperial grandfather. King Song, who was sitting on the throne, looked at the crown prince and clenched his fists. The benevolence he had at the start slowly dissipated. Not everyone knew how terrifying Gu Hai was. King Song had experienced what happened back then. Back then, when the Song kingdom was on the brink of destruction, they pleaded with the Immortal sect to stop the war in the secular world. That was an unstoppable force. A national crisis loomed over them. King Song had dozens of grandsons. However, the Song kingdom only had one. Execute! King Song shouted coldly. Imperial grandfather, imperial grandfather. No matter how the crown prince screamed, all that awaited him was the merciless guards dragging him away. Song City, the largest market in the city. At this moment, there was already a huge crowd. Behead the crown prince. In the past, this would have been impossible. However, the execution was about to begin. Grand Marshal Gao. Look, it's Grand Marshal Gao. It's all thanks to Grand Marshal Gao. This Song Zhengxi has harmed countless young ladies. Good job. Good job. Look, he's here. It's really Song Zhengxi and those lackeys. Ha 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 ha. This is great. Immediately, many of the ordinary people who came to the market cheered, clapping their hands in joy. The main magistrate sat in the north. Before him was a huge wooden platform. 30 executioners stood on the platform, waiting to be executed. South of the execution platform was a huge crowd of ordinary people. In front of the ordinary people were Gao Xianji, Lin Chong, and the other soldiers. On the dongfang of the execution platform was a group of yamen runners escorting Song Zhengxi and the others. Everyone's hair was disheveled, looking incredibly frightened. Don't kill me! Imperial grandfather, don't kill me! Song Zhengxi cried out. However, the noise in the surroundings was too loud, and he could not get far. Father! Father! Where are you? This child is about to be killed. Father! Father! Song Zhengxi cried out in fear. Crown Prince, what should we do? What should we do? Sob! Sob! I don't want to die. The group of lackeys cried out. You can't kill me. I am the Crown Prince. My father is the Crown Prince. In the future, I will be the Crown Prince as well. Sob! 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 Gag them! The main magistrate shouted coldly. Yes, the yamen runners answered. Then they quickly covered the mouths of Song Zhengxi and his lackeys. Sob! 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 The crowd could not speak and could only make sobbing sounds. However, they were soon covered by a black hood. Sob! 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 Under the hood, the prisoners could not speak at all. They could only cry out anxiously. Escort them to the execution platform. The main magistrate shouted loudly. Yes, a group of bailiffs escorted the black-masked prisoners around the execution platform to the north of the huge platform. The line was quite long. Everyone stared at the long line. When some prisoners were covered by the platform, most of the other prisoners were exposed in front of everyone. 30 prisoners walked around the huge execution platform and slowly walked up the steps. Bang! The yamen runners kicked the prisoners' legs, and the 30 prisoners immediately knelt down. Lin Chong stared at Song Zhengxi's figure. His eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fists. The main magistrate looked at the sky. It's 3 minutes to noon. Execute. Magistrate Zhu threw a token. Uffed. The executioners spat out a mouthful of white wine on their machetes. Roar. With a loud roar, they raised their machetes and chopped down. 30 heads immediately flew into the air. Bang! Blood spurted from their necks and splattered 3 feet into the air, splattering everywhere. Wow! Countless commoners were in an uproar. They were killed just like that. That was the Crown Prince's grandson. The Crown Prince's grandson. Xiao Dai, I've avenged you. I've let you down. Lin Chong suddenly collapsed to the ground and sobbed. My lord! The soldiers supported Lin Chong. Gao Xianji looked at the soldiers and said, Did you see and understand? Apart from Lin Chong's relatives who were killed by Song Jingxi, all of your relatives disappeared. They were all framed. It was all Gu Hai's doing. Not long ago, we searched the crown prince's residence and found no relatives. Do you believe me now? The soldiers nodded with reddened eyes. Grand Marshal, we believe you. Grand Marshal, it was Gu Hai. It was all Gu Hai's doing. Aside from Lord Lin's family matters, it was all Gu Hai's doing. Grand Marshal, this subordinate will definitely fight bravely at the front lines to kill the enemy. Definitely. The group of soldiers immediately promised. Good. Let's rest in the afternoon. We will depart in the evening and return to the camp immediately. We will explain to our brothers that everything was Gu Hai's scheme. We need to take down Hulao Pass in one go to repay His Majesty's kindness, Gao Xianji said with certainty. Yes, the soldiers answered. Many thanks, Grand Marshal. Many thanks, Grand Marshal. Lin Chong kowtowed continuously to Gao Xianji. Lin Chong, rest for a while. Come back with me, Gao Xianji said. Yes, Grand Marshal took revenge for me. Lin Chong's life belongs to the Grand Marshal. Even if I die, I will die on the battlefield. Lin Chong said gratefully with reddened eyes. Gao Xianji nodded. This time, for Lin Chong, Xiao Chun had already killed the crown heir. Lin Chong needed to return to the camp and boost the soldiers' morale. Lin Chong had to let the entire army know that military law was as firm as a mountain. No one could harm their family members. Gao Xianji believed that killing the crown heir would be the best persuasion. All the soldiers would understand this. If they could even kill the crown heir, who would dare to bully their family members? At that time, no matter how many lies Gu Hai had, it would be useless. However, Gao Xianji felt very confident at this moment. This was because she was certain that when they returned, the entire army would be united. After killing the crown heir, the entire army would be united. They would definitely be able to destroy Hulao Pass in one go. What she needed to do now was to be fast, fast, fast. When evening arrived, Gao Xianji led a group of soldiers away, heading for Hulao Pass. However, the execution platform at Kaishiku appeared extremely quiet under the night sky. During the day, this place was the busiest. However, at night, this place was the quietest. Many people died here. Who would come here in the middle of the night for no reason? However, at this moment, someone came. It was the chief judge who carried out the execution earlier in the day. A black-robed person stood beside him. This was Gu Hai, the person who gave Gao Xianji a headache. There was a carriage at the side. This is, the chief judge asked with a slightly fawning tone. I am the crown prince's man. It is not good for you to know too much, Gu Hai said indifferently. Yes, yes, I won't ask. I won't ask. When you showed me that letter, I believed you. After all, the crown heir is the favorite of the emperor and the crown prince. How could they kill him in one day? The chief judge immediately said with a smile, Get your subordinates to keep their mouths shut about today's matter. If anyone leaks anything, they will be punished for treason. Gu Hai said seriously. The chief judge shivered and immediately nodded furiously. I understand. I understand. They are all my trusted subordinates. Don't worry. At this moment, Gu Hai gently knocked on the execution platform. Suddenly, a small door opened to the north of the execution platform. Sob, 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 sob. Milord, according to your instructions, when the crown heir approached, we swapped him with that death row prisoner. The one who got beheaded was only that death row prisoner. The crown heir is fine, that person said with a smile. Gu Hai lowered his head and saw that Song Zhengxi's pants were dripping with urine. Clearly, he was given quite a fright. Whoosh! That person removed the black hood covering Song Zhengxi's head. Sob! 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 Song Zhengxi looked at Gu Hai in horror. After removing the rag from his mouth, Song Zhengxi immediately exclaimed in horror, "I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm actually not dead." Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, "How could Lord Gao dare to kill you? You are the future heir apparent. This is just a cover. Once the Chen nation is destroyed, everything will be fine." "Ah, Lord Gao saved me? Which Lord Gao?" Song Zhengxi asked in a daze. "Grand Marshal Gao Xianji," Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Chapter 11. Gao Xianji? How can that be? He wants to kill me. Why would he save me? Song Zhengxi glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Then he shook his head and said, "Crown heir, can you still not see it? Today is just a show. You are the crown heir. Do you still not understand the current situation?" "What situation? How old is the current emperor now?" "Huh. My grandfather is 82 this year. What do you mean?" Song Zhengxi asked, feeling confused. "Do you know about the war between the Song and Chen dynasties? The Chen nation only has Hulao Pass left. However, there seems to be a Gu Hai leading the army now. He seems very powerful. Even Gao Xianji fears him, which is why there are so many strict laws." Song Zhengxi said with a frown. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, 800,000 ferocious soldiers against 100,000 sheep. Who can reverse the situation? Can an insignificant old man do it? Do you believe that? He is Gao Xianji, a famous general of his generation. His ferocious leadership is unrivaled. No, even without Gao Xianji, wouldn't it be enough for a fool to lead 800,000 soldiers to fight to the death? How can it be so complicated? What do you think? Right. I know that as well. Previously, Gao Xianji was so powerful. Why would an old man block his path? Could there be more to this? Song Zhengxi started to feel suspicious. Gu Hai smiled faintly, but did not explain. "What's going on? Tell me what's going on." Song Zhengxi could not understand. Gu Hai did not answer. Instead, he looked in the direction of the royal palace and sighed softly. "The emperor is old as well." Buzz. Song Zhengxi's mind buzzed. Even the presiding judge at the side broke out in a cold sweat. You are saying that my father wants to usurp the throne?" Song Zhengxi asked, startled. Song Zhengxi stared at Gu Hai, not knowing whether this startle was out of fear or excitement. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, "I did not say anything. I understand. 800,000 soldiers." His father went to the front line mainly to control the 800,000 soldiers. Subduing the Chen nation was just a matter of raising his hand. Father did not immediately destroy the Chen nation because he wanted to buy time. Is father going to do something big? Gu Hai looked at Song Zhengxi. Although this imperial grandson was young, his heart was quite dark. She had only started this dark matter, and he was already able to fill in the gaps on his own. Although Gao Xianji is a grand marshal, a wise man submits to circumstances. "You understand?" Gu Hai asked. "I understand. Even if my imperial grandfather is still in power, he won't have much time left. Besides, Gao Xianji will only have a bright future if she follows my father. Is Gao Xianji trying to curry favor with my father? Gao Xianji was already my father's subordinate. I understand now. But why did Gao Xianji come back to force the crown prince? To cause death? The presiding judge at the side knew that after hearing this, he could only follow this path to the end. Song Jungshi glared at the presiding judge and said, "Idiot, you still don't understand? Didn't Grand Marshal Gao save me? He wants me to leave in case something happens to me when the 800,000-strong army arrives at Song City. That way, no one will be watching me." Gu Hai stared at Song Jungshi from the side. Indeed, this person's heart was incredibly dark. Let me ask you, what about Lin Chong and the others? Song Jungshi suddenly asked with a frown. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile and said, "Do you think that they can return alive?" Right. Ha ha ha. Grand Marshal Gao is really capable. To think that he found such an excuse. Song Jungshi immediately said excitedly, "Crown Prince, you are already dead. Hence, you cannot appear in Song City anymore. In fact, you cannot leak any news of your survival." Gu Hai said solemnly, I understand. You can send me out of the city, but where should I hide? It is not safe anywhere. You might be discovered. There is only one place that is safe." Gu Hai said seriously. "Where?" "Gao Xianji's camp by the Crown Prince's side. Grand Marshal Gao has already prepared a carriage. Leave Song City immediately and head to the camp, all right?" Gu Hai stared at Song Jungshi. Song Jungshi nodded excitedly. Good. I'll listen to you." On a small hill outside Song City, Gu Hai stood with his hands behind his back as he watched the carriage carrying Song Jungshi leave. Gu Han stood behind him. "Adoptive father, everything is already arranged. There will be a good show at Hulao Pass," Gu Han said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. Outside Hulao Pass, 800,000 Song Nation soldiers pressed in, looking very majestic and mighty. At this moment, the 800,000 ferocious soldiers were brimming with fighting spirit. Although Gu Hai's scheme had stirred them up earlier, everyone firmly believed that the Grand Marshal would give them an explanation. So what if Song Jingxi was the Crown Prince? The recent letters clearly described the situation at home. Everything was calm. Nothing happened at all. At this moment, Crown Prince Song showed a frustrated expression in the Commander-in-Chief's camp. He had already arrived outside Hulao Pass. Based on the time, Gao Xianji's group should be returning soon. Gao Xianji's return meant that Crown Prince Song gripped the brush in his hand, unable to put it down for a long time. He continuously took deep breaths to suppress the hatred in his heart. His son was killed, but he could not do anything about it. Gu Hai. The hatred in Crown Prince Song's eyes intensified. "Your Highness Crown Prince," someone outside the hall said respectfully. "Come in." Crown Prince Song suppressed the rage in his heart as he put down the brush. Soon, an official entered the large tent. That official showed joy on his face. However, when he saw Crown Prince Song's sullen expression, his expression immediately turned solemn. He guessed that Crown Prince Song was grieving over the Crown Prince's grandson's death. However, he absolutely could not show joy. "Your Highness, this is only the second day since we arrived outside Hulao Pass. 36 people already escaped from Hulao Pass and surrendered to us," that official said while clenching his fist. "Oh, Gu Hai allowed them to come out?" Crown Prince Song asked, feeling confused. Of course, Gu Hai did not allow it. These people took advantage of the darkness to escape from the city walls using ropes. This is just the first wave. I believe there will be more tomorrow and even more the day after that. Ha ha ha. Before we attacked, Hulao Pass already started to turn chaotic. The heavens are helping us. That official laughed involuntarily. However, the Crown Prince's grandson had just died. Naturally, the Crown Prince could not laugh. When that official saw the Crown Prince's expression, his expression immediately changed, turning stern again. "There are already 36 people. They have surrendered? Did they bring any news?" Crown Prince Song asked seriously. "Yes, These people are the descendants of some of the Chun Nation's nobles. If the Chun Nation is destroyed, they will have nothing left. They escaped only to fight for a chance to survive. Naturally, they will tell you everything they know, including the number of soldiers in Hulao Pass, the strength of the defenses, and even the location of the commander-in-chief's camp. They immediately told you everything. Your Highness, I will organize the most detailed information for you later. What do you think? That official asked. Lock them up first. Ask for all the information, including everything about Gu Hai. Remember, I want everything. Crown Prince Song said seriously. Yes, that official answered. The official left. However, Crown Prince Song's expression remained sullen as he looked in the direction of the distant Hulao Pass with a scarlet light in his eyes. Gu Hai, you forced my son to his death. I want to exterminate your entire clan. Crown Prince Song muttered to himself with a cold expression. Inside Hulao Pass, inside a large hall, Gu Qin pretended to be Gu Hai as he sat in the host's seat, looking at a pile of information in front of him. Chun Liangyi and Chun Tianshan sat at the side. Although the two were of noble status, they did not intend to disturb Gu Qin at this moment. They would not interfere with any of Gu Qin's matters. A large group of officials stood before Gu Qin, including generals and civil officials. At this moment, all of them felt very anxious. However, when they saw the calm expression of the white-haired Gu Hai, their anxious hearts calmed significantly. Grand Marshal, the Song Nation's 800,000-strong army, is already at our gates. Although we have been continuously recruiting soldiers, we only have 120,000 people now. Indeed, Grand Marshal, the Grand Marshal scattered the 120,000 soldiers and reorganized them. Although they look more ferocious, the other side has 800,000 soldiers. The few officials looked at Gu Qin worriedly. Gu Qin stopped what he was doing and looked at the group of officials. Then he said indifferently, "What are you afraid of? This is Hulao Pass. One man can hold off 10,000 men. There are 120,000 soldiers here. I also reinforced the city walls and the surrounding natural barriers. How about 800,000 soldiers? Even an 8 million strong army can forget about breaking through. Back then, Gao Xianji returned empty-handed. Isn't that a good example?" Huh. Yes. Everyone nodded. Although they were still worried, they immediately relaxed when they saw Gu Hai speaking so casually. Grand Marshal, 36 soldiers defected 2 nights ago. 3 of them are even junior generals. They have heard about your various arrangements. Will they leak our military secrets? A red-robed official showed an anxious expression. The moment the red-robed official spoke, the other officials also showed worried expressions. Report. A green-robed official barged into the hall and said anxiously, Grand Marshal, it's not good. Earlier, the left vanguard general led 58 people and defected. They fled from the southwest corner of the city walls. This subordinate saw them running towards the Song Nation camp. A commotion immediately broke out in the hall. It's over. What should we do? More and more people are defecting. This is a great blow to our military's morale. More and more people are going to defect. The various officials discussed this anxiously. It's over? Chun Liangyi asked with an unsightly expression. Chun Liangyi understood that this was a chain reaction. As long as one person escaped, the morale of the army would be depleted. Now that dozens of people had defected, it was not a matter of losing morale. There was no way to stop them from escaping. Following this, there would be more and more. The battle had not started yet, and Hulao Pass was already in chaos. What was there to fight about? Chun Tianshan also felt very anxious. He looked at Gu Qin and said anxiously, Grand Marshal, what should we do now? Didn't you say that you wanted to mobilize the military? Hurry up and stop this trend. Everyone felt incredibly anxious. Only Guqin remained calm and composed. He picked up a cup of tea and gently took a sip. Chun Liangyi and Chen Tianshan were about to explode in anger. At this moment, Guqin, who had just taken a sip of tea, said something that silenced the bustling hall. "What's the rush? I sent them over." Guqin said indifferently, "Huh." Everyone immediately fell silent. They all looked at Guqin in shock, their eyes filled with shock. Then, the anxious officials let out a long sigh of relief and laughed, as if they weren't the ones who were anxious just now. Only a few officials suddenly narrowed their eyes and held their breaths. The next day, in Crown Prince Song's camp. During this period, Crown Prince Song had been feeling frustrated. The pain of losing his son had yet to subside. At this moment, a secret report appeared before him. When Crown Prince Song read the secret report, his pupils suddenly constricted. His subordinates looked at him curiously. "Your Highness, what does the letter say?" a subordinate asked out of curiosity. "Humph!" Crown Prince Song snorted coldly, seeming to find a place to vent his frustration. Clack! Then Crown Prince Song slammed the secret report on the table. "Your Highness, 86 more people came to surrender last night. They are waiting outside. Furthermore, they brought the latest news. Should we?" An official asked softly. "Surrender? Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai, do you really think that I am a fool? You want to use this trick on me? Humph. Men, tie up all the people who came to surrender and bring them to Hulao Pass's city gate tower. Then execute them. Spies. This crown prince hates spies the most. Furthermore, they are Gu Hai's spies." Humph. Crown Prince Song snorted coldly. "Not far outside Hulao Pass. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Crown Prince Song, I am here to surrender. I want to see Grand Marshal Gao. I am here to bring news from Hulao Pass. Grand Marshal Gao, don't kill me! I beg you, let me go. I am here to surrender. I am here to bring news. Don't kill me." Cries rang out outside Hulao Pass. A total of 186 people were tied up and brought to a place not far from Hulao Pass's city gate tower. This seemed to be a demonstration to Gu Hai. On the city gate tower, Guqin stood with his hands behind his back. Chen Tianshan, Chun Liangyi, and a group of officials stood behind him. When they saw the scene on a small hill not far away, they all showed shocked expressions. In the distance, 500 Song Nation soldiers were escorting 186 people who defected not long ago. "What's going on?" Guqin said indifferently. "If the soldiers want to see, let them come to the city gate tower." Oh. Chun Liangyi immediately nodded. Inside Hulao Pass, countless eagerly waiting soldiers rushed to the city gate tower at Chun Tianshan's command. They stood at the four corners of the city wall and looked into the distance. That is Wu Xianfeng. That is Earl Wang. That is Lord Zhang. Look, yesterday they called me to defect with them, but I ignored them. What's going on? Are these the people who defected over the past 2 days? A large number of Chen Tianshan soldiers showed shocked expressions. Then they saw a general-like person on a hill outside the city wave his hand. Chop, roar, rumble. 186 heads immediately flew off, separated from their bodies. The Song Nation soldiers killed all the people who defected over the past 2 days, not leaving a single one alive. In an instant, all the soldiers on Hulao Pass's city gate tower sucked in a sharp breath. Some of the people who had been preparing to follow the defectors immediately lost their wishful thinking. Defecting? That would be sending themselves to death. In the distance, 500 Song Nation soldiers mounted their horses and left leaving 186 corpses in pools of blood. The entire city gate tower fell deathly silent. Grand Marshal, you sent them out, but… Chun, Liang said with an unsightly expression. At this moment, Guqin smiled faintly and said, I did not send them out. However, there should be no more soldiers willing to defect and surrender to the enemy now. Huh. Chun Liang felt slightly stunned. Chapter 12. Outside Hulao Pass, 800,000 Song Nation soldiers camped 5 kilometers outside the city. The army gathered. Now, it was time for breakfast. That's not right. That's not right. What's going on? This letter of mine is not from my little sister. A scar-faced soldier exclaimed with a bewildered expression. Scar, what's going on? The surrounding soldiers asked, feeling confused. Scarface was holding a letter in his hand. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, and he was bewildered for a moment. A few soldiers at the side leaned over to read the letter. Scar, isn't this letter written very well? Your little sister sent a letter saying that everything is fine at home and that you don't have to worry, the soldiers said, feeling confused. Scar's expression turned unsightly as he said, That's not right. That's not right. My little sister never calls me elder brother. She never calls me that. Huh. Everyone revealed confused expressions. My little sister is my twin. She always calls me little brother or just calls me by my name. She has never been so polite before. Calling me elder brother? Why would she call me elder brother? This does not seem to be from my little sister. Scar said in shock. Scar, you are overthinking. Everyone immediately laughed. Scarface was still at a loss. Only Scarface knew that his little sister would never call him big brother. But, Suddenly, another person cried out in bewilderment. What's wrong? Everyone looked at that person. Scar, this letter is mine. Did you take out the wrong one? That's not right. My letter is in my bosom. Why? A bald soldier exclaimed in shock. Baldy, what did you say? Everyone looked at the bald man. The bald man took out a letter. After opening it, everyone looked at it. They saw that the bald man's and Scar's letters were identical. Not a single word was different. Even the handwriting was the same. The surrounding people immediately fell silent. He stopped eating as well. Fake. This is not a letter from my little sister at all. Someone copied it. Scar's expression immediately changed. Everyone here had crawled out from piles of corpses. They still had some brains. The Grand Marshal told us to send letters to our families. However, why are they fake? That's impossible. What's going on? The bald man exclaimed. Maybe this is Guhai's scheme? A soldier whispered. Bulsh *T. The Grand Marshal said that he had informed all the military families, so he must have sent a letter. How is this a scheme? Is my family being controlled by Guhai? Otherwise, how could my letter become fake? The bald man suddenly roared. The bald man's roar immediately attracted the attention of more and more soldiers. At the same time, the news that the letters were fake began to spread. Because this news was the focus of everyone's attention, it spread extremely quickly. Soon, many soldiers began to flip open their letters. Mine is fake too? I'm telling the truth, but the news was like a wave blowing in all directions. In the shortest amount of time, the 800,000 strong army began to question their own letter. Song City. Guhai stood on the top floor of the Tian estate, looking towards the north with a solemn expression. Guhan stood behind him. Adoptive father, the decisive battle should be happening in the next 2 days, right? Guhan sighed. Guhai nodded and said, Soon. Whether we can lose the army's morale or not will depend on this. You don't have a problem with me asking you to change the letters of the song soldiers, right? Adoptive father, don't worry. Gao Xianji shot himself in the foot this time. We sent the rich merchants to cause trouble, but Gao Xianji actually allowed the rich merchants to bring the soldiers letters to prove his innocence. Does he think that he is innocent just like that? Ha ha. Adoptive father, there is news from the front lines. They randomly selected 800 letters and made only a small change to them. Guhan said, "It will be enough to change it a little. Out of 800 letters, as long as 10 letters are confirmed to be fake, it will be enough for them to cause a ruckus. With 10 fake letters, they will be able to lure out 800 fake letters." Gu Hai smiled faintly. But there are 800,000 soldiers. 800 letters versus 800,000. That is a difference of 1,000 times. A single spark can start a prairie fire. So what if it is real? Who has a fixed pattern in their letters? This is how the human heart is. Once they start doubting, it will be difficult to make them believe it. Fake letters keep appearing in the surroundings. No matter how authentic the letters in their hands are, they can find flaws. At that time, the real letters will turn into fake letters as well. Their uneasiness would be contagious. Gao Xianji's camp. In the commander-in-chief's tent, Gao Xianji led Lin Chong and the others back from Song City covered in dust. They did not have time to rest yet. I heard that Crown Prince Song killed 186 Qin Nation deserters. You didn't kill over 100 traitors. You killed the Qin Army's hope. 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 You killed the Qin Army's heart. Now, they no longer have any hope of surviving. They will definitely fight to the death. No matter how ferocious the soldiers are, they can't win against a soldier who doesn't care about his life. I only came back 2 days late. Just 2 days. Gao Xianji said with a bitter expression. Crown Prince Song's expression changed. At this moment, he immediately understood. Oh no, that group of idiotic spies sent me such a stupid piece of news. Crown Prince Song's expression immediately changed drastically. Forget it, Your Highness. You don't have to blame yourself. This Gu Hai is indeed incredible. Ever since he led the Qin nation, we have not had any rest. Let's end this war quickly. I'm worried that something bad will happen next. Speed is important in war. We need to be fast, break Hulao Pass, and take down Gu Hai. Everything will be solved quickly. Gao Xianji consoled. That's right. Take down Gu Hai. I want to tear him into pieces. Crown Prince Song said with an unsightly expression. As for his son's matter, Crown Prince Song could only keep it in his heart. When he saw the expressions of Lin Chong and the others, he guessed that his son had met with misfortune. My son, I will definitely take revenge for you. Crown Prince Song roared in his heart. Reporting. Grand Marshal. Oh no, the soldiers are rebelling again. There's another mutiny. This time, there are even more people. Commander. Immediately, a soldier ran into the tent. What? Crown Prince Song exclaimed, his expression changing. Rebelling? More rebelling? What kind of demonic genius is this Gu Hai? How long has it been? And the 800,000-strong ferocious army is already rebelling. How can we fight a war like this? Gao Xianji's pupils constricted. Gu Hai, I knew it. I knew it. Fortunately, I already led the 800,000-strong army here. The decisive battle is about to begin. Otherwise, if I gave you more time, my entire army would have scattered. What's going on? Lin Chong shouted to that soldier. The soldiers discovered that their letters home were all fake. That soldier said with an unsightly expression. Letters home? Letters home? Wealthy merchants. I got careless. I just knew that Gu Hai's scheme would not be that simple. It turned out that he had such a vicious plan in mind. Taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, I should have killed those wealthy merchants long ago. Gao Xianji felt horrified. She immediately understood everything. Whoosh! A commotion broke out outside. A large number of angry and insulting voices came from outside the large tent. Furthermore, this time, these voices came with overwhelming momentum. As Crown Prince Song stood in the large tent, he felt frightened. Gao Xianji's eyelids twitched. Then she took a deep breath and said, "Come, let's go out together." Hulao Pass, at the top of the city gate tower. The white-haired Guqin leaned against the city wall as he stared to the south. Chun Tianshan and Chen Liangyi stood behind him. Grand Marshal, the army in the pass has already been reorganized. What should we do now? Earlier, the scouts reported that Gao Xianji returned to camp. The 800,000-strong army is about to launch an all-out attack. Chen Liangyi said anxiously, "Don't worry. Adoptive father already made arrangements for everything. It is useless even if Gao Xianji returns. She just needs to cooperate with adoptive father. 800,000-strong army is about to descend into chaos," Guqin said with a faint smile. "Ah, Guhai's arrangements." "What arrangements?" Chen Liangyi immediately pressed. However, Guqin did not explain. Instead, he stared to the south. Chun Tianshan frowned slightly at the side. "I remember that you sent a group of people out of Hulao Pass 3 days ago, about 40 of them. They are all your Gu clan guards, right? Your trusted subordinates. Why did you send these 40 people out of Hulao Pass? Their cultivations aren't very high, right?" Guqin smiled faintly and said, They went to be bandits. Later, there will be fireworks." "Bandits?" Chen Tianshan and Chen Liangyi revealed confused expressions. At Gao Xianji's camp, the matter of the 800,000-strong army's letters to their families was extremely large. However, Gao Xianji used her prestige and hard work to get a rough idea after one day. At a commander's platform in the camp, Gao Xianji led Crown Prince Song, Lin Chong, and the others to the commander's platform. Below, the 800,000-strong army's eyes were bloodshot. Although she managed to pacify, many people were still in a frenzy. However, Gao Xianji's prestige eventually calmed them down. Then they looked at Gao Xianji. "Soldiers, I have returned. I have investigated what happened to all of you yesterday. I know that all of you are in a mess right now. I know that all of you are anxious and uneasy. However, I still have to say that all of this was part of Guhai's scheme. Thank you for being willing to listen to me. The soldiers who first discovered that there was a problem with the letters have already made it clear that their letters came from a group of wealthy merchants in the past. Among those wealthy merchants, there were people from Guhai. That's why they gave you fake letters. Their goal was to use you all to disrupt the morale of our soldiers." Gao Xianji shouted, "Their letters came from the wealthy merchants, but my letter came from the soldiers. Why is my letter fake as well?" Someone shouted. The people below were about to burst into an uproar. "Good question," Gao Xianji shouted, interrupting everyone. Gao Xianji stared in that direction and said, "Are you sure that your letters are fake? Can't your family write such a letter? Why are you so sure that they are fake? My guess is that you grew suspicious because you saw that the letters of others were fake, right?" "Huh. When that person was questioned by Gao Xianji, he immediately frowned. That seemed to be the case. That's your letters to your family. That's right. You are just doubting yourself. Don't just follow what others say," Gao Xianji said. "Me?" That person frowned and fell into a dilemma. The Grand Marshal's words made sense. However, Gao Xianji looked around and said, "Soldiers, this is also this marshal's negligence. I should not have given those wealthy merchants a chance. I Gao Xianji, guarantee everyone that your families are definitely safe. No one is harmed. No one should think of harming them. No one. The soldiers looked at Gao Xianji with complicated expressions on their faces. I know that you all want to go home. Go home now. I understand. However, victory is right before your eyes. Do you see it? Hulao Pass is 5 kilometers away. As long as we break through Hulao Pass, everything will be over. This is the final step to victory. Are you all going to stop here? Because of Gu Hai's schemes, you all chose to give up, choose to go home, be a deserter, a coward, and go home? When you return home, how are you going to face your parents, wives, and children? Why are you so cowardly? Gao Xianji shouted. Many of the soldiers showed troubled expressions. I guarantee everyone that as long as we take down Hulao Pass, we will split up and go home to visit our families. It will be soon. As long as we take down Hulao Pass, it will be fine. As long as we take down Hulao Pass. Gao Xianji shouted. Although many of the soldiers felt flustered, they still clenched their fists. Gao Xianji looked at the soldiers and sighed. Fortunately, he still had prestige. That was how he could convince the soldiers. Otherwise, the situation would have turned chaotic. Everyone, I will make this clear to everyone. Everything is Gu Hai's scheme. Everything is safe within the country. No one dares to bully the soldiers' families, not even the crown heir. I will not say more about the rest. Let Lin Chong explain it to everyone. I believe everyone knows Lin Chong. Not long ago, several people volunteered for him. Gao Xianji shouted. All the soldiers looked at Lin Chong and the other people who followed Gao Xianji to Song City. Lin Chong walked to the front and nodded. Brothers, do you still not understand the Grand Marshal's character? The Grand Marshal is a man of his word. He has already issued an imperial decree in the various regions. Anyone who makes things difficult for the soldiers' families will be punished with great crimes. The Grand Marshal is a man of his word. Thank you, brothers, for pleading for me earlier. What I want to tell everyone is that the Grand Marshal is a man of his word. He is a man of his word. The crown heir, Song Jingxi, was killed before me. He really was killed. At that time, many brothers witnessed it. The crown heir really got killed. He really got killed. If the crown heir could be killed, who could not? The Grand Marshal is a man of his word. We should have trusted the Grand Marshal. Don't listen to Gu Hai's schemes. I believe in the Grand Marshal. He can even kill the crown heir. The Grand Marshal would not lie to us. After killing the crown heir, I believe whatever the Grand Marshal says. A commotion broke out below. The soldiers believed that Lin Chong would not lie. Back then, he risked being executed to lead the rebellion. Song Jingxi was the one who killed his entire family. If Song Jingxi had not died, Lin Chong would not have been so resolute. The Grand Marshal killed Song Jingxi. What else is there to worry about? Beside Lin Chong, Gao Xianji released a long breath. Finally, the soldiers' hearts were pulled back. Killing the crown heir won the hearts of 800,000 soldiers. It was all worth it. Gao Xianji understood how horrifying the situation would be if 800,000 soldiers fell into chaos. Good. Now light the fire and cook. After eating, immediately reorganize the army and attack Hulao Pass. Gao Xianji shouted. Roar. The soldiers roared. What? So fast? Grand Marshal, you are back. Why haven't you rested yet? Why don't you rest for the night before reorganizing the army to attack Hulao Pass? Crown Prince Song exclaimed in shock. Gao Xianji had rushed back in a hurry and looked haggard. Yesterday, he had been researching the cause of the mutiny non-stop and hadn't had a good rest. He seemed to be mentally and physically exhausted. Now, he was going to launch an attack. No, I am racing against Guhai's schemes. Guhai's schemes are too sinister and vicious. They come in waves, exhausting us. Hence, I need to be fast. I need to outrun the next wave of his schemes. I need to be fast. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Gao Xianji smiled bitterly. From the moment Gao Xianji found out that Gu Hai had become the Qin nation's commander, he knew that there would be endless trouble. However, Gao Xianji had not expected that trouble would push him to such a miserable state in such a short time. Hence, he could not wait anymore. He needed to be fast. 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 The final battle would begin after the meal. Nothing should happen in the time it takes to eat, right? Ah, look, is that the crown heir? What? You saw wrong. The Grand Marshal already said that the crown heir was killed. Indeed, it is definitely not the crown heir. Would Lin Chong lie to us? The Grand Marshal would not lie to us. However, I saw it in Song City. He is the crown heir. He is the crown heir. Suddenly, some of the soldiers, who had high morale earlier, turned restless. This was because a person ran down a small hill in the distance. This was a man with disheveled hair and tattered clothes. In the past, the soldiers would have already killed or captured this intruder. However, at this moment, the approaching soldiers all goggled, showing incredulous expressions. Then they quickly opened up a path for the intruder. This was because that miserable-looking man was none other than the crown heir that everyone had just mentioned, Song Zhengxi. How can this be? How can this be? The soldiers who were in high spirits a moment ago suddenly calmed down like a wave sweeping over them. Song Zhengxi? Didn't the Grand Marshal kill him? How can this be? The change in the 800,000-strong army attracted the attention of the people on the platform. Lin Chong turned his head and instantly saw Song Zhengxi's appearance. Then he suddenly trembled. No, his entire body started trembling. That's impossible. That's impossible. Lin Chong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he roared in shock. Song Zhengxi? Even if Song Zhengxi turned into ashes, Lin Chong would recognize him. Wasn't he beheaded? How can this be? Ah! Crown Prince Song exclaimed in shock. Over the past few days, Crown Prince Song had been filled with hatred. He hated Gu Hai, hated Gao Xianji, and hated Lin Chong. To think that he had been forced to kill his most beloved son, and he could not do anything about it. If the heavens could return my son, I would rather reduce my lifespan by 10 years. However, that is impossible. Now, Song Zhengxi suddenly appeared. Crown Prince Song rubbed his eyes. Is this real? Is this my son? He is still alive. When Gao Xianji saw Song Zhengxi, shock flashed in her eyes. That's impossible. How can this be? How can there be such a similar person? Where did Gu Hai find such a person who looks so similar? Then, the miserable-looking Song Zhengxi ran over when he saw Crown Prince Song. Father, this child finally found you. I nearly died at the hands of the bandits. Quickly go over there and help me capture the bandits. They want to kill me. Song Zhengxi cried out miserably. Crown Prince Song and Gao Xianji shivered at nearly the same time. Suddenly, their hands and feet turned cold, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Is it really Song Zhengxi? At this moment, the soldiers who had been united as one suddenly turned to look at Gao Xianji with expressionless faces. The 800,000-strong expressionless faces already said everything. Gao Xianji's prestige in everyone's hearts was already gone. Chapter 13. The crown heir's sudden appearance was like a waterfall pouring down, extinguishing all of Gao Xianji's prestige. The 800,000 soldiers suddenly stared at Gao Xianji expressionlessly, as though they wanted Gao Xianji to give an explanation. At this moment, everyone on the commander's platform showed different expressions. Crown Prince Song's expression was either joyful or sorrowful. Lin Chong's eyes were bloodshot. However, Gao Xianji goggled. Even though everyone was shocked by the Crown Heir's arrival, the Crown Heir was getting closer to the commander's platform. Who are you? Gao Xianji demanded while glaring. It's me, Grand Marshal Gao. I am Song Zhengxi. Quick, help me capture the bandits chasing over. I want to kill them. I want them dead. I nearly could not see father again. Song Zhengxi cried out miserably. That's impossible. My son was already executed at the market in Song City. Who exactly are you? Crown Prince Song could only shout angrily. Father, didn't you send Grand Marshal Gao to save me? When I was on the execution platform, you secretly replaced me with someone else. You really are a child. Grand Marshal Gao arranged everything and saved me. I only put on a show with Grand Marshal Gao to deceive those fools. Father, you don't know? Ha ha ha. It looks like Grand Marshal Gao did not tell you. Song Zhengxi immediately shouted excitedly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In all directions, the sound of the soldiers gasping could be heard. Grand Marshal Gao arranged everything, put on a show, just to deceive those fools? Song Zhengxi did not realize that every word he said was like a sharp knife stabbing into the hearts of the 800,000 soldiers. We are just fools. Gao Xianji just put on a show for us, deceiving us and sending us to our deaths. What Gu Hai's scheme? Gao Xianji lied to us. How can that Gu Hai be so ridiculously powerful? Isn't that right? The Crown Prince was the best proof of that. Kill the Crown Prince and give justice to everyone? It was all bullshit. The emperor issued an edict to severely punish those who humiliated the families of the soldiers. It was all bullshit. Was it all Gu Hai's scheme that our family members were harmed by the local nobles? It was all bullshit. Was our letter a plot by Gu Hai? It was all bullshit. The moment Song Zhengxi appeared, the fighting spirit that had just been established instantly vanished. The seed of chaos that Gu Hai had planted in everyone's hearts instantly sprouted and grew into a towering tree. Song Zhengxi's words were even more piercing. Unfilial son, shut up. Crown Prince Song immediately shouted. Crown Prince Song also noticed the gazes of the soldiers. Slowly, their eyes filled with hatred. I want to go home. I want to go home and take a look. I want to go home too. F***CK. I want to go back. We're not fighting anymore. We're fighting to the death for the Song family, but they're harming our family in the back. After they're done, they're calling us idiots. The 800,000 soldiers began to become restless. For a moment, it was like boiling water slowly began to boil. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the one feeling the most upset was Lin Chong. Lin Chong turned his head, his eyes bloodshot. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Grand Marshal, Lin Chong, have followed you for many years. I have fought many battles with you. I have always been at the very front, risking my life many times. For the sake of the Grand Marshal, we can even give up our lives because we believe in the Grand Marshal. The Grand Marshal can give us a future. The Grand Marshal can lead us to great achievements. The Grand Marshal can protect us. Lin Chong snarled. Lin Chong's hatred and shout immediately silenced the surroundings. We can even give up our lives for you. Grand Marshal, are you going to treat us like this? That day, before news of my family's tragedy reached us, bad news came from 15 of our brothers' families. To protect the crown heir, you told me to deal with it, keeping our brothers silent. You told me to kill those 15 brothers. Lin Chong shouted. Wow, the 800,000 soldiers were in an uproar again. Initially, some people were doubtful when they heard the crown heir's words. However, Lin Chong was different. Lin Chong was the Grand Marshal's trusted aide, so he would tell Lin Chong everything. But who would have thought that when a group of officers and soldiers had suffered, the Grand Marshal did not say that he wanted to help. Instead, he wanted Lin Chong to kill them. On the commander's platform, the 15 people were also standing there. Originally, they had been there to help boost Gao Xianji's morale, but when they heard Lin Chong's words, they all shivered and looked at Gao Xianji. The Grand Marshal wanted to kill me that day. He told Sir Lin to kill us. Grand Marshal, where are my family? You said that Gu Hai took them away, but what's going on? Why do you want to kill us? We gave our lives for you, but you want to kill us? The 15 soldiers shouted in shock. Lin Chong, shut up. Gao Xianji's expression changed as he shouted. Shut up. Then tell me, what's going on with Song Zhengxi? Didn't you say that you wanted to kill him to prove his innocence? Didn't you say that you wanted to kill him to avenge Xiao Dai? Didn't you say? Woo-woo. Lin Chong cried bitterly. I didn't save Song Zhengxi. It was Gu Hai. Gu Hai saved him. Lin Chong, calm down. This is all part of Gu Hai's scheme. Gao Xianji shouted bitterly. Fast. In the end, his actions weren't faster than Gu Hai's scheme. He didn't even give him the time to eat a meal. Was there not enough time to eat a meal? Gao Xianji felt sorrowful in his heart. Gu Hai's schemes were too dense, too many, and too fast. Each time, they struck the weakest spot of the human heart. Gao Xianji knew that this was all part of Gu Hai's scheme, but how could Lin Chong believe it? Song Zhengxi was the best proof. Enough! What nonsense is this about Gu Hai's scheme? Lin Chong roared bitterly. Gao Xianji seemed to have become his enemy. Lin Chong showed a ferocious expression. However, Song Zhengxi spoke again. How dare you? Lin Chong, you dare to be rude to the Grand Marshal? Grand Marshal Gao, didn't you say earlier that you would deal with these bastards after I return to the camp? Now that I'm back, Lin Chong and the others are useless. Song Zhengxi roared. It was like a barrel of gasoline being ignited. Boom! The 800,000-strong army immediately exploded. Song Zhengxi goggled, not understanding what was going on. Wasn't this a show put on by his father and Gao Xianji? What's going on? Gao Xianji, I worked for you for so many years in vain. You are a beast with a human face, but a beast heart. I'm going to kill you to take revenge for Xiao Dai. Lin Chong shouted. Lin Chong pulled out his saber and immediately charged at Gao Xianji. As for Lin Chong's subordinates on the platform, they were on the verge of exploding. As Lin Chong attacked, they immediately pulled out their sabers. Kill! Rumble! The platform immediately turned chaotic. Protect the Grand Marshal! Kill! The entire camp was in an uproar. The chaos was unbearable, and the soldiers were no longer willing to be disciplined. No one listened to the orders of their superiors. Some people even tried to take advantage of the situation and started robbing the warehouses of the camp. Immediately, the entire camp turned chaotic. Some wanted to kill Gao Xianji, while others wanted to protect Gao Xianji. Some wanted to kill the crown prince, while others wanted to protect the crown prince. Even Song Zhengxi's surroundings were in chaos. The 800,000-strong army scattered in one day. Some people packed their bags and rushed home. Some people robbed the camp. Some people killed each other. Chaos ensued. Just at this moment, a 50,000-strong army rushed over from Hulao Pass. The one leading this army was none other than the new Qin king, Chun Liangyi. Qin Tianshan rode beside Qin Liangyi. Liangyi, a firework shot into the sky earlier. That was the signal from the bandits that the Grand Marshal mentioned. That was for the 50,000-strong army to charge into the Song Nation camp. Why did you come out personally? Qin Tianshan asked with a frown. With great-grandfather by my side, my safety should not be a problem. The Grand Marshal told me to boost morale, so I came. Before Imperial Father died, he said to listen to him. I will do as he says, Chen Liangyi said seriously. However, isn't this too much of an exaggeration? Just because he says it will be fine, it will be fine? You only have 50,000 soldiers, and you are facing 800,000 strong ferocious army. Furthermore, Gao Xianji is still in the camp. Aren't you just sending yourself to death? Chen Tianshan frowned. I trust Imperial Father. Chen Liangyi said with a frown. Never mind. I will do my best to protect you. Don't end up like your father. At that time, you will be too far away from me. I won't be able to save you in time, Chen Tianshan said. Chen Liangyi nodded. At the same time, he shouted, Soldiers, you all saw it. This group of Song Nation soldiers is extremely ferocious. Even if we surrender to them, they will kill us. They will not give us a way out. You all saw it, right? Chen Liangyi shouted. The fleeing soldiers showed unsightly expressions. The Grand Marshal already sent people to investigate. The Song Nation soldiers have already given the order to massacre the entire city once they break through Hulao Pass. Your parents and sons will be killed. Your wives and daughters will be enslaved. They will split all your assets. You all know the news from the front lines. My Chen army's 600,000 strong army is dead. You all still have any hope of surviving? Chen Liangyi shouted. No, the soldiers said with bloodshot eyes. For the sake of our families, kill with me. May the heavens take pity on us. If we can exchange our lives for the peace of our parents and the lives of our wives and children, we can exchange our deaths for the lives of our families. In any case, we are all going to die. We will die if we lose, and we will die if we surrender. Why don't you follow me and exchange lives for lives? Kill. Chen Liangyi shouted. Kill, the 50,000 soldiers shouted. Rumble. The soldiers circled around a hill and immediately charged to the Song Nation army's camp. However, when the 50,000-man army approached the Song Nation's main camp, they saw smoke rising from the Song Nation's main camp. It was chaotic and messy. The surrounding soldiers were killing each other. It did not look like the Song Nation's main camp at all. Chen Tianshan rubbed his eyes. However, Lin Chong cut Gao Xianji's arm, causing it to bleed profusely. However, the pain in his arm was secondary. After escaping the calamity, Gao Xianji rested at the foot of a hill. When he saw the sorry state of the Song Nation army in the distance, the pain in his heart intensified. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Guhai! Guhai! Gao Xianji revealed a dejected expression. Even though he had not stopped to rest, he still could not keep up with Guhai's speed. To think that his strange plan was so swift and ferocious. Old men were like demons. Compared to 40 years ago, Guhai was even more experienced and ruthless, even scarier. Is it over? What should we do now? Crown Prince Song asked in despair. Gao Xianji took a deep breath and said, The truth will come out sooner or later. Fortunately, I already killed 600,000 Chen Nation soldiers. Right now, the Chen Nation has very few soldiers and cannot make any big moves. As for my Song Nation's army, its morale has already fallen. However, it can still be reformed. However, what? I can reform the morale of the army quickly. However, I worry that Guhai will be faster than me. He might be faster. Gao Xianji said bitterly. Several days later, at Merchant City, a portion of the Song Nation army remained in the city where the Song Nation army had previously been stationed. However, news suddenly came from some shops. Gao Xianji suffered a great defeat. The 800,000 Song Nation soldiers scattered for 500 kilometers. No one knew whether Gao Xianji was dead or alive. The Song Nation army lost. When the news spread, many of Merchant City's citizens felt stunned. The news even encouraged the Song Nation to retake the city. The local tyrants and citizens all showed confused expressions. Previously, the citizens had celebrated with fireworks and firecrackers every day. This had already planted a bone-deep hatred in the hearts of the people who supported their families. You killed my son, my father, and the pillar of support for my family. Yet you are celebrating with songs, dances, and fireworks. This was no different from adding salt to the wound. The citizens wished that they could skin the Song Nation soldiers, eat their flesh, drink their blood, and chew on their bones. However, they did not have the strength. The Song Nation had so many people, they could only be suppressed and silently cry as they watched the Song Nation kill their loved ones. Now, the news from the Gu clan's shops slowly stirred up the hatred in everyone's hearts, stirring up their anger and murderous intent. The Song Nation soldiers stationed in the city also discovered that the citizens were looking at them differently during this period. They no longer feared them like before. Instead, they no longer hid their hatred. However, without any concrete news, no matter how great the hatred and desire of the citizens and tyrants were, they did not dare to make a move. However, just at this moment, the first batch of deserters returned. Defeated, all of them lost. The 800,000 Song Nation soldiers lost 1,000 miles. When the first deserter reported the results of the battle at the front lines, the hearts of the people in Merchant City immediately surged with excitement. The tycoons in Merchant City immediately became excited. If the Song Nation was defeated, would the Chun Nation be able to return to its former glory? Even Gao Xianji's fate was unknown. Who could block Gu Hai? Wouldn't Merchant City return to the Chun Nation sooner or later? Would they split the city with the Chun Nation's royal court after one night of silence? After one night of fermenting desire and hatred, the next morning, as the first battle cry rang out, it immediately ignited the entire Merchant City. I'll beat you to death. You bastard. My son died a miserable death, killed by a trap. I'll beat you to death, too. Sob, 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 sob. You killed my father. I'll kill you, too. Return my husband. Return my husband. Elder brother, your little brother took revenge for you. After killing my son, you still want to set off fireworks to celebrate? Even if I have to risk my bones falling apart, I'll skin you alive. There were not many Song Nation soldiers stationed in Merchant City. Under the leadership of the tyrants, under the agitation of the masses, under the combined drive of rewards and hatred, a vast war of the people began. It was not just Merchant City. The 18 cities of the Chun Nation that had been seized were also witnessing such a tragic slaughter. The Song Nation soldiers stationed in Merchant City could not stop the boundless hatred and desire. Kill, kill, kill. Chaos, chaos, chaos reigned. Several days later, at the Clear River sect, in a large hall, the Clear River sect master and the first Song sect master led their disciples to stand at two sides. The beautiful young woman in men's clothes led Venerable Lu Nian and 3 subordinates to the main seat in the north. Chun Tianshan and the first Song sect disciples stood before her. The first Song sect disciples respectfully reported to the young woman, 3 months. No, it has not even been 3 months. The Song Nation's 800,000-strong army suffered a crushing defeat. Gao Xianji fled in a sorry state. More than half of the Chun Nation's cities were recovered, all this in just 3 months. Venerable Lu Nian revealed a shocked expression. Yes, Chun Tianshan said excitedly. However, the other first Song sect disciples showed a dispirited expression. How can that be? What sorcery did Gu Hai use? The first song sect master exclaimed in shock and anger. Ha ha ha. First song sect master, don't be angry. Let's hear what they have to say. Ha ha ha. The Clear River sect master laughed in satisfaction. The cross-dressed young woman's eyes lit up. Naturally, she understood how incredible Gao Xianji was. She had thought of many possibilities. However, she had not expected Gu Hai to defeat the Song Nation's 800,000-strong army in such a short time and even recover most of the Chun Nation's territory. How did he do it? That's right. Not counting the time it took to report back. It only took about 2 months. Everything turned around. How did he do it? Chapter 14. Gao Xianji, Crown Prince Song, and a group of trusted aides camped in a secluded valley inside a large tent. Gao Xianji looked at the pile of defeat reports with an extremely unsightly expression. Crown Prince Song had been here for several days already, so he looked extremely haggard. Report. A guard rushed into the large tent. You found him? Crown Prince Song asked anxiously. That guard showed an unsightly expression as he nodded. Your Highness, my condolences. As the guard spoke, he carried a corpse into the large tent. It was the corpse of the crown heir, Song Zhengxi. Dozens of bloody holes had appeared in his body, and the blood had already dried up. It was a gruesome sight. My son, Crown Prince Song immediately walked over in grief. Gao Xianji stopped reading the defeat reports in his hand. Then he looked at the group of guards that entered and asked, Where did you find him? Beside Lin Chang's corpse. The Chun army also took advantage of the situation to loot. The camp was crowded and chaotic. We were also separated from the Crown Prince. 10 imperial bodyguards went to protect the Crown Prince, but they all died. We checked the weapons and the wounds. It was Lin Chong who risked his life to kill the Crown Prince. The imperial bodyguard solemnly said. Lin Chong, Crown Prince Song roared with a ferocious expression. However, Gao Xianji took a deep breath. Bitterness and helplessness flashed in his eyes. Your Highness, I was already very fast. However, I was not faster than Gu Hai. He did not even give us time to eat. Ha ha, Gu Hai, I was too arrogant. Gao Xianji said bitterly. Gu Hai, I will tear you into pieces. Crown Prince Song roared with a ferocious expression. I understand. Gao Xianji's expression suddenly changed. Huh. Everyone in the large tent looked at Gao Xianji. The one at Hulao Pass is not Gu Hai. It is not the real Gu Hai. Gao Xianji's expression suddenly changed dramatically. What? Everyone looked at Gao Xianji in shock. I should have thought of this earlier. When we first attacked the city, I should have gone all out. Ah, that is not Gu Hai. To think that it is not him. Gao Xianji said with a regretful expression. Grand Marshal, what is not Gu Hai? Everyone looked at Gao Xianji in confusion. Gu Hai is in Song City. Only when he is in Song City can he control all the details so precisely, such as the transmission of Lin Chang's family feud and how to save the crown heir who had his head chopped off. Gu Hai is definitely in Song City. The slightest mistake would cause all our efforts to be wasted. However, Gu Hai did it. Even the fastest method of sending a message cannot be so precise. That leaves only one possibility. At that time, Gu Hai was in my Song Nation's capital, Song City. How can that be? Everyone exclaimed. When the Song Nation's army was pressing on, facing great danger, not only did the other party change their commander, but this new Grand Marshal was not in the camp. Instead, he went to the enemy's capital to stir up trouble. Grand Marshal, is what you said true? Crown Prince Song's expression changed as he asked, Yes, Your Highness, you should restrain your grief. This is not the time to be sad. Gu Hai might have already left. He might still be in Song City. Given my understanding of Gu Hai, this is not over yet. This is just the beginning. Gao Xianji said with an unsightly expression. Just the beginning? What do you mean? Crown Prince Song goggled. Gu Hai did not agree to the immortal sex condition for defeating the 800,000-strong army, but the Song nation. Hence, Gu Hai definitely has more to do. There will be more to come. Gao Xianji said worriedly. There will be more? Everyone in the tent inhaled sharply before the Song nation's 800,000-strong army saw Gu Hai's people. They had already been routed. Gu Hai had not done anything yet. However, there was more to come. When everyone thought of what happened earlier, they all trembled in fear. Grand Marshal, what should we do now? Someone asked anxiously. Gao Xianji's eyes flickered as he said, Fortunately, I killed the Chen nation's 600,000-strong army back then. Otherwise, with the Chen nation's army marching down, my Song nation would not be able to escape. The Chen nation's strength is severely damaged, and so is my Song nation's strength. However, my Song nation's morale is damaged. Of the 800,000-strong army, only 300,000-strong army can escape. That way, we can gather more soldiers. That's right. The Chen nation's strength is severely damaged and does not have many soldiers left. Grand Marshal, remain at the border and recruit more soldiers. I will immediately report this to Imperial Father and get the various cities to mobilize soldiers for you. Then, gather all the deserters. Gao Xianji nodded and smiled bitterly. I will do that. However, I worry that it will be too late. How can it be too late? You already killed 600,000-strong army of the Qin nation. Could it be that Gu Hai can conjure another 600,000-strong army? Crown Prince Song asked in disbelief. Gao Xianji nodded bitterly. I don't know about others. However, as long as Gu Hai is given time, he can conjure another 600,000-strong army. Crown Prince Song, Grand Marshal, are you frightened out of your wits by Gu Hai? Crown Prince Song asked in dissatisfaction. I am not afraid of him. This is just a normal deduction. After losing the morale of the army, how can it be easy to gather more soldiers? This is a change in the human heart. The human heart is the hardest to change. However, I will do my best. I will remain at the border city and reorganize the army in case the Chun nation's army attacks. Your Highness, go back immediately and warn the Emperor and the officials not to slack off. Spread the news of Gu Hai's calamity throughout the entire Song nation. Don't let Gu Hai's schemes take advantage of you again. At the same time, you must pardon the deserters. Gao Xianji said earnestly. I will. I will return to Song City immediately, Crown Prince Song said through clenched teeth. Several days later, in the Song nation's royal court, the Song Emperor sat on the dragon throne, and Crown Prince Song stood below him. 2 rows of civil and military officials stood respectfully. At this moment, everyone was silent as they listened to Crown Prince Song describe the situation at the front lines. For a moment, everyone held their breaths as waves of bewilderment flashed through their eyes. 800,000 soldiers. The entire front collapsed. Gao Xianji cannot absolve himself from the blame, an old official on the left said. When the old official spoke, everyone looked at him. He was an old man, even older than the 82-year-old Song Emperor on the dragon throne. Imperial Tutor Pang, Gao Xianji, already did his best. Gu Hai was too ferocious, catching us off guard, Crown Prince Song said bitterly. The Imperial Tutor Pang did not get angry. Instead, he frowned heavily and said, since the army is in his hands, he has the primary responsibility. There is no excuse. This old official knows that he did his best. However, he still did not realize the danger of Guhai's calamity. As a result, Guhai saved the crown heir. Otherwise, everything would not have gone to waste. Imperial Father, Imperial Tutor Pang, officials, before I returned, I already sent people to capture the presiding judge from that day. I already investigated everything clearly. Indeed, it was hard to guard against. No one expected someone to impersonate the presiding judge and threaten him. However, this is not the time to investigate who is responsible. Gao Xianji is reassembling the army in the border cities. She told me to return and finish the domestic work as soon as possible. We cannot let Guhai take advantage of this loophole again. Crown Prince Song said solemnly. What did Gao Xianji say? The Song Emperor asked sullenly from the dragon throne. All the officials looked at Crown Prince Song. Pardon the deserters, so that we can quickly reassemble the army. Crown Prince Song said solemnly. Permission granted. The Song Emperor agreed. Search the entire city. Do not let go of any place, even my residence. Hopefully, we can find Guhai's whereabouts. At the same time, find the citizens that Guhai detained. Announce it to the world using the imperial notice and emphasize on Guhai's calamity to reunite the army. This will also allow the officials and citizens to be on guard in case Guhai continues to scheme. Crown Prince Song said solemnly. Permission granted. The Song Emperor answered. Imperial Father, this son believes that our Song nation's officials and citizens are of one mind. As long as we take precautions early and everyone foresees the scheme, no matter how capable Guhai is, he will not be able to bring calamity to the Song nation. With the Chun nation's military depleted, Gao Xianji will definitely be able to quickly reassemble the army and lead them to destroy the Chun nation in one fell swoop, Crown Prince Song said solemnly. Song City. In a restaurant, Guhai and Guhan sat by a window, drinking wine as they watched the countless citizens outside the restaurant reading the imperial notice with righteous indignation. At the same time, discussions broke out in the restaurant. Did you hear? That old man, Guhai, destroyed the 800,000-strong army. Of course, I heard. I thought that Gao Xianji was very incredible. Unexpectedly, he got played by an old man. Don't listen to their nonsense. One of my nephews is a subordinate of Gao Xianji. That experience is too strange. Oh, tell me what happened. Have you heard of commanding an enemy army to battle before? What? What a joke. How can one command an enemy army? Are you telling a story? Hey, you might not believe it. How can a story be more interesting than the real thing? You all don't know this, but those 800,000-strong army seemed to be bewitched, controlled by Guhai. They were like marionettes. They did whatever Guhai wanted them to do. If he wanted them to charge into the Grand Marshal's camp, they charged into the Grand Marshal's camp. Is that true? Why would I lie to you? My nephews personally saw it. At first, it was only a small portion. Then, more and more people joined. Then, they controlled the Song nation's army to force Gao Xianji to return and kill the crown prince. Then, they controlled the 800,000-strong army to destroy the entire camp. That was too horrifying. In the restaurant, the customers all talked at once about how Guhai lost the morale of the army, describing it step by step in great detail. When the customers heard this, they all cheered loudly. After all, the performances on stage did not have so many ups and downs. Fortunately, Gao Xianji killed the Chun nation's 600,000-strong army. Otherwise, once my Song nation's 800,000-strong army was defeated, the Chun nation's army would have marched in and destroyed my Song nation. We would have become slaves to a fallen nation. This is too scary. If Guhai really led an army to attack, we would be in trouble. That hateful Guhai captured innocent citizens and threw my Song nation's army into chaos. My nephews died on the battlefield. It is all Gu Hai's fault. Right now, I do not know if my son is dead or alive. That hateful Gu Hai. Soon, the initial description slowly changed to denouncing Gu Hai for his crimes. As Gu Hai leaned against the window and listened to the customer's criticisms, he did not get angry. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. Adoptive father, the Song Nation is trying to smear your name. It looks like they are afraid of you, not even letting go of the details of the battle. They want to plant the seeds of hatred in the hearts of the citizens to prevent us from doing anything, Gu Han said with a slight frown. The hearts of the citizens can be used. The more they hate me, the faster the Song Nation will be destroyed. Gu Hai took a sip of wine and revealed a confident smile. Adoptive father, are we going to start? Excitement flashed in Gu Han's eyes. No, it is not enough. The Song Nation citizens still do not hate me enough. They are still lacking. Since that is the case, let's push this hatred to a higher level. Gu Hai said seriously. This is still not enough. Everyone is talking about it now. It is still not enough. The momentum of the crusade against me is still too weak. Since that is the case, let's help them strengthen their momentum. Get everyone to suppress me and hate me. Gu Hai said sullenly. Oh, release the family members of the detained Song Nation soldiers. Let them describe my evil deeds and make everyone believe that it was my scheme that destroyed the 800,000-strong army. Let the Song Nation's official propaganda be more convincing. Let everyone hate me, from the officials to the citizens. Gu Hai said with confidence flashing in his eyes. Chapter 15. In a small courtyard in the Clear River sect, the young female hall master played Go with Venerable Lu Nian. The Clear River sect master, the first Song sect master, Qin Tianshan, and the others stood before them. Gu Hai has not shown himself yet, the young female hall master asked as she placed down a black ghost stone. Qin Tianshan smiled bitterly and said, yes. Gu Hai did not reveal any of his plans just in case. He promised Sect Master to defeat the Song Nation. He will definitely do it in the shortest time possible. The first Song Sect Master smiled coldly at the side. Defeat? Humph. Although Gu Hai messed up the Song Nation's army with his schemes, the Song Nation still has hundreds of thousands of soldiers, even if they flee in defeat. However, what about the Qin Nation? Gao Xianji already killed 600,000 soldiers. Furthermore, the Qin Nation's army has been cleansed and weakened. How can there be any soldiers left to attack the Song Nation? However, the Song Nation remains united. Spread Gu Hai's scheme throughout the nation. Who will fall for it? This is already Gu Hai's limit. However, the Clear River sect master laughed loudly. You still do not know what he is going to do, and you are already denying him? Isn't it too early? Humph. The first Song sect master snorted in displeasure. At this moment, the Clear River sect master felt exalted. Indeed, he made the right choice back then. Venerable, what do you think? The young female hall master asked with a smile as she looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian frowned and smiled bitterly. This Gu Hai has indeed exceeded my expectations. By this point, he has already shown his strong ability to set up his Go game. His talent is truly amazing. However, he is not done yet. Ha ha. Everyone plays Go differently. I can't see through his Go game. If you can't see through it, then continue watching. I want to see how amazing his Go game is. A light flashed in the young female hall master's eyes. Song City. With Gu Hai's command, the family members of the soldiers who had been secretly captured were released. Song City, which had already been hyped up by the media, was now in an uproar with the sudden appearance of this group of soldiers' families. Second, Aunt, you were not harmed by the crown heir? That damn Gu Hai. It turned out that He was the one behind all this. It really was him. You caused me to write a fake letter to my nephew. It's all his fault. Third aunt, you're still alive. I thought you were dead. That damned Gu Hai. It's all because of him. It's all because of him. My poor cousin, we don't even know if he's dead or alive, and we don't even know where he is. Gu Hai is despicable. If it wasn't for Gu Hai, Grand Marshal Gao would have won long ago, and my son wouldn't be missing. It's all Gu Hai's fault. Devil Gu. Immediately, the citizens of Song City seethed with resentment. As Crown Prince Song sat in his residence, he listened to the continuous reports from the scouts in the city. Gu Hai actually released this group of military family members himself. Humph. Now, no one will listen to his excuses. Gu Hai, let's see how your scheme succeeds. Crown Prince Song said with a ferocious expression. His son's death was like a bone stuck in his throat. Crown Prince Song swore that he would not rest until Gu Hai's reputation was ruined. Your Highness, as long as the captured military family members return, they all spurn Gu Hai. They wish that they could skin Gu Hai alive and eat his flesh. A scout said with a smile, skin him alive and eat his flesh? This Crown Prince wants to do that too. How's the search in Song City going? Crown Prince Song asked coldly. We already searched everywhere, but did not find any foreign old man in his 60s or 70s. That scout said bitterly. Gu Hai already left Song City? Humph. In that case, search the nearby cities one by one. You must find him. This Crown Prince wants to tear him into pieces. Crown Prince Song said coldly. Yes, be it the government or the people, continue spreading rumors of Gu Hai's repulsiveness. Make everyone hate Gu Hai. Have all the storytellers in the tea houses smear Gu Hai's name every day from now on. Smear him as much as possible. Crown Prince Song ordered coldly. Ah, Your Highness, the entire city is already enraged. No, the entire nation is already enraged. Are you still going to add fuel to the fire? Humph. This Crown Prince is just taking precautions. That way, if Gu Hai makes any moves, even if he does something disadvantageous to us, we can push all the blame on Gu Hai. Crown Prince Song said coldly. Yes, I'll go and inform him now. That scout immediately answered and left. At a restaurant in Song City, a banquet table was set up at the window of a private room in the restaurant. Gu Hai and Gu Han sat by the window, looking at the street below. The Gu residence's trusted aides stood at the side, keeping guard in all directions. As Gu Hai had dyed his hair and put on some makeup, he did not look like an old man in his 60s or 70s. He looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. At this moment, Gu Hai sat by the window, holding a wine cup as he looked at the street below. Adoptive father, that is my Gu clan's largest silversmith shop in Song City, the Gu Song Silversmith. Gu Han said with a smile as he looked at the huge silversmith shop across the street. Gu Hai took a sip of wine. Then he smiled faintly and said, The Gu Song Silversmith? I personally cut the ribbon back then. The old shopkeeper of the Gu Song Silversmith passed away 3 years ago, right? Yes. After the old shopkeeper died 3 years ago, his son took over the shopkeeper's position. Now, he is in charge of this silversmith shop. Earlier, I gave adoptive father an explanation as per your request. He will know what to do when the time comes, Gu Han said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Then he narrowed his eyes as he stared at the entire street. Although the Gu Song Silversmith was a huge shop, not many people were going in or out at this moment. Many ordinary people were crowding around the Gu Song Silversmith, pointing at it and cursing it. Humph! This Gu Song Silversmith is that old demon Gu Hai's shop. Old demon Gu's shop? I will never go in to buy silver jewelry again. Old demon Gu, go to hell. How can the emperor allow old demon Gu's shop to open in my Song nation? How much money has he earned from my Song Nation over the years? Tui, if not for the law, I would have smashed Old Demon Goo's shop long ago. Old Demon Goo, who harmed people. My son. That old demon captured me and lied to my son. Even now, I do not know if my son is dead or alive. I'll fight it out with you. Auntie Zhang, don't be rash. Everyone, help me hold Auntie Zhang back. If you smash it, you will have to compensate. You barely managed to escape. That's right. Auntie Zhang, without the Emperor's decree, you will be breaking the law if you hurt someone. Sob, 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 sob. Old Demon Goo, I curse you to die a horrible death. My son died on the battlefield. What am I going to do now that I am old? Old Demon Goo, you have to compensate me. Compensate me for my retirement. Compensate me. Compensate me. Compensate me. More people crowded around the street, cursing and scolding the Goo Song silversmith. Some of the victims' families even cried as they went to the Goo Song silversmith's entrance. Those whose families did not know if their soldiers were dead or alive even reached out to ask for compensation from the Goo Song silversmith. Under the official and public announcements, all the blame was pinned on Goo Hai. Countless victims or people with ulterior motives stared at the Goo residences' businesses in the Song Nation. The Goo Song silversmith had the most people surrounding it. The commotion continued without end. At the restaurant, Goo Hai quietly drank his wine. However, Goo Han spoke again. Adoptive father, this group of people has been causing trouble for 3 days already. Initially, it was just a group of victims. Now, it is not just victims. There are city guards, competitors, peers, and even ruffians. Goo Hai smiled faintly and said, "Do you see that? Many people are looking at the Goo Song silversmith with bloodshot eyes. Adoptive father's reputation is already ruined in the Song Nation. Naturally, my Goo clan's shop is surrounded by wolves." Goo Han smiled. A bright light flashed in Goo Hai's eyes. As he looked at the cries of the many soldiers' families and saw the many red-eyed people cursing and scolding, he revealed a cold smile. The commotion is about there, and the heat is about there. If this drags on, the Song Nation's authorities will take action and comply with public opinion to seize my businesses. Then, it will be too late for the authorities to seize them. Let's begin now, Goo Hai said coldly. Yes, Goo Han answered with a nod. As Goo Han spoke, he tossed a wine cup out the window. At this moment, a few hemp-clothed men were standing guard outside the restaurant. Crack! The wine cup fell to the ground and shattered. The hemp-clothed men's expressions changed as they exchanged glances. Then, they slowly squeezed into the crowd as if they had received a secret signal. The crowd continued crying. When the hemp-clothed men entered, one of them immediately shouted, "Old Demon Goo wants to destroy my Song Nation. Who cares about the law? This is an invader's shop. Destroying his shop is equivalent to serving the nation. This old man might not be able to kill Old Demon Goo's men at the front lines, but I am in my own territory. Can't I kill the enemy and serve the nation?" That's right. I don't believe that the law will protect the shop of a great demon. Smash it. Old Demon Goo earns all the money from my Song Nation. Everything in there belongs to my Song Nation. Right. Do not leave anything of my Song Nation for Old Demon Goo. It belongs to whoever gets it. Snatch it, the group of hemp-clothed men shouted, and a commotion broke out in the crowd. The originally red-eyed people immediately felt their blood boil. Someone is leading. Right. Do not leave anything of my Song Nation for Old Demon Goo. It belongs to whoever gets it. Boom. This group of people had been waiting for this moment for a few days. Now that there was a start, no one could stop, afraid that they would be late. This was an invader's shop. Snatching the invader's shop was equivalent to serving the nation. For the nation, snatch it. Don't snatch it. Don't snatch it. Don't. It's mine. It's mine. Don't snatch it from me. It's mine. This is the money that old demon Gu wants to compensate me. There are so many golden words. It's mine. I'm rich. I'm rich. Ha 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 ha. This old man is destroying demons and serving the nation. It's all mine. Ah, don't snatch it from me. It's all mine. Rumble. Chaos reigned in the Goose Song silversmith. After the first person charged in, everyone else followed suit, afraid that they would be too late and get snatched away by others. Cries, shouts, snatching, and fighting rang out endlessly. The ordinary people, who looked like victims earlier, now looked like hungry wolves, showing ferocious expressions. I will fight with whoever tries to snatch it from me. The appearance of a mob was displayed in front of everyone. Snatch it! It's all mine! The Goose Song silversmith was in utter chaos. Outside, the ordinary people in the distance noticed the commotion and crowded over. However, when they learned of the situation inside, not only did no one stop them, they even rushed in, fearing that they would be too late, wanting to snatch everything in the Goose Song silversmith. Don't squeeze. Don't squeeze. I'm going to be squeezed to death. Ah, let me through. You bastards, leave some for me. Rumble. The entire street bustled with noise. As they rushed into the Goose Song silversmith, the noise rang out endlessly. Miserable cries rang out endlessly. Everyone seemed to have turned into bandits, no longer caring about their past image. In the restaurant, Gu Hai gently sipped his wine as he stared at the scene below with narrowed eyes. Adoptive father, this is too crazy, right? Although Gu Han knew what was going to happen, he was still shocked by the intense, snatching scene. As long as one lives in this world, one will more or less follow the crowd. As long as the benefits are large enough, no matter how large the bottom line in one's heart is, one will break through it. My Goose Song silversmith contains tens of thousands of gold and silver items. Snatching any one of them is a great harvest. Once everyone went, who would be able to resist the temptation? Furthermore, when there are more people, they will become bolder. The law was only useful when it was useful. When it was useless, it was useless. Now, the law was useless. At the very least, it was useless in their hearts. With so many people trampling on the law at the same time, who would care? Furthermore, they already stood at the moral high ground. They are robbing and serving the country, robbing my shop. That is contributing to the country. Who would not rob? This is an open and above-board robbery. Gu Hai revealed a trace of a light smile. Adoptive father, are you starting to plant a seed in the hearts of the ordinary people, turning them into bandits? Gu Han asked after taking a deep breath. Turning them into bandits? It is still early. This is just the beginning. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Chapter 16. Boom. The Goose Song silversmith collapsed. Ah! My leg! My silver! A series of miserable shrieks came from the rubble. Outside the Goose Song silversmith, many people who snatched the gold and silver fled in panic. At the restaurant next door, Gu Han also watched this scene in shock. Adoptive father, why did the Goose Song silversmith collapse? Gu Han asked in surprise. Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, the Goose Song silversmith is not only made of gold and silver. All the furniture is of the highest quality. Even the beams and pillars are made of Phoebe Jinnan wood. Ah, they even snatched the beams and pillars? Gu Han was thoroughly convinced by this group of robbers. Who would not want something obtained for free? Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Rumble. Immediately, a large number of city guards rushed over from afar. Whoosh! A few people rummaging through the rubble quickly scattered, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The city guards are here. It looks like the pot of water in Song City is about to boil. Go to the Crown Prince's residence tonight and add fuel to the fire. Tomorrow's royal assembly is crucial, Guhai said seriously. Yes, adoptive father, rest assured. This child has paid a huge price over the years for the Crown Prince to become the heir apparent. Although I cannot influence the Crown Prince's thoughts, it is not difficult for me to say a few words that the Crown Prince will listen to. Guhan smiled confidently. News of the Gusong silversmith being robbed immediately spread throughout Song City. That was the largest silversmith in Song City. The wealth hidden there was uncountable. Countless citizens rushed in, becoming rich in the blink of an eye. Many people who could not participate in time beat their chests, feeling envious. At the same time, they waited for news from the authorities. The people who participated in the robbery also hid their loot, waiting for news from the authorities. Song City instantly calmed down. It was much calmer than it had been in the past few days. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation, waiting patiently. Hence, only the Gusong silversmith was robbed. The citizens had not robbed the other properties of the Gu residents yet. Everyone waited for news, for the next day's royal assembly to decide on this matter. The news spread to the various ministers in the court. Such a huge piece of news indeed caused countless officials to suddenly have complicated feelings. They did not know how to express their stance in the court meeting tomorrow. Many ministers were running around looking for their colleagues to discuss the matters of tomorrow's morning court session. The news also reached the palace. Many people in the harem applauded. Good job. Old Devil Goose things should be snatched. If it were me, I would rob as well. That is the Gusong silversmith. Even I have only been there a few times. It is even more luxurious than the palace. This is great. Guhai's shop has been robbed. The emperor will definitely be happy. He can use the people's hearts. Many people applauded, and the old emperor was also listening to his subordinates report everything that had happened. His brows were furrowed as he analyzed everything. Go and invite Imperial Tutor Pang and Prime Minister Liu here for discussion, the old emperor ordered. Yes, in the Crown Prince's residence. Crown Prince Song listened to his subordinates report the news from the Gusong silversmith. Ha ha ha, Guhai's shop got robbed. How delightful. Crown Prince Song said with a ferocious expression. The death of his son, Song Zhengxi, pushed Crown Prince Song's hatred for Guhai to the peak. At this moment, as long as there was any bad news about Guhai, Crown Prince Song would vent his anger. Your Highness, this is not the time to be happy, an advisor said with a bitter smile. Huh. Crown Prince Song frowned as he looked at the few advisors before him. Your Highness, Guhai's shop got smashed and robbed. This is indeed delightful. However, there is a problem behind this. One of the advisors said with a bitter smile. What problem? Crown Prince Song asked seriously. How should we determine the nature of this case? The Gusong silversmith is indeed Guhai's shop. This time, the commoners robbed it. Should we punish or reward the commoners who robbed it? Is what the commoners did right or wrong? If we say that the commoners are wrong, they are doing their best for the nation. At the very least, they appear to be standing on the moral high ground. They are serving the nation. There is nothing wrong with serving the nation, even if they use any means. However, if we say that the commoners are right, that would be breaking the law. My Song Nation's laws are extremely strict. This is considered robbery. No matter who the other party is, they cannot rob. Robbing is breaking the law, disregarding my Song Nation's laws. The law is an important tool of the nation and cannot be messed with. The law is the foundation of governing the people. Trampling on the law is trampling on the royal authority, one of the advisors said. Indeed, Your Highness, say that the commoners are wrong. The commoners are serving the nation. Say that the commoners are right. The commoners are trampling on the law. Are the commoners right or wrong? Should they be rewarded or punished? I believe that the officials are having a headache right now. Song City's commoners are also waiting for tomorrow's royal court to decide. Another advisor said with a bitter smile. Crown Prince Song gaped, feeling shocked. Are the commoners right or wrong? This required the authorities to decide. However, how should they decide? The room fell silent. This was an extremely thorny problem. If my Song Nation's authorities had raided the Goose Song silversmith back then, there would not have been so many problems. Crown Prince Song said bitterly. No, Your Highness, when two nations are at war, they do not kill envoys. Guhai's shops are here. Without sufficient evidence, they cannot randomly raid my Song Nation's shops. Merchants do not dare to cross borders or travel between regions. Furthermore, Guhai's shops are too large. Once they are raided, it might mess up the Song Nation's commerce system. If the commoners suddenly find many things unavailable to buy, there will definitely be a civil unrest. Furthermore, publicizing Guhai's evil is just to prevent Guhai from scheming. The commoners will only hate Guhai, but not fear him. If we conduct a full-scale purge, it might create a sense that the Song Nation is in danger, causing the commoners to panic. Crown Prince Song showed a strange expression. Perhaps the emperor thought of raiding the Gu Song silversmith, and even made preparations to prevent any hidden dangers. After all, although there would be losses, it might still be within control. However, in the end, he was too late. The commoners got there first. Given that, the situation became even more complicated. How should the commoners who robbed the Goose Song silversmith be judged? Should they be rewarded or punished? The advisor smiled bitterly. Crown Prince Song? The room fell silent again. This was originally a happy matter. Why did it turn so strange? Your Highness the Crown Prince. A servant walked in from outside. What's wrong? Crown Prince Song asked seriously. Mr. Tian requests an audience. That servant said respectfully. Mr. Tian? Tian Han. That merchant? This Tian Han is indeed quite smart. Unfortunately, he is too focused on wealth. Although he provides a large amount of wealth to the Crown Prince's residence, he does not interfere with the Crown Prince's matters. It is good that he does not interfere. How can a merchant casually interfere with the Crown Prince's matters? As the group of advisors whispered to each other, Crown Prince Song sent someone to invite Xiao Qin in. Soon, Guhan was led into the room. This commoner greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and all the lords, Guhan said with a smile. Mr. Tian, there is no need to be so polite, the Crown Prince said with a smile. The group of advisors also smiled faintly. After all, Guhan never interfered with the matters of the Crown Prince's residence and did not have any conflicts of interest with them. Mr. Tian, why are you here? Crown Prince Song asked out of curiosity. Guhan smiled bitterly and said, I believe that the Crown Prince already knows about the Goose Song silversmith's matter. Oh, everyone's expressions changed. Mr. Tian is here for this matter? Crown Prince Song asked with a frown. This Tian does not dare to make a judgment on this matter. This Tian is not talented and is just a merchant. I am unable to share the Crown Prince's worries. This time, I am here only to bring some things that this Tian saw. Perhaps the perspective of a commoner like me is different from the perspective of all the lords. This is just for everyone's reference. Guhan said politely. Oh. Everyone looked at Guhan curiously. The next day, in the royal assembly in Song City, the Song Emperor sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the officials. The officials seemed to have just gone through an intense argument. Many of them were flushed with anger. At this moment, everyone looked at Crown Prince Song, who was in the center. Imperial Father, fellow officials, we have already argued for a long time about whether it was right or wrong. The commoners robbed the Gusong silversmith, breaking the law. However, the one they robbed was Gu Hai's shop. Gu Hai has long been rumored to be a demon. Cutting off the demon's wings is upholding justice. Everyone has their own opinions. This Crown Prince is not talented. Tell me what I think. Crown Prince Song said solemnly. Crown Prince, please speak. Imperial Tutor Pang said. The Song Emperor stared at Crown Prince Song as well. Crown Prince Song nodded and said, Imperial Father, fellow officials, if the commoners are guilty and robbing is a crime, Prime Minister Liu, you were the one who asked. Prime Minister Liu, you were the one who spoke the most fiercely earlier. Let me ask, and you answer. Since the people are guilty, how should we deal with them according to your suggestion? An old official walked out from the right row of the officials. Return everything that was robbed back then and punish them as a warning, Prime Minister Liu said solemnly. Will the commoners be willing to return them themselves? I think that no one will be willing to return them. Furthermore, it will be hard to find out who robbed them and what they stole. Are we going to search the entire city? My Song Nation just lost 800,000 soldiers because of Gu Hai. Now, we are going to help Gu Hai recover his losses. What will the commoners think of this? We can confiscate them and not return them to Gu Hai. Prime Minister Liu said with a frown, if we don't return them to Gu Hai, they will enter my national treasury. What will be the end result of a large-scale search? Competing with the commoners for stolen goods? Competing with the commoners? Are you trying to isolate my Song Nation from the commoners? No. Opposing each other? Crown Prince Song smiled coldly. Ah, this old official definitely does not mean that. Prime Minister Liu immediately shook his head. The commoners stole Gu Hai's things. If my Song Nation makes a move, we will have no right to deal with them. We cannot hand them over to Gu Hai, and we cannot keep them for ourselves. We will only be cursed. My Song Nation has already publicized Gu Hai's evilness. We will never change our stance. We absolutely cannot stand on Gu Hai's side and help Gu Hai recover his losses. All the more, we cannot destroy the commoners' confidence in hating Gu Hai when their morale is high. The commoners hate Gu Hai. Of course, there are some who want to take advantage of the situation. However, they have this impulse because they hate Gu Hai. If we can use the popular sentiment, it means that our earlier propaganda is effective. At the very least, we can no longer use Gu Hai's schemes on the commoners. Everyone will be on guard against Gu Hai. Crown Prince Song said seriously, in that case, does the Crown Prince mean that we cannot punish the commoners? Prime Minister Liu asked with a frown. That's right. They went to the Gusong silversmith to cut off Gu Hai's wings. Naturally, they cannot be punished, Crown Prince Song said solemnly. Cannot be punished? However, they trampled on my Song Nation's laws. Could it be that they still need to be rewarded? My Song Nation's laws are sacred and cannot be trampled on. No one can. Otherwise, once the laws crumble, the commoners will lose the laws in their hearts. Then, the Song Nation will be destroyed. Prime Minister Liu said, anxiously, Prime Minister Liu, you worry too much. This is what I wanted to say as well. The laws are dead, and people are alive. This matter is special. Hence, we should look at it separately, Crown Prince Song said with a smile. Oh, look at it separately? How do we do that? The Song Emperor asked, feeling confused. Imperial Father, this son believes that the way we are thinking about this matter is somewhat chaotic. The laws clash with serving the nation because of the danger that is Gu Hai. What if we remove Gu Hai from my Song Nation's laws? Crown Prince Song said with a smile. Huh. Everyone frowned as they looked at Crown Prince Song. We cannot tolerate people who threaten our nation. Why should my Song nation's laws protect Gu Hai's shop? This son feels that the commoners are doing the right thing, doing well. While we were still thinking about whether to seal Gu Hai's shop, the commoners' patriots were already one step ahead of us, taking action. This is because they firmly believe that everything about Gu Hai is harmful to my Song nation. The commoners are with my Song nation. Why should we harm the commoners' hearts? We should support the commoners and the people's hearts. This is because the people's hearts are firm and the nation is strong. The commoners are on my Song nation's side. Should we make things difficult for them? Crown Prince Song said. Huh. The officials frowned in thought. Earlier, we did so much propaganda to publicize Gu Hai's evilness. That was how we managed to get rid of Gu Hai yesterday. If we punished the people who oppose Gu Hai today, what would our earlier propaganda be about? A joke? Sensationalism? Or a joke? A nation cannot exist without trust. A sovereign does not joke. The nation's prestige cannot be blasphemed. Crown Prince Song shouted loudly. On the dragon throne, the Song Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly as he nodded. Your Highness, are you saying that not only should we not punish them, but we should also reward them? Reward them for robbing? Prime Minister Liu asked with an unsightly expression. There is no need for rewards. Just verbal encouragement is enough. Pardon them for their crimes. Crown Prince Song said solemnly. However, Your Highness, do you know that countless commoners are waiting outside the royal court for our news? Once we decide, it will be hard to change. Pardon them for their crimes, and even encourage them verbally. After today, the other Gu Hai shops in my Song City will be robbed one after another. Do you believe that? Prime Minister Liu asked, worriedly with a frown. Huh. Prime Minister Liu, why are you so worried about Gu Hai's businesses? Crown Prince Song asked coldly. I'm concerned? Why should I be? However, how many businesses does Gu Hai have? Do you know how much wealth he has? Why is he not going to the authorities to confiscate them? If we rob them, Prime Minister Liu said anxiously. Crown Prince Song smiled coldly and shook his head. I know that there is a lot of wealth. No matter who it is, they would be envious. Even if I knew that there was so much wealth, I would still be envious. I would want to confiscate them myself. However, Prime Minister Liu, don't forget, is this wealth more important than my Song nation? Huh. Everyone in the hall turned solemn. Imperial Father, while Gu Hai has a lot of wealth and everyone wants it, it is nothing compared to my Song nation's empire. Since the Gu Song silversmiths have already decided, just let the commoners rob the Gu residents. If the authorities confiscate them and the commoners rob them, what should we do if there is a conflict? Fight with the commoners? What if Gu Hai makes a fuss about it? Crown Prince Song said seriously. But Prime Minister Liu said anxiously, Imperial Father, the commoners rob Gu Hai's wealth because we publicized Gu Hai's evil deeds. This is in line with my Song nation and should be encouraged. Giving Gu Hai's wealth to the commoners will make the commoners feel grateful. Convincing the commoners will make our propaganda more convincing. Although Gu Hai has a lot of wealth, my Song nation is still more important. This son feels that yesterday's incident against Gu Hai should be encouraged and not punished, Crown Prince Song said solemnly to the old emperor. The officials whispered to each other for a while. This old official supports the Crown Prince's words. Although there is a lot of wealth, it is worth it to pacify the commoners. Imperial Tutor Pang said. This official agrees. This official agrees. Immediately, everyone in the royal court sided with Crown Prince Song. The Song Emperor sat on the dragon throne. When he saw the officials supporting the crown prince, he finally nodded. Indeed, what was the point of confiscating so much wealth? If Gu Hai destroyed the Song nation, no matter how much wealth there was, he would not be able to enjoy it. As long as he still had his empire, he would have everything. We allow the crown prince to submit a memorial, the Song emperor said. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Chapter 17. Boom. A loud sound rang out. A large number of citizens blasted open the doors of another Gu Hai shop on the streets of Song City. Ha ha ha! Under the emperor's decree, we are going to destroy all of old Demon Gu's businesses in Song City. Don't come over. This is robbery. You are the ones robbing. You lackeys of old Demon Gu. Scram! It's mine. The incense burner is mine. The exquisite porcelain vase is mine. Don't snatch it from me. Don't step on me. Scram! It's all mine. Countless citizens swarmed into Gu Hai's shops, frantically snatching the items. The case of the Gu Song silversmith had been settled. The citizens were not guilty of robbing. The royal court even gave them great encouragement. Not guilty of robbing? The news spread like wildfire, spreading throughout the entire Song City in an instant. In Song City, the quick-witted people all thought of the wealth from the Gu Song silversmith yesterday. That was a horrifying amount of wealth. To the royal clan, this might just be a heartache. However, to the commoners, this was an astronomical figure. They did not need to work or labor. They just needed to go and take it. Just take it, and it would be theirs. Furthermore, it would be more than what they had earned in several lifetimes. If you're fast, you'll get it. If you're slow, you won't get it. Even the emperor encouraged us to go. Should we remain at home like wooden blocks and watch? If we continued to watch, there would be nothing left. If the emperor encouraged us, then the emperor bestowed us with it. How could we reject something the emperor bestowed upon us? A mountain of gold was right there. If we took it, it would be ours. Should we take it? There was no need for any organization or leader. As long as one had a brain, they would immediately rush to Gu Hai's other shops. Some of the people with moral scruples could no longer sit still when they saw so many of their friends rushing to rob. Rumble. All the citizens in the city went crazy. As long as it was Gu Hai's shop, it would instantly fill with people. It was like all the citizens in the city were charging over. All of Gu Hai's shops locked their doors at the same time. However, the locked doors could not stop the enthusiasm of the citizens. So what if the doors were locked? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. We've brought tools. Break open the door. Someone shouted. When Xiao Chen turned his head to look, he saw Song City's guards carrying siege weapons. City guards? Shouldn't you be patrolling Song City now? Why are you here to join in the fun? Someone shouted. Patrol my ass. How can we let go of such an opportunity? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. This is a battering ram used to attack the city. We secretly took it out from the warehouse. We can't. Humph, you have so many city guards here. We're at the front, so we'll split up first. If we give up our spot to you, then we'll have nothing left to drink. That's right, we can't let you do that. We don't want you to hit the wood. We'll do it ourselves. Bastards, how dare you? If you don't move aside, I'll capture all of you. The city guard shouted angrily. You dare? My master is the grand preceptor of the current dynasty. You dare to capture him? You dare to capture him? My master is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. Are you going to arrest him? First come, first served. If you want to snatch it, let's see if you have the life to do so. My master is the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. And come on then. There were all sorts of people in the crowd, all sorts of people. Gu Hai's shops were like mountains of gold scattered throughout the city. No matter who it was, they could not avoid it. The commoners wanted to get rich overnight. The wealthy nobles also had countless servants, unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Many of the officials had first-hand information. The city guards disregarded their important positions and came to rob. Immediately, the entire Song City turned chaotic. Clamor, robberies, cries, laughter, furious roars, and all sorts of emotions erupted at the same time. Gu Hai and Gu Han stood on a tall building in the city, looking at the commotion around Song City. Everyone in the city was in a frenzy. Some places even started burning due to the robberies, and thick smoke surged. The craziness rang out endlessly. Even from far away, they could hear the screams in the surroundings. "Adoptive father, my Gu residents lost a lot of money this time." Gu Han said with a bitter smile, "Money lost? Ha ha, do you think that I will lose money?" Gu Hai laughed. "I'm just saying. So what if these shops are gone? Even if they all turn into ruins, adoptive father, with your name, I can guarantee that all the money shops in the Song Nation will be willing to lend you as much as you want. They will lend you as much as you want. In one day, you will be able to rebuild my Gu clan's shops. Furthermore, they will be even stronger and bigger." Gu Han said confidently and proudly. Gu Hai did not refute. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "What are the riches of the mundane world worth? What are the businesses of the Song Nation worth? The things that can be bought with money are all worthless." Rumble, 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 rumble. Sounds rang out in Song City. The commoners and the servants of the various nobles even started fighting over riches. Thick smoke surged, and flames soared into the sky. Miserable cries rang out endlessly. A hellish scene started in Song City. At the same time, some quick-witted people quickly bought horses and rushed to the other cities of the Song Nation. If the commoners of the other cities knew about this, they would definitely go crazy. They had to be quick. Before the commoners of the other cities could react, they had to immediately snatch more riches. Adoptive father, this chaos is like a huge fire spreading to the other cities of the Song Nation. Furthermore, it seems that the fire will only grow bigger and fiercer. The robberies will also become more unbridled. The commoners will also go even crazier. Gu Han sighed as he looked at Gu Hai when he heard the news from his subordinates. A single spark can start a prairie fire. As long as there is a gap in ambition, it will blind all thoughts. It will allow them to trample on all laws and make them go crazy. However, this is not enough. When the first wave of robbery spreads throughout the nation, we still need to tear down their final line of defense and throw them into chaos. Gu Hai said seriously, "The first wave? However fast the horses are, the robberies will be as fast and ferocious. Adoptive father, no one can stop this wave." Indeed, as the Song Nation's horses rushed to the surrounding cities, the robberies spread like a huge fire, spreading to the various cities. There was no need for a process. All it took was a spark, and the entire city exploded like a barrel of gasoline. 3, 10, 20, there was no fastest, only faster. Robberies under orders were even more horrifying than a swarm of locusts. In a few short days, the entire Song Nation fell into chaos. On the 4th day, the border city of the Song Nation, the border city, entered a state of chaos. Immediately, flames flared in the border city. Countless robberies rang out. Miserable cries, screams, and frenzied cries rang out endlessly. In the border city, city lord's residence. At this moment, Gao Xianji glared angrily at a middle-aged man in luxurious robes. "City Lord Wang, right now, the city is in chaos. How can you let your servants rob the shops?" Gao Xianji demanded angrily. No. Ha ha ha. Grand Marshal Gao, you worry too much. This is the emperor's order. The emperor's order cannot be disobeyed. Everyone has the right to destroy Guhai's shops. I am following the emperor's order. Even if I don't send people to rob them, others will. Why is Grand Marshal Gao so anxious? City Lord Wang said with a smile as he held his teacup. No, this is not right. I don't know what happened in the imperial capital. It has only been half a month. How can the emperor allow the people to become bandits? This is bringing chaos to the nation. Gao Xianji said angrily. Grand Marshal Gao, you are thinking too much. This is robbing Guhai's businesses, following the will of the people. The people are angry. Now that we are destroying Guhai's businesses, we can unify the people of my Song Nation. This will make it easier to guard against Guhai's schemes. Grand Marshal Gao, I heard that you already gathered 50,000 soldiers. Furthermore, it seems that some of your soldiers went to rob Guhai's businesses as well. What is the point of you coming to me? City Lord Wang said indifferently, deserters from my camp will all be dealt with according to military law. Lord Wang, do you see the flames in the city? The people are going crazy. They fell for Guhai's scheme. Gao Xianji said anxiously, all right, Grand Marshal Gao, this is the emperor's order. You have no right to interfere. The 800,000 soldiers were handed to you, but you failed at the last step. The emperor is already showing you the greatest kindness by not punishing you. However, you are not grateful. Instead, you are going against the emperor's order. Could it be that all the civil and military officials in the imperial court are not as good as you, a martial artist? Humph. This is not your front line. This is a border city. I have the final say. City Lord Wang glared. You, Gao Xianji glared. My residence is busy. I will not entertain Grand Marshal Gao any longer. Men, send the guest out. City Lord Wang shouted. Humph. Gao Xianji snorted coldly. Then she turned and left. When she reached the door, a housekeeper rushed into the hall. Master, it's not good. We were too late. We only managed to snatch a shop. There are only a few thousand taels of silver. The housekeeper said bitterly. Damn it. I should have done it earlier. I was too indecisive back then. I should have done it earlier. City Lord Wang felt regret. Gao Xianji showed an unsightly expression as she slowly walked out of the city lord's residence. Song City. When the robbery case was announced, the entire city was in an uproar. Countless people fought and fought over the shops. Flames rose everywhere, filling the city with chaos. In just one day, there was a continuous stream of fights. So much so that the next day during the court assembly, all of the officials were filled with anxiety. No one expected it to be so fast. In just one day, all of Guhai's properties in the capital were cleared. It was too fast. It was so fast that all the officials could not react in time. All the officials felt nervous. They did not know if they made a mistake earlier. Hence, no one mentioned this matter during the court assembly. After another 2 days, Song City slowly quieted down. All the officials heaved a sigh of relief. Imperial Father, nothing happened. The citizens only snatched Guhai's shops. Everyone is of one mind, working together to resist Guhai's scheme. Crown Prince Song was the first to stand up and say with a smile, That's right, Your Majesty, Guhai's scheme will no longer be of use. He can use the hearts of the people. In just one day, everything Guhai did was destroyed. Your Majesty, that Guhai only knows how to scheme. When everyone in my Song Nation is of one mind, he will be powerless. All the officials in the court sang praises. The Song Emperor nodded and let out a long sigh. In a restaurant in Song City, Guhai and Guhan sat in a corner. Adoptive father, it has been really quiet these 2 days. Those people who robbed my Gu residences shops, all fell silent. Everyone calmed down. It seems like nothing happened, Guhan said with a smile. Quiet. They did not rob, but the thoughts of all the Song Nation's citizens were stirred up by this madness. Their thoughts are already being led by us. Guhai revealed a cold smile. Oh, listen to what they are saying, Guhai said with a smile as he drank a mouthful of wine. At this moment, many people were drinking in the restaurant, chatting with each other. That damned son, Urgu, actually managed to snatch a golden Buddha statue. Tui, why is he showing off in front of me? Haha, don't blame him. You were too slow. Slow my ass. I only slept in a little longer. When I went again, I only managed to snatch 1 silver ingot. You should be satisfied. I did not manage to snatch anything. Don't Guhai's businesses have a lot of treasures? Why are there so few? The fast ones get it, and the slow ones get nothing. I heard that some people snatch tens of thousands of silver taels in one go. Tens of thousands of silver taels. CK his ancestors. If I were given another chance, I would definitely not sleep. I would wait at the entrance of that golden shop and be the first to snatch it. Who doesn't plan to do that? You don't know this, but my wife has been arguing with me for the past 2 days, saying that I was too slow. Son Urgu, who is next door, managed to snatch a golden Buddha statue. His family is already very poor and cannot compare to mine. With this, he immediately surpassed mine. It is all that Guhai's fault. He has too few shops. If only he had more, it would have been great. Indeed, the most infuriating thing is that he managed to snatch more than me. How infuriating! Brothers, don't be angry. Let's drink. The restaurant was filled with such voices. Guhai and Guhan listened quietly. Adoptive father, the people who did not manage to snatch anything are all complaining and regretting it, Guhan said with a smile. The problem of the people is that they do not worry about scarcity, but about uneven distribution. If the wealth were split evenly, no one would object. However, now that the wealth is not split evenly, it is easy to develop psychological problems. The people who snatched the shops of my Gu residents earlier were just a prelude. Snatching the shops of my Gu residents in the shadows is the true foundation. They are already addicted to snatching. If they still want to snatch, then satisfy them. We will make all the shops of the Song Nation their targets of snatching. Everyone will become bandits, and the people's hearts will turn chaotic. If the people's hearts turn to bandits, the Song Nation will be crippled. Adoptive father, I'll go and supervise now, Guhan immediately said excitedly. There's no need. Wait another 2 days, and let this problem of the people's hearts grow even stronger. Let the disparity grow even greater. That way, the people will become even crazier and even more chaotic, Guhai said while shaking his head. Yes, Guhan answered. Immediately, the entire Song Nation calmed down after a bout of craziness. However, the people's hearts boiled over. Jealous gazes were hidden everywhere. Their ferocious red eyes could not hide the craziness in their hearts. It felt like grass had grown in the hearts of countless people, making them itch unbearably. When they occasionally walked among the countless shops on the streets, they no longer looked at the shops with admiring gazes. Instead, they looked at them with greedy gazes. Chapter 18. 2 days later, in Song City, dawn was just breaking. You bandits! It is one thing for you to snatch my Gu residence's businesses on the surface. Now, you want to snatch my jade shop? My master will not let you off. Ah, my jade Rui. My master specifically asked for it. Don't snatch it. Don't. A miserable shriek tore through the air. The originally sleepy Song City citizens jolted awake at the same time. Nearly at the same time, countless citizens sat up in shock from their sleep. Wife, was that the jade shop owner's voice earlier? not one of the Gu residence's businesses on the surface. Then a man exclaimed in shock, "Why are you still not going? You did not manage to snatch Sun Urga's last time. If you do not bring back a jade Rui this time, this old lady will fight it out with you." The woman on the bed exclaimed. Rumble. A series of doors opening rang out. The god of fortune was here to spread his wealth again. The citizens who failed to snatch anything last time seemed to have gone crazy this time, rushing out without even putting on their clothes properly. The same scene happened everywhere in Song City. It was like a large number of the Gu residence's hidden businesses suddenly appeared in the city. Countless citizens rushed over in a frenzy, wreaking havoc and snatching. This was a legitimate snatch. Miserable shrieks, arguments, and sounds of beatings rang out. The sky was slightly bright, and some places already had smoke billowing out. Inside the Guhan residence, adoptive father, Song City only has 6 hidden businesses. Can they mobilize all the citizens in the city? Guhan asked somewhat worriedly. 6, that is enough. The people want more of these shops. So be it. If they are tempted, even if there are only a few shops, it will be enough to stir their ambitions, Gu Hai said as he sipped his tea. Outside, the sounds of snatching rang out endlessly. The sky gradually brightened. It was another great harvest. Some citizens smiled happily. However, countless others felt increasingly anxious. Damn it! I was one step too late again. This great me did not manage to snatch anything. Is there any more? Is there any more Guhai shops? I was just a little slower. Just a little slower. Damn it! 6 shops were far from enough to satisfy the appetite of the entire city's citizens. A small portion of people had managed to snatch the shops, but the majority were still anxious and incomparably anxious. The god of wealth had given away his wealth, yet he had not managed to snatch anything. Countless commoners did not return home. Instead, they wandered the streets, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, hoping to find another Guhai shop. Bright gold shop, so many gold words. If only it was one of Guhai's businesses. A commoner looked enviously at a gold shop that had just opened. Perhaps it was just jealousy, but it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Guhai's property? Yes, it must be Guhai's property. Another person who was more anxious than him suddenly shouted. What? Guhai's property? Mother of Asterisker, I finally caught him. I must get it this time. Snatch it! The surrounding people seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards the bright gold shop. It was as if the people on the street had found their target. In an instant, the boss of the bright gold shop changed his expression. Bright gold shop is a century-old shop. A century-old shop. It can't be one of Guhai's properties. Don't snatch it. You are breaking the law. Don't snatch it. The boss of the gold shop screamed as he was knocked to the ground. At this moment, the commoners seemed to have gone mad. Who would care so much? As long as there was a reason, they could snatch it. Moreover, everyone was snatching it. Why should they be the idiot and watch? Mine, damn it. It's mine. Don't snatch it. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Don't snatch it from me. Ha ha ha. I finally got it. We are a century-old shop, not one of Guhai's properties. Don't snatch it. Cries, screams, and shouts were incessant. It was not just the bright gold shop. All around Song City seemed to have been ignited. In an instant, the entire city was in chaos. Every shop became a target for the commoners to snatch. Guhai's properties? Are you sure? There was no need to be sure. As long as someone got jealous and shouted, "This is Guhai's property, right?" A pack of hungry wolves would immediately charge over. Snatch! 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 All of Song City went crazy. Fires started everywhere. The commoners were no longer good citizens who knew their place. Instead, They all turned into bandits. Were these just for the shops? No. Some of the wealthy families were plundered. Boom. Doors opened one after another. Then, the commoners charged into the various wealthy families' houses, like bandits going all out. Some of the wealthy families only heard one sentence. This is Gu Hai's secret manor. Rumble. The wealthy families' houses were immediately plundered. Of course, only a few people plundered the wealthy families. Most of the people plundered the shops. Immediately, all the shops became targets for the commoners. It was like Gu Hai's properties were everywhere in Song City. Snatch! 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 The huge chaos quickly spread to the imperial palace. All the officials immediately received a summons to head to the imperial court for a morning assembly. In the imperial palace's imperial court, the place was noisy and chaotic. Song City's magistrate. Why is the entire city in such chaos? Where are your men? Why are you not going to stop them? The Song Emperor thundered from his throne. An official knelt on the ground, trembling. Your Majesty, it is chaos. It is all chaos. This old official wanted the city guards to go and control the situation. However, only a few of the city guards obeyed. The rest went to rob. What? Crown Prince Song's expression changed. Reporting to your Majesty, most of my city guards were absent as well. They went to participate in the robberies. Your Majesty, 36 places in the city are already on fire. The group of officials reported anxiously. After summarizing the information, they found that no one was available. Most of the subordinates had gone to rob. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? Crown Prince Song said with an unsightly expression. We do not know what happened, either. Everything was fine 2 days ago. Everything was calm. However, why did it suddenly go crazy? Why did it suddenly go crazy? At this moment, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court were at a loss. Horror appeared in their eyes. Gu Hai? Gu Hai's scheme? Crown Prince Song exclaimed. Startled. Everyone was a bandit. It was not just in Song City. The same scene played out in all the cities in the Song Nation. Snatch! 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 In the border city, Gao Xianji stood on a high platform in the military camp looking at the soldiers he had brought under his command. More than half of them had deserted and gone to the various shops in the city to rob. Gao Xianji couldn't help but shudder. Many houses burned in flames, and thick smoke surged. The border city looked like hell on earth. Miserable cries, despair, and fighting rang out endlessly. Gao Xianji seemed to see Gu Hai again. At this moment, he wore armor and held a sword in his hand, pointing it in the direction of the dynasty's capital, Song City. At this moment, nearly all the ordinary citizens in the border city had become part of Gu Hai's army. As long as Gu Hai gave the order, he could command all the ordinary citizens in the border city to charge at the dynasty's capital, Song City. No, it was Gu Hai commanding all the ordinary citizens in the Song Nation's cities. All the ordinary citizens of the Song Nation suddenly became Gu Hai's soldiers. With one order, the ordinary citizens would disregard everything and destroy the Song clan's empire. Previously, when the military camp was bombed, Gao Xianji seemed to see Gu Hai commanding her 800,000-strong army to go against her. This time, it was Gu Hai commanding all the Song Nation's ordinary citizens. The 80,000-strong army already made Gao Xianji tremble in fear. However, all the Song Nation's ordinary citizens made Gao Xianji feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar. Gu Hai? He alone can destroy the 6 nations. Gao Xianji sighed in horror. 3 days later, everything returned to normal. All the shops in the Song Nation were destroyed. The entire nation sank into a deathly stillness. The ordinary citizens could no longer buy anything. As for the shop owners, they cried out in despair. At this moment, the Clear River Sect's group arrived in the Song Nation. The young female hall master and Venerable Lu Nian led the group. The Clear River Sect master and the first Song Sect master accompanied them. The group arrived at the border city and met Gao Xianji. At this moment, Gao Xianji stood respectfully before the group. The young female hall master stood on a high platform in the border city, looking down at the entire border city. The border city was already desolate. A cold wind blew the fallen leaves, slowly sweeping the streets. Occasionally, one or two people walked the streets. The border city was like a dead city, deathly silent. Gasp! It has only been 1 month, right? The young female hall master exclaimed with wide eyes. Venerable Lu Nian showed a complicated expression. This is a barren land for 500 kilometers. This Gu Hai is indeed a demonic genius. In 1 month, he managed to make all the ordinary citizens lose their hearts. Venerable Lu Nian sighed. The first Song Sect master showed an unsightly expression. What do you mean by all the ordinary citizens lost? The ordinary citizens are still around. At the side, Gao Xianji smiled bitterly. The ordinary citizens are still around, but their hearts are no longer there. The ordinary citizens no longer support the Song clan's empire. Huh, the first Song Sect master said, feeling confused. Those ordinary citizens who suffered a calamity definitely hate the Song Nation for making them lose everything. As for those ordinary citizens who robbed, they also understood that most of what they robbed did not belong to Gu Hai. They should already be robbers. Although the law might not punish the majority, do you expect a robber to love his country? A robber would risk his life for the country. A robber would go to war, not to mention that they already lost their loyalty to the Song Nation. Even if they had the wealth, they would not be willing to risk their lives in war anymore. As for those ordinary citizens who did not rob, they feel even worse. The Song Nation is unfair. Why should they help the Song Nation fight? Gao Xianji said bitterly. In that case, the patriotic heart of the Song Nation's ordinary citizens is gone. The Clear River Sect master asked excitedly. Although I do not want to admit it, it is the truth. The soldiers in my camp cannot fight anymore. Unless we can return to the past and set things right, that is easier said than done. That Gu Hai has been keeping an eye on us, Gao Xianji said bitterly. Ha 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 ha. The Clear River Sect master laughed heartily. He turned the ordinary citizens into bandits, causing the people's hearts to fall into chaos. This Gu Hai's move is too ruthless. Venerable Lu Nian sighed. Is there no other way? The first Song Sect master asked with an unsightly expression. This is not the scariest part. If the Chun Nation sends its troops now, all the cities in my Song Nation will be like paper. We will not be able to block them at all. At the very least, no one will be able to block them for some time, Gao Xianji said bitterly. At the side, the Clear River Sect master showed a slightly stunned expression. He said, Hey, 5 days ago, Chun Tianshan sent me a message saying that Gu Hai ordered Chun Wang to lead 150,000 soldiers to the Song Nation. At that time, I did not think much of it. It was just 150,000 soldiers. How could they barge into the Song Nation? However, after hearing what you said, Gao Xianji smiled bitterly and said, Gu Hai's calculations are flawless. He planned everything step by step. The 150,000 soldiers should be charging over with boundless hatred. However, they are facing the Paper Song Nation. I am not comparable to him. Huh. How do those fools, the Song Emperor, manage their country? The first Song Sect master said with a resentful expression. Gu Hai should be in Song City right now, right? The young female hall master asked with excitement in her eyes. I guess he should still be in Song City. Gao Xianji smiled bitterly. Come, let's go to Song City, the young female hall master said with an unquestionable tone. Chapter 19. Song City. At the entrance of the royal palace, many haggard people knelt on the ground, crying out in grief, "Your Majesty, please uphold justice. Return us to justice. Arrest the bandits and return us our belongings. Your Majesty, this commoner has paid countless taxes every year. Now, all of our belongings have been stolen. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. Your Majesty, Imperial Tutor Pang ordered his servants to steal our belongings. Your Majesty, please punish Imperial Tutor Pang. Your Majesty, this commoner has evidence. Imperial Tutor Pang's servants stole our belongings and turned them into bandits. Your Majesty, please punish them." These were all merchants of Song City. At this moment, they were all kneeling at the entrance of the royal palace, crying as they waited for the emperor to uphold justice. In a pavilion not far away, Gu Hai and Gu Han looked at the group of merchants before them, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. "Adoptive father, the few at the front are our men." Gu Han pointed into the distance. Gu Hai nodded. "Let's wait patiently. More and more people will be coming to lodge complaints. Not only Song City, but even the wealthy merchants of the surrounding cities will be coming to lodge complaints. That Imperial Tutor Pang deserves it. His table manners are too unsightly. Over the past few days, he actually ordered his servants and subordinates to rob the shops, hoping to fish in troubled waters. We have already made preparations. We have recorded everything." Gu Han smiled. "Imperial Tutor Pang? What a shriveled old man. To think that he would be so greedy." Gu Hai sighed. "It is fine that he is greedy. What this child dislikes the most is that this old fellow does not respect himself. He is already so old, yet he keeps on harming young girls. He harms them at least once every 3 days. In the eyes of those rotten nobles, this might be fun. However, to me, it is disgusting and shameless. I heard that more than a dozen young girls were killed by this old fellow. What a sin." Gu Han said hatefully. "That is why I said that retribution is here." Gu Hai smiled coldly. "Adoptive father, will King Song really execute Imperial Tutor Pang? After all, he is King Song's teacher." Gu Han said worriedly. Teacher? King Song even beheaded his own grandson, let alone a mere subject." Gu Hai sneered coldly. "Yes." Gu Han nodded with a frown. "I believe that news of the Qin nation's army entering the Song nation has already reached the royal court. They should have. This child saw them rushing into the imperial palace at top speed." Gu Han nodded. The news of the front lines being routed like a landslide should have already spread. The cities in the various regions are no longer able to put up any resistance. The Qin nation's army is unstoppable, and the Song nation's citizens and army are not thinking of repaying their country. How can the Song nation not be afraid? Right now, he should be in boundless fear. Gu Hai smiled. "Song. The song of the nation's song, of the nation, 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 of the nation, 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 nation. It is like a sick adult meeting a child charging at him with a saber. Although the adult is strong, he is so sick that he cannot move. He can only let the child kill him. If the adult had time to recuperate, he might be able to recover. However, there is no time for the adult now," Gu Hai said as he sipped his tea. "What the Song nation lacks the most is time. With the Qin nation's army pressing in, given their speed, they should be able to reach Song City soon and destroy the Song nation," Gu Han said after some thought. "Hence, we can only treat a part of the adult's body as soon as possible. At the very least, we can stop the child." Gu Hai smiled. "Treat? How?" "The citizens who benefited now reject the Song nation. Now that they are rich, they value their lives even more. As for the citizens who suffered, they already hate the Song Nation and resent it. How can they save the Song Nation? Guhan said with a frown. The citizens of the Song Nation are split into two groups, the ones who suffered and the ones who benefited. Since neither side is willing to fight for the nation, we can only choose one side to appease. Can we appease the ones who benefited? Guhai instructed. Pardon the crimes of robbers and let them resist the Chun Nation's army? Guhan's expression changed. Is that feasible? Guhai asked again. It doesn't seem feasible. If we pardon their crimes, the citizens who suffered will immediately rebel. The Song Nation will descend into chaos. If they continue robbing and killing, the Song Nation might collapse on its own even before the Chun Nation's army comes. Furthermore, the people who benefited might not join the army. After they benefited, they lost their patriotism. As long as they enjoy wealth, it does not matter whether the nation is the Chun Nation or the Song Nation, Guhan said after thinking. If we cannot appease the ones who benefited, we can only appease the ones who suffered. Guhai said with confidence flashing in his eyes. Appease the ones who suffered, the merchants kneeling in front of the palace, and the citizens who did not manage to snatch anything or had their belongings stolen. Guhan looked at the plaza. Indeed. However, how should we appease them? Can we help them get their belongings back? Guhai asked with a smile. That is absolutely impossible. Those belongings have already been hidden by the people who benefited. How can we spit out the fatty meat that is already in our mouths? If we enforce it, it will only cause more chaos. Those people who benefited will definitely rebel. Furthermore, the situation will only worsen. Guhan said with a changed expression. Then what should we do? Guhai asked. Hold them accountable. Guhan's expression changed. How do we do that? Guhai asked with a smile. Kill them, shake their hearts, and vent their anger. Guhan's expression changed. Kill who? As long as we can vent the anger of the citizens, the Song Emperor will kill anyone. He will even kill the Crown Prince. Excitement flashed in Guhan's eyes. Hence, the third round is the simplest. The situation is already set and cannot be reversed. We are just going with the flow and speeding up the process, Guhai said with a smile. Yes, this child understands. This imperial tutor Pang deserved it, Guhan asked with bright eyes. Guhai nodded. In the royal assembly in Song City, the Chun Nation's army has already charged into my Song Nation. To think that the border city only lasted for one day before falling? Where is Gao Xianji? Where is Gao Xianji? Crown Prince Song said anxiously. The Song Emperor sat on his throne, his expression changing continuously. The officials below also felt anxious and uneasy. Crown Prince Song shouted angrily at the messenger. Disperse! Everyone dispersed. Grand Marshal Gao's army is also in chaos. There is no way to stop them. Everyone ran away, and no one tried to stop them. Some meddlesome citizens even helped to open the city gates. The Chun Nation's army is still in a state of no one and only met with some resistance. The messenger said bitterly, "The people's hearts are already lost. The arrival of the Chun Nation's army is making things worse." Prime Minister Liu, the leader of the right, said with an unsightly expression, "What should we do? The citizens and soldiers are not willing to fight. Are they disappointed in my Song Nation? This Guhai is too scary." The main problem is the earlier decision. Back then, when the Gu Song silversmith was robbed, we should not have encouraged them. We should not have started this. Indeed, if we had not started this, we would not have lost the people's hearts. At this moment, the group of officials complained endlessly. Crown Prince Song revealed a bitter expression as he turned his head and said, "Imperial father, this son is at fault." Back then, this son hated Guhai. After hearing the lies of the merchant Tian Han, this son regretted it. However, when I went to look for Tian Han again, he was already gone. The Tian residence is empty. Tian Han! Tian Han! Tian! Oh no! Prime Minister Lu's expression changed drastically. Huh! Everyone looked at Prime Minister Lu. Your Majesty, this old official knows who Tian Han is. Tian Han is the character for Tian. The character for Tian is 10 in the mouth, and 10 in the mouth. Prime Minister Lu's expression changed. Tian Han, Gu Han, Gu Hai's second adopted son. The expressions of the officials immediately changed dramatically. Plop! Crown Prince Song's expression changed as he collapsed to the ground. Originally, Crown Prince Song guessed that Tian Han was one of Gu Hai's people. However, he did not expect that Tian Han was Gu Hai's adopted son. Tian Han had been hiding by his side all along. Gu Hai. The Song Emperor's expression turned extremely unsightly. Your Majesty, we need to appease the resentment of some people and get them to resist the Chun army, Prime Minister Lu said bitterly. Prime Minister, tell me how to appease the resentment of the people. As long as we can appease the resentment of the people and encourage them to resist the Chun army, we will agree. The Song Emperor looked anxiously at Prime Minister Lu. After a moment of silence, Prime Minister Lu said bitterly, Your Majesty, it is clearly impossible to return the stolen items now. There is no time. The Chun army is already here. Even if we use all the money in our national treasury, we will not be able to fill this hole. It is too difficult to appease the resentment of the people. Tell the people clearly that we do not want to do this either. As long as the people have a change of heart, as long as the people are willing to resist the Chun army, we are willing to satisfy all their requests, the Song Emperor said anxiously. To appease the anger of the people, to appease the resentment of the people, to appease the disappointment of the people, we need to get rid of the culprits. Only then can we get the people to trust my Song nation again. Prime Minister Lu said, seriously. The culprits are Gu Hai and Gu Han, the Song Emperor said with a frown. Indeed. However, if we cannot find them, how can we get rid of them? In that case, let's move on to the next level. Back then, who was the one who suggested turning the people into bandits? Who infuriated the people? Who was the one who pursued the people? Prime Minister Lu said, seriously. The royal court instantly turned strange and angry. Prime Minister Lu, you want to kill me? Crown Prince Song's expression suddenly changed. Prime Minister Lu, what do you mean? The Imperial Tutor Pang's expression changed as well. Prime Minister Lu said bitterly, the Crown Prince is the continuation of the nation and cannot be killed easily. Otherwise, it will only make things worse. Back then, when the Crown Prince suggested it, the Imperial Tutor Pang was the first to support it. I thought that you were thinking for the Song Nation. However, I did not expect that the Imperial Tutor did it for yourself. This time, the Imperial Tutor is the biggest winner of turning the people into bandits, right? You sent out all your servants and subordinates to rob the people. At the same time, you immediately came up with a plan to get your servants to rush to the surrounding cities and get your disciples to join in the robbery. You, the Imperial Tutor Pang, robbed the most. Now that the Song Nation is in chaos, you cannot absolve yourself of the blame. Wow. An uproar immediately broke out in the hall. Is Prime Minister Lu going to fight it out with the Imperial Tutor Pang? Bastard. Prime Minister Lu, could it be that this old man was the only one who gave the orders? Did you not? Which of the officials in the royal court did not? The Imperial Tutor Pang immediately shouted angrily, but no one is as ugly as you. Do you know whose name those victims are shouting outside the Imperial Palace right now? They have clearly listed all the crimes that the Imperial Tutor Pang committed. Your crimes are very clear. The people want to kill you. Only by killing you can they resolve their resentment. Imperial Tutor Pang, please sacrifice yourself for my Song nation. Prime Minister Lu suddenly bowed to the Imperial Tutor Pang. Imperial Tutor Pang, please sacrifice yourself for the nation. The group of officials shouted and bowed. Bastards! You all! You all! The Imperial Tutor Pang pointed at the crowd with an unsightly expression. The Song Emperor sat on the dragon throne, his eyelids twitching. As he looked at the Imperial Tutor Pang, he did not know how to express his feelings. Your Majesty, I did give the orders to my servants. However, I was not the only one. All the officials in the royal court were involved. All of this is Gu Hai's scheme. The Imperial Tutor Pang shouted in shock. Imperial Tutor Pang, the people want you to die. If you don't die, my Song nation will cease to exist. For the Song nation, please sacrifice yourself for the nation. Prime Minister Lu bowed again. Imperial Tutor Pang, please sacrifice yourself for the nation. All the officials shouted and bowed to the Imperial Tutor Pang again. You all! The Imperial Tutor Pang looked at all the officials in fear. In the past, these officials were very supportive of him. When he gave an order, they would all agree. Many of them were his disciples. However, at this moment, all of them wanted him to die. The Imperial Tutor Pang suddenly fell into a trance. It was as if he saw Gu Hai standing in the royal court wearing armor. He held a long sword in his hand and pointed it at him. With one order, all the officials became Gu Hai's subordinates and listened to Gu Hai's orders. Was he forcing him to die? The Imperial Tutor Pang's hair stood on end. King Song stood up from the dragon throne and walked in front of the Imperial Tutor Pang. He suddenly bowed to the Imperial Tutor Pang and said, Imperial Tutor, the nation is in trouble. Please help the nation and its people. The Imperial Tutor Pang's body turned cold. This Gu Hai was no longer commanding the officials. Even King Song was commanding him. Commanding King Song to force him to die? Force him to die. The Imperial Tutor Pang suddenly laughed in despair. Ha 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 ha. This old subject has served the Song dynasty for 3 reigns and has worked hard for the Song dynasty for 70 years. I have weathered many storms and solved many difficult problems. I have devoted myself to the Song dynasty, but in the end, Imperial Tutor Pang said bitterly, Imperial Tutor, King Song said bitterly, Your Majesty, I don't blame you. I blame that Gu Hai for being too terrifying. I don't have much time left. I hope that my sacrifice will bring good luck to the Song nation. The Imperial Tutor Pang took off his official hat and said bitterly, The Imperial Tutor is righteous. Everyone bowed. The next day, under the watchful eyes of the people of Song City, the Imperial Tutor of the current dynasty was tied up and brought to the entrance of the market for his crimes. In an instant, all the citizens of Song City went to look at the culprit. At this moment, they felt as though they had regained some of their lost hearts. That is the Imperial Tutor Pang. Serves him right. It is all the Imperial Tutor Pang's fault. He caused me to lose my family fortune. I heard that the Emperor gave the order to search the Imperial Tutor Pang's house and return all the stolen goods to us. That's great. Long live the Emperor. The Imperial Tutor Pang knelt on the execution platform. His face twisted as he said, Gu Hai, my son will definitely take revenge for me. Behead. Pung. Blood filled the sky. The Imperial Tutor of the current dynasty, who was below only the Emperor and above everyone else, was beheaded at the entrance of the market for the sake of venting the anger of the citizens. In an instant, Song City regained some of its vitality. The resentment of the citizens was greatly reduced. However, Gu Hai and Gu Han, who stood at the back of the crowd, heaved sighs of relief. All right, the Imperial Tutor Pang is dead. Let's begin. This battle is about to end, Gu Hai said with some excitement. Yes, Guhan said excitedly. The news of the imperial tutor Pang being beheaded at the entrance of the market quickly spread throughout the Song nation. All the city lords of the various cities received this shocking news. The imperial tutor Pang ordered his servants to rob the citizens of their belongings. He should be beheaded according to the nation's laws. Song Nation, Rome City, main hall of the city lord's residence. When the city lord of Rome City saw the news from Song City, he was stunned. How can this be? The imperial tutor Pang? How could he behead him? Rob the citizens of their belongings? He is the imperial tutor. The city lord of Rome City said with an unsightly expression. Master, we also... A butler said worriedly. What are you afraid of? No one knows. That imperial tutor Pang went overboard, and the citizens caught on to him. We did it secretly. It will be fine, the city lord of Rome City said, with raised eyebrows. Oh no, oh no, master, a servant quickly ran into the hall. What's wrong? The city lord of Rome City glared. That servant immediately took out a piece of paper and said, Master, it's bad. I don't know who organized this, but it is spreading everywhere in Rome City. This lowly one brought back a copy. The city lord of Rome City snatched the paper and read it carefully. As he read, he broke out in a cold sweat. How can this be? Did I order all the robberies? Who to rob, what to rob, and who to send to rob are all recorded in such detail. I don't even remember it myself. How could it be recorded so clearly? Is this evidence? The city lord of Rome City exclaimed. I don't know. I don't know who spread it. The servant shook his head. Could it be Guhai? He made preparations long ago, so he sent people to keep an eye on him. The butler said worriedly, Master, I also heard that many people left the city with this evidence and went to the imperial court to complain. The servant said, What? Complain? The city lord of Rome City immediately staggered. Imperial tutor Pang was such a noble person. However, he was beheaded in front of concrete evidence. How could he compare to imperial tutor Pang? Master, what should we do now? The Chun army is about to attack. The butler said worriedly. The city lord of Rome City showed an uncertain expression. The Song Nation? There is no point in remaining in the Song Nation. Inform all the officials to come over. We will submit to the Chun Nation. We will bring Rome City and surrender to the Chun Nation, the city lord of Rome City said firmly. Ah, the two exclaimed in shock. Chun Liangyi slowly led the army to the Song Nation's capital. At first, they met with some resistance. However, a strange scene soon followed. When Chun Liangyi's army arrived, the city gates in the distance opened. The officials in the city welcomed them warmly, crying and complaining about how much they missed them. Their tone expressed their boundless hatred for the Song Nation and boundless love for the Chun Nation. That scene made those who heard cry, and those who heard feel sad. They cried and shouted, wanting to kneel before him. It was like they would commit suicide if he did not accept them as subordinates. What's going on? Chun Liangyi appeared confused. Back when Guqin asked him to lead the army, he had felt somewhat worried. However, after entering the Song Nation, everything he saw overturned his understanding. Chun Tianshan felt confused as well. This is the Song Nation? Chun Tianshan asked, finding it strange. Back then, when Chun Tianshan reclaimed the Chun Nation's lost land, it was not so exaggerated. Not long after, the Song Nation cities were no longer about to be conquered. Instead, the various city lords were fighting to hand over authority to him. Am I dreaming? Chun Liangyi and Chun Tianshan subdued a large portion of the Song Nation in a daze. How was this subduing? This was simply picking up for free. Even picking up for free would not be so fast. These were free gifts, fighting to be the first to give them to Chun Tianshan. Chun Liangyi's view of the world turned upside down. Be it the ordinary people, officials, or soldiers, no one rejected him along the way. What's going on with the Song Nation? The Chun Nation's army slowly advanced towards Song City. When the Song Emperor heard the news from the various places in Song City, he wished he could smash his head into a pillar and die. He made another foolish move, imprisoning the crown prince and killing the grand preceptor. Now, the Song Nation's cities were rapidly decreasing. The Song Emperor still did not know this. At this moment, all the officials in the capital, Song City, revealed horrified expressions. This was because all the officials received a strange piece of paper in their hands. The paper described how they ordered their servants to steal the wealth of the ordinary people. This was even more detailed than the Grand Preceptor's crime. The list of crimes made almost all of the ministers feel a sense of despair. Even the Grand Preceptor was killed. What about us? The many crimes weighed down on all the officials' hearts like mountains. The officials immediately fell into chaos. They quickly rushed to the residences of the other officials to discuss. The number of ordinary people kneeling outside the palace gradually increased. These people came from the various cities of the Song Nation, including Song City itself. Countless ordinary people asked the emperor to continue to make decisions. At this moment, the Song Emperor was at a loss. He sat alone in the hall. He did not know what to do. Whoosh! At this moment, Prime Minister Liu led a large number of officials into the hall. Prime Minister Liu, you are all here. What should we do about the current situation? I heard that the Chun Nation's army will reach Song City in less than 5 days, the Song Emperor said helplessly. The officials looked at each other. Your Majesty, sorry for the offense. Prime Minister Liu said. Huh. The Song Emperor's expression changed. Men, seize the emperor, open the city gates, and welcome the Chun Nation's king into the city. Prime Minister Liu ordered. What are you doing? What are you doing? The Song Emperor's expression changed. Your Majesty, we were forced into a corner. We can't win against Guhai. We were also forced into this. Your Majesty, please grant us our wish. Prime Minister Liu said bitterly. Your Majesty, please grant us our wish, the officials said respectfully. You still have the heart of an official? I am the emperor. I am the Song Nation's emperor. How dare you? The Song Emperor shouted with a glare. Your Majesty's incompetence has caused us to lose our hearts. This is the general trend. Your Majesty, we have already taken control of your secret guards. Any further struggle will be futile. Prime Minister Liu said bitterly. Lost their hearts. Lost their hearts. Chapter 20. The Chun Nation's army had a very smooth journey. How were the 150,000 soldiers here for war? They were more like tourists. Along the way, they received the best treatment. The various cities were not taken, but forcibly given to them. Along the way, Chun Liangyi felt like he was dreaming. Could this be any more ridiculous? Back then, when his father fought, he got beaten into a sorry state and fled. However, Chun Liangyi just sat there and waited to collect the cities. Chun Taiji was a bastard back then. If he had used Guhai earlier, he would not have had to die so miserably. Chun Tianshan sighed. Chun Tianshan did not need to think anymore. He already guessed the result. At the same time, he gained an extremely deep understanding of how terrifying Guhai was. My imperial father? He only had himself to blame back then. Chun Liangyi said bitterly. You know the reason? Chun Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Chun Liangyi nodded and said, a few days ago, I went to the old eunuchs by imperial father's side and finally found out. 40 years ago, Guhai appeared out of nowhere, and imperial father discovered his talent. To keep Guhai, Imperial Father introduced the top beauty of the Qin nation, Qin Xian to Gu Hai. His goal was to control Gu Hai, Chen Liani explained bitterly. Oh, control Gu Hai? You mean to say that this Chen Xian was arranged to stay by Gu Hai's side to bewitch and monitor Gu Hai? Qin Tianshan asked, showing some doubt. Although I do not want to admit it, that is indeed the case. Imperial Father used Gu Hai's talent and also feared Gu Hai's schemes. Hence, he guarded against Gu Hai and got Chen Xian to report everything about Gu Hai. Chen Xian successfully charmed Gu Hai and made him his wife. Imperial Father also became sworn brothers with Gu Hai, Chen Liani explained. Oh, how could someone as smart as Gu Hai not discover it? Qin Tianshan said in shock. Of course he did. In fact, he seemed to have discovered it from the very beginning. However, at that time, Gu Hai fell in love with Chen Xian, so he didn't expose it. Instead, he used his actions to move Chen Xian. Gradually, Chen Xian was moved and won over by Gu Hai. She no longer listened to Imperial Father's orders. She is officially Gu Hai's wife. Oh, when Gu Hai saw that he and Chen Xian were of the same mind, he told Imperial Father everything and forgave Imperial Father for his suspicion. Originally, we were sworn brothers, but at that time, Imperial Father was possessed. Alas! Why are you bewitched? Chen Tianshan asked in surprise. Imperial Father also fell in love with Chen Xian and wanted Chen Xian to come to his side. However, Chen Xian refused. Hence, Imperial Father became enraged and prepared to kill Gu Hai to snatch Chen Xian. What? Chen Tianshan exclaimed. Imperial Father already laid an ambush, waiting for Gu Hai to take the bait. However, Chen Xian disrupted the situation. Chen Xian blocked an arrow for Gu Hai. Chen Xian died. Qin Tianshan asked in shock. No. However, due to that arrow, Chen Xian could no longer get pregnant. Gu Hai was enraged and swore to take revenge. However, Chen Xian stopped him. Chen Xian was adopted by my royal family since she was young. She felt grateful for the royal family's kindness, so she begged Gu Hai to spare Imperial Father. Oh, Gu Hai doted on Chen Xian too much, so he agreed. From then on, he became a stranger to Imperial Father. He turned into a merchant. What about Chen Xian? Qin Tianshan asked out of curiosity. I don't know. I only know that 10 years ago, Chen Xian mysteriously died. When she died, Gu Hai's 2 adopted sons disappeared as well, Chen Liani explained. Oh, 2 adopted sons? Chen Xian could not get pregnant. However, Gu Hai loved Chen Xian too much, so he did not remarry and had no children. Hence, he adopted 4 adopted sons, Qin, Han Tang, and Ming. Gu Qin? Gu Han? Gu Tang? Gu Ming? Qin Tianshan said in surprise. Yes, I don't know how Chen Xian died. In any case, after Chen Xian died, Gu Tang and Gu Ming disappeared. Gu Hai also did not remarry, remaining in the Gu residence. Chen Xian's grave is there. Gu Qin accompanied Gu Hai until Gu Han came to the Song Nation. Until today, Chen Liani explained. It looks like Chen Taiji brought this upon himself. Qin Tianshan nodded. Reporting to your majesty, we are about to reach Song City. A scout quickly reported. Song City? The Song Emperor will definitely resist. After all, he will not hand over his empire. Qin Tianshan said with a sullen expression. Prepare the army to be on guard. Chen Liani shouted. Yes, a general quickly went to issue orders. The army advanced cautiously towards Song City. Soon, they saw the massive Song City in the distance. However, the scene in the distance stunned Chen Liangyi and Qin Tianshan. They saw the gates of Song City open. The civil and military officials were waiting outside the city, respectfully welcoming their arrival. Not far from the civil and military officials, the Song Emperor's hands were bound, and he was escorted to the side in a sorry state. Chen Liangyi rubbed his eyes. Chen Tianshan gaped in shock. "That is the Song Emperor?" Chen Liangyi said in disbelief. On the city gate tower of Song City, the group of people led by the young female hall master and venerable Lu Nian showed complicated expressions. The scene before them shocked not only Chen Liangyi and Chen Tianshan, but also this group of people. Betraying the emperor for glory, a bunch of traitorous officials. Did Gu Hai bribe them as well? The first Song sect master said with an unsightly expression. No, they were not bribed. Instead, Mr. Gu forced them. Who could have expected that Mr. Gu would be waiting here from afar? Did he arrange for people to keep an eye on the various officials long ago, just waiting for them to make a mistake before recording them one by one? Gao Xinji sighed. The first Song sect master said, "How can that be? This Gu Hai is too scheming, right?" "It is not that Gu Hai is too scheming. It is that your schemes are too shallow. Hence, you can only confine yourself to this small place," the young female hall master said with narrowed eyes. "Huh. Yes." The first Song sect master smiled bitterly. "We have seen enough. It is time for us to return. Gu Hai should be here, right?" The young female hall master said with a gleam in her eyes. Song City, in a small courtyard of an inn that had closed its doors, the Clear River sect master led 10 Clear River sect disciples as they stared at an old man before them. "Gu Hai!" The Clear River sect master stared at the old man. "Greetings, Clear River sect master. Greetings, Immortal venerates. I hope that I did not disappoint you in this war against the Song nation," Gu Hai said respectfully. "Ha ha 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 ha. Gu Hai, you did well. Did you not see how the first Song sect master, that old fogey, turned green when all the officials and generals of the imperial court led their soldiers into the palace to imprison the Song Emperor? You did well. I indeed did not misjudge you." The Clear River sect master guffawed. "Immortal venerates, many thanks for the praise. This humble one has offended you before coming here. I hope that Clear River sect master can fulfill your promise and help this humble one break through to the innate realm." Gu Hai took out a scroll and handed it over. "Oh," the Clear River sect master stared at the scroll. "This humble one has a strange constitution, and cultivation is difficult. My sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the world is insufficient. Compared to cultivators of the same cultivation realm as me, I can only absorb 1% of the spiritual energy of the world. Furthermore, the spiritual energy dissipates easily. Breaking through to the innate realm requires great fortuitous encounters and great spiritual energy. However, this humble one can only achieve 1% of the spiritual energy of others even after doing my best. I cannot make any progress. I hope that Clear River sect master can fulfill my wish," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Oh, sit down cross-legged." The Clear River sect master set out a curiosity. In the past, the Clear River sect master would not have paid any attention to an acquired realm cultivator. However, the Clear River sect master was in a good mood now. Naturally, he did not reject this. Furthermore, he even agreed in front of the young female hall master. "Yes, many thanks, Immortal venerates." Gu Hai immediately sat down cross-legged and placed his hands on his knees, waiting for the Clear River sect master to make a move. The Clear River sect master walked over and formed a hand seal. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, and a faint purple clump of energy surged into Gu Hai's body. Boom! the purple clump of energy immediately trembled and scattered around Guhai's body. Huh, what's going on? I sent my spiritual energy into your body. Why did it get blocked? The clear river sect master exclaimed in surprise. Immortal venerates, it did not get blocked. Instead, when it entered my body, 99% of it scattered on its own. Guhai said with a bitter smile. What? The surrounding clear river sect disciples revealed shocked expressions. It scattered on its own. Immortal venerates, my constitution is too weak. That's why I asked for Immortal venerates help. I need to succeed in breaking through in one go. Otherwise, even if 1% of the spiritual energy enters my body, it will slowly leak out. The acquired realm veritable chi has already gathered in my dantian and is just waiting for a strong surge of energy. That's why I asked for Immortal venerates help at full power. Guhai explained. The clear river sect master nodded and said, your constitution is indeed very weak. However, don't worry. Since I agreed, I will definitely help you break through. Many thanks, Immortal venerates, Guhai said gratefully. Enter your dantian and feel the spiritual energy pouring into your body. The clear river sect master said seriously. Yes. Guhai immediately sank his consciousness into his dantian. Guhai's dantian was a small space that contained a large amount of purple energy. This was the veritable chi in Guhai's body. However, he was already a consummation acquired realm cultivator. His veritable chi had already accumulated to its peak and could not advance any further. The clear river sect master waved his hand and said, spiritual energy, follow my instructions. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew from all directions and gathered around the clear river sect master. The clear river sect master's body gave off a fluorescent light. The strong wind seemed to contain strands of purple light that flowed from the clear river sect master's body to his palms. Boom! The clear river sect master struck Guhai's back with both palms. Guhai's figure trembled, but he closed his eyes and did not move. However, at this moment, boundless purple veritable chi suddenly surged in Xiao Chen's dantian. Rumble! The surging veritable chi flowed quickly. Guhai did not dare to be careless as he focused fully on this. This trashy constitution. I did my best to send a large amount of spiritual energy into your body, but you can only absorb 1% of it. Isn't the rest wasted? All of you come over and help me squeeze all this leaking spiritual energy into Guhai's body. The clear river sect master said seriously. Yes. The clear river sect disciples immediately stepped forward and surrounded Guhai. Go! Boom! The 10 clear river sect disciples attacked together, creating a huge force field that squeezed all the spiritual energy in the surroundings into Guhai's body. Rumble! Guhai's body trembled. Although much of the spiritual energy leaked out, a lot of it still entered Guhai's dantian. Rumble! After the spiritual energy entered Guhai's dantian, the veritable chi in his dantian turned into countless bugs in Guhai's eyes. The veritable chi bugs did their best to consume the spiritual energy. After one bug consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, it suddenly split into 2 bugs. As the veritable chi increased, Guhai's dantian accumulated even more veritable chi. The churning intensified. However, this was still not enough. It felt like Xiao Chun was far from reaching his limit. Outside, the clear river sect master's face twitched. Rottenwood cannot be carved. At this moment, the clear river sect disciples goggled at Guhai. They knew that Guhai's physique was poor, but they did not expect it to be so ridiculously poor. Even when 10 golden core realm cultivators and 1 Yuanying state cultivator worked together, they could not help Xiao Chun break through. What the hell? Everyone worked at full power. After 1 hour, Guhai still showed no signs of breaking through. The clear river sect master was so angry that his face turned red. What kind of lousy physique is this? After working at full power for 1 hour, the clear river sect master found it somewhat unbearable. What a scourge! If I had known, I would not have agreed. Just as the clear river sect master was about to stop in his rage, the young female hall master and the others entered the courtyard. Oh, it already started? The young female hall master asked curiously. Since the young female hall master entered, the clear river sect master naturally could not stop. He could only grit his teeth and continue pouring in the spiritual energy. However, Guhai's body was like a bottomless pit. The surging spiritual energy still could not help him break through. 1 Yuanying state cultivator and 10 golden core realm cultivators channeled their spiritual energy to him, yet they still could not help him break through. Venerable Lu Nian revealed some shock. The young female hall master frowned as well. Then, how did he cultivate to peak acquired realm? All of a sudden, everyone turned solemn. It is still not enough. Use the spirit stones. The clear river sect master shouted. Yes, the group of clear river sect disciples answered. Soon, everyone took out a colorful, fist-sized stone with a flip of their hands. Go! The clear river sect master shouted, and the colorful stone suddenly burst out with dazzling, colorful light. A visible, colorful energy flowed into Guhai's body. Boom! Guhai's body trembled once more. To think that he is not injured by such a vast amount of spiritual energy. The physical bodies of people who practice external cultivation are indeed strong. Venerable Lu Nian said with a frown. The young female hall master nodded gravely. Ignore his physique. Use the spirit stones at full power. I don't believe it. The clear river sect master said with a ferocious expression. Yes, the clear river sect disciples answered. Rumble. Surging spiritual energy poured into Guhai's body. The purple veritable energy in Guhai's dantian increased continuously accumulating. The initial faint purple turned dark purple. As the veritable energy surged, it slowly gained a direction, spinning counterclockwise. Rumble. As the surging veritable energy spun, it sounded like heavenly thunder. There's finally some improvement. Guhai watched excitedly. Outside, clap, 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 clap. The spirit stones in the hands of the clear river sect master, and the others turned into white powder. Sect master. All the spiritual energy in the spirit stones has been drained. How can this be? I usually use 1 spirit stone 10-odd times. What kind of lousy physique does he have? A clear river sect disciple said in confusion. Continue using them. We must help him break through to the innate realm. The clear river sect master said with a ferocious expression. The clear river sect master also started competing. So what if you weigh some? Let's see how much more you can use. The clear river sect disciples took out more spirit stones and started pouring them into Guhai's body. The purple veritable energy in Guhai's dantian spun faster. It seemed like, as the veritable energy spun, more space would be created for the new veritable energy. Rumble. The veritable energy spun faster. Guhai stared at the spinning veritable energy, feeling extremely anxious. It is not enough. It is not enough. Outside, the clear river sect master tossed away the shattered spirit stone in his hand and took out another spirit stone. After a while, the veritable energy was drained again. Then he took out another spirit stone. After countless tries, there was a pile of powder at the clear river sect disciples' feet. The clear river sect master's initial ferocious expression slowly turned into cold sweat pouring down his face. What is going on? I have already drained several dozen spirit stones. Why has he not broken through yet? What is he? Is he breaking through to the innate realm from the acquired realm? Sect Master, I ran out of spirit stones, a Clear River sect disciple said with a bitter smile. Continue. The Clear River sect master took out a pile of spirit stones and tossed them to the group. The Clear River sect disciples continued pouring vast amounts of spiritual energy into Guhai's body. Boundless spiritual energy spread out in all directions. Although the experts in the surroundings were suppressing it, the spiritual energy continued spreading. This is basically a waste. The first song sect master showed a confused expression. That's not right. Venerable Lu Nian said with a frown. Oh, it's not a waste. It seems that Guhai's dantian is too picky. The spiritual energy contains all sorts of energy. Guhai's dantian only accepts 1% of it. Is that the best part? Venerable Lu Nian said. Veritable energy can be picky? The young woman exclaimed. This is veritable energy formed by cultivating external techniques. It should be somewhat different from veritable energy formed by cultivating internal techniques. Venerable Lu Nian frowned and shook his head. Rumble. Surging spiritual energy continued pouring into Guhai's body. However, the Clear River sect master showed a scarily sullen expression. He had already drained 1,000 spirit stones, but this Guhai still had not broken through. Hall Master, we might not have enough spirit stones. The Clear River sect master said bitterly. The young woman took a look and said, Continue. As she spoke, she gave a look to her azure-clad subordinate. That subordinate quickly flipped his hand and took out 11 purple stones. Superior grade spirit stones? The Clear River sect master's eyes lit up. Everyone quickly used their superior grade spirit stones to send large amounts of spiritual energy into Guhai's body. Rumble. The surging veritable energy spun wildly, slowly forming a whirlpool in the center. As the whirlpool churned, it seemed to carry overwhelming force. The whirlpool spun faster, and its force grew stronger as well. It looked like it wanted to squeeze all the veritable energy into the center of the whirlpool. Loud sounds shook the heart and mind. However, Guhai endured the shaking and watched quietly. Boom! It sounded like heavenly thunder roared. The center of the whirlpool suddenly froze. More than half of the surging veritable energy seemed to be sucked away in an instant, forming a purple liquid in the center of the whirlpool. Boom! A repulsive force immediately surged out, stopping everyone outside. Clap! 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 The superior grade spirit stones in everyone's hands immediately turned into dust. The Clear River sect master sweated profusely as he looked at Guhai in shock and doubt. Is this the acquired realm? Why is it even more exaggerated than breaking through to the golden core realm from the innate realm? Buzz. Traces of purple light appeared around Guhai, and traces of black liquid seemed to be seeping out of his pores. He finally broke through. Venerable Lu Nian sighed emotionally. Guhai infused a strand of his consciousness into that drop of purple liquid. A large amount of veritable energy spun around this purple liquid. It was like this purple liquid was the sovereign, commanding all the veritable energy. Infusing essence from energy, the innate realm. Guhai suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 21. Inside an Insong city. Inside a room. After washing himself a few times in the bathtub, Guhai finally got rid of all the dirt on his body. Then he looked at the mirror in shock. Is this how I looked when I was at my peak? Guhai said excitedly as he rubbed his face. The wrinkles on Xiao Chen's face had disappeared. The new white hair at the roots of his hair had turned completely black. His chiseled muscles were even more perfect than the bodybuilders on TV back on Earth. His bronze skin was full of vitality. Xiao Chen's entire body looked younger. The only thing that did not change was his eyes, which were still as deep as a pool of water. The first layer of the innate realm, I finally broke through. Xian, I am one step closer to taking revenge for you. A ferocious expression flashed on Gu Hai's face. After a while, Gu Hai calmed down. Then, he put on his clothes and opened the door. The people standing at the door were none other than Chen Tianshan and Chen Liangyi. Uncle Gu, you turn younger? Chen Liangyi's eyes lit up. Song City collected it. Gu Hai glanced at Chen Liangyi. Yes. Many thanks, Uncle Gu. Many thanks. Chen Liangyi bowed, sincerely. Gu Hai nodded. The hall master is already waiting for you in the main hall. Let's talk about this later, Chen Tianshan said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded and followed Chen Tianshan to the main hall. In the main hall, the young woman sat at the host's seat and played Go with Venerable Lu Nian. The others accompanied her. Gao Xianji stood at the end of the group. The moment Gu Hai entered the hall, everyone looked at him. When the Clear River Sect master looked at Gu Hai, he did not show the initial joy. Instead, resentment flashed in his eyes. After all, he had wasted a large number of spirit stones because of this freak. Gu Hai, many thanks. Immortal venerate. Gu Hai bowed respectfully to the young woman, the hall master. Immortal venerate. I'm not an exalted immortal. Why would Mr. Good be so grateful to me? The girl laughed. I, Gu Hai, will remember your kindness in my heart. If it weren't for you, I would only be an old man waiting to die. I wouldn't have returned to my prime. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, the Clear River Sect master showed a sullen expression, but he did not flare up. Gu Hai gave the credit to the young girl, and the Clear River Sect master had no intention of snatching the credit. All right, since you're grateful to me, I won't hold back. Because of you, we've wasted a lot of time. Come with us immediately. The young girl said bluntly. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Gao Xianji, who is with you, the Clear River Sect's Chen Tianshan, and the First Song Sect's Song Qingshu will all join my elite hall. I am the hall master. From now on, you will serve me. The young girl said directly, Class 1 hall? Hall master? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai, it is your good fortune that the hall master took a fancy to you. Quickly thank her. The Clear River Sect master said seriously. However, Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the young girl. Elite hall? I wonder if Exalted Immortal can clear up my doubts. Gu Hai asked with another bow. Ha ha ha. You brat, when others hear that they can join Elite Hall, they are all overjoyed. Yet, you are still being picky? The First Song Sect master immediately sneered. This humble one is not qualified to be picky. It is just that this humble one is ignorant and inexperienced. I'm afraid that this humble one is incompetent and will embarrass Exalted Immortal. Gu Hai immediately said carefully, it's not to the extent of embarrassing you. Your cultivation is somewhat weak. However, it's fine as long as you are smart. In this Thousand Islands sea, all the sects take pride in joining my elite hall. If you work for my elite hall, you will receive an unimaginable salary. As for my elite hall, I only want elites. The young, female hall master said, solemnly to Gu Hai. Oh. Gu Hai's expression changed as he looked at the Clear River Sect master. The Clear River Sect master smiled coldly and said, even though the hall master took a fancy to you, I do not dare to accept you. I can fulfill my promise and give you an innate realm cultivation technique. However, How can my cultivation technique compare to Elite Hall's cultivation technique? Gu Hai, it is your good fortune that the Hall Master took a fancy to your talent. Mr. Good, what are you hesitating for? Gao Xianji smiled bitterly at the side. What was Gu Hai hesitating for? This was such a good opportunity. How could there be so much to think about? Gu Hai looked at the crowd. The Clear River sect and First Song sect disciples all showed envious expressions as they looked at Xiao Chun. However, the young, female Hall Master showed some confidence. Chun Tianshan, who was at the side, kept giving Xiao Chun looks, telling him to agree. However, the handsome, middle-aged monk behind the young woman showed an unconcerned attitude. He held his Buddhist prayer beads, looking like he was reciting scriptures. Immortal exulted, "If I join Elite Hall, may I know what restrictions there are? What taboos?" Gu Hai looked solemnly at the young, female Hall Master. Everyone looked at Gu Hai in confusion. You are just an ordinary person, yet you dare to negotiate with the Hall Master? Are you out of your mind? It was like an emperor wanting to take in a beggar as his subject, but the beggar was actually being picky. Restrictions? Simple. You are not to betray Elite Hall. Also, you are to listen to my orders. Also, you do not have a choice. The young woman said confidently. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. Since that is the case, Gu Hai greets Hall Master. I only hope that Hall Master will fulfill her promise. In the future, I will only listen to Hall Master's orders. Gu Hai said, solemnly with a bow. Oh, everyone felt slightly stunned. Gu Hai asked for so long. It turned out that he was just waiting here to listen to the Hall Master's orders. He would not listen to the others. Ha ha ha. Good. If you do well, I do not mind giving you special privileges. Remember, my name is Long Wanqing, the young, female Hall Master said with a smile. Many thanks, Hall Master, Gu Hai said with a smile. Venerable, which division do you think Gu Hai should join my Elite Hall? The young woman asked Venerable Lu Nian, who was at the side. However, Venerable Lu Nian seemed to have startled awake. He stopped playing with the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand and looked at Gu Hai. Elite Hall is split into 5 divisions: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Since Hall Master agreed to give him special privileges to only listen to Hall Master's orders, naturally, only the 5 division masters are qualified. Coincidentally, the water division master position is vacant. How about we let Gu Hai be the water division master? Venerable Lu Nian said. What? The expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed as they looked at Venerable Lu Nian in horror. Hall Master, you absolutely cannot do that. Gu Hai is somewhat capable. However, it would be inappropriate for him to become a division master right after joining Elite Hall. What would the other Elite Hall members think? The Clear River sect master said enviously as he raised his eyebrows. Indeed, Hall Master, you have to reconsider. Although we are Elite Hall's subordinate sects and are not part of Elite Hall's core, this is a brat who just advanced to the innate realm. We do not even know if he can advance further in his cultivation. Yet, you want him to be a division master? How are you going to convince the others? The First Song sect master said, his expression changing as well. At this moment, even Long Wanqing frowned as she looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Clearly, she also felt that this reward was somewhat excessive. Venerable, why are you recommending him to be a division master? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head and said, I am not recommending him to be a division master. With his strength, he is not strong enough to fight for the position of division master. Furthermore, countless people in Elite Hall are eyeing this position. It is not just Elite Hall, but also the people of the other factions. They are all waiting for you to make a fool of yourself, waiting for you to personally smash Elite Hall's reputation. Huh. The young woman raised her eyebrows. As the saying goes, a sovereign's words are no joke. Hall Master, you are the same now. With your current position, you need to be careful with your words and actions. You need to be careful with every word you say. You promised Gu Hai that he would only listen to your orders after joining Elite Hall. That means that there are only 2 positions for him. Only one division master will be a division master, and the other will be a guest elder like me. Hall Master, you can decide for yourself, Venerable Lu Nian said indifferently. However, Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. When the others heard Venerable Lu Nian's words, they no longer dared to say anything. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Finally, she looked at Gu Hai again. Gu Hai, from today onwards, you are my Elite Hall's Water Division Master. This is your authority token. In the future, you will only be responsible to me, Long Wanqing said seriously, as she took out a purple authority token. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. He had not expected this Elite Hall to have so many rules. Although he did not know what the Water Division Master was, he could tell from the earlier conversation that she held authority. At this moment, Xiao Chun could not refuse. Yes, many thanks, Hall Master. Gu Hai will definitely not let Hall Master down, Gu Hai said solemnly. Before everyone's envious gazes, Gu Hai slowly received the purple authority token. The authority token was neither metal nor wood. There was a carving of a drop of water on it. Drip a drop of blood on it. Long Wanqing said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded. Then he found a thin needle and pricked his finger to drip a drop of blood on the authority token. Buzz. The purple authority token trembled slightly and released a beam of purple light into Gu Hai's body. It seemed to connect with Gu Hai's mind in an instant. Gu Hai immediately felt like there was a small space about 30 meters wide in the authority token. There were 10 purple spirit stones and a bamboo scroll in that space. This is... Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Keep this authority token properly. In the future, you will be Elite Hall's Water Division Master. Don't disappoint me, Long Wanqing said seriously. I'll do my best. Gu Hai nodded. The Clear River Sect Master looked at Gu Hai with a conflicted expression. Previously, he did not like Gu Hai. However, things were different now. Now that Gu Hai was an Elite Hall's Division Master, his status would immediately change. Congratulations, Division Master Gu. In the past, I promised Division Master Gu that you would enter my Clear River Sect to study. Now, it looks like I will not have the chance to fulfill that promise. What does Division Master Gu want? As long as it is not overboard, I will do my best to satisfy you. Consider it a form of regret. The Clear River Sect Master smiled. I am already very grateful that the Clear River Sect helped me break through. However, if I leave immediately with Hall Master, my Gu residence, Division Master Gu, rest assured, no one will dare to touch them. All the land in the Chun Nation's Hulao Pass will be under the Gu residence's jurisdiction. You can return at any time, the Clear River Sect Master said with certainty. Many thanks. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Hall Master, can I be under Division Master Gu's command? Gao Xianji suddenly stepped forward and asked. Oh, a look of curiosity flashed in Long Wanqing's eyes. My abilities are limited. I hope that I can follow Division Master Gu and learn from him. Gao Xianji said solemnly. That's fine. I still have not decided which side you will be assigned to. You can ask Gu Hai if he agrees. Long Wanqing did not mind. I am very happy that Grand Marshal Gao can work with me. How can I dislike it? Gu Hai immediately smiled. Mr. Good, no, Division Master Gu, stop making fun of me. Just call me Little Gao. It is my honor to follow Division Master Gu. Gao Xianji immediately bowed, happily. All right, Mr. Gao is too polite. Gu Hai immediately helped Gao Xianji up. Since that is the case, let's leave it at that. Then, Gu Hai, we will depart in 3 days. You have 3 days to deal with your own matters, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Yes. Many thanks, Hall Master. Gu Hai nodded. Then, Gu Hai walked out of the hall. Gao Xianji followed Gu Hai out. The people from the Clear River sect and the First Song sect looked in Gu Hai's direction, jealousy filling their eyes. After everyone took their leave, only Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian remained in the hall. Long Wanqing frowned heavily. Clearly, he was still frustrated by his earlier rashness. Hall Master, are you regretting conferring Gu Hai the title? Venerable Lu Nian asked with a smile. I was too pleased with myself. Since I made a promise, let's just forget about it. However, I worry that he is not up to the job. Long Wanqing frowned heavily. To outsiders, Elite Hall is very harmonious. Although Hall Master has just taken over, you should be able to see the internal problems. Although this Gu Hai's cultivation is somewhat weak, he is not a pushover, Venerable Lu Nian said with a smile. Oh, perhaps this Gu Hai can help you stir up the stagnant pool that is Elite Hall. Let him fight with those old fellows and help you gain complete control of Elite Hall, Venerable Lu Nian said Gu Hai solemnly. Chapter 22. Song City. In a small courtyard, the Song Emperor and Crown Prince Song were rescued. At this moment, they were in sorry states. The two of them knelt on the ground before the first Song Sect Master and a handsome youth. Sect Master, great-grandfather, we were incompetent and caused the loss of the Song Empire. King Song said bitterly, it is all Gu Hai's fault. That Gu Hai is too terrifying. We cannot defend against him. Crown Prince Song said bitterly. The first Song Sect Master showed a sullen expression and did not say anything. However, the handsome youth at the side said coldly, don't call me great-grandfather. I don't have 2 useless grandchildren like you. Great-grandfather, please forgive me. King Song immediately kowtowed. All right, Qing Shu, this matter is already over. The Song Nation is already destroyed. You should think about the future. The first Song Sect Master said indifferently. The handsome young man looked at King Song and his son with a gloomy expression. Then he turned to the first Song Sect Master and said respectfully, Yes, Master, this great-grandson of mine has humiliated the sect. The first Song Sect Master gently sipped his tea. Then he looked at the Song Emperor and the Song Crown Prince and said, Never mind. If I lose, so be it. I will move your descendants to other places where mortals live. Although they can no longer be sovereigns, it will not be difficult for them to become wealthy men. Yes, many thanks for Master's care, Song Qingshu said respectfully. This Gu Hai is indeed quite capable. To think that he was promoted to Division Master the moment he entered Elite Hall? The first Song Sect Master said with narrowed eyes. First tier, Xiantian Realm? What a joke! Playing tricks and scheming and being a little clever, but in front of absolute power, it's all a joke, Song Qingshu said coldly. Although he had just scolded his descendants, he was still brooding over the fact that Gu Hai had caused his descendants to lose a country. All of you, leave first, the first Song Sect Master said. Yes, King Song and Crown Prince Song immediately left. Master, do you have something to tell me? Song Qingshu asked curiously. The first Song Sect Master nodded. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, The Long Wanqing came to the Thousand Islands Sea for the innate puzzle world that opens once every 2 centuries. You will enter with them. After entering the innate puzzle world, if there is a chance, kill Gu Hai. Ah, why? Song Qingshu was surprised. He shouldn't have appeared. The position of Water Branch Master has long been decided. I have an alliance with the other division masters of Class 1 Hall. This time, you should bring this great gift to them. Most of my first Song Sect's innate realm disciples are gathered outside the innate puzzle world. Bring my authority token over. Everyone will listen to your orders. You must keep Gu Hai there, the first Song Sect Master said, seriously. Don't worry, Master. I understand. Song Qingshu revealed a sinister smile. Song City, Guhan's residence. Foster father, you look younger than me now. Guhan excitedly circled around Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled and slowly sat down. Gu Hai immediately poured tea for Gu Hai. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out a purple token. Wung. All of a sudden, 6 high-grade spirit stones and a bamboo scroll appeared on the table. This is a mustard dimensional space. Guhan's eyes lit up. More or less. This token comes with a space. Consider it's something that the Hall Master gave me. Here are 6 high-grade spirit stones. You and Guqin will each take 3. While I am not around, try to break through to the innate realm as quickly as possible. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Foster father, rest assured. This child will not embarrass foster father. Guhan said solemnly. I took a look at this bamboo scroll. Earlier. It is an innate realm cultivation technique, the true dragon innate cultivation technique. I believe Elite Hall's cultivation technique should not be bad. Immediately copy it down and memorize it. You will have 1 copy, and Guqin will have 1 copy. While I am not around, you have to practice at least the innate realm cultivation technique. Yes, Guhan answered. Earlier, the Clear River Sect Master made the decision to give all the land north of the Chun Nation's Hulao Pass to my Gu residents, Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Ah, that is 1/4 of the Chun Nation's territory. Guhan exclaimed in shock. Huh, is 1/4 a lot? I helped the Chun Nation take back 3/4 of it. Furthermore, I gave the vast Song Nation to the Chun Nation. It is just a small region. Furthermore, what is this region to cultivators? Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, this child was too short-sighted. Guhan nodded bitterly. Short-sighted because you did not see far enough. As long as you see more, you will no longer be short-sighted. Although I have not interacted much with them, I discovered that these sects do not abandon ordinary people. They seem to have great use for them. As for what exactly they need ordinary people for, I still do not know. I will slowly find out when I go. Before I leave, I will give you brothers a mission, Gu Hai said seriously. Adoptive father, please speak. Guhan said solemnly. Properly manage the 10 large cities in Hulao Pass. At the same time, follow the plans I left behind and reconstruct Hulao Pass. Don't be afraid of spending money. The more money we spend, the more money we will earn. We will use Hulao Pass to develop our surroundings. That is our home. I want it to be impregnable even if the 5 nations attack together in the future, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, Guhan answered. At the same time, investigate the talents of the 5 nations. As long as they are talented, keep them for me. Prepare a large batch of talents for me. Gu Hai said seriously. Talents? Adoptive father, my Gu clan has already selected countless talents for the various shops. Guhan said in shock. Not enough, far from enough. Don't be stingy. What we will face in the future is not just this mundane region. There might be even more in the future. Do a good job in education and groom them from young. Don't be stingy with the various talents. My Gu clan has never lacked money. Similarly, As long as they are of use to my Gu residents' best herbs and cultivation techniques can be rewarded according to their loyalty. Gu Hai said solemnly. Huh, yes. Gu Han's expression slowly turned serious. In the future, we will face the true world. No matter how many people we have, it will not be enough. Remember, loyalty comes first, and talent comes second. This matter is very difficult. Discuss it with the various association chiefs, and say that this is my order. I will send word to everyone. This is the foundation of my Gu clan. I will leave it to you and Guqin to properly manage it. Gu Hai said seriously. Adoptive father, rest assured, your character is still lacking some tempering. If you have any differences with Guqin while I am not around, listen to Guqin's decision, Gu Hai said again. Ah, yes. Gu Han smiled bitterly. However, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Gu Hai ignored Gu Han's feelings. He was leaving this time and did not know when he would return. He needed to make proper arrangements. 3 days later, in Song City, Gu Hai met up with Long Wanqing once again. Chen Liangyi led the officials of the Clear River sect and the first Song sect to send off the 9 people at a plaza. These were Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, 3 of Long Wanqing's servants, Chen Tianshan, Song Qingshu, Gao Xinji, and Gu Hai. All right, let's go, Long Wanqing said. Yes, an azure-clad servant answered. Then he waved his hand. Boom! A huge white ship suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Large numbers of ritual arrays were drawn on the sides of the huge ship. The ritual arrays gave off light as they supported the huge ship in the air. Gu Hai also looked at this huge ship in shock. How big? It is like a large cruise ship from my previous life. Long Wanqing walked in front, and the group of people followed her. When Gu Hai stepped onto the deck, he discovered that there were palaces on the ship, clearly separated from each other. This is my white cloud flying ship. Let's take off, Long Wanqing said with a smile. Yes, a servant answered and rushed to a tall platform not far away. There was a huge steering wheel and many operating components on the platform. Before Gu Hai's strange gaze, that servant operated the various components. Then, the flying ship slowly rose into the air, respectfully sending off Hall Master. The crowd below shouted. As for Gu Hai, he was still feeling shocked at the scene before him. Is this an airplane? There is no need to be surprised. This flying ship was carefully refined by a blacksmith master. Many ritual arrays are carved on it. It uses spirit stones as its energy source to drive it. It is just an enchanted treasure that can carry people, Long Wanqing explained in a good mood. Yes, this humble one is ignorant. Gao Xinji was still in shock. However, Gu Hai soon calmed down. Gu Hai continued to stare below as the flying ship sped up. After it reached a high altitude, it suddenly flew southeast. Whoosh! The flying ship moved faster and faster. Gu Hai carefully looked at the various regions as though he wanted to memorize the geography below. There's no need to look. If you are curious about the geography, you can ask Chen Tianshan. You lack people in the water division. You can put Song Qingshu and Chen Tianshan under your command, Long Wanqing said with a smile. Yes. Chen Tianshan smiled bitterly. Although Chen Tianshan was somewhat unwilling, he had to obey the hall master's orders. Yes, Song Qingshu answered. Then he turned his head to look at Gu Hai, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. Greetings, Division Master. Chen Tianshan and Song Qingshu bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan, back then, I could not go out of the mundane region because of the large number of poisonous insects and animal spirits in the surrounding forests. Can you tell me about the surroundings? Yes, I dare not. Division Master Barbarian, we are at 9-5 Island. There are 5 sects on 9-5 Island. At the same time, there are 6 mundane regions. Each mundane region has several nations. These dozens of nations are vassals of our 5 large sects, just like how the Chun nation is a vassal of my Clear River sect, Chin Tianshan explained. 6 mundane regions? Then our 6 nations are just one of the mundane regions? Yes, all the nations are vassals of the 5 large sects. Doesn't that mean that the mundane people here are all reared by the 5 large sects? Guhai asked with raised eyebrows. Huh, if Division Master understands it that way, that is fine as well, Chin Tianshan explained. However, Guhai's heart surged. Indeed, it was as he guessed. These sects cared about mundane people as well. 9-5 Island. We are on an island? Guhai exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh! The flying boat flew very quickly. It didn't take long for it to fly out of this area and enter the vast sea. When looking from afar, Guhai was indeed on a large island. An island? It is so large, and it is just an island. A grave look flashed in Guhai's eyes. This island was too large. Guhai estimated that this island was as large as the entire earth that he lived on when he was young. To think that such a large continent could be called an island at this moment, it was like looking at Earth from outer space. However, the continent was even larger and vaster. It was like a boundless sea. 9-5 Island, where is that continent? Guhai asked, feeling curious. It is called the Divine Continent. We are in the Thousand Islands Sea, to the northeast of the Divine Continent, Chin Tianshan explained. Thousand Islands Sea? You mean that there are more than 1,000 islands, like 9-5 Island? Guhai looked at Chin Tianshan in shock. Yes, 1,000 large islands. Of course, there are some small islands that are not eye-catching, so they are not included. As for my 9-5 Island, it can only be considered a medium-sized island, Chin Tianshan explained. Guhai remained silent for a while before nodding. Indeed, after some time, they saw another large island in the distance. However, the flying ship did not slow down, continuing to fly. Division Master, this humble one happens to have a map of the Thousand Islands Sea. Song Qingshu said with a smile. As Song Qingshu spoke, he took out a large piece of beast skin. There were 1,000 small dots marked on the beast skin. Each dot was labeled with a name. Guhai looked at it. Hey! Guhai raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? The placement of the islands in this Thousand Islands Sea is like a Go game. These islands are the Go pieces, Guhai said with a slight frown. Go. How can that be? Which Go board can hold 1,000 Go pieces? The Go board has 19 rows, so there are only 361 empty spots. At most, 361 Go pieces can be filled. However, there are 1,000 here, Song Qingshu said while shaking his head. However, Guhai narrowed his eyes, not explaining. However, Venerable Lu Nian overheard Guhai's words. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed, revealing some shock. Mr. Good, what did you just say? This is like a Go game? Venerable Lu Nian asked as he stared at Guhai. Ah, this humble one was just making things up. Guhai immediately said with a smile, his expression changing. Venerable, did the Division Master say something wrong? Gao Xinji asked. Making things up? Mr. Good made things up. However, he made things up correctly. Venerable Lu Nian said as he stared at Guhai, ignoring Gao Xinji. What? A Go game? A Go game has 19 rows, with only 361 positions? Song Qingshu said in disbelief. Who set the rule that only 19 rows can be crossed? Long Wanqing countered. Huh. When the number of rows reaches 32, one can place 1,000 Go pieces. Long Wanqing said indifferently. This Thousand Islands, see, is a Go game? Using the islands as Go pieces? Guhai said in shock. Previously, I have been living on a Go piece. Who is so bold as to use the islands as Go pieces? That's right. This is a Go game with the ash-gray sea as the Go board and the islands as the Go pieces. This is an unfinished Go game. It is also a ritual array, an overwhelming ritual array. However, no one can solve this ritual array. No one can solve this Go game. This is a Go game with 1,000 Go pieces, Long Wanqing explained. Is it really a Go game? Who played it? Guhai said in shock. This island was not an ordinary island. It was as big as the Earth continent in his previous life. An island was equivalent to a planet in his previous life. This was a Go game with 1,000 Earths as the Go pieces. 800 years ago, the pavilion master of the Sky Chess Pavilion, Old Man Guanxi, set it up. Long Wanqing explained. Old Man Guanxi? 800 years ago. Could it be that this Go game has not been played for 800 years? Guhai asked in confusion, because 800 years ago, Old Man Guanxi had already fallen. This matchless Go game ended here. Go. Who did he play with? Guhai asked in surprise. The heavens, Long Wanqing said with a solemn expression. The heavens? Everyone was confused. Old Man Guanxi felt that his life was coming to an end, so he set up a Go game against the heavens. He wanted to win and become an immortal so that he could have an endless lifespan. Unfortunately, he was one step behind and lost. He was punished by the heavens. The great Sky Chess Pavilion, a great sect, was angered by the heavens, and millions of disciples fell. This Thousand Islands sea was originally where the Sky Chess Pavilion was located. It was destroyed 800 years ago, leaving behind this Thousand Islands Go game. Until now, no one has been able to solve it, Long Wanqing explained. Thousand Islands Go game? Playing against the heavens. Old Man Guanxi? Guhai raised his eyebrows. He saw all living things as Go pieces. It was for Guanxi. Long Wanqing explained. All living things as Go pieces, and the world as the Go board. What a bold spirit. I regret not being able to witness the scene that the Hall Master described 800 years ago. Guhai said in shock. Chapter 23. All life as Go pieces, and the world as the Go board. What a bold spirit. How regretful that I was 800 years late and could not witness the scene that Hall Master described. Guhai exclaimed in shock. Oh, regretful that I was 800 years late. Guhai, I saw your arrangements for the war between the Chun and Song dynasties. I believe that you are a Go expert. I have not learned Go for long. How about playing a game with me? Long Wanqing suggested with a smile. Play Go. Guhai frowned. What's wrong? Are you afraid that you can't defeat me? Don't worry. I don't need anyone to go easy on me. If you beat me, I will reward you generously. Long Wanqing immediately said confidently. However, Guhai shook his head and smiled. Forget it. I have not played Go with anyone for 30 years already. Huh. Everyone felt slightly stunned, showing an expression of disbelief. Not playing Go for 30 years? How could that be? Even Long Wanqing frowned as she looked at Guhai. Hall Master, I am not lying. I have not played Go with anyone for 30 years already, Guhai emphasized. Long Wanqing nodded with a frown as she looked at Guhai. After all, there was no need to lie about this. At the side, Venerable Lu Nian gave Guhai a meaningful look. However, Song Qingshu's eyes suddenly lit up, and an imperceptible cold smile appeared on his face. Hall Master, you mentioned earlier that this old man Guanxi played Go with heaven. He must have been a peak expert, right? Guhai asked, feeling curious. Of course. He was one of the strongest people in the world. Unfortunately, he fell in the end. Back then, the Sky Chess Pavilion that he founded was an upper-rank sect. Of all the major factions in the world, no one dared to offend him. The Sky Chess Pavilion was filled with experts and countless treasures. It even had the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Of course, the strongest was still Old Man Guanxi's treasure, the Heavenly Go chess. Long Wanqing sighed. Oh, Heavenly Go. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. I've heard from my grandfather that the Heavenly Go chess is shaped like an ordinary chess piece. It's very inconspicuous, but this chess piece is one of the 16 great magic treasures of ancient times. It's ranked 9th. Long Wanqing explained. Li Gu's 16 great magic weapons. Gu Hai asked blankly. Since the beginning of historical records, some of the 16 most powerful magical treasures have disappeared in the long river of history, and some are still in the hands of people in the world. There are a total of 16 pieces. As for which one is stronger and which one is weaker, it is hard to say. However, the world slowly ranks them based on their past glory. This Heavenly Go chess is ranked 9th. Long Wanqing explained. Heavenly Go chess. After Old Man Guanxi fell, what happened to that Heavenly Go chess piece? Gu Hai asked. It's gone. Some people say that Old Man Guanxi incurred the wrath of heaven, and the Heavenly Go chess was destroyed by heaven's wrath. Some people say that the Heavenly Go chess piece was not destroyed, but landed somewhere in the world. Perhaps after countless years, some lucky person will obtain it and create another legend. Long Wanqing said, shaking her head. Gu Hai nodded, but his heart was in turmoil. After all, Gu Hai had a black Go stone in his forehead space. The black Go stone floated in the air, looking down at the 100,000 Go puzzles like a sovereign looking down on the world. It was that black Go stone that brought Gu Hai from Earth to this place. Gu Hai had been certain that the black Go stone was extraordinary since it could bring him to this place. However, now that he heard about it, was that black Go stone of his the Heavenly Go chess piece. Gu Hai did not show any abnormalities, nor did he ask any questions. Instead, he listened to Long Wanqing as she continued speaking. That battle ended with Old Man Guanxi's defeat. The Sky Chess Pavilion's 8 million disciples were nearly wiped out by heaven's wrath. The Sky Chess Pavilion was about to be erased from this world. However, before Old Man Guanxi died, he managed to find a living eye at the end of this Go game. Long Wanqing said, A living eye? That's right. That is where we want to go, Tenzhen Island, the former headquarters of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Everything in the Sky Chess Pavilion was destroyed. However, Old Man Guanxi used the Thousand Islands Go puzzles to open a small space called the Innate Puzzle World. It opens once every 200 years. Many of the Sky Chess Pavilion's treasures were moved into it, including the century lifespan immortality peach tree. He planned to save the Sky Chess Pavilion's disciples. Unfortunately, he was too late. Only a few of the Sky Chess Pavilion's people managed to enter. The rest died from heaven's wrath. Long Wanqing explained. Innate Puzzle World. A small space. It opens once every 200 years. Gu Hai said with a frown. The Thousand Islands Go puzzles were left behind by Old Man Guanxi and heaven. The laws inside contain Old Man Guanxi's Go skills and the might of heaven. The laws there are extremely strong. The most tyrannical of the laws is that only innate realm cultivators can enter. One has to suppress one's cultivation to the innate realm. Otherwise, as long as one exudes an aura above the innate realm, one will suffer the wrath of heaven from the laws of the small space. No one is spared. Long Wanqing said, solemnly. Innate realm? Gu Hai's eyes lit up slightly. It opens once every 200 years. Countless experts enter one after another. The various faction experts gradually snatched away the Sky Chest Pavilion's treasures. However, the most precious ones remain inside, including the century lifespan immortality peach tree, Long Wanqing explained. Doesn't that mean that countless experts enter every time it opens? Gao Xianji asked, his expression changing. No, that might not be the case. Once one enters, one's cultivation is limited to the innate realm. Even powerful experts feel like they are bound when they enter. Many experts are unwilling to take the risk, like the Clear River Sect Master and the First Song Sect Master. Why would they suppress their cultivation to the innate realm and fight to the death with a group of innate realm ants in the Yuanying state? It would be fine if they won. Wouldn't they feel wronged if they died? Long Wanqing smiled. Huh. Gao Xianji raised his eyebrows and nodded. Furthermore, there are natives in the innate puzzle world as well. They are the former Sky Chess Pavilion's people. Outsiders snatched countless of their treasures, so they hate outsiders even more. Hence, they surround and kill the outsiders. This is especially so every time the innate puzzle world closes, no one knows what happens inside for the next 200 years. Those who do not come out in time all die, Long Wanqing explained. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. Does Hall Master want to enter? Yes, Long Wanqing said after taking a deep breath. For that century lifespan immortality peach tree? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. Long Wanqing shook his head and said, I want to find someone, one of the natives inside. Oh, might this humble one know who that is? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. 20 years ago, my mother died an unnatural death. I searched for 20 years, but could not find the murderer. That person has some special abilities. I want to ask him to help me find my mother's murderer, Long Wanqing said with a ferocious expression. At the side, Venerable Lu Nian frowned slightly as some sadness flashed in his eyes. The natives inside. He knows Hall Master's mother? Gu Hai's expression changed. I heard that my mother had some friendship with him 800 years ago. At that time, the Sky Chess Pavilion had not been destroyed yet. However, he has been in there for 800 years. If not for this, I would not have come to look for him. I hope that he can help me find my mother's murderer, Long Wanqing said with a cold expression. What is his name? Gu Hai asked. Unborn Man. Long Wanqing replied. Unborn Man? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. What a strange name. Long Wanqing nodded. Determination flashed in his eyes as he looked into the distance. 3 days later, in a large hall on the White Cloud flying ship, Gu Hai sat cross-legged with the true dragon innate cultivation technique's bamboo scroll placed before him. Then, he started cultivating according to the cultivation technique. Roar. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's dantian. As he circulated the true dragon innate cultivation technique, a large amount of veritable energy turned into a dragon-shaped veritable energy. This veritable energy spun around that drop of veritable essence energy and pressed down on the other veritable energy, slowly merging it with the veritable essence energy and enlarging it. Dragon form. Gu Hai spread his hands. Roar. Veritable energy covered his body, forming a layer of faint purple dragon-shaped mist. The veritable energy on his hands took the shape of dragon claws, radiating a ferocious aura. True dragon innate cultivation technique. Not only can it increase my absorption of spiritual energy severalfold, but my attacks also carry the aura of an evil dragon. What a good cultivation technique. Gu Hai praised as he looked at the veritable energy in his hands. Whoosh! Xiao Chen slowly withdrew his cultivation technique and infused his veritable energy into his dantian. The dragon-shaped veritable energy circled his veritable essence energy, helping it to convert the surrounding veritable energy. Gu Hai slowly stood up and walked to the door. Creak. The door opened. Gao Xianji stood respectfully at the door. Many thanks, Division Master. Gao Xianji suddenly bowed to Gu Hai. You broke through? Gu Hai smiled as he looked at Gao Xianji. Yes. Many thanks to Division Master for requesting Senior Chen Tianshan to help me with my cultivation. I also broke through to the innate realm and did not expend much spiritual energy. Unfortunately, Division Master wasted that superior grade spirit stone. Gao Xianji smiled bitterly. It is just a stone. You can just earn it back in the future. With this spirit stone, Chen Tianshan will do his best to help you, Gu Hai said with a smile. Many thanks, Division Master, Gao Xianji said gratefully. There's no need to thank me. We are about to enter the innate puzzle world. If you can break through to the innate realm, you will be of great help to me. This is the true dragon innate cultivation technique. Memorize it properly and quickly cultivate it. Gu Hai took out the bamboo scroll and handed it to Gao Xianji. True dragon innate cultivation technique. I heard from Senior Chen Tianshan that this is an elite Hall Master's cultivation technique. The Hall Master passed the cultivation technique to the Division Master. Is this a cultivation technique that only the Division Master is qualified to practice? Gao Xianji said, his expression changing. It's fine. It is just an innate realm cultivation technique. Build a solid foundation. I don't want you to hold me back in the future, Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, many thanks, Division Master. This subordinate will definitely do my best and will not disappoint Division Master. Gao Xianji said, solemnly with a solemn expression. After handing the bamboo scroll to Gao Xianji, Gu Hai patted Gao Xianji's shoulder. Then he smiled and walked to the flying ship's bow, where Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian stood. Gao Xianji held the bamboo scroll as he looked at Gu Hai's back. Uncertainty appeared in his eyes. Gao Xianji was a smart person. Gu Hai gave him a superior grade spirit stone and the best cultivation technique. Clearly, he wanted to bribe him. If it were someone else, even Long Wanqing, trying to bribe him, given Gao Xianji's pride, he would at most seek benefits and avoid harm. Bowing down temporarily was just a stopgap measure. He would not feel any psychological burden. However, this was Gu Hai. For a moment, Gao Xianji's mind was in turmoil. After some silence, Gao Xianji let out a long breath and carefully put away the cultivation technique. Then, he bowed respectfully to Gu Hai's back. Chapter 24. On the white cloud flying ship, the flying ship stopped above the vast sea, no longer flying. At this moment, Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, and Venerable Lu Nian looked at a large island in the distance. This island was several times larger than 9-5 Island. There was no vegetation on the island, only ruins and dilapidated walls. It looked like it had been washed away for countless years, leaving it bare. The only thing that remained were some pitch-black areas. It looked like it had been baptized by countless heavenly lightning long ago. This is Tenjin Island. Gu Hai said in shock with a frown. Sky Origin Island was not unusual. What was unusual was that the sky surrounding the gigantic island was dark. Countless dark clouds surrounded the gigantic island. Bolts of lightning flashed in the dark clouds. A soul-stirring aura pressed down on everyone's hearts, causing them to feel heavy. Gu Hai had seen dark clouds covering the sky before. However, he had never seen so many of them. Tenjin Island was about the same size as Earth in the past. The countless dark clouds looked like they surrounded Earth in the past, looking incredibly majestic. That's right. This is Tenjin Island. The dark clouds around the island are the heavenly tribulation that is waiting to happen. Long Wanqing nodded. Waiting to happen? Gu Hai said in shock. That's right. Heaven's wrath has yet to subside. If the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples who entered the innate puzzle world in the past stepped out of the island, they would be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Although they managed to survive the calamity 800 years ago, they can only live in the innate puzzle world on the island for the rest of their lives. They are like prisoners locked up here, unable to leave Tengen Island. Long Wanqing explained. In that case, if the Hall Master seeks the help of the unborn man, how can the unborn man leave Tengen Island? Guhai asked, feeling curious. The unborn man is not a Sky Chess Pavilion disciple. Long Wanqing explained. Huh. Guhai was slightly taken aback. Due to the distance, Guhai could not see who was on Tengen Island with his eyesight. However, he could see many large ships in the surrounding sea heading for Tengen Island. Clearly, these were the various experts rushing over to enter the innate puzzle world. While Guhai could not see Tengen Island with his eyesight, Venerable Lu Nian could. Venerable Lu Nian narrowed his eyes and said, "It looks like we are already too late. Most people have already entered the innate puzzle world. Let's go. The innate puzzle world only opens for a limited time. The earlier we enter, the more time we have to search for the unborn man." And Long Wanqing nodded. With a wave of his hand, a servant nearby steered the flying boat toward Tingyuan Island. Perhaps the flying boat was extremely precious, but on the way there, Guhai did not see a second one appear. They were about to reach Tianyuan Island. Screech! With a loud cry, a huge red-crowned crane soared into the sky in the distance and shot towards the flying boat at high speed. Grandfather's messenger crane. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Screech! The red-crowned crane moved extremely quickly, arriving in the blink of an eye. Let it come up. Long Wanqing waved her hand. Yes. Not far away, the servant controlling the flying boat responded. Bang! The red-crowned crane immediately landed before everyone. With a loud bang, it kicked up a strong wind. The red-crowned crane was very large. As it stood there, it was as tall as two people. "Greetings, Elite Hall Master," the red-crowned crane suddenly said in human language. "Huh, a spirit? Guhai's expression changed. "Why are you here?" Long Wanqing asked with a slight frown. "Hall Master, Master sent this servant to look for you. However, I did not know where you were, so I waited for you on Tengen Island until I saw your flying boat," the red-crowned crane said. "What's the matter?" Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. "Master wants you to return immediately. Something happened to your younger sister." What happened? Isn't maternal grandfather by your side?" Long Wanqing's expression changed drastically. She swallowed the spirit of the spirit of the spirit, and the demon entered her heart, merging with her. Master discovered it a little too late. Although he suppressed the merger and continued, she willingly turned into a demon. Unless she changes her mind, even if Master forcibly extracted the spirit of the spirit, her 3 spiritual souls will be damaged. Master can only suppress it for now. Hence, he wants you to return immediately and persuade her to give up on the demonization. Master said that she will listen only to you, the red-crowned crane explained. "That damn girl. I told her not to touch it. Why did she still touch it?" Long Wanqing immediately felt very anxious. "Hall Master, you had better return with me immediately. Master said that the later you return, the more variables there will be," the red-crowned crane said. Long Wanqing's expression changed. When she looked at the nearby Tengen Island, she immediately showed a reluctant expression. "I'll return with you immediately. Venerable, it looks like I can't enter the innate puzzle world. I'll have to trouble you this time. Please help me find the unborn man, all right?" Long Wanqing pleaded as she looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian looked at the island with reluctance in his eyes. However, he suppressed his desire and shook his head. My mission is only to protect Hall Master's safety. I promised your mother that I would only remain by your side. Sorry, Venerable Lu Nian said while shaking his head. However, the innate puzzle world opens only once every 2 centuries. At most, it is 1 year. Perhaps it is even shorter. I have no choice but to return. I only have this one younger sister. However, I have to take revenge for my mother. Venerable, I beg you, all right, you must help me. Long Wanqing said, with a pleading expression. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head and said, Hall Master, sorry. Long Wanqing looked at Venerable Lu Nian, showing some bitterness in her eyes. However, Hall Master doesn't have to worry. Aside from me, isn't there still the Water Division Master, Mr. Good? Venerable Lu Nian smiled. Huh. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, go in for me and help me find the unborn man. You have to find him. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Hall Master, this humble one knows nothing about the unborn man. I also know nothing about the innate puzzle world. I also know very little about the cultivation world. I'm afraid this humble one will not be up to the task. Mr. Good, Venerable Lu Nian suddenly said with a smile. Venerable, this time we have no choice but to ask for your help. Mister, please don't refuse. As for where the unborn man is and what kind of environment the innate puzzle world is, none of us have been there before, just like you. Hall Master had to leave due to family matters. This time, we will have to trouble you. Perhaps this is karma. Hall Master helping you reach the innate realm is karma, and you helping Hall Master find him is karma. Venerable Lu Nian said solemnly. Gu Hai frowned and remained silent for a while. Eventually, he nodded and said, All right, I'll do my best. Good. Many thanks, Gu Hai, Long Wanqing said, forcing out a smile. After all, Gu Hai had just entered the cultivation world. Although Long Wanqing had seen Gu Hai's capabilities, she did not believe that Gu Hai could find the unborn man. By the way, since we are going to search, do you have any clues? What does that unborn man look like? What are his characteristics? Gu Hai asked. Long Wanqing shook her head. Nothing at all. Huh. Gu Hai's expression froze. What do you mean by nothing at all? No one has seen what the unborn man looks like, so I don't know what his characteristics are. I only know that he is in there. I don't know anything else. Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai was speechless. How am I supposed to find him? Just based on his name? Am I supposed to shout his name through a loudspeaker? Venerable Lu Nian nodded and said, I know that trying to find someone with no special characteristics is like finding a needle in a haystack. However, this is how it is. Naturally, that unborn man has something special about him. Mr. Good will have to slowly search for him. Oh, right. After you find him, give him the keepsake. Long Wanqing gently took out a small box. Gu Hai received it and gently opened it to take a look. There was an ordinary-looking hairpin inside. Tell him that the Elite Hall's Hall Master is dead. I am the new Hall Master. He will understand. Long Wanqing said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded with a bitter smile. I don't even know if I can find him. What's the use of this keepsake? Don't worry. The unborn man is too proud. He will not change his name. Just use this name to slowly search for him. Oh, right. Before this, another group of people from Elite Hall entered. Venerable Lu Nian said after some thought. Oh, the Earth Division Master, Montez, and the people from the Earth Division went to search for the unborn man as well. If you meet them in there, be careful. Venerable Lu Nian said meaningfully. Be careful? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He picked up a different feeling from Venerable Lu Nian's meaningful tone. After making arrangements for Gu Hai, the flying ship brought everyone to the summit of a mountain on the island. Take care, Long Wanqing said to the 4 people at the summit as she stood on the flying ship. Hallmaster, take care. We will do our best. Gu Hai nodded. Let's go. Long Wanqing ordered. Boom. The flying ship quickly flew in the southwest direction. In the blink of an eye, the flying ship reached the horizon, leaving behind Gu Hai, Qin Tianshan, Song Qingshu, and Gao Xianji at the summit. As Song Qingshu watched the flying ship leave, excitement flashed in his eyes. As he stood behind the 3, he revealed a sinister, cold smile as he watched Gu Hai leave. Just as Song Qingshu rejoiced over Long Wanqing's departure and saw the sinister smile behind Gu Hai's back, whoosh. Suddenly, Gu Hai turned around and faced Song Qingshu. Huh! Gu Hai's sudden turn startled Song Qingshu. His sinister smile froze on his face, making him look incredibly unsightly. Gu Hai turned around and stared at Song Qingshu. Qin Tianshan and Gao Xianji also noticed the abnormality. They turned around curiously and happened to see Song Qingshu's twisted, ghost-like face. The 2 felt stunned. Gu Hai continued staring at Song Qingshu. Gu Hai startled Song Qingshu, causing him to panic. However, he soon calmed down. He stared at Gu Hai and asked, Division Master, why are you looking at me like that? However, Gu Hai suddenly smiled faintly and said, The Hall Master and the others have left, leaving only the 4 of us. I just entered Elite Hall not long ago and do not know much about it. Song Qingshu, Qin Tianshan, you are sect disciples and should know the rules of Elite Hall, right? I would like to ask, what is the crime of offending one's superior in Elite Hall? Song Qingshu looked at Gu Hai's eyes and felt a strange panic in his heart. How can this be? What does he know? No, it is impossible for him to know. Song Qingshu suppressed the panic in his heart and did not say anything. He was worried that he would expose his panic the moment he spoke. Qin Tianshan, who was at the side, did not notice anything. Of course, offending one's superior is a great crime. In serious cases, it is even a death sentence. What is serious? If a water division disciple wants to kill me, what is the punishment for that? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Gu Hai's smile was very gentle. However, in Song Qingshu's eyes, it was very sinister. A cold qi filled his entire body. Did he notice? Did he know? Song Qingshu felt even more flustered. Of course, it is a death sentence. Everyone has the right to kill an Elite Hall disciple, Qin Tianshan said matter-of-factly. A death sentence? Song Qingshu, what do you think? Gu Hai asked with a smile as he looked at Song Qingshu. Right, right, Song Qingshu answered, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. After staring at Song Qingshu for a while, Gu Hai finally smiled faintly and said, So, it is a death sentence. That's good. As Gu Hai spoke, he turned his head and stopped looking at Song Qingshu. However, that short moment felt like an eternity. Song Qingshu's nerves had been stretched taut. The instant Gu Hai turned around, he suddenly relaxed. However, his back was already drenched in sweat. When Song Qingshu looked at Gu Hai's back, his heart skipped a beat. Qin Tianshan did not notice anything strange. However, Gao Xianji's expression suddenly changed as she looked at Song Qingshu in doubt. Chapter 25. Tenjian Island. Gu Hai's group was not far from the entrance. After the 4 crossed a large mountain, they arrived at a huge valley in the center. At the bottom of the valley, there was a large area surrounded by fog. Xiozha from all over stepped into it. The moment the cultivators stepped into the fog, they vanished. That is the entrance. This is our first time here as well. I heard that one can enter the innate puzzle world by entering the fog, Chen Tianshan said. Let's go. Gu Hai stepped into the fog. Chen Tianshan and Gao Xianji followed closely behind. Song Qingshu brought up the rear. At this moment, his expression twisted. The sect master told him to kill Gu Hai. However, the scene of Gu Hai suddenly turning his head still lingered in his mind. For some reason, Song Qingshu felt fear in his heart. What are you afraid of? He is just an innate realm cultivator. How can I be afraid of him? What a joke. Song Qingshu showed a ferocious expression as he suppressed the fear in his heart. The group slowly entered the fog. As the group walked, it felt like they were slowly walking out of the fog. However, the moment they exited the fog, the scene before them was no longer the valley from before. There were no plants on Tengen Island. However, when the group exited the fog, they saw lush greenery filling the mountain with greenery. Gu Hai looked behind in shock. The fog was still behind them. According to the sect master's instructions, this is the fog. This is the entrance and exit. It will take at most 1 year. When the fog disappears, the innate puzzle world will close its entrance, Chen Tianshan explained. Gu Hai nodded. What a horrifying aura of heavenly might. Song Qingshu looked up at the sky. There was a small sun in the sky as well. However, Gu Hai could feel that this sun was fundamentally different from the one outside. Perhaps it was a small star. Indeed, only innate realm cultivators can enter. Chen Tianshan smiled bitterly. What do you feel? Gao Xianji asked out of curiosity. Gu Hai also looked at the two of them. After all, Gu Hai and Gao Xianji didn't seem to feel any difference. I can feel an aura hanging over our heads. We have suppressed our cultivation to the peak of the innate realm. It seems that as long as we increase our cultivation a little more and break through to the innate realm, a world-destroying power will rush towards us. Chen Tianshan exclaimed. Oh! Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Previously, Gu Hai had only heard about it. Now that he heard the truth from Chen Tianshan, he relaxed significantly. Even though Gu Hai's cultivation was at the bottom, he still faced many dangers. However, everyone was only at the innate realm now. Gu Hai immediately relaxed. Even though he was only at the first layer of the innate realm, the others were not that much stronger than him. Furthermore, he cultivated external cultivation. Gu Hai's cultivation was at the first layer of the innate realm, so he immediately relaxed. Even if he was only at the first layer of the innate realm, the others were not much stronger than him. The corners of Gu Hai's mouth curled into a faint smile. Not bad. There are many people there. Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Speak. Suddenly, a shout came from the other end of the valley. If you don't speak, kill her. Humph. This demonic genius deserves to die. She caused my senior brother's death. If you still don't speak of the century lifespan immortality peach tree, I will kill you now. Slap. At this moment, a large number of cultivators gathered in the distance. The cultivators who just entered the miniature world all ran over. There were hundreds of cultivators there. Large amounts of dried blood littered the surroundings of the valley. Gu Hai even saw some severed limbs in the grass. It was a mess. There was a huge battle here earlier, Gao Xianji asked, raising her eyebrows. A large group of people gathered in the distance. Chen Tianshan and Song Qingshu quickly went over. Gu Hai did not rush over. Instead, he walked over to a severed arm and carefully examined it. Division Master, the battle here earlier was very intense. Is this a severed arm? There are many more over there. There are also some corpses there. Are these not corpses? Gao Xianji asked out of curiosity as she followed behind Gu Hai. This severed arm has been severed for 3 days already, Gu Hai said seriously. Oh. Gao Xianji entered deep thought as she looked at the severed arm. Gao Xianji followed Gu Hai from the start because she wanted to learn from Gu Hai. She could tell how long a severed arm had been severed for. This was the job of a coroner. In the past, Gao Xianji did not care for this kind of knowledge. Only now did Gao Xianji discover that she had indeed underestimated all knowledge. After this, she had to learn properly. Gu Hai and Gao Xianji slowly walked towards the crowd in the distance. Hundreds of people surrounded them, creating a spectacular scene. This was also Gu Hai's first time seeing so many cultivators. When Xiao Chen approached, he heard the discussions of the people in the periphery. I heard that 3 days ago, this small world opened. The moment it opened, all of the experts rushed in, but who would have thought that the natives inside were already waiting, stopping everyone from coming in? The two sides fought fiercely, the scene too horrible to endure. The natives here went crazy, fighting without regard for their lives. Most of them died, and only a few managed to escape. Most of the people entered in pursuit. Only a few remained. At that time, we captured 10 natives alive. Originally, we wanted to force them to reveal the terrain of this place and the location of the treasures. However, they would rather die than submit. Most of them bit their tongues and committed suicide. Those lunatics, natives. Fortunately, one survived. Unfortunately, it is a spirit servant and does not have a high status among the natives. Fortunately, it does not want to die, so we can only start with it. The century lifespan immortality peach tree is a lifespan plant. 1 century lifespan immortality peach tree can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. It would be great if I could obtain it. Let's see how long this spirit servant can last. As the people in the periphery discussed, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Rather die than submit, biting their tongues and committing suicide. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion have some backbone, Gao Xianji said in surprise. Gu Hai nodded. I really don't know. I really don't know. A young, crying voice came from the crowd. You don't know? How did you come here? Just bring us there. Do you want to be like them? Demon, your people killed my senior brother. Even if I kill you 10 times, it won't be enough. Why don't you tell me? Do you want me to torture you? Humph, don't pretend to be pitiful. Demon, why didn't you look so pitiful when you were killing us? The crowd was full of complaints. Gu Hai and Gao Xianji slowly squeezed their way to the center of the crowd and slowly squeezed to the front. Gu Hai revealed some shock. He saw a 5-meter-long black snake nailed to a stone wall by 3 longswords. Blood splattered all over its body. The snake's flesh was exposed, and its skin and flesh were lacerated. The head of the black snake was the head of a little girl, a 7 or 8-year-old girl. A snake with a human head. The snake girl was covered in blood. Countless bruises covered her face. At this moment, she vomited blood and cried as she looked at the group of cultivators holding whips, sabers, and swords. The many cultivators stared at the snake girl with ferocious expressions. Their roars contained a vicious aura. However, the snake girl was on her last breath. Perhaps she had lost too much blood as she trembled. Demon, as long as you tell us, we can let you go. Where is the century lifespan immortality peach tree? This place is too big, and our cultivation is limited. It will not be easy to find it within 1 year. As long as you tell us where it is, I will make the decision to let you go, the leading red-clad man said with a cold smile. At this moment, the other cultivators did not stop him. Instead, they looked coldly at the snake girl. Perhaps the earlier battle was too intense, but no one sympathized with the snake girl's situation. I don't know. I am just a spirit slave. I am only responsible for guarding the herb field every day. I really don't know. The snake girl cried. Herb field? Where's the herb field? The red-clad man's eyes immediately lit up. I don't know. I don't know. They brought me here. Before we came, we were placed in a large box. I don't know where to go. I also don't know how to return. I beg you, let me go. The snake girl cried pitifully. Demon, how can you not know? I think that you are tired of living. Humph. The red-clad cultivator glared as he thrust his sword at the snake girl. Shing. Ah. As the snake girl cried out miserably, another bloody hole appeared in her body. I really don't know. Who can save me? Master, master, save me. Sob, sob. The snake girl cried in despair. Kill her. Humph. If you still won't speak, kill her. The surrounding cultivators all shouted ferociously. Some cultivators showed sympathetic expressions. However, no one stepped forward. The corpses on the ground already explained everything. This spirit slave was the enemy of all outsiders. Anyone who sympathized with the enemy would be going against everyone. Humph, you are so stubborn. Evil creature, wasting our time. Die. The red-clad cultivator shouted. As the red-clad cultivator spoke, he thrust his sword at the snake girl's head. No, the snake girl screamed in despair. However, her entire body was pinned to the boulder, and she could not move at all. The sword was about to pierce the snake girl's head. She looked like she was going to die. Ding! Suddenly, a stone shot over and hit the red-clothed cultivator's long sword, knocking it aside. Shing! The sword immediately stabbed into the boulder beside the snake girl's head. Who is it? The red-clad cultivator immediately showed rage in his eyes. Everyone looked in the direction that the rock had flown to. It was Gu Hai's attack. Aside from Gao Xianji, the people around Gu Hai immediately moved aside, revealing Gu Hai before everyone. That should be enough. Hundreds of people coerced a little girl, even torturing her. Don't you feel ashamed? Gu Hai stepped forward coldly. Gao Xianji wanted to step forward as well, but Gu Hai gently waved his hand to signal for her to stop. Who are you? The red-clad cultivator demanded coldly. At this moment, everyone looked at Gu Hai. Some were curious, some showed disdain, some showed cold smiles, and some felt ashamed. At this moment, everyone watched as Gu Hai slowly walked to the center. This little girl already said that she is just a slave. What can she know? Everyone here is an expert of the various sections. There is no need to keep harping on this, right? The innate puzzle world is so big. Why don't you continue entering and ask someone else? Why waste time here? Gu Hai stepped forward again as he spoke. In the crowd, Song Qingshu and Chun Tianshan goggled. Chun Tianshan wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. Who are you? Are you standing up for this demonic genius? Are you seeking death? The red-clad cultivator said coldly as he pointed his sword at Gu Hai. The snake girl stared at Gu Hai, her eyes filled with anticipation. Senior, save me. Save me. I want to save her. What's wrong? Are you trying to stop me? Gu Hai said coldly. Who are you? The surrounding people immediately shouted. Clearly, everyone was venting their anger on the snake girl. Now, someone suddenly appeared to stop them. Naturally, they felt upset. At this moment, the many cultivators whose friends and family had died slowly focused their anger on Gu Hai. Murderous intent enveloped Gu Hai. This humble one is Elite Hall's Water Division Master. Everyone, do you want to oppose my Elite Hall? Gu Hai suddenly asked coldly. Elite Hall? the expressions of many people in the surroundings suddenly changed. It was as Gu Hai guessed. Everyone seemed to have heard of Elite Hall's name before. Many people suddenly frowned. The earlier commotion immediately calmed down significantly. In the crowd, a bearded man suddenly narrowed his eyes. A few subordinates behind him glared at Gu Hai. However, the bearded man waved his hand and stopped his subordinates from glaring. Then, he quietly looked at the center. Gu Hai slowly walked towards the red-robed cultivator with a faint smile on his face. Initially, the red-clad cultivator retreated. However, his expression suddenly changed. He glared and said, "Humph, who are you trying to fool? Elite Hall does not have a water division master." That's right. I remember now. Of the 5 divisions of Elite Hall, the water division has been vacant for 20 years. How can there be a water division master? Someone suddenly shouted. "Brat, how dare you lie to me?" The red-clad cultivator glared, about to rage. A murderous intent surged over. Roar. Suddenly, Gu Hai released his true energy. A vicious aura rushed into the surroundings. With a roar, strands of purple dragon-shaped true energy appeared on Gu Hai's body. Immediately, the red-clad cultivator's murderous intent scattered. The bearded man in the crowd suddenly changed his expression. Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately opened their eyes wide. True dragon innate technique. That's right. He shouldn't be lying. True dragon innate technique. Whoever dares to cultivate it without permission will have their entire clan exterminated. He is right. If he is not Elite Hall's water division master, it is impossible for him to cultivate this technique. Elite Hall. The crowd was filled with discussions. Their angry gazes were slowly suppressed. Gu Hai slowly walked to the stone wall. When he saw the snake woman nailed to the wall, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. Hiss! Gu Hai gently pulled out a long sword. Ah! The snake woman cried out in pain. However, she endured it. Tears flowed uncontrollably as the snake woman looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. However, the red-clad cultivator, who was the most arrogant earlier, glared at Gu Hai. Clearly, he was upset at losing face. That's impossible. When I arrived, Elite Hall did not have a water division master. Back then, the Elite Hall master was still on 9-5 Island with my sect master. Who are you? The red-clad cultivator said coldly. Oh, it looks like you are from the same hometown. You are right. The hall master was on 9-5 Island. I was just appointed as the division master. This humble one is Gu Hai. You know me? Gu Hai did not even turn his head as he continued pulling out the sword from the snake woman's body. Gu Hai, you became younger? That's not right. Aren't you in charge of the war between the Chun and Song dynasties? Why are you here? Could it be that the Song nation lost? The red-clad cultivator's expression changed. Gu Hai also narrowed his eyes as he turned his head to look at the red-clad cultivator. You know me? Who are you? Gu Hai frowned heavily as he looked at the red-clad cultivator. The Song nation's Pang Tianlong. The red-clad cultivator looked at Gu Hai coldly. Imperial Tutor Pang's son? Pang Tianlong? I heard that you broke through to the innate realm 10 years ago and joined the first Song sect, Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Unexpectedly, a shriveled old man like you can reach the innate realm. You just reached the innate realm, right? Oh, right. How did you join Elite Hall? When I left, you just obtained the authority to control the Qin Nation army. How many months has it been? You? Could it be? Pang Tianlong's expression changed. Gu Hai ignored Pang Tianlong. Instead, he continued pulling out the sword from the snake woman's body. Plop! After all the swords were pulled out, the snake woman immediately fell to the ground. Her entire body was covered in blood, looking incredibly weak. Gu Hai immediately caught her. "How is the Song Nation?" "Gu Hai, how is the Song Nation?" Pang Tianlong immediately asked with a glare. "Song Qingshu, control your disciple." "How noisy," Gu Hai said coldly as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Song Qingshu's expression froze in the crowd. Pang Tianlong and many others immediately found Song Qingshu. "Martial uncle?" Pang Tianlong immediately called out. Song Qingshu looked at Pang Tianlong and then at Gu Hai. Then his expression changed slightly as he said, "Division Master, although he is a first Song sect disciple, he is not my disciple. Hence, I do not have the authority to control him." "Huh." Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked at Song Qingshu. "Martial uncle, how is the Song Nation?" Pang Tianlong immediately asked anxiously. "The Song Nation is already destroyed. As for your father, Gu Hai hounded him to death." Song Qingshu said coldly as he looked at Gu Hai. "What?" Pang Tianlong immediately glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile as he looked at Song Qingshu. "Gu Hai, you killed my father?" Pang Tianlong's eyes burned with rage as he pointed his sword at Gu Hai. It looked like he would tear Gu Hai into pieces at any moment. "Song Qingshu, are you sure you cannot control him?" Gu Hai asked indifferently as he looked at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu remained silent for a while before finally nodding. "Division Master, please forgive me. Now that I have joined Elite Hall, I can be considered to have left the first Song sect. Naturally, I do not have the authority to control him. Furthermore, even in the past, I did not have the authority to control him. This is a personal grudge between Division Master and him. All the more, I cannot make the decision." "Right." Gu Hai nodded. "Gu Hai, did you really hound my father to death? Senior brothers, help me take down Gu Hai. I want to tear him into pieces." Pang Tianlong immediately shouted. A group of First Song sect disciples in the crowd immediately stepped forward. "Oh, you want them to help you? Does this mean that the First Song sect is irreconcilable with Elite Hall?" Gu Hai said coldly. As Song Qingshu spoke, he looked at the First Song sect disciples charging forward with murderous intent. The group of First Song sect disciples immediately froze, frowning and stopping. Everyone looked at Song Qingshu. "Why are you looking at Song Qingshu? He does not even have the authority to control you. If you dare to take another step forward, you will be representing the First Song sect in declaring war on my Elite Hall. Come on, then." Gu Hai glared. The First Song sect disciples immediately panicked when they saw Song Qingshu's glare. They subconsciously took a step back. You all. Pang Tianlong's expression froze. He felt helpless. After all, he did not have the authority to make his senior brothers fall out with Elite Hall. Humph. Gu Hai, so what if you are the Elite Hall Division Master? You just entered the innate realm a few days ago. Die. Pang Tianlong suddenly swung his sword at Gu Hai. Chapter 26. Pang Tianlong thrust his sword. It looked like a strand of red veritable energy covered the sword as it charged at Gu Hai with a strong murderous intent. "Song Qingshu, why are you blocking me?" Chen Tianshan glared. "Don't rush. The Division Master did not ask you to help. Why are you in such a rush?" Song Qingshu sneered. Chen Tianshan glared at Song Qingshu. On the other side, Gao Xianji also felt anxious. However, they were too far away in the end. Veritable energy possession, second layer innate realm, the bearded man in the crowd said with narrowed eyes. Many of the surrounding cultivators stared at Gu Hai. However, no one stopped him or helped him. The sword moved very quickly. arriving before Gu Hai in the blink of an eye. "Be careful!" the snake girl exclaimed in horror. At this moment, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Boom! He suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, and as he stomped on the ground, a loud sound that shook the heavens resounded, and it shook the hearts of everyone. Boom! Following that, a second sound rang out. Gu Hai's punch landed on Pang Tianlong's abdomen. Xiao Chen's punch was too fast. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's strength was too great. After punching, Pang Tianlong immediately flew back like a cannonball. Ah! Boom! A loud sound rang out as Pang Tianlong crashed into a stone wall, shattering a large number of rocks. "What? That's impossible!" Song Qingshu suddenly exclaimed. "Division Master?" Gao Xianji goggled as well. Everyone knew what Gu Hai's cultivation was, the first layer innate realm. However, that Pang Tianlong could not even last one move against Gu Hai. Xiao Chen's earlier speed was too fast. Before Pang Tianlong could react, Xiao Chun punched him in the abdomen and sent him flying. How much strength and speed was required to do that? How can this be? How can a first-layer innate realm cultivator possess such strength and speed? Chen Tianshan goggled as well. "Junior brother!" The group of First Song Sect disciples immediately shouted. "Uffed! No, it's impossible. You just stepped into the Xiantian realm. How could you be my match?" Pang Tianlong lay paralyzed in the ruins, looking at Gu Hai in horror. The power of that punch was so great that Pang Tianlong felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. He instantly lost all strength. The group of First Song Sect disciples wanted to charge forward. However, Gu Hai turned his head and eyed them coldly. The First Song Sect wants to get involved. You want to become enemies with Class 1 Hall. When Gu Hai glared, the expressions of the First Song Sect disciples changed, and they stopped moving. That's impossible. Gu Hai's attack just now should have the strength of a third-layer Xiantian realm expert. No, at least the strength of a third-layer Xiantian realm expert. But he's only at the first-layer Xiantian realm. Song Qingshu's eyes widened. External martial arts? Is it because Gu Hai cultivates external martial arts? External martial arts temper the body. His physical body is already incredibly strong in the acquired realm. Chun Tianshan's expression changed slightly. Among the crowd, the bearded man narrowed his eyes as he stared at the spot where Gu Hai had stomped on earlier. That stomp had shattered several rocks. First layer Xiantian realm? What a strong physical body. How did an acquired realm cultivator cultivate? The bearded man muttered to himself as he looked at Gu Hai. A sinister look flashed in his eyes. Gu Hai picked up Pang Tianlong's sword and slowly walked over to him, a cold look in his eyes. Pang Tianlong also looked at Gu Hai in horror. Originally, he thought that Gu Hai had just advanced to the Xiantian realm and would not be strong. Who could have expected him to be so strong? To think that Pang Tianlong could not retaliate at all. "Senior brother, save me. Senior brother, senior brother." Pang Tianlong shouted in horror as he watched Gu Hai approach. However, the First Song Sect disciples exchanged glances. They all showed unsightly expressions, not daring to step forward. "Division Master Gu, Pang Tianlong has offended you. Division Master Gu, please forgive him." A First Song Sect disciple said anxiously. "You are not qualified to speak to me. He wanted to kill me earlier. Why didn't you say so?" Gu Hai retorted coldly, without even turning his head. "But this is a personal grudge between him and Elite Hall. If you want to help him, then it is a grudge between Elite Hall and the First Song Sect. Scram to the side," Gu Hai said coldly. "You!" The group of First Song Sect disciples exclaimed in shock and anger. However, it was as Gu Hai said, they could not do anything. "Martial uncle, save me, martial uncle!" Pang Tianlong begged Song Qingshu in horror. Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. "Division Master, all the grudges are because of this snake girl. Why do you have to, Song Qingshu?" Gu Hai shouted coldly, interrupting Song Qingshu. Then he turned his head and looked at Song Qingshu coldly. Song Qingshu's expression turned slightly unsightly. However, he still said, "Division Master, Pang Tianlong is just confused for a moment." Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, "Song Qingshu, you said earlier that you have no right to manage him. What's wrong? You have no right to manage him, but you have the right to manage me?" "Huh." Song Qingshu's expression froze. "You said that you cannot make decisions for him. What's wrong? Can you make decisions for me?" Gu Hai said coldly. Song Qingshu's expression turned unsightly. "This subordinate does not dare. It is best that you do not dare. Stay at the side and stop speaking nonsense," Gu Hai said coldly. After speaking, Gu Hai no longer bothered with the ashen Song Qingshu. Instead, he turned to look at Pang Tianlong. Pang Tianlong looked at Gu Hai in horror. Unexpectedly, with just a few words, Gu Hai was able to force his senior brother not to go forward and his martial uncle not to save him. Only now did Pang Tianlong realize how terrifying Gu Hai was. "Division Master Gu, don't kill me. I offended you earlier. It was my fault. It was my fault. Please don't kill me." Pang Tianlong cried out in horror. Gu Hai pointed his sword at Pang Tianlong and said coldly, "Sometimes Gu Hai, will be soft-hearted. It's just like how I could not bear to watch you torture and kill this snake woman. I would save her if I could. This is because my humanity has not been extinguished. I will cherish this humanity. However, I am more rational most of the time. I will not let people who deserve to die live, nor will I be soft-hearted." Xing. Gu Hai instantly stabbed his sword into Pang Tianlong's head. "No!" Pang Tianlong screamed in horror. The group of First Song sect disciples felt extremely anxious. However, even though they felt extremely anxious, no one dared to step forward to stop him. Only when blood and brain matter spurted out and everyone looked at Gu Hai did they reveal some horror. During the war between the two nations, Song Qingshu had always looked down on Gu Hai from high above. Even after Gu Hai became a division master, Song Qingshu did not view him as a threat. After all, Gu Hai's cultivation was too weak. However, at this moment, Song Qingshu felt horrified. His promise to the sect master to kill Gu Hai silently a few days ago seemed to have wavered. As Song Qingshu looked at Gu Hai's back, he felt incredibly tall, so tall that Song Qingshu was no match for him. How can this be? An illusion! Song Qingshu shouted in his heart as he clenched his fists tightly. After Gu Hai killed Pang Tianlong, he turned around and walked over to the snake woman. Then, he slowly picked up the snake woman and looked around at the surrounding cultivators. Wherever Xiao Chun looked, many cultivators unconsciously took a step back. "Huh!" Gu Hai revealed a cold smile as he slowly walked towards the crowd. The crowd quickly opened up a path for Gu Hai. Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan immediately followed closely behind. When Song Qingshu saw Pang Tianlong's corpse, his expression turned unsightly. Then he bit his lip and followed. At this moment, the snake woman was in Gu Hai's embrace. Although she was covered in wounds, she did not seem to feel any pain. As she looked at Gu Hai's face, her eyes turned moist. She slowly leaned her head against Gu Hai's chest, feeling this chest that gave her warmth despite her despair. Gu Hai's group of 4, and the snake woman slowly walked into the forest. However, none of the surrounding cultivators stepped forward to stop them. As the cultivators watched the four leave, they showed complicated expressions. All right, it is just a useless snake servant. Let's go. Let's continue going deeper. We have already delayed for so long. Let's continue going in. The hundreds of cultivators quickly spread out, continuing to explore this independent world. After the first song sect, disciples collected Pang Tianlong's corpse. They all showed unsightly expressions. However, after thinking for a while, the leader still chased in the direction Gu Hai went. In the blink of an eye, everyone left, leaving only a group of gray-robed men. There were about 30 of them, and the leader was that bearded man. Division Master, was that the new Water Division Master earlier? A subordinate asked with an unsightly expression. The bearded man narrowed his eyes and said, "It looks like the Hall Master conferred it." "Division Master, what should we do now?" Another subordinate asked out of curiosity. "Don't worry. Someone will help us deal with it," the bearded man said with a cold smile. At a small tent beside a small stream, before Gu Hai set off, he stored a large amount of medicine in the compressed space in his authority token. Now, he took out the medicine and gently applied it on the snake woman's wounds. "Many thanks, benefactor," the snake woman said gratefully with tears in her eyes. "You should recuperate first. It is rare for me to be so soft-hearted," Gu Hai said with a faint sigh. Yes, the snake woman was already exhausted. She slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Gu Hai left the tent. Only Gao Xianji stood guard outside the tent. Division Master Chun Tianshan and Song Qingshu went out to scout the terrain. "They will return in the evening," Gao Xianji said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. "Division Master, something seems off with Song Qingshu. Not only did he not help earlier, but he even added insult to injury." "I'm afraid," Gao Xianji said worriedly. "I know. However, he is a Water Division disciple. After all, I need to give him some chances. If he remains stubborn, then don't blame me," Gu Hai said while shaking his head. "Yes." Gao Xianji nodded. In a valley not far away from Gu Hai, the curly-bearded man from before was standing together with Song Qingshu. "Earth Division Master, this is what happened. I did not expect Earth Division Master to be in the crowd earlier," Song Qingshu said respectfully to the bearded man. The bearded man looked at Song Qingshu and asked, "The first Song Sect Master told you to kill Gu Hai?" "Yes. However, I am somewhat worried. I don't know why," Song Qingshu said, with some difficulty. "It looks like he already told you. In that case, organize the first Song Sect disciples and prepare to surround and kill Gu Hai," the bearded man said indifferently. "Ah, didn't your sect master tell you? Perhaps the Water Division Master position is reserved for you," the bearded man said indifferently. "What? Me, as the Water Division Master? How can that be? I believe he told you about the alliance agreement. The first Song Sect did its best to help us and obtained the Water Division Master position. Now that you have joined Elite Hall, the Water Division Master position is naturally reserved for you. You should know what benefits the Water Division Master will enjoy after you register at Elite Hall's headquarters," the bearded man said with a sinister smile as he looked at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's eyelids twitched. "Think about it yourself. After all, I have nothing to lose, so I won't say much. Remember, I did not come looking for you, either," the bearded man said with a cold smile as he stared at Song Qingshu. As the bearded man spoke, he entered the forest and vanished. However, Song Qingshu remained where he was, his expression flickering. Chapter 27. Innate Puzzle World. Near a small stream at dusk, Gu Hai and Gao Xianji waited patiently. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of rustling grass came from the distance. Then, Chun Tianshan jumped out. "Senior Chun, you are finally back. The sun is about to set," Gao Xianji said with a smile. However, Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Division Master, I got the information. There are sounds of battle coming from the north. There was a conflict in that direction. I believe there were natives there before. Chen Tianshan immediately said. North? Pack up and prepare to head north immediately, Gu Hai said with a nod. However, Division Master, there was a conflict in the north. The treasures there must have been plundered already. There will be nothing left if we go there again, Chen Tianshan said with a frown. Our goal is not to plunder the treasures of this independent world, but to find someone. We can only find the unborn man in a place with many natives, Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, yes. Chen Tianshan nodded. Division Master, should we pack up and leave immediately? We are not waiting for Song Qingshu. Gao Xianji looked at Gu Hai. Song Qingshu. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. He betrayed us. Chen Tianshan's and Gao Xianji's expressions immediately changed. Chen Tianshan still felt somewhat confused. However, Gao Xianji's expression changed, showing an unsightly expression as he said, Division Master is right. Division Master already warned him twice earlier. The first Song sect disciples are nearby, so it is very convenient for him to gather information. If he had made up his mind, he would have been proactive and rushed back. He would have only been ahead of schedule. Now, wait, what do you mean by 2 warnings? What does Song Qingshu betray us mean? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai did not say much. Instead, he quickly packed up the surroundings. Then, he wrapped the snake girl in a blanket and carried her out. After putting away the tent, he looked at the group and said, All right, let's go. Yes, Gao Xianji answered. Wait a minute, what if Song Qingshu is just more diligent in his investigation? How could he betray us? Chen Tianshan exclaimed. Gu Hai did not explain. He carried the lamia in the blanket and walked into the forest. Senior Chen, there's no need to feel conflicted. Even if division leader made a mistake in his judgment, at least we're safe, right? Gao Xianji said with a smile. Chen Tianshan showed a strange expression. He smiled bitterly in disbelief as he followed Xiao Chun into the forest. The group of people quickly shuttled through the forest, and the sky gradually darkened. For hours later, beside the original stream, rustle, rustle, the sound of grass being stepped on rang out. 41st Song sect disciples drew their weapons as they looked around. The leader was Song Qingshu, who showed an unsightly expression. This is the right place. Where are the people? He ran really fast. Song Qingshu said with an ugly expression. Song Qingshu had returned so late because he wanted to be safe. He had searched for all the nearby First Song sect disciples to ensure that nothing would go wrong. However, Song Qingshu had not expected that by the time he returned, Gu Hai's group would already be gone. He ran away just like that. Can't he play his cards properly? Search, search, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Find him, Song Qingshu said with a twisted expression, feeling depressed. Yes. The next morning, Gu Hai, Chen Tianshan, and Gao Xianji went to a small lake in the forest to rest. Division leader, if it is, as you say, we will not be able to hide our tracks for long, Chen Tianshan said with a frown. Oh, the First Song sect has a tracking technique. Of course, it is not a powerful cultivation technique. It is just based on the experience of predecessors. Based on the creases in the grass, footprints, and abnormalities in the terrain, they can track the person they are looking for. If a large number of First Song sect disciples are following us, some of them will definitely have learned this tracking technique. It is just a matter of how fast they can find us, Chen Tianshan said worriedly. Tracking technique? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Division leader, if that is the case, it will be somewhat problematic. Gao Xianji said worriedly. Gu Hai nodded and said, "It's fine. I'll give it a try first." "Try? How?" Chen Tianshan goggled. "How can this be tested?" However, Gao Xianji's eyes lit up as she stared at Gu Hai. After all, the enemy was chasing after them. Without coming into contact with the enemy, it was impossible to know the enemy's situation. It was easy to investigate the people in front, but how could one investigate the people behind? Gu Hai seemed to see Gao Xianji's doubts. He smiled faintly and flipped his hand, taking out a bag from the compressed space in his authority token. "Gao Xianji, divide the things in here into 10 portions and scatter them here, there, and there in 10 different places." Gu Hai seemed to be teaching Gao Xianji, getting Gao Xianji to do it. "Yes," Gao Xianji said excitedly. Chen Tianshan revealed a confused expression. The snake girl, who was slowly waking up at the side, also looked at this scene in confusion. "Division leader, is this food Xiaomi?" Gao Xianji asked with some curiosity. Gu Hai nodded. Gao Xianji quickly moved according to Gu Hai's instructions. The small bag of Xiaomi was quickly distributed to 10 different places. And then Chen Tianshan was puzzled. "Let's go." Gu Hai carried the snake girl and smiled. "Chen Tianshan." Gao Xianji looked at the scattered millets on the ground and fell into deep thought. Then he followed Gu Hai into the forest. "Benefactor, thank you for saving me." The snake girl woke up and said gratefully. While carrying the snake girl through the forest, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, "No need to thank me. When your injuries are healed, I will send you away." "Ah, benefactor, I have nowhere to go. Can I follow benefactor?" The snake girl suddenly cried. "If you have nowhere to go, where are your parents?" Gu Hai asked curiously. "I don't have parents. From the moment I was hatched 8 years ago, I haven't seen my parents. As soon as I was hatched, I was caught by the people here as a servant. They bullied me every day. They even sent me to my death." "Woo-woo," the snake girl said while crying. "Oh, you are only 8 years old?" Gu Hai said in surprise. Chen Tianshan also said blankly, "How is that possible? You became a snake demon in 8 years? You have a human head." I don't know. I have been like this since I was hatched. I have always been like this." "Benefactor, I will follow you. I won't cause you trouble. I know how to plant herbs. I can help you guard the herb field in the future." The snake girl said, feeling wronged. "Forget it. Heal your injuries first. Wait until your injuries are healed." Gu Hai nodded with a wry smile. "Thank you, benefactor." The snake girl smiled through her tears. "What is your name?" Gu Hai asked. "I don't have a name. They either call me a demon, a snake demon, or a little beast. The snake girl shook her head. "How can you not have a name? I will give you one. You will be called Xiao Rou." Gu Hai smiled. "Yes, my name is Xiao Rou. Thank you, benefactor, for giving me a name." The snake girl immediately said, happily, Xiao Rou was only 8 years old. No wonder she looked like a child. "Oh, right. I heard that the natives of this independent world brought you to block the outsiders. However, after they were captured, they all committed suicide. Are they all extremely unyielding?" Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. This was something that Gu Hai could not understand. They committed suicide after being captured? Only Xiao Rou was greedy for life. Were the others not afraid of death? How could that be? It does not matter if they die. They will reincarnate soon. Xiao Rou immediately shook her head. "Oh," Chen Tianshan asked, feeling curious. "I heard that it does not matter if the people here die. As long as a new baby is born, they will immediately reincarnate as a newborn baby. Some people with poor talents even took the initiative to commit suicide and reincarnate. Of course, I heard that the first elder forbade suicide. Otherwise, he sealed their memories of their previous lives. That was how many people stopped committing suicide, Xiao Ro recalled. What? Are you saying that the souls of the people who die here will not leave and will reincarnate in this independent world? Chun Tianshan exclaimed in shock. Memories of one's previous life. What does that mean? Guhai asked, feeling curious. I heard that the first elder has a 3-life stone that can help newborns remember their previous lives. At that time, many babies could cultivate by themselves from a young age. Cultivating from infancy is faster. Of course, this 3-life stone can also seal the memories of one's previous life, Xiao Ro explained. So that's how it is. No wonder the natives here are not afraid of death. By the way, I heard that many outsiders entered in the past. What happens after they die? Gao Xianji asked, feeling curious. When the outsiders die, their souls cannot leave. They reincarnate here. However, they no longer reincarnate as humans. Instead, they reincarnate as animals like us, such as pigs, cows, goats, birds, and so on. However, they are not so lucky. They cannot recover their memories, Xiao Ro explained. Is it because that first elder forbade the 3-life stone from helping outsiders regain their memories of their previous lives because they are all enemies? Guhai asked with a frown. That should be the case. Furthermore, according to my previous master, as long as we endure for 1 year, when that entrance closes again, heavenly punishment will descend. All the outsiders in this world, no matter how capable they are, will suffer heavenly punishment and be destroyed by heavenly punishment, Xiao Ro explained. The innate puzzle world. What a powerful ritual array. Guhai exclaimed in shock. As the group chatted, they had already traveled far. After 6 hours, they reached the middle of a mountain. Division Master, look! Gao Xinji called out, her eyes lighting up. Guhai, Xiao Ro, and Chun Tianshan looked in the direction Gao Xinji pointed. That place was the small lake in the forest where they rested earlier. Due to the dense forest, they could not see what was by the lake. However, at this moment, a flock of small birds soared into the air from the lake, flying away in fright. However, they did not choose to leave as they flew in the air. Instead, they lingered in the surroundings. Following that, more small birds soared into the air from a short distance away. They also lingered in the air, appearing startled. Those sparrows? Oh, there are some other small birds as well. Chun Tianshan said, feeling curious. There are quite a lot of people. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. Division Master, the purpose of setting up Xiao Ro earlier was to lure the surrounding small birds to hunt for food, to stand guard for us. Gao Xianji's eyes lit up. Guhai nodded. Song Qingshu and the others definitely startled the small birds when they arrived. However, I scattered Xiao Ro in all directions. If ordinary people or beasts startled the small birds, they would only fly out in 1 or 2 directions at most. However, now, small birds flew out in all 10 directions. This means that the group is searching separately, Gao Xianji said after thinking for a while. Guhai nodded and said, the birds lingering means that they are unwilling to part with their food and are waiting for this group to leave. Indeed, after a while, the loitering birds flew back in the direction they had left. They are chasing us. Gao Xianji's expression changed. Are there really people following us and searching for us? Chun Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Gao Xianji learned another move. Then he immediately bowed to Guhai and said, many thanks for Division Master's guidance. Guhai nodded. Then he frowned heavily as he looked into the distance. Are the first Song sect disciples really searching for us? Right now, I am only an innate realm cultivator. If there are many of them, Chun Tianshan's expression turned unsightly. Division Master, what should we do next? Gao Xianji looked at Gu Hai. Song Qingshu offended his superiors, a crime punishable by death. Since he dared to bring people to surround and kill us, he should be prepared to die, Gu Hai said with a cold expression. Ah, you want to deal with Song Qingshu from so far away? Aren't you telling a story? Chen Tianshan asked, appearing confused and in disbelief. Chapter 28. Song Qingshu led the 41st Song sect disciples to an empty spot. The first Song sect disciple at the very front extended his hand and took out a handful of crystalline blue powder. Whoosh! The powder sprinkled out and immediately blossomed into specks of blue light. When the powder fell to the ground, the blue light spread over the ground. As it flickered, 3 pairs of footprints appeared. There was no blue light. Martial Uncle, with the death energy powder scattered. They will not be able to hide their tracks. These 3 pairs of footprints have only been here for a few hours and still contain a large amount of life force. The death energy powder has already lost its light. They are right in front. They cannot run. A first Song sect disciple said excitedly. Humph! Run. Let's see where they can run to. There are only 3 of them, while we have 40. When we catch up, don't waste words. Just kill them. Song Qingshu said with a cold expression. Martial Uncle, must we kill them? Humph! This is the sect master's order. Earlier, when there were many people, we could not expose our objective. Now that there are no outsiders, just take it as taking revenge for Pang Tianlong. Whoever kills Gu Hai will get a golden charging pill from the sect master. As for the others, each person will get 20 inferior grade spirit stones. Song Qingshu said coldly. Yes, none of the 3 of them will survive. No, there is also that snake spirit. The group of First Song sect disciples said with bloodshot eyes. However, Martial Uncle, we need to hurry. Our tracks might have been exposed. The man who scattered the death energy powder earlier said with a frown. Oh, earlier I saw a pile of millets and some little birds foraging for food by the lake. When we arrived, the little birds flew into the sky. I did not think much of it earlier. However, now that I think about it, I feel that something is wrong. Millets? Why would there be millets there? Oh no, we are exposed. Chase. Quickly chase. Song Qingshu said with a glare. Yes, the 41st Song sect disciples rushed into the forest. With the death energy powder, they did not have to worry about losing track. The group gave chase anxiously. Gu Hai got Gao Xianji to quickly dig a large hole. Division Master, what are you doing? Are you digging a hole for Song Qingshu and the others to fall into? However, this hole is too shallow, right? Chen Tianshan said with a strange expression. Who? Gu Hai reached out and took out a coffin from the small space in the token. Huh. Chen Tianshan and Gao Xianji both revealed confused expressions. Using a coffin to deal with Song Qingshu and the others? What was going on? Gu Hai carefully placed the coffin into the hole and opened the lid. This is charcoal, saltpeter, sulfur, and it's so pure, Gao Xianji said thoughtfully. However, Gu Hai did not pay attention to it. Instead, he carefully took out a lead pipe and connected it to the charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur inside the coffin. Then, he very carefully buried it with soil. Finally, he placed a piece of flint on the other end of the lead wire and took out a piece of wood and inserted it in front of the lead wire, leaning against the flint. He carefully used the soil to cover it up. Slowly, it looked like a tomb with an empty wooden tombstone in front of it. This is? Gao Xianji asked blankly. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Then he took out a brush and ink. He dipped the brush in the ink and started writing on the tombstone. Song Qingshu, this division master orders you to immediately turn around and leave. You are not to follow. Otherwise, this tomb will be your burial ground. At the side, Chun Tianshan goggled and said, This is it? What is the use of this? As Chun Tianshan spoke, he looked like he wanted to touch the tombstone. Don't move, Gu Hai immediately shouted. Huh. Chun Tianshan looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gao Xianji, scatter some millet in the surroundings. Then we will leave. Gu Hai shook his head and did not explain. Yes. 4 hours later, Gu Hai's group arrived at the middle of a mountain. Benefactor, look, the birds are flying. They have chased us to that valley. Xiao immediately exclaimed. Oh. Gu Hai's group of 3 turned their heads and stopped. The 3 looked at the valley in the distance. Many little birds were flying in the surroundings. They are here. Gao Xianji's eyes lit up. Although Gao Xianji did not understand what Gu Hai did earlier, she believed that this was beyond her expectations. They are chasing us. However, what is the use of that tomb? Can it really scare them? Chun Tianshan said in disbelief. At that valley, Martial Uncle, look, there is indeed a lot of millet in the surroundings. Gu Hai's group scattered it. That's right. They are fleeing in this direction. A First Song sect disciple said, excitedly. Do you think that a flock of birds can help you? Humph. You are too naive. You will die here sooner or later. Song Qingshu said with a ferocious expression. Martial Uncle, let's quickly give chase. The group of First Song sect disciples said excitedly. With a huge reward, there would be brave men. If they could obtain the Golden Core Breakthrough Formation by killing an early-stage innate realm cultivator who would not risk their life. What was a Golden Core Breakthrough Formation? A Golden Core Breakthrough Formation was a medicinal pill used by peak innate realm cultivators to break through to the Golden Core realm. It was incredibly precious, a rank 3 medicinal pill. Many people's eyes turned bloodshot. Martial Uncle, there is a tomb here. Huh. Gu Hai erected it for you. A First Song sect disciple exclaimed, his expression immediately changing. Huh. Song Qingshu's expression sank as he walked over. The 40 innate realm disciples surrounded Song Qingshu. They all revealed curious expressions. Song Qingshu, this division master orders you to immediately turn around and leave. You are not to follow. Otherwise, this tomb will be your burial ground. When everyone read the words on the tombstone, they all goggled. Is this Gu Hai crazy? Is he trying to scare us with an empty tomb? A First Song sect disciple sneered. Gu Hai, he is only SOSO. Since he wants to play, why don't we just bury him alive later? To think that he dares to curse his martial uncle. The group of First Song sect disciples mocked in disdain. However, the words on the tombstone made Song Qingshu's expression turn sullen. Division Master? You count as a division master? With just you? Song Qingshu walked to the tombstone with a sullen expression and threw a palm strike. Bang! The tombstone cursing Song Qingshu shattered. The instant the tombstone shattered, a cracking sound came from the bottom of the tombstone. Then, a spark came from the flint. Halfway up the mountain in the distance, Division Master, what is in that coffin? Gao Xianji asked out of curiosity. Indeed. Benefactor, what are the sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal in that coffin for? Xiao asked out of curiosity as well. Those are explosives. Gu Hai smiled. Explosives? What is the use of those? Chun Tianshan countered in disdain. Those few most ordinary materials, when put together, would not be ordinary? They can explode. Gu Hai said with a smile. Explode? Chun Tianshan goggled in disbelief. Hung. A loud sound came from the distant valley. Even though he was very far away, Chun Tianshan still felt the ground tremble. When Chen Tianshan turned his head to look, he saw a large amount of dirt and dust shooting into the air from the valley. Along with the dirt and a large number of burning trees, a group of First Song Sect disciples blasted into the air. Bang! Bang! Arg! Arg! A series of miserable cries rang out in that valley. Although Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, and Xiao could not hear the miserable cries clearly, many of the First Song Sect disciples blasted apart when the explosion occurred. Chen Tianshan and Xiao watched as severed legs and arms flew about in the air, mixing with the dirt and flames. Chen Tianshan felt stupefied. At the same time, he broke out in a cold sweat. Back then, I thought I was going to touch them. When Chen Tianshan saw the scene of the exploded bodies, he felt a chill. When he turned his head to look at Gu Hai, he could not help feeling a chill in his heart. What a horrifying explosion! Gao Xianji said, excitedly, with wide eyes. The effect is better than I expected. Gu Hai smiled slowly. Ah! Xiao exclaimed in shock. Innate realm cultivators can use their energy to protect themselves. Unfortunately, they were too relaxed back then. No one expected an explosion. They did not have time to use their energy to protect themselves. I believe that they were cursing me back then. With how relaxed they were, even if they managed to survive, they would not have a good time. Gu Hai said with a smile. Thick smoke surged in the distance, and flames flashed everywhere. The scene was a complete mess. Let's go then, Gu Hai said indifferently. Yes. Gao Xianji looked at the distant explosion with reluctance. As Xiao looked at Gu Hai, her eyes filled with worship. Chen Tianshan gulped as he looked at Gu Hai's back. Then he revealed a bitter smile before chasing after Gu Hai. In the valley where the explosion occurred, sparks flew everywhere, and severed limbs fell from the sky. Song Qingshu's entire body instantly charred from the explosion. After all, Song Qingshu had a strong foundation and survived the explosion. However, the huge impact of the explosion still fractured his body, shattering many of his internal organs. Countless metal shards stuck to the coffin. When the explosion occurred, the metal shards shot out in all directions, tearing open large areas of Song Qingshu's skin. Blood spurted out, and his bones were exposed. Song Qingshu's entire body was charred black, a gruesome sight. Uffed, cough, cough. Song Qingshu coughed and vomited blood amid the huge fire. His entire body trembled as he looked at the flattened valley. Ah! Save me, Martial Uncle! I don't want to die. The surrounding First Song Sect disciples who were still alive cried out. However, at this moment, less than 10 of them could make a sound. Furthermore, most of them had their arms and legs broken. They were in a much worse state than Song Qingshu, looking incredibly horrified. Corpses littered the ground, mangled and mangled. Song Qingshu weakly turned his head and looked around. Nearly all of them were wiped out. Some were dead, some were crippled. Buzz. Song Qingshu's head buzzed, and he could not hear anything. Song Qingshu looked in the direction he wanted to give chase. Am I still going to chase after Gu Hai? Gu Hai wiped out my entire army with one move. He is a demon. A demon. Old Demon Gu. Old Demon Gu. Song Qingshu looked in horror in the direction Gu Hai's group left in. Not far from the valley, a bearded man led a group of subordinates as he stared at the explosion in the valley not far away. Division Master, it looks like Song Qingshu and the others fell for Gu Hai's trick, one of the subordinates said with an unsightly expression. The bearded man raised his head and looked into the distance. He frowned slightly and said, I underestimated this Gu Hai. Division Master, do we need to save Song Qingshu and that group of trash? The bearded man narrowed his eyes and said, Leave them for now. Although they are somewhat stupid, they still have some value. Yes. Chapter 29. One day later, the group saw some corpses chewed up by wild beasts. There were also signs of a huge battle, a complete mess. Division Master, we might have reached a gathering place of natives. Gao Xianji said with a slightly excited expression. Guhai nodded. Ah, I recognize this place. Xiao suddenly exclaimed. Oh, that mountain. I recognize that mountain. After we cross that mountain, we will see the herb garden that I used to live in. Carefree Valley, Xiao said as she pointed to a mountain peak. Let's go. Gu Hai's group quickly rushed there. Soon, the group reached the peak and looked behind. They saw a huge, charred valley. It seemed like a huge fire had occurred here. There were some buildings at the bottom of the valley. However, they were on the verge of collapse. The herb garden that Xiao mentioned was now charred. This is the place. It was all burned, Xiao exclaimed in shock. The things here should have been plundered already. There is nothing left, Chen Tianshan said with some regret. Division Master, something is wrong. Where are the corpses? Xiao said that more than 1,000 people lived here. Yet, there is not a single corpse. Gao Xianji exclaimed in shock. Indeed. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked around. Oh, right. Benefactor, there is actually another place here. There is something good in there that cannot be taken away, Xiao suddenly said with a change of expression. Oh, that is a spring that only the Valley Master can use. He can only use it once a year. I heard that if one bathes in this spring water, their cultivation will increase. Xiao said, Spirit Spring? There is a spirit spring here. Chen Tianshan immediately goggled. What is a spirit spring? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. It is a naturally formed spirit gathering formation that gathers boundless spiritual energy in the spring water. The spiritual energy will not leak out. However, as long as one bathes in it, all the spiritual energy will be compressed into one's body, aiding one's cultivation. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in the spirit spring is the most gentle spiritual energy. It will not cause any side effects, Chen Tianshan said excitedly. Where is the spirit spring? Gu Hai asked as he looked at Xiao. It is in the cave behind that palace. It is very hidden. I will bring Benefactor there. Xiao felt very happy that she could finally help her benefactor. The group quickly entered the valley. The scorched black valley was full of collapsed ruins. The largest palace was also like this, with more than half of it collapsed. Branch Master, look! Gao Xianji's expression suddenly changed. In the dilapidated palace, hundreds of corpses were laid out. All of them were charred black. Some of the corpses had been torn apart, but all of them had been pieced together. All the corpses are gathered here. Chen Tianshan revealed a hint of surprise. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and became alert. He quickly turned his head to check his surroundings. Branch Master, there's no one in the valley. We've already looked around the mountain, Gao Xianji said with a frown. In that case, who collected these corpses? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai frowned and took a deep breath. Let's go to the spirit spring first. And everyone had mixed feelings as they nodded. After circling around the palace ruins, they immediately saw a hidden cave with a pile of charred wood in the surroundings. It looked like the charred wood had blocked the entrance to prevent others from discovering it before the fire started. However, the charred wood had been moved away. Furthermore, there were some footprints on the ground. This is the place, Xiao called out. However, Gu Hai and Gao Xianji narrowed their eyes slightly, becoming alert as they stopped. Let's go, Chen Tianshan called out. Someone went in. Or rather, someone is in there, Gao Xianji said seriously. Someone. Chen Tianshan's expression changed, as he also became cautious. Just as the three people and one snake became cautious, a voice suddenly came from the cave. Amit Ba! The voice was quite loud, but to the ears of the crowd, there was a sense of calmness. It was as if when they heard the name of Buddha, their hearts instantly became tranquil. However, Gu Hai's expression changed as he became even more alert. Slowly, an old monk wearing a kasaya walked out of the cave. The old monk's face was filled with compassion. When he walked out, he was carrying a corpse in one hand. The corpse seemed to have been dead for a long time. There were many wounds on the corpse. Based on the corpse's face, it should have suffocated to death. So, it is Division Master Gu. Sorry for the lack of manners, the old monk said with a faint smile. Venerable knows me? Gu Hai's expression changed. The old monk looked at Xiaoro, who was in Gu Hai's embrace. Then he smiled faintly and said, Heaven is benevolent. Division Master Gu is willing to punish evil and promote good for an unrelated snake. How can this humble monk not remember? Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan exchanged glances. When they first entered this independent world, a group of people surrounded and tried to kill Xiaoro. Was this old monk among them? Might I ask for Venerable's Buddhist name? Gu Hai asked with a solemn expression. This humble monk is Lien Sheng, the old monk said with a smile. Greetings, Venerable Lien Sheng. May I ask if Venerable Lien Sheng is the one who collected the corpses here? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. That's right. Everyone, please wait for a moment. Let me collect the last two corpses and bury them, Venerable Lien Sheng said with a smile. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Then Venerable Lien Sheng slowly walked to the palace and laid the two corpses there. Division Master Chun Tianshan looked at the cave somewhat anxiously. However, Gu Hai shook his head and gestured for Chun Tianshan to calm down. Then the old monk suddenly took out a Buddhist staff with a flip of his hand and stabbed it into the ground. Boom! The Buddhist staff landed on the ground with a loud sound. A golden light spread out from the Buddhist staff, encasing the surroundings. Rumble! The ground slowly caved in toward the center, and the palace where the corpses were placed sank into the ground. The surrounding ground churned toward the center, slowly burying the palace and forming a large grave. That's impossible. Who is this person? What kind of treasure is this? Chen Tianshan exclaimed. What's wrong? Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan. Division Master, this independent world compresses one's cultivation to the innate realm. However, using that Buddhist staff as an innate realm cultivator, even my Clear River sect master cannot do that. Chun Tianshan said with an unsightly expression, Do you mean that this person is even more incredible than the Clear River sect master, or that his treasure is even more incredible than the Clear River sect masters? Gao Xinji asked. Chun Tianshan nodded with a complicated expression. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Everyone, please rest in peace here. Amit Ba. Venerable Lien Sheng put down his Buddha staff and pressed his palms together. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cool breeze blew in the surroundings. Venerable Lien Sheng, what are you doing? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. Venerable Lien Sheng turned his head to look at Gu Hai. He seemed to have a good impression of Gu Hai, so he did not mind. He said, I'm going to collect their corpses and build a tomb for them, establishing a place for them to rest in. Venerable, I heard that after the people here die, they reincarnate. Many people do not care about their lives. Why does Venerable care so much? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. They do not care because they do not understand. By the time they understand, it will be too late. Venerable Lien Sheng shook his head. I am willing to listen to Venerable's explanation. Gu Hai said, feeling curious. You cannot see it, but I can. There are 831 souls standing here bowing to me. They are grateful to me. Every bit of gratitude is a part of my beneficence, Venerable Lien Sheng said with a smile. 831 souls? Here, Gu Hai showed a shocked expression as he looked at this huge tomb. There is a soul standing at each tomb. They are incredibly lonely looking at the people around them, waiting to pay their respects. This is because they will feel like they exist only when they pay their respects. Can you understand the loneliness of not being able to see yourself? Venerable Lien Sheng explained. Don't people reincarnate after they die? Why is there a soul standing at each tomb? What do you mean? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. Venerable Lien Sheng looked at Gu Hai and remained silent for a while. Then he said, Never mind. Since Division Master Gu has a compassionate heart, I can help clear up Division Master Gu's doubts. Humans have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Have you heard of that? Yes, I have heard of the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The 3 spiritual souls are the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and human soul. After a person dies, the 3 spiritual souls separate. The heavenly soul returns to heaven, which is what people call the spirit of the dead in heaven. The earthly soul enters the earth, which is the netherworld. After entering the netherworld, it finally reincarnates. As for the human soul, it stays at the corpse and guards it, absorbing the surrounding chi to benefit the later generations. If one is buried in a place with spiritual energy and good fortune, the later generations will be blessed with good fortune, possessing extraordinary luck. If one is buried in a place with bad chi and foul chi, the later generations will be blessed with bad chi as well, Venerable Lien Sheng explained. Venerable, the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls do not reincarnate together? Gu Hai asked, feeling surprised. All along, Gu Hai thought that when one reincarnated, the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls would be together. When one dies, the soul scatters. Does Division Master Gu not know this? Venerable Lien Sheng smiled. When one dies, the soul scatters. That's right. The 3 spiritual souls are Yin, and the 7 physical souls are Yang. The 7 physical souls are the physical body. When the physical body disappears, the physical souls scatter. The 3 spiritual souls are the 3 spiritual souls of heaven, earth, and man. The earthly soul allows one to reincarnate. The human soul is bestowed by one's parents, obtained through one's bloodline, and connected to the human soul of one's descendants. The heavenly soul is bestowed by heaven. After one dies, one has to return to heaven. Hence, it is called the heavenly soul, Venerable Lien Sheng explained. That means that when one reincarnates, only the earthly soul is the same as the previous life. The 2 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls are already new. After one reincarnates, they will not be their original selves. Gu Hai asked, his expression changing. Venerable Lien Sheng nodded. That's right. I finally understand why the first elder does not allow people to commit suicide to reincarnate and cultivate again. It turns out that the memories of the previous life are just the earthly soul's memories. After one dies, they are gone. Everyone is unique. Xiao revealed a shocked expression. However, Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Then he asked, Venerable, what if you want to revive a person after they die? Is that possible? In theory, it is possible. However, it is too difficult to revive a dead person. The 7 physical souls can be reforged, but the 3 spiritual souls are too difficult, Venerable Lien Sheng said, while shaking his head. Oh, what do you mean? The human soul is easy. It keeps guarding the grave. What about the earthly soul? It might have already reincarnated. What about the heavenly soul? The soul goes to heaven, and you try to snatch the soul from heaven? Back then, old man Guanxi wanted to snatch his beloved heavenly soul from heaven. Unfortunately, as you saw, even the old man Guanxi fell in the end, Venerable Lien Sheng explained. However, Gu Hai remained silent for a while. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. He wanted to say something several times, but he held himself back. Venerable, will the human soul keep guarding the corpse? Gao Xianji asked. Venerable Lien Sheng looked at the grave at the side. Then he took a deep breath and said, the human soul is the weakest. Many things can cause it to wither away, leaving the corpse in the wilderness to be eaten by wild beasts. Without a physical body, the human soul quickly dissipates. After being buried, the human soul can stay in the grave for a long time. However, there are also all sorts of accidents. Perhaps one day it will be extinguished like a candle flame. There are many possibilities that even I cannot explain clearly. The human soul can wither away. Gu Hai's expression changed. It depends on luck. Everything is possible. The heavens are virtuous. However, sometimes it is not up to the heavens to decide, Venerable Lien Sheng said, while shaking his head. Many thanks for Venerable's explanation, Gu Hai said, after taking a deep breath. Solemnly he bowed. Chapter 30. Innate Puzzle World. Inside a forest. After some treatment, Song Qingshu felt much better. Although he still felt somewhat weak, the discomfort in his body had vanished. Nearly all the first Song sect disciples around him were crippled. As for the remaining dozens, the earlier explosion had drained them of all signs of life. As Song Qingshu looked at the crippled first Song sect disciples, grief welled up in his heart. He somewhat regretted pursuing Gu Hai. However, he hated Gu Hai even more. Many thanks to Division Master Montez for saving my life, Song Qingshu said gratefully. The group of people before Song Qingshu was the bearded Elite Hall Earth Division Master and a group of Elite Hall disciples. Never mind. Song Qingshu, we might still be working for Elite Hall in the future. However, I could not bear to see you suffer such a tragedy. Unexpectedly, this newly conferred Water Division Master is so vicious, not even letting off his own subordinates. Montez said with a frown. Song Qingshu showed an uncertain expression as he said, Indeed, I have not done anything to him yet. To think that he laid such a trap for me. If I follow him, even if I manage to escape today, he will definitely think of ways to kill me in the future. Song Qingshu, what do you plan to do next? Montez asked. Kill Gu Hai. If Gu Hai does not die, I will not be at ease. Song Qingshu said, hatefully. However, Montez smiled faintly and said, the Water Division Master did go overboard. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, the sound of a flute came from the distant forest. Huh. Montez raised his eyebrows. The subordinates behind Montez seemed to have a tacit understanding. One of them immediately rushed to the flute sound to investigate. Oh no! A wave of animal spirits. Division Master, leave quickly. The person who went to investigate shouted from a distance. Ah! A loud sound rang out, accompanied by a miserable cry. That person immediately flew back like a cannonball. Boom! A gigantic creature landed not far away and stepped on that person's body. An animal spirit wolf. Song Qingshu's expression changed. He saw a giant wolf that was nearly 3 meters tall. It had a ferocious expression on its face as it stepped on that person. The giant wolf's eyes glowed red as it stared ferociously at the group of people. Branch leader, save me! That person roared in fear. Bastard, don't you dare! Montez glared and took out a long saber. With a slash, a saber chi pierced over from a distance. Roar! The demonic wolf roared and spat out a ball of light from its mouth, which collided with the saber chi. Boom! With a loud boom, the saber chi and the ball of light exploded. Clearly, the saber chi was too far away. But at that moment, a group of Class 1 Hall members had already rushed forward. They raised their weapons and wanted to kill the monster wolf and save their comrades from its claws. Bastard, scram! Everyone raised their blades and slashed. At this moment, huge figures rushed out of the forest. They were all in the shape of giant wolves. Rumble! Everyone rushed over and was immediately sent flying. What? Song Qingshu's expression changed. Rumble! The number of demonic wolves continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, there were already 30 demonic wolves. Furthermore, the number was still increasing. The first demonic wolf to charge over suddenly opened its mouth and bit the person under its foot. Ah, division leader, save me! Crunch! The demonic wolf bit that person in half and swallowed him. Beep, beep. As the flute music rang out, the number of demonic wolves continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, there were already 50 demonic wolves. There were only 10-odd people around Montez. These demonic wolves were still increasing in strength. Even if Montez fought, he would have to weigh his gains and losses. Run! Quickly run! Montez's expression changed as he said, "Martial uncle, save me, save me." The crippled First Song sect disciples on the ground cried out in fear. Song Qingshu looked at the demonic wolf pack and felt a chill in his heart. Then he turned his head and ignored his martial nephews, fleeing into the distance faster than the others. Survival could stimulate one's potential. At this moment, his earlier injuries were no longer important. He only had one thought: run. Whoosh! The group of people immediately fled into the distance. Roar! The demonic wolf pack gave chase. Martial uncle, save me, save me. The group of crippled First Song sect disciples cried out in despair. However, no one could save them now. The demonic wolves that charged over split them up in bites. The demonic wolves gave chase into the distance. There were 2 huge wolves behind the demonic wolf pack. A black-clad man stood on each of the huge wolves. One of the black-clad men played the flute, looking like he was commanding the demonic wolves. The 9th young master gave the order to surround them but not kill them, banish them into Carefree Valley, and let them experience boundless despair before killing them. The other black-clad man said, "I know. These few are just pacifying the demonic wolves. That way, they can flee faster. I will slowly chase them away," the person playing the flute answered. Carefree Valley, Gu Hai asked Venerable Lien Sheng for guidance on the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Venerable Lien Sheng had a good impression of Gu Hai, so he told him everything he knew. "This little snake used to live here? I believe you are here for the spirit spring?" Venerable Lien Sheng suddenly asked with a smile. "Indeed, that is the case." Gu Hai nodded and admitted, "Never mind. Everyone, if you don't mind, let's go soak in the spirit spring together. This spring is rather strange. It seems to have been laid by old man Guanxi back then," Venerable Lien Sheng said with a smile. "Ah, aren't spirit springs formed naturally?" Chen Tianshan exclaimed in shock. Old man Guanxi had the ability to lay them down, Venerable Lien Sheng explained. "Huh!" Chen Tianshan exclaimed in shock. "Venerable, please," Gu Hai said with a smile. Venerable Lien Sheng nodded. Then, the group slowly entered the cave with Venerable Lien Sheng. The cave was very long. Soon, the group arrived at the deepest part, an area that looked like a large hall. Night pearls hung on the walls, illuminating the interior. The cave was sealed with only one exit. There were 3 circular pools in the center. The pools were filled with pebbles, and the water gave off a faint blue light. Chun Tianshan reached out and touched the edge of one of the pools. Joy immediately appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "It is indeed a spirit spring." "Benefactor, this pool gives off a blue light once a year. Every time the Valley Master soaks in it, the blue light disappears," Xiaoro said. "That is because the spiritual energy already entered the body." Chun Tianshan said somewhat impatiently. However, Venerable Lien Sheng frowned slightly as he looked at the pool. "This blue light is water-attributed spiritual energy. Once a year, every move of old Mr. Guanqi's was not without purpose. Although he died, this spring water definitely has a deeper meaning," Venerable Lien Sheng said sullenly. "Oh, Division Master Gu, why don't you give it a try first?" Venerable Lien Sheng smiled as he looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded, not rejecting. He put down Xiaoro and stepped into one of the pools of blue light. Then he slowly sat down cross-legged and silently circulated his true dragon innate cultivation technique. Buzz. Suddenly, Gu Hai felt a vast spiritual energy in the water enter his body through his pores. This speed was many times faster than when he absorbed the spiritual energy in the air. The surging spiritual energy rushed to his dantian. "Hey, why is Benefactor's body giving off a purple light?" Xiaoro exclaimed in shock. "Isn't this water-attributed spiritual energy? Why is it purple?" Chun Tianshan asked, feeling confused. When the purple light entered Gu Hai's body, the blue light in the pool intensified. "Hey!" Venerable Lien Sheng also looked at Gu Hai in shock. "Venerable, what's wrong?" Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. "Purple light, is this spiritual progenitor?" Venerable Lien Sheng exclaimed. "What is spiritual progenitor?" Everyone looked at Venerable Lien Sheng in confusion. The most primitive spiritual energy is called spiritual progenitor. When a portion of spiritual progenitor is mixed with water, it will turn into water-attributed spiritual energy. When it is mixed with earth-attributed spiritual energy, it will turn into earth-attributed spiritual energy. When it is mixed with an aura, it will turn into a spiritual energy. However, why are you absorbing only spiritual progenitor? What kind of cultivation technique is this? Venerable Lien Sheng asked, feeling surprised. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Then he did not hide anything, telling Venerable Lien Sheng about his difficulties in cultivation. External cultivation? No wonder. No wonder you can only absorb 1% of the spiritual energy of others. Even when you broke through to the innate realm, you had to spend so many spirit stones. It turns out that your body only absorbs primitive spiritual energy. This is because you cultivate external cultivation. The source of your veritable energy is the purest spiritual progenitor squeezed out by your physical body. In the future, you can only absorb spiritual progenitor. Venerable Lien Sheng appeared enlightened. As he looked at Gu Hai, envy flashed in his eyes. "Venerable, is my physique good or bad?" Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. "It is both good and bad. The bad thing is that cultivation is difficult. Every step is difficult, and spiritual progenitor is rare. Even 1 out of 100 portions of spiritual energy is hard to find. Your cultivation is destined to be difficult. Fortunately, your foundation is firmer than anyone else's. Now, I finally understand why he crippled his cultivation back then and started cultivating external cultivation again," Venerable Lien Sheng sighed. "Oh, who is it?" Gu Hai asked in surprise. There was someone else like him. "The father of your elite hall's hall master," Venerable Lien, Sheng said with a solemn expression. Oh, Long Wanqing's father? Gu Hai's expression changed. Long Wanqing? What? Isn't the elite hall master her mother? Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather cultivated external cultivation back then. However, how did Long Wanqing become the hall master? Venerable Lien, Sheng said in surprise. It seems that the hall master's mother passed away. We are here to search for the unborn man. I wonder if Venerable has heard of him before? Gu Hai immediately asked. Oh, Venerable Lien, Sheng frowned. Venerable knows of him? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. I know of this person. However, I did not know that he was in the innate puzzle world. As for his exact location, I do not know. However, this person, if you see him, go and take a look for yourself. This person is not simple. Venerable Lien, Sheng shook his head. Right. Gu Hai nodded. As Gu Hai absorbed the spiritual progenitor in the pool, it seemed like there was a small hole at the bottom of the pool that led to an underground spring. Boundless spiritual energy poured in. As Gu Hai absorbed the spiritual progenitor, he triggered more water-attributed spiritual energy. The blue light in the pool intensified. Division Master Gu, I will take one. Later, I will send my consciousness to the bottom of the pool to investigate. As long as I do not wake up, do not disturb me, Venerable Lien, Sheng said. Good. Venerable, don't worry. Gu Hai nodded. Venerable Lien, Sheng nodded. With a flip of his hand, the Buddhist monk staff in his hand suddenly disappeared. Venerable Lien, Sheng slowly stepped into a small pool and pressed his palms together. Then he sat down cross-legged, leaving only his head above the water. Then he gently closed his eyes and remained motionless. Qin Tianshan, Gao Xianji, the two of you take one pool. Xiao will take one for me. We can use this spiritual energy to treat our injuries. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Division Master. Qin Tianshan could not wait. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly called out. Qin Tianshan, go out with Gao Xianji and hide the cave entrance. Gu Hai instructed. Right, I nearly forgot. Qin Tianshan immediately smiled. The two quickly went to the cave entrance and wiped away the footprints in the surroundings. Then, they used a large number of scorched tree branches to cover the entrance, preventing others from discovering anything strange. Aside from Venerable Lien, Sheng sitting in the pool in his clothes, Gu Hai and the others did not notice. Gu Hai, Gao Xianji, and Qin Tianshan removed their outer clothes, leaving only their underwear. Then they sat cross-legged and bathed in the spirit spring. Xiao seemed to be very fond of the water-attributed spiritual energy. At this moment, she swam beside Gu Hai, doing her best to absorb this blue spiritual energy. For a time, the cave was quiet as everyone was receiving the baptism of the spirit spring. Outside the cave, Carefree Valley also fell silent. However, the silence did not last long. About 6 hours later, Carefree Valley suddenly fell silent. Save me, animal spirits, save me, senior brother. Quick, run. Animal spirits are chasing us. There are so many animal spirits. That's not right. These animal spirits are not trying to kill us. They are chasing us here. Why are they chasing us here? It's over. It's over. It's over. Is it this valley? They are here for revenge. Save me. They are here for revenge. Startled cries rang out in the valley. Countless spirit beasts chased the outsiders who barged into the northern region of the innate puzzle world to this place. Amid the panic, the outsiders who had started a massacre in the past met again. A great sense of panic filled everyone's hearts. Chapter 31. Carefree Valley. Division Master Meng, wait for me! Song Qing-shu shouted in horror. Roar! 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 The 50 spirit beasts followed closely behind, driving Song Qing-shu's group into the valley. Song Qing-shu missed his footing and rolled down the mountainside. Montez led the elite hall subordinates to a stop at the mountainside. Then they watched in horror as the 50 spirit beasts stopped. Roar! 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 The cries of the spirit beasts rang out in all directions. The mountains around Carefree Valley were filled with spirit beasts. There were wolf spirit beasts, leopard spirit beasts, snake spirit beasts, tiger spirit beasts, and all sorts of spirit beasts. They all showed ferocious expressions as they drove one figure after another into the valley. How can it be like this? Why are there so many spirit beasts? Why are there so many spirit beasts? Let me go. I did not do it on purpose. I did not kill anyone. I will leave the innate puzzle world immediately. Let me out. The surrounding demonic beasts let out roars, and behind the crowd of demonic beasts, there were black-robed men playing flutes that slowly revealed their heads. The flute music was beautiful. However, it sounded like a death knell in everyone's ears. Division Master, the elite hall disciples looked anxiously at Montez. It's over, Montez said with an unsightly expression. On a mountain peak outside the valley, the red-clad ninth young master showed a cold smile as he looked at the crying people in the valley. Ninth young master, we drove out nearly all the people we could find in the surroundings. There are a total of 2,600 people. A black-clad man reported respectfully. All of them? That's good, the ninth young master said coldly. The ninth young master stepped forward and leaned over, looking down coldly. Who are you? A disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Aren't you supposed to not interfere in our matters? Montez exclaimed. Not interfere? Humph. That is your own fault. You are becoming increasingly unruly, the ninth young master said coldly. Roar. Thousands of demonic beasts roared in unison, glaring at the crowd. Everyone looked at the ninth young master worriedly. You forced us here. What do you want? There are no rules in the innate puzzle world. Montez shouted. Don't talk to me about rules. I like to hear your screams. So what? Don't say that I didn't give you a way out. This is a Go puzzle left behind by the Pavilion Master. It is also the most basic Go puzzle. If you can solve it, I will let you live. If you can't, then this Go puzzle will decide your life and death, said the ninth young master coldly. As he spoke, he flung his sleeves. Boom! From the ninth young master's sleeve, billowing black fog suddenly gushed out. The black fog soared into the sky like a black cloud that covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Carefree Valley. Above the dark clouds, traces of light blossomed. It was as if there were stars in the night sky. A Go puzzle left behind by Old Man Guanxi, Montez suddenly roared in shock. The countless cultivators in the valley immediately showed horrified expressions. What? How can it be possible to solve a Go puzzle left behind by Old Man Guanxi? Old Man Guanxi is the best in the Go Dao. Who can solve it? What ritual array is this? Why do I feel like death is looming over us? Me too. All my hair is standing on end. It feels like a saber is hanging over my head. The surrounding cultivators cried out in horror. I already said that this is not the Pavilion Master's strongest Go puzzle. It is just something he casually made. However, I doubt that you can solve it either. Weren't you very arrogant when you slaughtered the residents of Carefree Valley back then? You can enjoy the despair they felt back then. The ninth young master's cold laughter came from the black clouds. It has nothing to do with me. I did not kill them. I did not. Let me out. I'll leave immediately. I beg you, let me go. The crowd shouted. Boom. Suddenly, a huge platform descended from the black clouds, landing in the center of the valley. Buzz. A huge go board appeared on the platform. A large number of go stones were already placed on the go board, forming a go puzzle. The black clouds glowed with starlight. Beams of light immediately shot down, heading for every go stone. It looked like every go stone was connected to a star. What ritual array is this? Montez exclaimed. The Heavenly Saber Death Match. The winner lives and the loser dies. Everyone, are you ready? Ha 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 ha. The 9th young master's cold laughter came from the black clouds. Run! A cultivator immediately rushed up the mountain in horror, wanting to charge out of the black clouds. Shing! Suddenly, a saber hum rang out, and a cold air surged into everyone's hearts. A white light suddenly appeared in the black clouds. The white light was a 300-meter-long saber chi. The saber chi tore through space, producing a sharp howl as it charged at the man charging up the mountain. Ah, that man screamed, and immediately took out his sword to face the saber chi. Shing! The saber chi stopped in midair, and the saber chi cut through the man's body before vanishing. Everyone goggled and watched as that man froze there as if he was hit by a body immobilization art. Just as everyone was goggling, Pala, the fleeing man suddenly split into 2 halves from between his eyebrows and fell into a pool of blood. Ah! Ah! Some female cultivators in the crowd let out startled cries. A perfectly fine person got chopped in half by a saber chi in an instant. Let's charge out together. Charge out together. We can definitely charge out. Someone shouted. Ha! The 9th young master's cold laughter came from the black clouds. There are still 9,324 heavenly sabers in the Heavenly Saber Death Match. If you do not believe me, you can give it a try. The 9th young master's voice rang out. Everyone shuddered at the thought of this. There were only 2,000-odd people, but there were more than 9,000 heavenly sabers. Looking at the black clouds covering the sky, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It felt like there were many heavenly sabers in the black clouds pointing at them. As long as they made any strange movements, they would be instantly killed. No, I don't want to die. Sob, sob. I don't want to stay here anymore. I did not kill anyone. I did not kill anyone. Cries of horror rang out in the valley. Many cultivators with weak mental states were already crying. Everyone saw that earlier saber strike, not to mention their current innate realm cultivation. Even a golden core realm cultivator would be killed in one strike. Even a cultivator from the Yuanying state would not be able to escape. Now, more than 9,000 heavenly sabers hung above their heads. Everyone showed expressions of despair. Montez's expression turned unsightly. Song Qingshu's eyes widened in despair. Carefree Valley, Spirit Spring Cave. Bang. Suddenly, a soft sound rang out around Gao Xianji, and a ripple spread out from her body. You broke through the second layer of the innate realm? Gao Xianji said excitedly. However, when Gao Xianji saw that everyone was immersed in raising their cultivation, she quickly suppressed her excitement and continued absorbing the surging spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the small pool where Gu Hai was, the blue light was the most abundant. This meant that the water-attributed spiritual energy was the most abundant. However, Xiaorou's body was like a bottomless pit. The surging water-attributed spiritual energy entered her body at a horrifying speed, nourishing her. Xiaorou coiled around Gu Hai's shoulder comfortably, enjoying the boundless water-attributed spiritual energy. On the other side, the purple light around Gu Hai was still the same. The spiritual progenitor Qi quickly entered Gu Hai's body without any stagnation. It was as if the spring water was endless. After 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, Guhai felt that he had received more spiritual stones than the last time the clear river sect master had helped him. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded in Guhai's dantian. The original 1 drop of quintessential essence suddenly turned into 9 drops of quintessential essence. Boom. The 9 drops of quintessential essence merged into one, turning into a peanut-sized quintessential essence droplet. A huge force surged out from Guhai's body, and the surrounding spring water splashed everywhere. Condensing liquid into a pearl, the second layer of the innate realm, Guhai opened his eyes, and they shone brightly. Without hesitation, Guhai closed his eyes again and continued to absorb the spiritual energy in the water. After another day, Xiao's injuries healed completely. At this moment, she absorbed the surging spiritual energy as she stared at Guhai in a daze. Xiao stared at Guhai like this. As she stared, she blushed slightly and revealed a sweet smile. 1 day later, Guhai stared at the quintessential essence pearl in his dantian. As the surging spiritual energy poured in and the quintessential essence continuously absorbed, the 1 quintessential essence pearl turned into 9. The 9 peanut-sized quintessential essence pearls looked like they were going to merge for the second time to break through to the 3rd layer of the innate realm. Roar. The dragon-shaped quintessential essence circled around Xiao Chun as if it was accumulating energy to break through to the 3rd layer of the innate realm. Buzz. Suddenly, Guhai's expression changed, and he opened his eyes. Xiao, who was staring at Guhai, was startled and looked away in a fluster. There is no more spiritual energy? Guhai frowned as he looked at the pool. Indeed, there was no color in the pool. The blue and purple light from before had disappeared. Oh, it seems to be gone. Xiao discovered the abnormality in her fluster. At the side, Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan opened their eyes as well. When the two saw the pool turn clear, regret flashed in their eyes. How unfortunate! If only it could have lasted longer, Chen Tianshan said with a regretful expression. Guhai also felt regretful. However, he soon revealed a faint smile and said, "Never mind. This breakthrough is already enough." "Hey, Venerable Lian Sheng is still not awake?" Xiao asked out of curiosity. Everyone looked at Venerable Lian Sheng strangely. Venerable Lian Sheng seemed to be in a meditative state, not moving at all. "Should we wake the Venerable?" Chen Tianshan asked with a frown. "There's no need. The Venerable instructed us not to disturb him," Guhai said while shaking his head. "Right." Everyone nodded. "Oh, right. I think I heard miserable cries outside earlier." "No, it seems like there is a miserable cry every now and then," Xiao suddenly said with a frown. Oh, everyone's expression changed. Chapter 32. Carefree Valley. Guhai walked out of the Spirit Spring Cave. However, no one in the valley noticed the sudden appearance of a few people. After covering the entrance of the cave with charred wood, the group headed to the other side of the grave. What a horrifying aura! I feel a saber hanging above my head in these dark clouds, Gao Xianji said, as she looked at the sky with an unsightly expression. Is this a ritual array? A ritual array encases Carefree Valley? What kind of ritual array is this? Chen Tianshan asked, his expression changing. Guhai looked at the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky. Starlight shone down like stars in the night sky. In the distance, there were even 2 brightest pillars of light shooting towards the center of the sky. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge platform in the center. More than 2,000 people surrounded it. All of them showed horrified expressions as they looked at the huge platform. Hundreds of corpses lay below the platform. The corpses were split vertically from their foreheads. Their internal organs fell out, and blood dyed the place red. It was an incredibly horrifying sight. When the 2,000-odd people saw these corpses, they trembled in fear. Some of the women even cried continuously to hide the fear in their hearts. Gu Hai saw Song Qingshu among the crowd. At this moment, Song Qingshu also appeared bewildered as he stared at the huge platform. There was a go board on the platform. However, starlight shone on the go stones on the go board. The two brightest beams of light encased the two players. The two players played Go Above the Sea of Corpses. The surrounding 2,000-odd people all stared at the go board in horror. What are they doing? Xiao felt confused as she watched this scene. The one playing is Elite Hall's Earth Division Master, Montez? Qin Tianshan asked, his eyes lighting up. Montez? Gu Hai looked in the direction Qin Tianshan pointed. Then he saw a bearded man sitting on one side of the go board, controlling the white go stones. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. He still remembered Venerable Lu Nian's meaningful reminder before he left. The one playing the black go stones was a white-clad man. At this moment, he stared at the go board in horror, showing a flustered expression. No, I was the one who won just now. I was the one who won. The white-clothed man exclaimed. Montez took a deep breath and said, The outcome has already been decided. I'm sorry. I can only blame the lack of time. Pa! Montez placed a white stone, boom, on the go board. A large number of black go stones were surrounded and instantly pulled out. Bang! The black pieces suddenly disappeared, and the outcome was decided in an instant. Bai Zi wins. A booming sound suddenly came from the dark clouds. Branch leader Meng won? Many people cried out. No, Montez, you tricked me. You tricked me. I'm going to kill you. The white-clothed man glared and jumped up, grabbing his sword and stabbing towards Montez. Boom! Montez punched the tip of the sword. It immediately knocked the long sword back. The white-clad man revealed a ferocious expression. He wanted to stab again, but at this moment, the sound of a saber rang out from the dark clouds. Shing! It sounded like a saber being drawn from its scabbard. A 300-meter-long saber chi shot towards the white-clad man. A sharp sound tore through space, so piercing that Gu Hai's eardrums hurt. The saber chi swept through everything in its path, charging at the white-clad man. It was too fast. The white-clad man could not fight Montez in time. He could only hastily raise his sword to meet the saber chi. At the same time, his face contorted in horror. No! The white-clad man roared in despair as his sword soared into the sky. Boom! The sword chi and sword could not block the ferocity of the 300-meter-long saber chi. They all exploded in an instant. The white-clad man screamed miserably as the saber chi chopped him in half. His internal organs burst out with blood, scattering in all directions and landing on the square platform. Ah! Startled cries rang out in the surroundings. This is Qin Tianshan, and the others felt their scalps go numb. After losing a go game, the saber chi formed by the ritual array chopped him to death. The expressions of Gu Hai, Gao Xianji, and Xiao changed. Despite the cries in the surroundings, no one left. Suddenly, the go stones on the go board changed, turning into a go puzzle. It is this go puzzle again, the Heavenly Saber Death Match. After being chosen by the ritual array, if one does not play, one will die. If one does not play after 30 breaths of time, one will die. The loser will die. What should we do? I don't want to die. The weak-willed people in the surroundings felt horrified. When Gu Hai heard everyone's horror, his expression changed as well. He looked up at the sky. Is this a desperate ritual array? Division Master? The group of elite hall disciples asked anxiously. Montez took a deep breath and said, "It's fine. According to the rules of this world, the surviving disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion are not allowed to attack us. The people outside must have broken the rules. The Sky Chess Pavilion's surviving disciples will soon inform the First Elder. As long as this drags on, someone will come and deal with them." But the elite hall disciples asked anxiously, "The Heavenly Saber Death match. I want to see how incredible the casual creation of the best Go player in the world, Old Man Guanxi, is," Montez said coldly. Shing. Suddenly, a 300-meter-long saber chi appeared in the dark clouds. The saber pointed at Meng Tai, and a world-destroying aura surged over. Meng Tai's expression changed, and he no longer dared to hesitate with the white ghost stone in his hand. Clack! A white ghost stone landed on the Go board. It seems like it has been 30 breaths of time. If he does not play his ghost stone by 30 breaths, the Heavenly Saber will strike, Song Qingshu said, his expression changing. However, Gu Hai stared at the Go board, narrowing his eyes. The Heavenly Saber Death Match. Clack! Suddenly, a black ghost stone seemed to be attracted by starlight, landing on the Go board. Everyone stared at Meng Tai. Meng Tai held a white ghost stone in his hand as he stared at the chessboard. It was as though he was completely immersed in the game. A heavenly blade hung above his head. It was as though it was waiting for the right time to strike down. Cold sweat broke out on Montez's forehead. It seemed like he had already thought of where to play his ghost stone and was just stalling for time until 30 breaths of time. Clack! A white ghost stone landed. Clack! A black ghost stone automatically landed. The Go game slowly changed. Is he playing Go with Old Man Guanxi? Chun Tianshan revealed a shocked expression. Gu Hai quietly looked at the Go board and the Go game. However, the others looked at Montez in anticipation. After the 18th Go stone, Montez suddenly showed joy on his face. Clack! A white ghost stone was placed, and suddenly it surrounded a black ghost stone. What? The black ghost stone is surrounded. The countless cultivators in the valley immediately revealed shocked expressions. Old Man Guanxi's black ghost stone is surrounded? How can that be? This is great. This is great. The black ghost stone is lifted. Could it be that he can win? Will Division Master Meng win? He will win. This is just a casual move by Old Man Guanxi. Furthermore, Old Man Guanxi is already dead. This is just a setup. It is not Old Man Guanxi himself. He will definitely win. This is great. Everyone felt like they saw a ray of hope, feeling excited. There was a chance of survival. Everyone clenched their fists. Indeed, with a roar, the dark clouds in the sky churned. The surrounded black ghost stone suddenly flew out of the Go board and to Montez, looking like it had been lifted. Then, that heavenly saber in the sky charged at Montez. Oh no! Everyone's expression changed. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from Montez's body. His veritable energy materialized a 30-meter-long brown, dragon-shaped veritable energy around Montez's body as it charged at the heavenly saber. This time, the heavenly saber did not chop down on Montez. Instead, it seemed to have been lifted and swallowed up by the dragon-shaped veritable energy. Roar! After the 30-meter-long dragon-shaped veritable energy swallowed up the 300-meter-long heavenly saber, the true dragon slowly grew larger. He got lifted to strengthen his momentum. Everyone's expression changed. This is great. Division Master Meng is going to win. He is going to win. Many people cheered. Montez also revealed an excited expression. Smack, smack, smack. The two sides continued placing Go stones. Every few ghost stones, Montez would eat a black ghost stone. Gradually, he placed more ghost stones. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon-shaped veritable energy grew increasingly larger. In a short time, it had already swallowed up 13 heavenly sabers. The 150-meter-long dragon-shaped veritable energy roared at the sky, looking like it wanted to compete with the ritual array above. In a short time, Montez won one battle after another. It looked like he would win a great victory soon. Long live Division Master Meng. Division Master Meng, quickly win. He is going to win. He is going to win. He finally won't have to die. The group of cultivators cheered loudly. The situation looked good, and it looked like victory would come soon. We are saved. We are saved. Everyone looked at Montez with grateful gazes. The elite hall disciples all felt excited. Outside the crowd, Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly as he muttered to himself, "Wrong. Montez made the wrong move from the start." What? Chen Tianshan looked at Guhai in confusion. Guhai shook his head, ignoring Chen Tianshan. Indeed, when Montez swallowed the 15th black ghost stone, his expression suddenly changed. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. Division Master Meng, quickly make your move. The crowd shouted anxiously. After gaining successive victories, Montez's dragon-shaped veritable energy swallowed up 15 heavenly sabers. Now, it had grown to 60 meters long. Its ferocious aura shook the world. However, Montez's forehead was covered in sweat. He could not make his move no matter what. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? Montez looked at the go board in horror. Division Master Meng, quickly, the crowd urged anxiously. Shut up, Montez rebuked. Everyone's excitement died down as they looked at Montez in confusion. Xing, 30 breaths of time soon passed. A heavenly saber suddenly hovered above Montez's head. Now he needed to make his move. Montez had no choice but to quickly play a white ghost stone. Clack! After the white ghost stone was played, a black ghost stone suddenly appeared. Dragon slaying? Gao Xianji's expression changed. What dragon slaying? Is it slaying the dragon-shaped veritable energy? Xiao asked, feeling confused. No, dragon slaying is a term used in Go. It means that Montez will have a large number of white ghost stones, and the other party will kill them instantly, Gao Xianji explained. Indeed, when the black ghost stone was played, bam, bam, bam. Large numbers of white ghost stones were picked up and eaten up by the black ghost stones. In the blink of an eye, the situation changed. Earlier, Montez had won 15 ghost stones. Now everything changed. Montez had split the ghost stones 15 times, swallowing one black ghost stone each time. However, Old Man Guanxi used only one time, swallowing 38 of the other party's ghost stones in one go. Immediately, the victor was decided. After swallowing 38 ghost stones, the black ghost stones overwhelmingly won. In that instant, the white ghost stones had nowhere to run. In the blink of an eye, they suffered a crushing defeat. No. How can it be like this? We were still winning earlier. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Countless cultivators were stupefied as they looked at the go board in horror. Montez also showed a horrified expression. I got dragon slayed in an instant. Ha ha ha. The black go wins. The 9th young master's loud laughter came from the dark clouds. His laughter was filled with contempt, as if he showed disdain for Montez. Boom! Suddenly, 38 heavenly sabers appeared in the dark clouds. The moment the vast group of heavenly sabers appeared, a sharp killing intent surged out. The killing intent froze space like snow. The 38 heavenly sabers carried a strong aura as if they wanted to instantly kill Montez. "No, bastard. I am Elite Hall's Earth Division Master. How dare you?" Montez exclaimed. Boom. The 38 heavenly sabers suddenly charged down, and an aura that could destroy the world instantly arrived before Montez. Roar. Montez's dragon-shaped, veritable energy soared into the sky. The 600-meter-long dragon-shaped veritable energy carried a ferocious aura as it charged at the group of heavenly sabers. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the clash gave off an overwhelming light. It was so piercing that no one could open their eyes. The berserk aura kicked up a storm and knocked everyone back. Rumble! Rumbles rang out endlessly from the center of the explosion. Roar! Roar! A dragon roar rang out. Gu-Hai vaguely saw a brown, veritable dragon explode in the rubble. Boom! After the final sound, everything calmed down. The 2,000-odd cultivators climbed to their feet and looked at the center of the surging dust cloud in horror. The square go-board was still there. Montez actually did not die from the 38 heavenly sabers. However, Montez was now a bloody mess. He looked like he had suffered 1,000 cuts as he fell into a large pit at the side. Inside the crater was an earthen yellow shield. However, that earthen yellow shield was currently filled with spiderweb-like cracks. Division Master Meng is still alive. That is Elite Hall's Earth Divine Shield. Even among nascent soul-grade magic treasures, it has the strongest defense. The Earth Divine Shield protected Division Master Meng. However, the Earth Divine Shield shattered. Even the Earth Divine Shield is no longer working. Everyone showed horrified expressions. Division Master. The group of Elite Hall disciples quickly rushed over and helped Montez up. Then they quickly fed him medicinal pills. Blarg! Montez vomited a mouthful of blood. He looked at the dark clouds with a horrified expression. His body twitched as if he could instantly die with just a little more force. The churning dark clouds churned. Humph! Elite Hall's Earth Divine Shield. It is merely SOSO. Consider yourself lucky this time because of the Earth Divine Shield. However, the game is not over yet. Just wait. It will be your turn soon. I want to see how many Earth Divine Shields you have. Montez convulsed. Division Master, what should we do now? The Elite Hall disciples asked worriedly. Everyone looked at Montez. He was the only survivor, even though his injuries were too horrible to look at. Stall for time. The Sky Chess Pavilion will not ignore this, Montez said with much difficulty. After saying that, Montez seemed like he could no longer move. He sucked on a medicinal pill and went limp. The group of Elite Hall disciples quickly stood guard for Montez. Everyone in the formation looked up with a look of despair. The more miserable the loss, the more intense the ritual array's killing blow would be. Who would be next? It's fine, Division Master said to stall for time. We have to stall for time. Song Qingshu called out from the side. Everyone nodded. However, despair still filled their eyes. Wait for the Sky Chess Pavilion's first elder to save us? Is that possible? At the entrance of a large hall in the innate puzzle world, the doors to the large hall opened, but the interior was incredibly dark. No one could see inside. A black-clad man knelt on one knee outside the hall. First Elder, the 9th young master, used the Heavenly Saber death match to trap more than 2,000 outsiders in Carefree Valley. The various elders have differing opinions. First Elder, please make a decision. The black-clad man said respectfully. In the gloomy hall, there was a moment of silence. After a long while, a faint voice sounded. I know about Little Joe's matter. My Sky Chess Pavilion will not interfere in their matters. However, They have indeed gone overboard this time. The faint voice rang out. First Elder, should we stop the ninth young master? The black-clad man asked respectfully. There's no need. Wait until the matter at Carefree Valley is over. Then, inform little Jew not to make a move. We also need to teach these outsiders the rules. Although the pavilion master has fallen, my sky chest pavilion was once a sect. No one can be presumptuous here. The faint voice rang out. Yes, this subordinate understands. In Carefree Valley, no, it's not me. It's not me. A beam of light encased a gray-clad man. That man crumbled on the spot, feeling horrified. In his horror, the gray-clad man did not step onto the go-board. Instead, he screamed at the dark clouds in horror, kneeling and begging for mercy, begging the people outside to spare him. Boom! A heavenly saber instantly chopped down. Before that gray-clad man could cry out, it chopped him in half, turning him into a bloody mess. Horrified screams rang out in the valley again. Boundless despair enveloped everyone. Despair. I like to hear such sounds of despair. Ha 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 ha. Again, sinister laughter came from the dark clouds. Buzz. Suddenly, another beam of light shot down, instantly enveloping a person. Song Qing Shu. Chun Tianshan exclaimed from nearby. The light encased Song Qing Shu. Song Qing Shu was chosen as the next person to die. No, Division Master Meng, save me, save me. Why is it me? I don't want to die. Song Qing Shu immediately cried out. Stall for time. Play according to my previous go strategy and wait for the Sky Chess Pavilion's people to make their move. While regulating his breathing, Song Qingshu said with difficulty and entered a meditative state again. Stall for time. Song Qingshu slowly stepped onto the go board with an unsightly expression. When he stepped onto the go board, everyone immediately lowered their heads, as if they were afraid of making eye contact with Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu stood on the go board and scanned the people below with an unsightly expression. Wherever his gaze landed, many people dodged as if they were fleeing from the plague. I have to choose my opponent within 30 breaths. Who should I choose? Who should I choose? Song Qingshu was anxious. His gaze inadvertently landed on Montez. Perhaps Montez could no longer play Go. If I choose him, he will definitely lose. I can stall for time, but for how long? Furthermore, Song Qingshu forcefully suppressed this desire and continued to scan the crowd. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's expression changed as he saw Gu Hai's group. Gu Hai. Song Qingshu suddenly glared and said angrily, Huh. Below the go board, Gu Hai frowned slightly. The cultivators around Gu Hai quickly dodged. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's group was exposed before everyone. I choose him. I choose him. Gu Hai. Song Qingshu shouted as he pointed at Gu Hai. Buzz. Suddenly, a beam of starlight from the dark clouds fell on Gu Hai. Gu Hai became the chosen person. Brat, quickly get on the go board. Otherwise, the heavenly saber will chop down on you. Someone called out kindly, Song Qingshu, how bold of you. Are you trying to send the division master to his death? Chun Tianshan's expression changed as he glared. Song Qingshu's expression turned ferocious as he said, No matter who I choose, one will die. Who dies first, me or him? Humph. Gu Hai, accept your fate. My Go Dao is not comparable to that of the division master. However, I am definitely stronger than you, someone who has not played Go for 30 years. Die. I want you to die. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Song Qingshu, I already gave you 3 chances. This is the 4th. Gu Hai slowly walked to the Go board. I have not played Go with anyone for 30 years. Do you still want to beat me? Song Qingshu retorted coldly. Chapter 33. Carefree Valley. Song Qingshu stood high above the Go table. He looked at Gu Hai like he was looking at a dead man, a sinister look in his eyes. What should we do? Xiao felt very anxious at the side. Chen Tianshan also showed some worry. However, Gao Xinji showed confidence in her eyes. Gu Hai slowly walked to the Go table. Everywhere he passed, the surrounding cultivators avoided him like he was the plague. Elite Hall's Water Division Master? He is finished. He has not played Go with anyone for 30 years. Won't he lose for sure? This Song Qingshu is also a ruthless person. As the surrounding cultivators discussed softly, Gu Hai had already stepped onto the Go table. The instant the light from the dark clouds enveloped him, Gu Hai felt a ferocious aura hovering above his head. It felt like it would charge at him at any moment. The white light entered his skin and seemed to connect with the veritable energy in his dantian. Gu Hai looked up at the sky. He did not like the feeling of his fate being controlled by others. Gu Hai, don't blame me. You asked for it, Song Qingshu said coldly. Gu Hai smiled coldly and ignored Song Qingshu. Instead, he slowly sat down. According to the rules, the person chosen by the opponent would play black. The black Go piece would go first. The Go board was already empty. The 2 Go vats were already filled with Go stones, waiting for the 2 to start. Gu Hai picked up a black Go stone between his index and middle fingers and slowly placed it on the Go board. Although Song Qingshu was confident of victory, he still did not dare to be careless. The moment Gu Hai took out the Go stone, Song Qingshu's expression turned solemn, and he sat down cross-legged. After all, Song Qingshu had already suffered at Gu Hai's hands. Song Qingshu waited patiently. The countless cultivators below also stared at the Go board. Everyone saw Gu Hai slowly place a black Go stone. Clack! When the black Go stone landed, nearly all the cultivators goggled. The Heavenly Prime? He placed the Heavenly Prime. The Heavenly Prime is the centermost position of the Go board. It is rarely used in a Go game. His first Go stone is useless. Is he crazy? How could he waste such an opportunity? Countless Xiuzha cried out in alarm. It was because whoever left first would have a great advantage, able to make arrangements in advance. But this huge advantage was wasted by Gu Hai. Branch leader really hasn't played chess for 30 years. Why did he take the Heavenly Prime step? Chen Tianshan asked anxiously. Will we lose if we go to Tianyuan? Xiao asked anxiously. Chen Tianshan let out a long sigh, confirming Xiao's worries. Xiao revealed an anxious expression. Not necessarily. Gao Xinji shook her head. The people below discussed spiritedly. On the Go table, Song Qingshu was stunned at first. Then he revealed an expression of wild joy. Gu Hai really did not know how to play chess. He actually wasted such a good opportunity. Gu Hai, I want to stall for more time. Don't lose too badly. Song Qingshu laughed loudly. After delaying for 30 breaths of time, Song Qingshu picked up a white chess piece and slowly placed it down. Clack! After placing the white Go stone, there were still 30 breaths of time for Gu Hai to think. However, in less than 1 breath, Gu Hai placed a Go stone. Clack! Gu Hai placed a black Go stone. What? Song Qingshu suddenly goggled. The people below the Go table also burst into an uproar. Isn't there 30 breaths of time? Why is he not stalling for time? Why is he placing his Go stone so quickly? Gu Hai, slow down. Slow down. You cannot place your Go stone too quickly. If you have more time, we will have more hope of surviving. The surrounding people shouted anxiously. However, Gu Hai ignored them. Song Qingshu waited for 30 breaths of time. before placing a white ghost stone. Clack, clack. Gu Hai placed another black ghost stone even faster than before. Gu Hai, are you tired of living? Song Qingshu immediately roared in anger. Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, "Whether I live or die is not up to you to talk nonsense. Why didn't you wait for 30 breaths of time? Why didn't you wait before placing your ghost stone?" Song Qingshu anxiously roared. "I don't need you to teach me how to play Go. 30 breaths of time are up. Place your ghost stone," Gu Hai coldly said. "You." Song Qingshu glared. However, he immediately placed a white ghost stone. Clack, clack. Gu Hai followed closely behind. Blackie did not even think, as he quickly landed. "You. Humph, if you want to die, then don't blame me," Song Qingshu said, his eyes bloodshot. Song Qingshu continued to wait for 30 breaths of time before placing his ghost stone. However, Gu Hai continued to place his ghost stone as quickly as before. Gu Hai placed his ghost stone so quickly that the surrounding people became extremely anxious. In the blink of an eye, 100 ghost stones were placed. Originally, everyone thought that Gu Hai was simply seeking death and was casually placing his ghost stones, and would soon lose to Song Qingshu. However, after 100 ghost stones were placed, Gu Hai did not lose a single ghost stone. "That's impossible. How can it be like this? Haven't you not played Go for 30 years? Song Qingshu grew increasingly frustrated. 150th ghost stone was placed. Song Qingshu showed some confusion in his eyes. Although Gu Hai had not extracted a ghost stone from him, he had not extracted a ghost stone from Gu Hai either. Furthermore, Song Qingshu found that he could not understand this Go game at all. At first, he had been doing as he pleased. Now, he felt like he was being led around by Gu Hai's black ghost stones. How can this be? Impossible. How can Gu Hai win against me? In the blink of an eye, 200 ghost stones were placed. It was now Gu Hai's turn. However, this time, Gu Hai did not place his ghost stones as quickly as before. Instead, he suddenly glanced at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu stared at the Go board, his mind seemingly occupied by the Go board. He could not care less whether Gu Hai had placed a ghost stone or not. His forehead was covered in cold sweat as he clenched his fists. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile as he slowly placed a black ghost stone. Clack! The black ghost stone was placed. They suddenly connected with the position of the first stone, Tian Yuan. In an instant, Gu Hai's scattered black stones formed an inescapable net due to the position of the first stone, Tian Yuan, and the last stone, trapping a large number of white stones in the net. Large swathes of white ghost stones were surrounded. Bang! 64 white ghost stones were suddenly placed. They suddenly disappeared. What? What does this mean? How is this possible? Song Qingshu suddenly jumped up in shock. Just a moment ago, the Go board was still tied. However, in an instant his ghost stones were placed, and 64 of them at that. This was no longer a matter of slaying dragons, but of slaying 3 dragons in an instant. The Black Go wins. A clear shout came from the dark clouds. The Black Go wins. The Black Go wins. The one holding the white ghost stones is going to die. I am going to die. Song Qingshu felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. Impossible. How can you beat me? You haven't played Go with anyone in 30 years. How can you beat me? You cheated. You cheated. Song Qingshu roared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai sneered. I haven't played Go with anyone in 30 years. It's not that I haven't played Go with anyone in 30 years. What do you mean? Song Qingshu roared in shock. Gu Hai softly smiled and did not explain. And this dramatic change made everyone below the stage look surprised. How can this be? That ghost stone? One go to slay 3 dragons. The first ghost stone, Tianyuan, is actually not a useless ghost stone. It's actually so ingenious. It's a coincidence, right? It's not a coincidence. Slay 3 dragons. When did you see Slay 3 dragons play? A huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. This was because everyone had been focused on the Go board, like Song Qingshu. It was like they had not seen this dangerous ghost stone at all. One ghost stone, one ghost stone. This was simply a startling reversal. At the back of the crowd, the weak Montez goggled at that stunning ghost stone. 1 saber slay 3 dragons, the Guhai from an ordinary country? I understand now. Cough, cough. He has not played Go with anyone in 30 years because no one was qualified to play Go with him in 30 years. Cough, cough. Montez looked at Guhai, who was on the Go board, with an unsightly expression. That's great. Benefactor won. He won. Sharo cried out excitedly. How incredible! Didn't he not play Go with anyone in 30 years? Why is he still so incredible? Chen Tianshan exclaimed, goggling. Gao Xianji frowned and said, I'm guessing that the division master's Go skills were too strong. Back then, the division master did not think highly of the ordinary people of several countries, right? Did not think highly of them. Chen Tianshan gaped in shock. On the Go board, Song Qingshu suddenly understood what Guhai meant. Guhai had not played Go with anyone in 30 years, not because his Go skills were too weak. On the contrary, it was because his Go skills were too strong. You lied to me? You lied to me? Song Qingshu roared at Guhai. Rumble. The dark clouds churned, and a 300-meter-long heavenly saber slowly appeared, aiming at Song Qingshu. It looked like it would chop him down. I don't want to die. You lied to me. Guhai, you lied to me. I want you to die. Song Qingshu roared in despair. Song Qingshu seemed to have gone crazy. He suddenly threw a palm strike at Guhai. A large amount of veritable energy surged out of his palm, carrying a resolute force. It looked like he wanted to kill Guhai in an instant. Be careful! Chen Tianshan and Sharo suddenly cried out. However, Guhai immediately stood up. His eyes turned cold as he said, It has only been a few days since the explosion. Your injuries have not healed yet, right? As Guhai spoke, he stomped down with his left foot. A loud sound rang out, kicking up a strong wind. Then he took half a step with his right foot, and all his muscles tensed up. A large amount of veritable energy surged out of his body, forming a ferocious dragon head on his skin. Huh! Guhai shouted. He tensed his entire body and gathered all his strength in his right fist. Roar! A dragon roar seemed to come from Guhai's right fist. The dragon roared, and the dragon head veritable energy followed Guhai's right fist and struck Song Qingshu's incoming palm strike. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the ground below shook, kicking up a large amount of dust. Blarg! Song Qingshu suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. He moved back 4 or 5 steps and fell off the Go board. What? The group of elite hall disciples exclaimed in shock. This was because Guhai stood calmly on the Go board, not taking a single step back. He showed a ferocious expression as he looked at Song Qingshu, who was knocked back by his punch. Song Qingshu was severely injured from the explosion that day. However, he had already recuperated for several days. No matter how weak he was, that palm strike filled with hatred still contained the strength of a 4th-layer innate realm cultivator. However, he could not last more than 1 move against Guhai. That's not right. Guhai is even stronger than before. Montez exclaimed in shock as he goggled. Song Qingshu fell off the Go board. Before he could cry out in pain when he fell to the ground, he saw the heavenly saber in the air charging down with an unstoppable aura. No, no. Song Qingshu roared in despair. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and Song Qingshu was chopped in half. Song Qingshu's final scream echoed in the entire valley. No one knew whether it was Song Qingshu's unwillingness to lose to Gu Hai or despair at the heavenly saber's descent. However, everyone could hear the boundless regret in Song Qingshu's scream. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. However, there was no turning back. Song Qingshu's blood splattered everywhere. The entire valley fell silent as everyone looked at Gu Hai, who was on the go board. Everyone knew that the winner would face the heavenly saber death match next. Gu Hai did not regret Song Qingshu's death. Instead, he looked up at the sky with a ferocious expression. Chapter 34. As Gu Hai looked coldly at the sky, the Go board on the Go table changed. The original Go puzzle was now completely messed up, returning to its original state. However, the black Go stones and white Go stones were switched. Gu Hai continued to play with a black Go stone. Xing! Suddenly, a 300-meter-long heavenly saber appeared from the dark clouds. A ferocious aura surged wherever the heavenly saber pointed, looking like it would tear Gu Hai in half in an instant. 30 breaths are almost up. Is heavenly saber urging Division Master Gu to play? If Gu Hai still does not play his Go stone, heavenly saber will chop down. Play according to Division Master Meng's earlier move. Quickly play. Quickly play your Go stone. The people below called out worriedly. Benefactor, quickly play. Quickly! Xiao roared anxiously. On the Go board, a murderous intent surged into Gu Hai's heart. He showed a cold expression. He extended his hand and picked up a black Go stone. Clack! Gu Hai played his Go stone. Buzz! Heavenly Saber's murderous intent vanished. Then, Gu Hai slowly looked at the Go board. Hey! This is not where Division Master Meng placed his Go stone earlier. What is Division Master Gu doing? Did he place his Go stone wrong? Many people showed worried expressions. However, Montez, who was protected by the elite hall people, narrowed his eyes slightly. Gu Hai's Go stone is the 9-5. The 9-5 prime position? Clack! A white Go stone instantly landed, and the match with the Heavenly Saber Death match officially started. Gu Hai slowly sat down and did not hesitate to place another black Go stone. Why did Division Master change his Go stone? Why not follow the order in which Montez placed his Go stone? Chen Tianshan asked anxiously. Gao Xianji, who was at the side, shook her head and said, "Why continue a sequence that is destined to fail?" But although Montez was defeated, Montez had made amazing achievements before. Maybe. Chen Tianshan frowned. There is no ifs. A loss is a loss. Branch Master disdains to reconsider. Gao, Shinji shook her head. Then let's start again. This is the situation that old man Guanqi left behind. Can the Division Master win? Chen Tianshan asked in disbelief. I think so. Chen Tianshan looked at Gao Xianji as if he was looking at a lunatic. Outside Carefree Valley, thousands of demonic beasts were stationed everywhere. Rolling dark clouds covered the entire Carefree Valley. He trapped Carefree Valley into a dangerous place where no one could escape. A large number of black-clothed men stood on the surrounding mountain peaks and looked at the center of the rolling dark clouds. Countless amounts of water vapor condensed into a huge mirror. The mirror projected the scene of everything in the valley, including the horrified gazes of everyone in the valley and the Go stones that Gu Hai placed on the Go board. All these details were displayed before the black-clothed men. On one of the mountain peaks, a red-clothed man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Go board in the mirror. Ninth young master. The elders did not give any instructions. A black-clothed man reported respectfully to the red-clothed man. The ninth young master smiled coldly and said, "Those old fellows are finally willing to let me make a move? Humph! If they had done so earlier, my sky chess pavilion would not have lost so many treasures." Ninth young master, this is what the pavilion master instructed us to do back then. The black-clothed man said worriedly. Humph! Back then, the pavilion master only instructed us, not gave us an order. Furthermore, the pavilion master is already dead. In my opinion, these intruders should have been taught a lesson long ago. The ninth young master said coldly. The black-clothed man's respectful attitude suddenly changed. Ninth young master, please conduct yourself with dignity. The pavilion master's instructions are orders. Everyone in the Sky Chess Pavilion thinks the same. Even if the pavilion master is dead, the ninth young master must not be presumptuous towards the pavilion master. Those old fellows don't care about me, and you want to care about me too? The ninth young master glared at him. I wouldn't dare. I'm guessing that the elders allowed the ninth young master to bring us here to teach these intruders a lesson, not because they wanted to go against the pavilion master's wishes, but because you, the ninth young master, have passed the 9 palaces chess formation and are qualified to leave. That's why the elders allowed you to do as you wish, the black-clothed man said solemnly. You also know that I passed the 9 palaces chess formation? How dare you speak to me like that? The ninth young master retorted coldly. The 9 palaces chess formation is difficult to pass. However, I believe that some of the elders can do it. However, the elders are willing to accompany the pavilion master's coffin, so no one is willing to touch it. Ninth young master, please be careful with your words. The black-clothed man said respectfully. Humph! The ninth young master snorted coldly. The ninth young master turned his head and looked at the screen again. In the screen, the ritual array moved the white go stones while Gu-hai played the black go stones. Gu-hai used a jar of black go stones to do his best to dismantle this vast ritual array. On the go board, Gu-hai's attention slowly focused on the go board. The old man, Guanxi, lives up to his reputation indeed. Gu-hai sighed as he played the go stones. There was no nervousness in his eyes. Instead, there was excitement and joy. He had not met a match since 30 years ago. Now, this heavenly saber death match allowed Gu-hai to rediscover the long-lost feeling of playing Go. As for the earlier match with Song Qingshu, it was like a game of cat and mouse, meaningless. As the black Go stones fell, starlight encased Gu-hai. Gu-hai felt his veritable energy connect with the starlight like it merged with the ritual array. Gu-hai vaguely felt like he was sitting in the clouds, slowly playing Go with a white-haired old man. Pa! 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 Gu-hai played his 20th black Go stone. However, neither side could do anything to the other. Indeed, Division Master Gu is not as good as Division Master Meng. When Division Master Meng played his 18th Go stone, he beat Old Man Guanxi by 1 Go stone. However, Division Master Gu played his 20th Go stone and still did not win. Division Master Gu should have played like Division Master Meng did. Division Master Gu is finished. After this, we will be in trouble. We will be hunted down again. I don't want to die yet. As Gu-hai played more Go stones, the cultivators below turned nervous and horrified again. Despair appeared on many people's faces again. Gu-hai continued playing Go stones. Finally, when he played his 26th Go stone, clack! The white Go stone is surrounded. The white Go stone is surrounded. Someone suddenly exclaimed. This exclamation made the eyes of the cultivators who showed despair earlier light up. Shing! A heavenly saber descended from the sky, charging at Gu-hai. Gu-hai ignored it. However, the veritable energy in his body was instantly attracted. Roar! The veritable energy condensed by the true dragon innate cultivation technique took the shape of a dragon. A 3-meter-long purple dragon-shaped veritable energy soared into the sky, opening its mouth and charging at the heavenly saber. Boom! The 3-meter-long small dragon instantly swallowed up the 300-meter-long heavenly saber. The small dragon immediately grew to 20 meters. Saber energy emitted from its body as if it had some indigestion. After all, Guhai's veritable energy was slightly weaker than Montez's. However, it still swallowed it in the end. The 20-meter-long small dragon opened its mouth and roared. Roar! It roared at the sky, at the dark clouds in the sky. This go? Outside, the 9th young master suddenly opened his eyes wide. In the valley, Montez's face also darkened. Chain go? This game? Clack! Clack! The white ghost stone was played, followed by the black ghost stone. Suddenly, another white ghost stone was surrounded. Another ghost stone? You don't even need to rest. Clack! Clack! True dragon, sky-swallowing saber continued. Clack! Clack! Again, is he continuously playing ghost stones? This is already 3 times in a row. Division leader Gu plays one ghost stone after another. Previously, division leader Meng played several ghost stones before he played one ghost stone. How can he be like division leader Gu? Look, division leader Gu is going to play ghost stones again. A series of ghost stones were played, mixed with the sound of the true dragon sky-swallowing saber. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the true dragon swallowed 10 ghost stones in a row before it slowed down. The ghost stones continued. This time, the white ghost stones and the black ghost stones both lost. The white and black pieces were placed, and the game continued. The true dragon above Guhai's head had already grown to a height of 300 meters. It had swallowed so many heavenly sabers that the true dragon's shape changed. The scales on the true dragon's body turned into heavenly saber scales and stood up. This was no longer an ordinary true dragon, but a monstrous evil dragon full of heavenly sabers. The ferocious evil dragon hovered above Guhai's head, spitting out billowing evil chi. The evil chi rushed into everyone's heart, making them tremble. Montez's true dragon only grew to a height of 600 meters, but Guhai's evil dragon grew to a height of 300 meters. A huge mutated blade, evil dragon roared into the sky. The Go puzzle continued, and the evil dragon continued to grow. A glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's heart. The various cultivators clenched their fists and watched excitedly as Guhai played ghost stones. Roar! It grew bigger. The evil dragon grew bigger. What a horrifying aura! This is great. Even bigger. Even bigger. 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 Everyone murmured excitedly. Xiao was so excited that her snake body tensed up. Her entire snake body stood up, praying for Guhai. Chen Tianshan and Gao Xianji also showed strange excitement in their eyes. As Xiao Chun gained more ghost stones, the blade evil dragon grew to a length of 200 meters. Roar! Boom! The blade evil dragon roared, and a surging ferocious chi seemed to penetrate the watery mirror outside the valley and into the hearts of everyone outside. Sob! 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 Outside the valley, thousands of demonic beasts suddenly prostrated themselves on the ground. It was as if they had lost all will to fight after being struck by the evil dragon's might. Each and every one of them was inexplicably frightened and frenzied. As they prostrated themselves on the ground, some demonic beasts even fled in fear. "Ninth young master, this is bad. What should we do now?" A black-clad man shouted in horror at the 9th young master. "Ninth young master, that person seems to be about to solve the heavenly saber death match. What should we do? Are we really going to let them go?" Ninth young master. He is about to solve the heavenly saber death match. That person is about to solve the heavenly saber death match. Should we let them go? The ninth young master showed an uncertain expression. Then he showed a sinister expression. Solve the heavenly saber death match. Humph. That is just an excuse for me to torture them. Since they can't play anymore, let them die together. Heavenly saber absolute kill formation. As the ninth young master spoke, he waved his hand. He controlled the ritual array. Rumble. The dark clouds suddenly churned intensely. Suddenly, beams of white light appeared in the ritual array. Dense saber chi seemed to slowly emerge from the tip of the saber from the dark clouds. Inside the valley. What? Oh no. Look at the sky. So many new heavenly sabers are forming. What should we do? Division Master Guwon. And they are going back on their words? Bastards, you are going back on your words. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Everyone in the valley looked at the sky in horror, because everyone's hair stood on end, and the threat of death rushed into their hearts. Chun Tianshan showed a panicked expression. Xiao looked at the sky in horror. However, Gao Xianji and Montez stared at Guhai's go board, clenching their fists tightly. Guhai moved faster and faster. As he continuously played, the evil dragon swallowed up the heavenly sabers. Its eyes turned scarlet, and the evil aura around it intensified. Go to hell. Suddenly, a cold shout came from the dark clouds. Boom. A heavenly saber suddenly appeared and rushed towards Guhai. This time, it was not for the evil dragon to eat. Instead, it wanted to kill Guhai. Xing. The saber was ferocious and seemed to tear the void apart. It carried an overwhelming murderous aura as it charged at Guhai. It looked like it would hit Guhai soon. Roar. The evil dragon roared and rammed into him. Boom. With a loud bang, the heavenly saber was suddenly shattered into pieces and disappeared into thin air. Huh! The ninth young master's expression changed. It was blocked so easily, a black-robed man said in shock. That evil dragon already swallowed 200 heavenly sabers. It is now 1 kilometer long. It has grown stronger. The ninth young master's expression turned sullen. Humph. So what if you can block 1 heavenly saber? I have 10 heavenly sabers, 100 heavenly sabers, 1,000 heavenly sabers. Let's see how you block them. With a cold shout, dark clouds churned above Guhai's head once more. Xing, Xing, Xing. Suddenly, 100 heavenly sabers appeared in the dark clouds. A strong, murderous aura instantly shrouded the entire valley. Many cultivators felt their scalps go numb. The threat of death seemed to freeze all the blood in their bodies. Many people showed horrified expressions. These 100 heavenly sabers pointed at Guhai. When the evil dragon blocked this aura, Guhai felt better. However, he was still startled. He stopped playing Ghost Stone and looked up. The evil dragon faced the sky and roared ferociously. The evil dragon faced the 100 heavenly sabers that were about to arrive. Guhai narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. You want to kill me now? Isn't it too late? As Xiao Chun spoke, he suddenly placed a black ghost stone on the go board. Clack! The ghost stone seemed to infuse boundless energy into the evil dragon. Roar! The evil dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. The evil aura around its body suddenly soared like a gust of wind. The surrounding cultivators were immediately thrown to the ground. As the evil dragon roared, it no longer guarded Guhai's head. Instead, it flew up with a ferocious expression and charged at the 100 heavenly sabers. It bit at the churning dark clouds and charged at the heavenly saber death match in a barbaric manner. Roar. Chapter 35. Roar. The evil dragon showed a ferocious expression as it roared and charged at the 100 heavenly sabers. The ferocious aura formed a black storm. Outside the valley, the demonic beasts became more frightened and chaotic. The evil dragon's evil aura made the men in black restless. All of them looked at the ninth young master. Huh. The ninth young master opened his eyes wide. Humph. Your dragon might was given to you by my array. How dare you resist me with something I gave you? The ninth young master said coldly. When Shao Chun waved his hand, the 100 heavenly sabers materialized and charged at the evil dragon. Roar. The dragon might was vast. Although the cultivators in the valley were knocked to the ground by the evil dragon's aura, they were not angry at all. On the contrary, they clenched their fists and looked at the evil dragon with anticipation, hoping that it could block the 100 heavenly sabers. At the go board, after Gu Hai placed his Tianyuan stone, the layout of the go board changed dramatically. When he placed his go piece, a large number of white ghost stones appeared. Boom! The 100 heavenly sabers collided with the evil dragon. Almost everyone in and outside the valley opened their eyes wide. However, they saw a boundless white light at the point of collision, so bright that they were blinded. The loud sound created surging shock waves. The shock waves spread in all directions, creating a huge storm in the valley. Even though everyone was knocked around, they still stared at the center of the dazzling explosion. Roar. A dragon roar came from the center of the light. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of heavenly sabers exploded, their fragments falling to the ground. However, the evil dragon opened its mouth and swallowed nearly 30 complete heavenly sabers. This was a berserk rampage. After defeating the heavenly sabers, it swallowed the heavenly sabers. Roar. As the evil dragon roared, it did not stop and charged at the dark clouds. What? The evil dragon can still charge? Many cultivators were overjoyed. Gao Xianji and Montez stared at the chessboard. As Gu Hai placed his Tianyuan piece, the entire situation changed completely. The white pieces lost all their advantages. The black pieces did not gain the upper hand. Instead, they gained an overwhelming victory. That's impossible. How could the Sin Dragon eat Skyblade, which is of the death attribute? Heavenly Blade killing formation, crush this evil dragon for me. The ninth young master's angry roar came from the dark clouds. Gu Hai stood up and looked at the sky. Then he revealed a cold smile. It is too late. The heavenly saber death match is no longer something you can control. Break. Boom. The evil dragon rushed into the dark clouds and soared up. In just a moment, the dark clouds scattered as the ninth young master controlled the formation to kill the evil dragon. However, the evil dragon had already matured. Even if the heavenly blade wanted to kill it, it would still swallow it. Boom. As the evil dragon swung its tail, it immediately knocked aside a large number of heavenly blades. The churning dark clouds immediately shattered. One could vaguely see the sunlight of the outside world through the dark clouds. Roar. Wherever the evil dragon swung its claws, it immediately shattered many heavenly blades. Its saber-shaped dragon scales stood upright, crashing into all the heavenly blades in the surroundings. When the evil dragon opened its mouth, it looked like a whale swallowing, wildly sucking in the heavenly blades. The heavenly blades were huge, 300 meters long. However, the evil dragon was now 400 meters long. As the evil dragon's massive body churned, it kicked up a storm. As the storm raged, the cultivators in the valley tumbled to the ground. As for the many animal spirits outside the valley, they fled in panic under the dragon might. Some of the saber chi even rushed out of the valley, turning it into a mess. Chop at the player. Chop at the player. The ninth young master showed a ferocious expression as he controlled the ritual array. Since the heavenly blades could not destroy the evil dragon, they could only chop at the source. However, at this moment, the ritual array no longer seemed to be under the ninth young master's control. As it turned chaotic. There were many heavenly blades. However, as the ritual array was destroyed, they spontaneously exploded. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions resounded in the dark clouds. The evil dragon flipped over again and again, shattering countless heavenly blades and dark clouds. Its tail even reached out of the dark clouds and swung at a group of animal spirits. Boom! A mountain peak exploded. Roar! Dragon might roared into the sky, the vast heavenly saber death match, and the churning dark clouds immediately shattered. In the valley, the dark clouds were scattered, and rays of sunlight shone through the dark clouds. The evil dragon churned in the dark clouds, sending a surging storm into the valley. At this moment, the cultivators swept around by the storm rejoiced. Long live Division Master Gu! Long live Division Master Gu! Countless cultivators cheered. Some cultivators even wept tears of joy. Rumble! Suddenly, large cracks appeared on the go board that Guhai was on. Clearly, the evil dragon in the sky had already destroyed the ritual array and was about to break out of the heavenly saber death match. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky scattered, revealing a gigantic, transparent, crystal-like go board floating in the air. Suppress! The ninth young master controlled the transparent crystal go board to crash into the evil dragon. The evil dragon showed a ferocious expression, and its blade-shaped scales immediately stood on end. It arched its back and charged over with the determination to destroy everything. This was because Gu Hai understood that the crystal go board was the source of the heavenly saber death match. It was everything to the ritual array. Roar! Suppress! Hung! With a deafening boom, the surrounding void suddenly exploded with a burst of air that spread out in all directions. Rumble! The shock wave caused many mountains to crumble. The many animal spirits that could not flee in time got buried. The shock wave from the clash enveloped the evil dragon and the crystal go board for 3 breaths of time. Rattle! 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 The sound of crystal shattering rang out. This sound filled the black-robed man and the ninth young master's ears with boundless disbelief. However, to the cultivators in the valley, this sound was the most pleasant celestial music. He broke it. He broke it. Division Master Gu won. That's great. He is saved. He is saved. Long live Division Master Gu. Long live Division Master Gu. Countless cheers rang out. Everyone gradually saw the scene in the sky. They saw the crystal go board shatter into countless shards, scattering in all directions. As the shards fell, they slowly disappeared into the air, like they vaporized. As for the victor, the evil dragon, it was not in a good state. That final clash was a suicidal attack. Most of the evil dragon's body shattered, leaving only a small dragon head. The dragon had suddenly turned into a clump of purple energy. Strands of the heavenly saber's aura descended from the sky, heading for Gu Hai. Boom! This clump of purple energy was Gu Hai's veritable energy. Then it instantly surged into Gu Hai's body. Buzz! Compared to the veritable energy that Xiao Chun released earlier, this clump of veritable energy poured into his dantian, heading for the whirlpool in his dantian. It quickly condensed into veritable essence energy. Boom! The 9 peanut-sized veritable essence pearls merged again, turning into an even larger veritable essence energy bead. The innate realm's 3rd layer. Gu Hai goggled. Earlier, when he was in the spirit spring, the spiritual progenitor was not enough for him to break through to the 3rd layer. However, The veritable energy he released earlier actually helped him break through after absorbing the heavenly saber death match's energy. Furthermore, this veritable energy was still increasing. After a while, Guhai felt like he had reached the peak of the third layer. However, he did not have enough energy and could not advance further, so he stopped. However, this was already enough for Guhai. The innate realm's third layer? How long has it been? Excitement flashed in Guhai's eyes. Then, he turned his head and looked at the shattered Go board. Then, he frowned slightly. The heavenly saber death match. What an incredible old man Guanxi. Unfortunately, you were not the one playing against me. Instead, you set up a pattern earlier. Hence, I won by luck. Old man Guanxi, if only you were still around. Guhai showed a regretful expression as he looked at the Go board. Guhai, who rarely found an opponent, did not feel envious of people with strong Go skills. Instead, he felt sympathy for them. He hated that he could not have a proper match with Old Man Guanxi. Unfortunately, Old Man Guanxi had already fallen 800 years ago. Benefactor, you won! You won! Xiao rushed over excitedly. Congratulations, Division Master! Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan also felt excited. Many thanks, Division Master Gu. Many thanks, Division Master Gu. The surrounding cultivators cheered. Montez was protected in the center by the elite hall people. As he recuperated from his injuries, he looked at Guhai with a complicated expression mixed with jealousy and coldness. Bang! 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 Many spirit beasts slowly crawled out of the rubble in the surroundings. These spirit beasts were all innate realm cultivators. Although they had slipped and ended up buried in the ground, their strong strength allowed them to struggle free quickly. Many of the surrounding mountains collapsed. However, many of them remained. A large number of black-clad men surrounded the 9th young master on a mountain peak. The heavenly saber death match. He broke the heavenly saber death match. The 9th young master, what should we do now? The group of black-clad men looked at the 9th young master. The 9th young master stared coldly at Guhai. Murderous intent radiated from his eyes. Beep, 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 beep. The surrounding black-clad men quickly played their flutes. A large number of spirit beasts crawled out and immediately surrounded the area. Without the evil dragon's might, the spirit beasts no longer felt afraid. At this moment, they bared their teeth and stared in Guhai's direction. It looked like they were waiting for an order to charge at him. At this moment, the cultivators in the valley crowded around Guhai. After cheering, they looked worriedly at the surrounding spirit beasts. At the same time, they drew their weapons. They stared coldly at the crowd of spirit beasts. Guhai's heavenly saber death match seemed to become everyone's mental support. They surrounded Guhai, waiting for Guhai's orders. Guhai was in the center of the encirclement. At this moment, he raised his head and looked coldly at the 9th young master on the mountain peak. Elite Hall's Guhai greets your distinguished self. How should I address you? Guhai said, after taking a deep breath. You are not qualified to know who I am. You destroyed the heavenly saber death match that the pavilion master left behind. You destroyed the pavilion master's things. The 9th young master said coldly as he stared at Guhai. I am not qualified to know who you are? Huh. Never mind. I am not very interested in you. The heavenly saber death match broke, not because of me, but because of you. You are too careless. Guhai retorted coldly. Careless? Ha 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 ha. Do you think that you can still leave? Do you think that I will let you off? The 9th young master retorted coldly. You went back on your word. You went back on your word. Angry voices rang out in the surroundings. However, Guhai smiled coldly and said, You want to keep us here? I already said that you are too careless.